Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Crossing into the Dark. Things always get worse before they get better. Alfred Pennyworth, Batman Trilogy. Oh motherfucker, it hurts. God, somebody just fking shoot me and get this fking pain over with. A young boy of about 8 or 10 years old suddenly began screaming in pain after he woke up in what seemed like a very luxurious hospital bed. The boy was confused. He wasn't feeling any sort of pain before he went to sleep, but just after he woke up, he felt like he was in hell. His body was weak and tired, but his stomach especially hurt a lot, like somebody had made a freaking hole in it. But within just a few seconds of him yelling toxic words which were not at all appropriate for a young boy like him, a team of doctors suddenly rushed into the room with serious faces looking like their lives and careers were on the line. "Mr. Wayne, are you all right? Please calm down, we will help you relieve your pain. Susan, give me a midazolam injection, a 2 milligrams dose. We cannot have him displaying high levels of anxiety just after the huge surgery he went through. He might even go into a seizure at this rate." The doctor, who seemed to be the leader of the team, spoke in an urgent tone. "What do you mean by Wayne Ufker? I am Alex Vincent. And what do you mean, surgery? Did you guys cut out and steal my kidney or something? God, I'll fking sue you all." The kid continued to yell in his foul language till someone injected a syringe into his hand, at which he felt like his nerves became calmer and his spiking heart rate seemed to drop to normal. The kid still tried to free himself from the evil doctors who had most probably kidnapped him in his mind, but he was quickly losing his consciousness. All he heard before he again passed out into the darkness was the doctor saying something like, "Give him some pain meds. Let's make sure the kid is alright after he wakes up again. I really like my current job. If the Prince of Gotham dies under our watch, we will never be able to treat another single patient ever again." Gotham. Wayne. Are these psycho doctors some DC fans or something? Did they kidnap me because I posted on my blog that Batman only wins due to plot armor? Because if that's the case, then I still stand by my point. That was the last thought before he completely lost his consciousness once again. All he hoped that by the time he wakes up again, he would be in a much better and safer place, like his soft bed and not some hospital bed surrounded by psycho doctors. It was about a few hours later that he again began to form some coherent thoughts in his mind. He wasn't feeling pain this time, at least not as much as he was feeling the first time he woke up. But this time he could hear the sound of someone silently weeping. As the young kid weakly opened his eyes, he saw a good-looking adult man with silver white hair dressed in a butler uniform sitting beside his bed, hiding his own face with his left hand as silent tears seemed to roll down his cheeks. What? The boy couldn't speak well due to his throat being parched and dehydrated from his previous shouting and not drinking water for a long time. Master Bruce, you are awake again. I am sorry I was not here the first time you woke up. It seems I have been repeatedly failing in my duty recently." The man straightened up immediately and spoke up in an English accent after he heard the boy, and quickly hid away his previous trail of tears on his face like they were never there. "What?" The young boy, who was presumably named Bruce, spoke up in his same dry voice in a questioning tone. "Oh, here's some water." The butler immediately brought a glass of water after filling it up from a nearby jug in the room and offered it to Bruce. "I know this is a difficult time for you, Master Bruce, both physically and mentally. But I just want you to know that I am there for you, and I'll make sure that you never get hurt, ever again," the butler said in a determined voice. But Bruce at this time wasn't at all listening to the man. He wasn't in a state to calmly listen to him, because while drinking water and preparing himself for another new session of severe cursing at the butler, he had finally noticed his own reflection on the screen of the TV in front of him. What looked back at him through the reflection wasn't at all the ordinary teenager he was expecting, but the appearance of a barely 10-year-old young boy with black hair and blue eyes. Although he wanted to curse a lot and maybe even beat someone at this point, but he was just too goddamn tired and in too much of a shock. He was trying to figure out how the FCK did he become a child again. And not only did he become a child, but he transformed into a child that he had never seen before, lying in a hospital with a butler at his side. He remembered that his first name was Bruce, as he was called by the English butler, and that his last name was supposed to be Wayne. His name was Bruce Wayne. He was in a hospital in a city named Gotham. He was addressed as master by an English butler, and according to the doctors he was supposed to be rich. FCK, Alfred. Bruce called his butler, trying to test out his theory, praying in his mind that he was wrong. But sadly for him he wasn't. "Yes, Mater Bruce. Do you need something? Can I get you another glass of water?" "Alfred," the butler spoke up in a concerned tone. "Shit. I am Bruce Wayne, and I am in the fking DC world." Bruce thought as he felt like puking after remembering the thousands of horror that he might have to suffer as the Prince of Gotham. The Penguin, Joker, Riddler, a lot of crazy criminal ladies, my evil variants, interdimensional entities, a possibly fed-up Kryptonian with an obsession with justice, demons, evil gods, and so much more were just waiting out there to FCK me up. Bruce gulped. Oh, how he wished he could go to any other world besides DC. Even Marvel, although with a similar power structure and cosmology, was better to live in than the absolute scary of a world that DC was. And I had to transmigrate into Bruce Wayne's body, didn't I? Now I can't even hide or run away or something, since there are at least a dozen factions and criminal organizations who either have a personal vendetta with the Wayne family or the Wayne Corporation, or just want to get their hands on my sweet innocent self to free some interdimensional demonic god by sacrificing me. Bruce sadly thought as he slowly lost his hope. Master Bruce, I am sorry to do this to you right now, but the police are here. They want to ask some questions about your parents' deaths. Should I tell them to come back later? Alfred asked Bruce in a caring voice after a nurse entered the room and whispered something into the butler's ears. Yeah, that would be the best. Right now, I don't even remember everything that happened. It's all a mess. I don't think I can tell the police anything in this condition. Maybe ask them to visit me after we go back home. Bruce tried to bullshit his way out of giving a statement to the police. Don't worry, Master Bruce, I'll take care of it. You just take some rest and focus on getting better. Alfred said in a sympathetic voice as he left to meet up with the cops outside, not at all suspecting Bruce's lack of sadness in his voice. He just attributed it all to the shock of his parents' deaths. Shit, I need to figure out something quick. As much as I remember, the death of the Wayne couple was supposed to be orchestrated by the Court of Owls, a secret society that not only controlled the entirety of Gotham but even had influence and perhaps even control of his own company, Wayne International. Bruce thought to himself as he tried to figure out a way to save himself from the terrible future that awaited him if he couldn't master the same skills and abilities that the original Bruce Wayne mastered. He was particularly sad to the point that he didn't even feel a little bit smarter or stronger after his transmigration. He wished he had at least gotten Bruce Wayne's IQ, but he was having trouble to even remembering stuff that he had read in the comics in his previous life accurately, so he knew that he didn't have anything even remotely resembling Bruce Wayne's supposedly genius intellect. How am I going to survive in this world? Presence, Lucifer, or whatever Rob who had transmigrated me, or whoever the FCK is listening, please at least give a f***ing cheat for me to survive. He prayed to anyone who was listening desperately. Power Stones, gemstone will also be very much appreciated. This is a new story, so Power Stones are really important. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Replace the A with A. Chapter 2, A New Home and a New Watch. Everyone has a vulnerability. Alfred Pennyworth, DC Comics. Do you want to wear the black suit or the beige one, Master Bruce? I do recommend the black one since it will go well with your skin tone. Alfred was holding two suits in his hands while comparing which one would look better on Bruce. I'll take the black one then. It would suit well with the dark and grim theme of Gotham. Bruce replied in a monotone voice, at which Alfred just sighed. Bruce was at last being released from the hospital after spending about another 3 days in there. The medical authorities actually wanted to keep him under observation for another week, but Bruce, with his current disturbed mentality, didn't want to spend another moment here and thus made Alfred pressurize the hospital board to give him an early discharge. He knew that for every second he spent here, the chances of people discovering that something was wrong with him was increasing. This was mostly because despite being transmigrated inside the original Bruce Wayne's body, he had neither inherited his full memories nor his personality. Well, perhaps he might have inherited some muscle memories or some deeply ingrained emotions from the old Bruce, since he did feel relaxed after seeing Alfred near him every time, but nothing above that. He was lucky that the original Bruce suffered so much before his death, since it was the reason that he could just give the excuse of trauma to everyone to explain his present change in attitude from the old one. But he didn't want to be near a lot of people and risk them suspecting something about him, especially since the doctors and nurses were keeping a 24-hour watch on him due to him being a VIP. In fact, a lot of people, including the press, politicians, businessmen, and everyone else who called themselves family friends, had tried to visit him to get into his good books. Of course, Bruce denied all of them for now. He didn't want to meet anybody without any information about them and himself and his family first. After Alfred signed the documents and completed the formalities on behalf of Bruce, they boarded their Rolls-Royce parked in the front while avoiding the paparazzi trying to get a sad photo of Bruce's face for the next day's front page. Alfred had already been given the legal guardianship of Bruce. Though there were a lot of people trying to prevent that from happening, as well as people who wanted to adopt Bruce themselves due to being caring towards the child, Alfred didn't face any hiccups, especially since the late Wayne couple had mentioned in their will that if something were to happen to them, Alfred would be the first in line to get his legal guardianship. The paparazzi are the biggest gangsters of this town, I tell you. They are the devil incarnate. Alfred said in anger as he closed the door to the car. No, they aren't. The devil is much more fun. Bruce muttered to himself as he looked outside the moving car and gazed at the worn-down condition of the city. The Wayne mansion was only about a 15-minute drive from the hospital, but in that short time Bruce saw about 5 drug deals on the streets, half a dozen different mugging incidents and about a dozen hookers trying to sell themselves in broad daylight. He was sure that he even heard a few gunshots on the way. The condition of the city really was bad. As they reached the gates of the mansion, Bruce's heart began to speed up. He knew that it was probably the leftover emotions of the old Bruce. But he himself was surprised at how luxurious and big the Wayne mansion was. The word mansion was probably downplaying it. It could even be called a palace. That's how big and luxurious it looked. Bruce knew that he had severely underestimated the wealth of the Waynes. Perhaps the family was even richer than what Batman liked to show. "Please, Master Bruce, after you." Alfred opened the car's door for him as he gestured towards the entrance of the house. "Thank you," Bruce said. He had been trying to act all noble and courteous recently to imitate the role of a broody billionaire orphan well. He thought he was doing a really good job. As Bruce entered into his new home followed by Alfred, he was sure of one thing: he was filthy rich indeed. The large living room in the mansion was decorated by what looked like priceless antiques. From a piano to a standing knight in armor, it had it all. "Do you want me to take you to your room, Master Bruce, or do you want to get a bath first? I can even fix up some food as well if you are hungry. Perhaps some garlic bread and scrambled eggs?" Alfred asked courteously. Although Bruce had a literal chill run through his body after hearing the line about taking a bath from the butler, he still controlled himself from replying with "no homo." He just coughed lightly and told Alfred to take him to his new room first, especially since Bruce didn't even remember where his old room was and he definitely didn't want to search the huge mansion to find out. "Fine, Master Bruce, but you are going to have some dinner later. You need to eat to heal up quickly," Alfred said as he looked directly into Bruce's eyes to get his point across. Bruce, of course, was quite amused. He had always thought that Alfred was a gentle person. He had no idea that the English butler could be strict as well when he needed to be. He just nodded with a small smile on his face and followed Alfred, who was himself pleased from Bruce's answer and thus smiling as well. After they came in front of a large door on the second floor, Alfred opened the door for Bruce and gestured for him to enter. As Bruce entered his room, he got the same luxurious old money feeling he got from the rest of the house. There was a queen-sized bed in the massive room, multiple wardrobes, a fireplace, and even a work desk, as well as a large bookshelf. He even noticed 2 more doors in his room, which he assumed to be the doors to a balcony and an attached toilet. "It is as you left it, Master Bruce. I didn't let the maids make a single change," Alfred declared with what seemed to be almost a proud expression on his face. "Thank you, Alfred. I guess you are the only one that truly cares for me even after my parents are gone," Bruce said in a sad manner, trying to act up the part of a boy who just lost his parents. "It's my duty, Master Bruce. I'll always be there for you no matter what," Alfred said after flinching a little as he heard him mention his parents being gone. He was trying not to talk about the death of Bruce's parents since he blamed himself for not being there in time, for not being able to save them. "Actually, I have something to give you, Master Bruce. Here, this is the watch that your father promised to give you the day after the show. Most of their stuff was taken by the police after their death as evidence, but I was able to pull some strings to secure this. It seems to be not working anymore, but I am sure that we will be able to find someone to fix this later." Alfred took out a really expensive-looking watch and handed it to Bruce. Thanks. This means a lot to me," Bruce said. It meant *T to him since he didn't remember anything about this watch, but it looked like a really expensive limited edition Rolex piece and he was gonna keep it as a memento. "It's okay. I'll be taking my leave now. Please call me if you need anything. Also, dinner will be at 7. I'll even tell the chef to prepare your favorite chocolate mousse cheesecake as dessert." The butler smiled a little before turning around and leaving while closing the door behind him. "He is a really good butler, isn't he? I guess the original Bruce was really lucky to get him as his parent while growing up. Perhaps the luck passed on to me now," Bruce thought to himself as he lied down on his comfortable and soft bed. "I don't think I'll be able to live much longer. A lot of people would want me dead, and I doubt I currently possess the willpower and skills to become the Batman. I would probably die even before the canon starts. So I should just enjoy my limited days on this dark, twisted version of Earth by spoiling myself silly with all this wealth. Maybe I should just sell all this and escape to some no-name country to live out the rest of my days in peace and luxury," Bruce thought as he fiddled with the broken watch. The watch didn't have much damage on the outside except the slightly cracked glass, but for some reason the second's hand wasn't able to move from its place despite it still making the ticking sound. It seemed like something was stopping the second's hand from starting its journey round the dial. "I wonder how this watch works. Does it work like all watches do in the 20th century, or does it have different machine parts? I truly should be ashamed at myself. 2 years of learning electronics engineering and I still don't even know how a simple watch works," he thought, angry at himself as he barely learned anything about engineering. Even the only program he had learned to write in his 2 years of study in his past life was Hello World. As Bruce just blankly stared at the watch, his anger rising at the watch not working for some reason, he began to slowly lose himself into the constant rhythmic ticking sound. All he wished was to somehow learn how this broken watch worked and fix it just like he desperately wanted to fix his life. And that was the moment which changed Bruce's life forever, for he finally discovered his cheat for his new life, since under Bruce's watchful eyes, the Rolex soon appeared to break apart into holograms of its most basic components layer by layer as they lined up to show Bruce how they worked, to show him their secrets. He immediately understood how the watch originally worked, its mechanism, the problem for which it was not working, even what it was made of. He was even sure that he could make the same watch himself if given the right tools. What the hell was that? It felt like I was high or something. It felt awesome. Is that supposed to be my ability? I can know how stuff works. Bruce laughed as he finally realized that what he felt might just be the key to his survival in this world. If this is real, I am going to spam the hell out of this, Bruce thought as he began to think how else he could use his power to make the coolest stuff or reverse engineer the most complicated technologies to give him an edge over the rest of the heroes and villains out there. He was going to survive, and he would do anything to make sure of that. Power stones, gemstone will also be very much appreciated. This is a new story, so power stones are really important. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Replace the A with A. Chapter 3, No Pain, No Gain. Venture outside your comfort zone, the rewards are worth it. Rapunzel, Tangled. Having a superpower is something unbelievable for anyone. It was the same for Bruce as well. Until now he was moping about the fact that the only superpower he was gonna have was being filthy rich, but it turned out that he had a real superpower given to him to survive in this world, a power that was his own, an intuitive intellect. The first thing Bruce did after gaining that power was beginning to experiment with it. It was not just his wish to develop and master his power, but also to satisfy his curiosity about how his power exactly works or in what ways he can use it. He immediately began to try to use his power on every other electronics or mechanical item in his room, including the lights, a calculator, a pen, and some other small machine stuff that he could get his hands on. At first, it was a little difficult for him to properly use his power, but after doing it a couple of times he understood how it worked. All he had to is just to will his mind to analyze and understand the thing in front of him, and voila, his ability would automatically activate. It broke down the machine he used his power on, into separate hologram components of itself, and showed him what each specific component of that machine did, how they worked, and how they were joined with each other, as well as the functions of the machine. It even showed him the properties of the materials the components were made from. But there was also a shortcoming in his power. It seems that he cannot automatically know the name of the components or the parts of the machine if he hasn't ever heard of them before. For example, when he disassembled the pen, he knew the general names of most of its parts, but he didn't know the names of the components of the ink. He only knew the general properties of the components and how they were combined to make that ink. Same with the other stuff too. In the holograms, he was only shown the names of the components which he already knew the names of previously. That meant that if he wanted to truly use his powers to the maximum, he had to study stuff up as well, since his power was directly linked to his mind and knowledge. The more he knew, the smoother and more efficient his ability would be. So, I can analyze already built stuff in my mind, but can I possibly do the reverse? He thought as he began to imagine a modern smartphone from his previous life in his mind, and willed his ability to tell him how to make that into reality. As soon as he activated his ability, countless holograms began to pop up in front of his vision which showed him how to build a smartphone from scratch, including its software and hardware. Yes, I knew it. It is possible. It seems I have a similar ability to Forge from the comics. My power gives me the innate talent to either analyze and figure out stuff, or it gives me enough knowledge to make new tech just from my imagination. But this happiness was only short-lived for him. Since as soon as he focused back on the holograms, he understood that he didn't know the names of half of those components despite knowing their individual detailed properties and uses. His general knowledge about electronics was lacking in his ability to comprehend everything on its own. He understood that he had to learn about more stuff so that his ability could include his learned knowledge in its process and can give him a more simple and efficient method of constructing that particular smartphone or any other invention he wants. He was a little depressed at this, that he wouldn't be able to make stuff from the get-go and had to study some stuff up first, but he didn't let this keep him down. He knew that with this ability he could easily increase his knowledge. Also, he was fully motivated to study stuff up and work hard if it meant that he would be able to use that knowledge for making cool sci-fi technologies later. Wait, can I even make sci-fi stuff from fiction that I have seen or read about? He wondered as he imagined the super soldier serum from the MCU and willed his ability to figure out a way to make it into reality. For a few seconds, he waited with bated breaths as his ability seemed to be processing his mental request, trying to find a way to make it in real life. And then finally, when he thought that he would not be able to wait anymore due to his wildly beating heart, it finally happened. He got the knowledge to make the super soldier serum. But this time, it seemed like there were numerous holes in that knowledge, even more than when he tried his power to find out how to make a smartphone. If he had to give it a number, he would say that presently barely 10% of the knowledge was actually clear to him. I guess no pain, no gain. I'll have to work for it like most people do when they train their powers to become better at using them, he thought sadly as he discarded the idea of inventing something like the Omnitrix or the Ultimate Nullifier and becoming up instantly. Perhaps one day. He thought as he was determined to become powerful enough to not be scared of anyone anymore. But before all that, he would need a workspace, numerous tools, pieces of equipment, and the biggest of all, books, lots and lots of books. Bruce was called for dinner at exactly 7. He was the only person at the table. Even Alfred wasn't eating with him as he patiently waited beside the table for Bruce to finish his dinner like the loyal and professional butler he was. "Hey, Alfred." Bruce started to speak as he picked up a piece of steak with his fork. "Yes, Master Bruce." Alfred asked, waiting for Bruce's question. "Do you think you can arrange some stuff for me? Like some electrical components, circuits, carpentry tools, and metallurgical instruments among other things?" Bruce asked while eating his meat like what he asked wasn't a big deal at all. "May I ask what you plan to do with it?" Alfred asked as he raised one of his brows in curiosity. "Nothing much. I just thought that I should take up a hobby now. After all, a lazy mind is a devil's workplace, so maybe I could busy myself doing some science projects to pass the time," Bruce said as he made sure to make eye contact with his butler to show him that he was telling the truth. "I guess I can, but don't you think, Master Bruce, that some other simple hobby like collecting antiques or reading would be a better choice to pass the time?" Alfred asked, hesitating to agree, fearing that Bruce might hurt himself with some sharp tool or electrical equipment. "I can, but science is what interests me, not antiques. And I have already made up my mind. I think taking up this hobby will really do me good in taking off my mind from the accident." Bruce tried to emotionally blackmail Alfred. I see. But what about the space for the equipment? I don't think the estate is proper enough to store such equipment, nor do I think you should practice any experiment without proper guidance of an adult. Alfred decided to give one last try to reject Bruce's request. "Don't worry, Alfred. There's a huge empty cave in our backyard if you are forgetting, and as for adult supervision, I have you. You are plenty adult enough to keep an eye on me. I know you will keep me safe." Bruce tried to give Alfred the starry-eyed look to convince him to let him play scientist. He had even remembered the legendary Batcave and had decided to use it to its full potential by making it into his own unique lab. "Oh, that. I had almost forgotten about that cave." "Fine, Master Bruce. I will contact Wayne Industries and Wayne Technologies to get you some good machine parts and tools appropriate for you, as well as renovate the cave. But I am warning you now that I will be present there with you every second when you are inside the cave," Alfred said with a no-nonsense expression on his face. "Thanks. You are the best, Alfred." Bruce yelled happily as he thought about all the amazing world-ending weapons he could make with his lab and his new unique ability. "Oh, and another thing, do you think we can buy the Gotham Library?" Bruce asked innocently with a straight face. "That's interesting," Bruce thought as he completed reading the third physics book from Wayne's private collection of books in his estate. It turns out that his special ability has given him some sort of photographic memory, also known as photographic memory. It lets him not only read and understand stuff a lot faster but also lets him remember anything after just seeing it once. That was the reason he was able to read 3 complicated high-level physics books in just 1 hour. All he had to do was just take a single look at one of its pages and he remembered everything written on it. It was like he was on NZT pills from the Limitless movie. He literally felt himself becoming smarter with each page. He even felt his innate ability becoming better too. The pieces of knowledge he was getting were slowly feeding data to make his power work more efficiently. "Okay. I take my previous statement back. I don't think this is going to be as hard as I imagined it to be. In fact, I am pretty sure that at the rate I am going, I'll soon be able to build something like the super soldier serum or extremis after just a few months of absorbing knowledge from books and research papers. And with my wealth and influence on Wayne Corporation, I can literally make anything I want whenever I want," Bruce said as he smiled dreamily at the idea of making a planet-sized mecha or maybe even a time machine one day. "If I cannot be the most op Batman ever even after getting such a cheat, I should probably kill myself. Hell, I want to be the most op superhero even before canon begins. I'll make Darkseid cry tears of blood when he comes to Earth." Bruce smiled evilly as he thought if he could develop a machine that could even steal powers like Dr. Doom from Marvel was able to do from Beyonder. "Oh, I love my new life. I am gonna have so much fun with it. Ha 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 ha. Muhahah ha ha ha." Bruce laughed evilly as he soon choked on his saliva and began to cough violently while cursing his own little body of a young boy. Give some POWERSTONES gemstone to this new book to show your love and support my fellow readers, and together we will raid the author's vault for more chapters tomorrow. Beaming face with smiling eyes. Replace the A with A. Chapter 4, Books and Chilled Coffee. Forgetting is like a wound. The wound may heal, but it has already left a scar. Monkey D. Luffy, One Piece. Finally, I am done. Bruce sighed as he completed reading all the books in the Wayne library. It took him an entire week, but he had at last done it. From books on advanced physics, chemistry, and biology to philosophy, politics, economics, and business, he had read it all. So much continuous reading was almost becoming unhealthy for him since he didn't even sleep much for the last few days. But that didn't matter to him. What mattered was that he had done the impossible. He had read, or maybe, he should say, seen and remembered, every book in the huge Wayne Estate library. Of course, an average speedster or Kryptonian could do the same thing in a few minutes. But he was sure that his reading speed was much better than the other ordinary human geniuses out there on Earth. Knock knock. A sudden knock on the library door brought Bruce out of his deep thoughts. Come in, Bruce said as he closed the last book in his hand and kept it on the shelf. Do you plan to spend the rest of your life cooped up in this library, Master Bruce? I heavily recommend you stop studying so much and enjoy your life a little. You are young right now, you should enjoy the world and all it has to offer. How about I contact some of the players from Gotham Knights to play a mock baseball match with you? Alfred offered. He wanted to get Bruce out of the library and into the fresh air as soon as possible. He was really worried that Bruce was succumbing to depression or some other mental condition while always staying in the mansion. No thanks, Alfred, I am good. Anyways, what about the cave? Is it done being refurbished? Are the equipment and machines here yet? Bruce inquired as he wanted to start working on some inventions as soon as possible. It's almost finished, Master Bruce. We are paying the workers double their wages just to complete the construction by tomorrow. As for the machines, equipment, and other tools, most of them have already arrived and have been placed in the cave. Alfred said with a sigh. Good, very good. Oh, and please make sure that none of the workers hired for the job ever leak the information about the cave in our backyard. Bruce said as he stretched his body. I already made sure of that, Master Bruce. After all, it won't be good for the reputation of the Wayne family if people hear that the young master of the family is building secret science laboratories in the basement of his mansion. I even created a fake paper trail showing that the high-grade expensive machines and tools that we got were donated by the Wayne Corporation to a nonprofit science research foundation. Alfred said with a severe expression. Bruce was a little surprised at the fact that Alfred could do illegal stuff like making a fake paper trail, since he was always shown to be a really honest and honorable person and basically a good human being in the comics, movies, and even the animated series. But on second thought, this was quite reasonable, especially since Alfred was a retired soldier who had seen and experienced a lot, and also he was the chief butler of the Wayne family. He knew his way through the politics and ways of the rich, even if the Wayne family didn't employ such dirty tactics much. Thank you, Alfred. That'll be all. Bruce said, quite pleased with the butler. Also, the main reason I am here, young Master Bruce, is that the Gotham police are coming to take your statement. I had delayed them till now since you were not in a good mental condition, but they are insisting on an official statement from you today. I know that talking about the incident would be hard for you, but I too think that you should tell them whatever you can remember from that night. It might potentially help them catch your parents' murderer, the criminal. Alfred resisted mentioning the death of the Wayne couple directly in front of Bruce. Okay. I don't think I remember too much about that night, but I'll say whatever I can remember. Bruce said as he nodded at Alfred. Thank you, Master Bruce. I'll go and prepare some snacks and maybe some English tea. You do seem to have taken a liking to the tea I make for the last few days. Alfred smiled as he turned around and walked away to prepare for the guests that were coming. Now, what do I remember from the Wayne couple's death? Bruce thought to himself as he tried to remember various versions of the same event from the comics and the movie. In every mainstream version, the couple gets killed by a thief who wanted all their valuables on them. In some, it's a mistake, while in some it's a deliberate murder. There are even versions where the thief was actually hired by the Court of Owls to get rid of the Wayne couple so that they could quite easily take control of Gotham. Now, what's the name of the thief? Cold coffee or something. God damn it, why don't my photographic memory work for my memories from my previous life? Bruce clicked his tongue in annoyance. He remembered the names of almost every big hero and villain, but it was the identities of these small-time characters that he had forgotten. Maybe I should keep a journal, but again, the number of times people had stolen information and items from the Wayne Manor or Batman himself is too much for me to write a physical journal with such sensitive information and keep it in the mansion. He thought as he prepared to go to the living room, since he could already hear a car slowly approaching their mansion. Jim Gordon POV. I am telling you, Jim, I am sensing something weird with this Wayne family murder. I don't understand why the young Wayne boy couldn't give his statement earlier. It has been more than a week. I tell you, I smell something funny in this. I say we arrest the butler. In cases like these, the butler is always the murderer. Harvey gave his expert opinion as he looked at me with a facial expression like the solution to the case was obvious and I was the idiot to not see it. It's not that simple, Harvey. The butler, Alfred, has a solid alibi. I suspected him too at first, but I simply didn't find any reason for him to do it. Also, he doesn't exactly have the personality to commit such a crime. I say as I rang the bell beside the door. Whatever you say, partner, but remember, people in Gotham are never as they really appear to be. They are sick, twisted bastards who can betray you at a moment's notice. Harvey said as he adjusted his belt and cowboy hat. The door was soon opened by the butler himself, who greeted both of us politely and led us to a sofa in the living room. The young Bruce Wayne was already sitting on one of the sofas. He looked thinner than normal as his eyes had turned red due to lack of sleep and had sunken in his face. It seems the kid was really suffering from the inside due to his parents' deaths. Good morning, Detective. Bruce looked at us both in a questioning manner. I am Jim Gordon and this is my partner Harvey Bullock. I am sorry to disturb you, Bruce, but we need your cooperation to get the criminal who is responsible for your parents' deaths. I say, a little uneasy at mentioning the death of his parents in front of him. Bruce's eyes seemed to widen a little at the mention of our names. Perhaps he recognized us. Well, I can't deny that I am not famous in the department right now due to the recent battle I am waging against the cartels in Gotham. We need to ask you some stuff, kid. We know that this is a difficult time for you, but answering our questions will make our job a lot easier to arrest the one responsible for the crime, since you were the only eyewitness there. Harvey said as he picked up a cookie from the plate in front of him as he happily munched on it, uncaring that he was talking to a child who was recently orphaned. I guess he is either a natural asshole or that's what working in the Gotham Police Department for a long time does to you. Or maybe in his case, both. Sure. Ask away. I don't remember all the details from that night since everything is a mess in my memory, but I will gladly help you with whatever information I can remember. The young boy said with a downtrodden expression on his face as he didn't seem to mind Harvey. Okay then, let's begin, I said as both I and Harvey got our notepads out of our pockets to take down details and important notes about the incident. I asked him all the questions that I could think of that could give us some clues about the murderer, but most of the answers were disappointing as they didn't really provide us with a solid lead. According to Bruce, there was only one man who had tried to mug the Wayne family, but he couldn't get a good look at his face due to the darkness of the night. That one man had shot all three of Wayne's family members before he escaped. The Wayne couple of course was spot dead, but the young Wayne had survived as the bullet had barely missed his heart and had been a flesh wound. His medical records and the forensic reports confirmed his statement as well, since all three bullets were shot by the same gun. In short, we got no additional helpful details besides confirming the points we had already guessed and knew. I see. That will be all, I guess. Please get in contact with us if you remember anything more to add. I said, trying to hide the frustration in my voice at not getting a more helpful clue in catching the criminal bastard. I will definitely do so, Bruce said in a sad voice as he seemed to have guessed what I was thinking. This kid really seems to be down. Maybe I should bring my daughter the next time I visit. She is almost the same age as him and could be friends with him. She might be able to cheer him up. He looks like he really needs a friend and a playmate. Oh, and next time, you should prepare a cup of hot Joe next time. We Americans aren't really a fan of tea. We prefer either hot coffee or some chilled whisk. Harvey was again starting to be a jerk as he started his useless banter with Alfred, but I quickly stopped him with an elbow to his side. Sometimes I wonder how I even work with him. Wait, what did you just say? Bruce suddenly looked up at Harvey with wide surprised eyes. Shit, was he insulted by this? I knew bringing Harvey with me was a bad idea. I should have left him in the car. Hell, my little daughter is probably more sensible than him. Chilled whiskey? Harvey asked in doubt. Yes, but you also said a cup of Joe. Yes, I finally remember. Thank you, Mr. Harvey. You just did a huge favor to the Wayne family. The young boy said as he had a joyous expression on his face. Did the kid finally crack or something? Maybe losing his parents, being shot, and then listening to Harvey's bullshit was too much for him. Thanks. Harvey replied as he looked at me, trying to make sense of what was happening. The man who killed my parents. He had mistakenly said his name in front of me after he shot me, thinking that I was dead. He said that his name was Joe Chill. Bruce said as he looked at me directly in the eyes. Everyone in the room was quiet for a few seconds, including the butler Alfred and even Harvey. This was huge. If this was really the real name of the murderer, then we will be able to arrest him. Thank you, Bruce. This would be a huge help to our investigation. I promise you that we will definitely get the criminal and give him the punishment he deserves. This is my promise to you. I said as I shook his hand. Let's go, Harvey. It's time for us to leave. We have a criminal to catch. I said as I marched towards the door in a hurry. We will need to act soon if we want to catch him. I just hope that he hasn't left the city yet. We got in our car and drove straight to the department headquarters. We will need to keep this under wraps and not let this Joe Chill guy get a single chance to escape. Bruce Wayne POV. I wonder if I did the right thing by telling the cops about Joe. I mean, in some versions of the comics, the guy even got his redemption arc or something, which I am sure he wouldn't get this time if he gets arrested. Although, again, in some versions, he was actually evil and had even made his own criminal empire later by doing illegal stuff. Well, truthfully, I don't care. I don't either like or hate Joe Chill. I don't even know the guy. He might have killed previous Bruce's parents but not mine. I have no connection with him. Whether he lives or dies simply doesn't matter to me. And I am definitely not going to go out of my way to take revenge on that guy. I have much better and more important things to do, as well as more dangerous people to worry about. So, I am sure that the police will be much better suited to take care of him. He would get life imprisonment at the minimum due to his crimes, especially if I make sure to pull some strings through Alfred. Also, the Wayne family has some pretty good lawyers. I felt a hand on my shoulder as I saw Alfred beside me, looking somberly at the police car leaving the mansion, his eyes glistening with traces of tears. He seems to have become emotional at the recent conversation. But again, Joe Chill would probably not survive after he gets arrested, especially if the Court of Owls has a hand in the murder of the Wayne couple in this reality. They would make sure to sever all connections linking them to the case. I guess this in a way is an experiment for me to find out if the Court of Owls has anything to do with the murder of the Waynes in this reality or not, and the result of this experiment ultimately depends on if Joe Chill will remain alive or not. Power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Give them to me, my loyal readers, for the dark side beaming face with smiling eyes. Replace the A with A. Chapter 5, The First Invention. Destiny. Fate. Dreams. These unstoppable ideas are held deep in the heart of men. As long as there are people who seek freedom in this life, these things shall not vanish from the earth. Gold D. Roger, One Piece. I am not sure that can be said to be safe, Master Bruce. I think we should discuss further your experiments and take some expert opinions to see if they are safe or not before you continue. Alfred said worriedly as he looked at Bruce carefully picking up a hot smoking metal with a pair of tongs. Don't worry, Alfred, it's completely safe. There is absolutely nothing that can go wrong here. Bruce smiled as he put down the metal carefully, but as soon as he touched the metal piece with the machine he was assembling, thin lines of electricity suddenly exploded from in front of him. Well, nothing besides that. He corrected himself. Bruce was currently making a mini arc reactor similar to the one from MCU. He wanted to build a battle suit too, but sadly he barely had the materials and tools necessary to make the arc reactor. He was extremely lucky that Alfred didn't know how dangerous palladium really was, or that Wayne Industries for some reason didn't say no to sending palladium to his house without a permit or conducting any further inquiries on why he even needed the radioactive material. He wanted to make the arc reactor with the potassium element that the Starks invented, but his intuitive intellect told him that trying to make that metal right now with his limited tools and resources was more than just a simple challenge. In fact, at first, he doubted if he would even have been able to make a simple machine because although he possessed the knowledge, he didn't have the slightest skill in making stuff. But fortunately for him, his ability took care of that for him. Within just a few minutes of tinkering, he had innately understood almost all necessary physical skills to make complex inventions like carpentry, metallurgy, and every other talent that required years of practice and concentration. It was like he was a natural-born talent in the Department of Scientific Research. Eureka! Bruce exclaimed happily as he finished attaching the mini arc reactor to his first true masterpiece, his new Swiss Army knife. And may I ask what you might have made here, young master? Because it definitely doesn't look like a Swiss Army knife, as you told me before. It looks much more complex and also bigger. Alfred said as he looked at the strange device in Bruce's hands. Oh, but it is a Swiss Army knife, Alfred, just millions of times more advanced. I call it the proto-tool. Although I might call it the bat tool as well. Bruce muttered the last part to himself, wondering if he should continue with the bat theme like the original Bruce Wayne would have. Bruce's new proto-tool was actually the combination of the proto-tool of the plumbers from the Ben 10 verse and the multi-tool from Star Wars. He made the mini arc reactor as the power source of this new tool of his. Although not nanotech, Bruce's new proto-tool was the apex of multipurpose microfolding technology. This little multipurpose machine of his had almost every tool he might need in the next couple of years for his other inventions or any other needs he might have, including self-defense. It was equipped with an energy vibroblade, a hydro spanner, a mini energy blaster, a custom bow or crossbow firing energy arrows, an energy sword, spear, staff, a grappler, energy shackle, flashlight, taser, laser, a sight, scope, an energy shield, a vacuum cleaner, and even an extremely high-grade analyzing tool. The best thing was that Bruce could program more modes and tools into it later. Also, the tool would only work for him and the people whose DNA and fingerprints he would upload into it, making it useless for any thieves to try stealing it. The tool was a bit of an overkill, but Bruce was proud of it. He had wanted to make it smaller like the sonic screwdriver from Doctor Who, but sadly he didn't have access to the resources for that yet. So, he had settled for a multipurpose proto-tool, aka, bat tool instead. After that, Bruce spent the rest of his morning testing out the bat tool he had made for the entirety of his last week. He was extremely happy with it. He knew that with this tool alone, he could easily become a street-level superhero if he so wished. Boom! As Bruce shot the head of another mannequin with the blaster mode, Alfred looked at Bruce with helpless eyes as he said, "This is proving to be more and more dangerous, Master Bruce. Can't you make something simple like a potato clock or maybe a walking robot? I heard many people are doing that nowadays." You know what, Alfred? You are right. I should make something like that next. An AI will be useful for assistance in my future endeavors," Bruce said as he began to think about what type of AI he should make. Hearing this, Alfred began to feel like his job was in danger for some reason. "Anyways, Master Bruce, when would you like to start school again? I think being near more kids your age should be good for you. Also, you can even show off your science knowledge as well as your archery and shooting talents there too," Alfred said as Bruce released an energy arrow from the bat tool's bow mode. "You are joking, right, Alfred? Come on, I just made a tool that even most of the brilliant minds on the planet would not be able to reverse engineer, and you want me to go to school? I am pretty sure that I know more than most of the teachers in any school." Bruce smirked. "I know, but that doesn't mean you are above going to school. There are a lot of other things people go to school for besides knowledge, some of them being friends and happy memories." Alfred calmly spoke. "Well, I need neither. I am perfectly happy staying here in the manor without friends, just inventing stuff." Bruce tried to argue. "That is not up for discussion, Master Bruce. You will resume school if you want to continue spending time here in the cave and do your science stuff," Alfred strictly said. "Gosh, fine," Bruce grumbled as he finally agreed with Alfred. He knew that Alfred was doing all this to actually benefit Bruce in the long run by trying to give him a happy childhood, but the truth was that he didn't need one. What he needed was more knowledge, skills, and other useful tools and weapons he could use to survive later down the line. "Good. I'll inform the school board that you will be starting school again next month. Also, the Gotham Library finally accepted your generous donation and decided to give the Wayne family exclusive reading rights to all books in the library. So you can go there anytime to read any book you want from now on," Alfred said as he smiled at Bruce. "Then, let's go there tomorrow. I would need some advanced programming and computer science books if I want to know the basics of programming before I start making my own AI," Bruce said as he continued testing the different modes on his bat tool. "Got it, young master. Now, can you please put down that huge glowing sword? I feel like I am going to have a heart attack every time you wield that thing," Alfred said as he felt a headache coming. "Encourage me to write bigger chapters more frequently by giving me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Replace the A with A. Chapter 6, I hate yelling. Simplicity is the easiest path to true beauty. Saishuhanda, Barakaman. Why did we have to go all the way to the library? Couldn't the library just deliver the books that I want to the estate? Also, why can't we just buy the entire library and shift all the books that I want directly to our home?" Bruce nagged like a spoiled child as he looked at the shabby city outside through the car window while he and Alfred were returning from the library to the Wayne Manor. He didn't like going out of the comfort of his home into this cursed city every day, just to read some books. "Well, master, I asked the same question, but apparently you cannot be the owner of a city government-owned library. You can donate to it and thus experience some extra benefits but not buy it entirely. So I donated a generous amount to the library according to your wishes and got you the right to read any book you want in there, even the restricted ones. But the condition is that in case of such rare or restricted books, you will have to read them in the library and won't be able to take them out of the library premises," Alfred patiently explained to Bruce. I don't like it, but I guess you can't have everything you want in life," Bruce grumbled while thinking, "at least not so soon after my recent transmigration. By the way, any news about my parents' murderer from Detective Gordon after our last conversation?" Bruce crassly asked. "Unfortunately, no, young master. But I do assure you that the culprit will get caught one way or the other. And when he does, I will make sure that he gets his due. He will never be able to see the outside world ever again," Alfred said with a distinct coldness in his normally caring voice. "I hope so, I really do hope so." Bruce trailed off as he again shifted his attention outside. Quite surprisingly, they were passing by the same alley where his parents got killed that day. Bruce could feel it in his heart and bones, a chilling sensation of trauma and a lingering feeling of heartbreaking sadness. They were the suppressed emotions that the previous Bruce had left for him even after his death. "Wait, what is happening there?" Bruce suddenly spoke out as he noticed a group of people looking like thugs cornering a small poor-looking child. "Alfred, we should help the child. I think he is in trouble." "Master Bruce, it's not safe for you. I am sure that someone else will definitely help the child, someone besides us." Alfred didn't want to stop the car and get involved in situations like these. He didn't want to do anything that could potentially endanger Bruce. "Look, Alfred, I know where you are coming from. I probably would have agreed with you normally, but that's a child who needs our help in the same alley where my parents were killed and I was shot while nobody came to help us despite our desperate yells and screams. Do you want the same thing to happen in the same place to another child? Bruce pleaded as he looked and reasoned with Alfred. He normally really wouldn't have bothered with stuff like these, but even a selfish person like him couldn't just ignore a little child being harmed in front of his eyes. This was one of the few rare cases where he genuinely wanted to help someone without expecting anything in return. Besides, he had no danger from ordinary thugs like these, not with his bat tool still with him. Fine. Stop the car here, Jimmy. And also, Master Bruce, please don't get out of the car, no matter what happens. Alfred said as he opened the car door and got out of the car. Hello there, gentlemen. May I ask what is happening here? Alfred asked in a polite tone to the 5 people cornering the little child dressed in worn-down clothes which looked like they had been patched and melded multiple times. Bruce was watching and hearing this from the window of the car parked a little away from the alley. Normally he wouldn't be able to hear sounds that far away, but he had a sound amplifier and a digital zoom-in binocular in his new bat tool which made observing them and hearing their voices excessively easy. Image. None of your business, Brit. Now why don't you do us a favor and get the hell out of here? A nameless thug yelled in anger. I am afraid I can't do that, not while the child is still here. You see, my master is suffering from the trauma of a recent incident and he doesn't want to see someone suffering from the same fate he has suffered from. So I have to politely request you to leave that child alone and walk away for both of our sakes. The look in Alfred's eyes hardened as he discharged a thinly veiled threat toward the punks. No can do English, boy. This little street runt stole money from us and we want it back. A well-mannered dude like you have no business in protecting a thief like this, do you? Now bugger off before you get some holes in that well-groomed suit of yours. A different thug spoke up this time. The child didn't say anything to oppose the thug's claim, indicating that the thug's words were probably true. Really? Cursing me on my suit and place of origin. So original. Now, I guess since you guys don't understand words of peace, I'll have to use something a little more violent on you. Alfred didn't back down as he inserted his right hand into his coat. Wait. How much did the child steal from you? A voice suddenly came from Alfred's back which startled him and he quickly got his hand out of his coat. Young master, what are you doing here? Alfred spoke out, frustrated that Bruce had come here despite his initial warning to him. Now, who are you, little rat? This doesn't concern you. The first thug spoke out again as he looked Bruce up and down. Maybe, but your money does concern you, right? How much money did he steal from you? I'll give you your money back and all you have to do is just take it and leave the child alone. How about that? Bruce said as he looked at the thug who seemed like their leader, completely ignoring Alfred's frustration. He was mainly here to stop Alfred from doing something stupid. He already knew that Alfred had begun to carry a gun after the incident that night. But he didn't want him to carelessly use that gun on someone. Many enemies of the Wayne family were already looking for reasons to strip away Alfred's position as Bruce's legal guardian somehow. Bruce didn't want to give them a way to do exactly that. Sure. All I care about is that we get our fairly hard-earned money, no matter who gives it back to us. That little shit stole $1,000 from us. Give it back and we will quietly walk away. He said as he showed a disgusting smile. He is lying. There was barely $100 in his wallet. Suddenly the child spoke out in what seemed like a high-pitched and scared voice. Did somebody ask you, you disgusting little maggot? Another thug yelled in rage as he looked at the child threateningly. Fine. Alfred, give him $1,000. Bruce said in a passive voice as he maintained eye contact with the leader. Alfred didn't argue with Bruce. He was glad that this matter could be over with just a measly expense of $1,000. He quickly got out his wallet and took out $1,000 from it and handed the fresh bills over to one of the thugs. You got your money. Now, leave. Bruce said without changing his serious tone, which sounded a little funny since it was coming from a 9-year-old child. Yeah, but what about the charges for our psychological damage and loss of working time? I think we can agree on another $2,000 to settle that. Of course, you can always choose not to pay, in which case we will kindly ask our little street rat here for it. The thug leader tried to take advantage of them. Psychological damages. You were traumatized by a little child stealing from you. And lots of time. I am sure that most of you guys do nothing but harass people all day. Alfred shouted in annoyance at their blatant try to rip them off their money. He was not angry about having to pay money. He was angry that those people were trying to take advantage of him and his young master. The leader seemed ticked off at Alfred's outburst and angrily said, "We work for the Falcone crime family. Our time is more important than our lives. Now unless you want to be squashed like little cockroaches under our boot, then either pay or..." Pew 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 pew. I hate con men and people who yell for no reason, Bruce said as he shifted his bat tool from his gun mode back to its torch mode and kept it in his belt buckle looking like a glorified child security guard. Image. Did you just kill those people, young master? Alfred asked, not believing his eyes, his brain working at full speed in finding ways to protect Bruce from the ensuing legal repercussions. Do you think I am crazy or something? Of course, I didn't kill them. I shot low-voltage electromagnetic shots. They were like tasers and were only strong enough to knock them out for a few hours. Bruce snorted, not telling Alfred that they may or may not suffer from a decreased IQ since Bruce set the voltage at a much higher level than needed to knock out an average human. Okay, but please don't do that next time something like this happens. And also next time, stay in the car. Alfred said as he frowned at Bruce. Hee, I can't promise anything. Bruce jokingly said as he focused his attention on the child. This was the first time he was looking closely at him now. He could not see his face before as the child had a hood on and the alley was quite dark even in daylight. Are you alright, kid? Are you injured? Do you need help of any kind? Bruce said as he went close to the kid sitting on the ground and noticed a scratch on his leg. And no, I am alright. It's just a small scratch. The kid nervously said as he opened his hood to show his face. The face was really beautiful in a girlish way with a strange aura of uniqueness and mystery to it. That face looks like that of a girl's. And that voice also seems. Wait, is she a girl? Bruce thought to himself. Are you a girl? Bruce asked as he raised one of his brows curiously. Yeah, wasn't that really apparent? The young girl said as she looked at Bruce in confusion. Not really, you looked like a boy with that hood on. Anyways, I am Wayne, Bruce Wayne. What's your name? Bruce asked as he gave his hand to the girl to raise her. The girl saw Bruce's hand and took it, using it to get up after slightly hesitating for a second. I am Selena Kyle. A/N, I didn't plan to release a chapter today since I wanted to take Saturdays as holidays, but still, here you go. It's a bonus chapter. It's a bonus, so give me power stones, gemstone. For the dark side. Replace the A with A. Chapter 7, Pinky Promises. Knowing what it feels to be in pain is exactly why we try to be kind to others. Jiraiya, Naruto. I am Selena Kyle. The girl introduced herself. Bruce couldn't believe that the defenseless little weak and malnourished-looking girl in front of him was Selena Kyle, the future Catwoman of DC. She was not only a master thief and an important character but also the person who would one day be able to steal Batman's or Bruce Wayne's heart. Is this the universe's way of telling me that I might finally be able to lose my virginity in this life? Bruce thought as he looked at Selena with surprised eyes, but at the very next moment admonished himself for even thinking lewd stuff about a little girl. Hello, Selena. Nice to meet you. Bruce replied with a smile. He didn't want to come off as rude to an important character like her. Growl. A deep voice suddenly came from Selena's stomach, startling both Alfred and Bruce. You are mighty hungry, aren't you, young lady? Maybe we can treat you to a meal or something. Alfred asked as he looked at Bruce through the corner of his eyes to make sure that his young master didn't have a problem against the idea. But none of the food places allow me in after seeing my clothes. Some even tried to send me back to the Orpha. Selena tried to complain but then suddenly became quiet as she remembered that she shouldn't reveal to them how she had run away from her orphanage. You ran away from your orphanage, didn't you? Bruce gave a small laugh as he looked at Selena, who first had a surprised and then a downcast expression on her face, thinking that they would either call the cops on her or just force her to return there. She had escaped from that hellhole with a lot of difficulty and she didn't want to go back there. She was almost on the verge of tears. You know what, Alfred, I think we had some delicious steak and a bowl of ice cream at home, didn't we? It was going to waste anyway, so how about inviting this girl to come and help us finish it up? Bruce asked, looking at Alfred. The old butler knew what Bruce was trying to do. He himself was empathetic with this girl, so he gave a knowing smile and replied, yes indeed we do. I agree with you, young master. We do need some help. So how about it, little girl, wanna come help us out in finishing the food? Really? Why, you won't send me back or take me away to a bad place, right? Selena asked, already half sold on the idea of accompanying the duo back to their house to eat some tasty food. We won't. Promise. Bruce said as he used his little finger to grab hold of Selena's pinky finger in a childish show of promise. Then fine, I guess I can accompany you this time. Selena agreed, making it seem like she wasn't that eager to go and eat at his home. Bruce and Alfred then directed Selena to their car, which was still parked at the same location, and told the driver Jimmy to go back straight to the manor. Bruce and Selena didn't say anything the entire journey. Alfred had tried to crack open some really bad dad jokes to lighten the awkward atmosphere, but sensing an absence of interest in conversation from both the children, he just sighed and became quiet. Is this really your home or do you share it with other people? Selena finally opened her mouth once they entered the gates of the manor. Well, it's my family home. And currently, I am the only resident if you don't count Alfred and the other couple of dozen maids and security officials living here. I am an orphan after all. Bruce said with an impassive face. After the incident with his family, Alfred, who had been spooked, had contacted some of the best security agencies in the world and hired an entire team of professional security officials to ensure Bruce's safety. He had even begun to carry a gun on himself as well, even though he had once sworn to never again use a gun after he had retired from the army. I see. You are quite lucky to have a big home like this, Selena said as she excitedly looked around the big mansion while entering through the door. Yes, I really am quite lucky. Bruce didn't deny it. He knew that as a human being both he and the original Bruce was quite lucky to have billions in the bank to fall back on even after becoming an orphan. Although the previous Bruce of this universe probably ran out of his luck as he got shot and died in that alley. Someone should never depend on pure luck in life. Plans, preparations, and skill are way better. He thought, vowing to never just go with the flow and instead control his own life and destiny with his plans and ability. You should wash your face and hands first before eating, young miss. The washroom is that way, Alfred said, his voice carrying a gentle yet strict undertone, leaving no arguments to be made. You too, young master. Both Bruce and Selena couldn't help but nod their heads and go to the washroom to clean themselves one by one. This was new for Selena. At the orphanage, nobody cared if you had washed your hands or not. Hell, they didn't even care if you had eaten or not, much less maintain your cleanliness and good habits. Once both of them were done, Alfred presented an assortment of hot food on the table in front of them. There were slices of bread, vegetables, soup, bacon, a big steak, and even a shake. The dessert will be for after you finish your food, Alfred said, taking his position to stand near the table and wait patiently for them to finish their meal. Selena didn't wait anymore. The moment she had seen the wide assortment of food, she started salivating like a hungry cat seeing a fish. She didn't even care for any manners as she just ate as fast as she could with her hands, like she was afraid that all of it would suddenly vanish soon. Both Bruce and Alfred just smiled upon seeing this. None of them said anything to her about table manners and just watched her eat. She is almost like a speedster, Bruce thought as he slowly ate his own food with a fork. After both of them finished eating, the duo just sat on the sofa in front of the massive antique fireplace with a bowl of ice cream in each of their hands. Alfred wasn't there as he was allowing them to talk alone and for Bruce to potentially make a new friend. I wish the orphanage food was as nice as this. This was the nicest meal I have ever eaten in my life, Selena said as she licked her spoon with her little tongue. Bruce, who was watching this, cursed himself for ever seeing those damned lowly videos in his previous life. They had truly corrupted him, and now, even though he was a grown teenager in a young boy's body, he was still finding Selena strangely cute and extremely beautiful. All because of that cursed Boku no Pico, he thought, and pushed the entire blame to that abomination he had once mistakenly watched during his adolescence. I am glad to hear it. I aim to please, Bruce said, trying to distract his focus from Selena. I know that you two will probably shift me back to the orphanage tomorrow. But still, thank you for today. I am glad that I was able to eat such tasty food and able to make a friend, Selena said as she stared down at her ice cream like she was gonna miss it the most. Bruce couldn't reply anything to that. It was true, even though he did help her today, he couldn't do it every day. She was an orphan who didn't belong here. Being a poor orphan suffering was her plot. Her harsh life was the thing that would one day shape who she was gonna be. To become the Catwoman, she needed to be an orphan, she needed to be poor and suffer. Bruce couldn't change her fate, that would change his own plot as well, and it could potentially change everything. And Bruce was just a regular guy now. He couldn't help her even if he wanted to, could he? Could he? TCHH. Such a weakling. I guess I still suffer from the cowardly herd mentality of my last life, don't I? The same mentality that got me killed by a goddamn DC fanatic. Ha ha ha, I am forgetting that I am no longer that weakling anymore. No, I am Bruce Wayne, I am goddamn Bruce Wayne, for God's sake. I can do anything I want. And I know what I exactly want, right now. Screw the consequences. Bruce had an entire inner monologue within just a fraction of a second. Hey, Selena. Do you like it here? Bruce asked, looking at the girl in her eyes to show his seriousness. Yeah. Of course, I do. Selena nodded like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Then tell me honestly. If I gave you a choice to remain here with me in his home as my friend if you never have to go back to your orphanage again, will you accept it? Bruce said with determination flashing in his eyes. Are you pulling my tail? Selena said as she looked at Bruce, annoyed that he was joking with her. No, and I think the correct expression is pulling my leg, not tail. Bruce smiled and corrected her. Whatever, I like tail more. But I guess it would not be so bad with living in a home. How worse can it be from the orphanage? Although sweeping the floors would be a little harder due to the much larger size of the building. Selina said as she looked at the floor, trying to judge how much effort it would take for her to clean it. You don't have to clean the floor, silly. The maids will do it. But you have to study and stuff. Bruce said as he looked at her, amused at her answer. Only that. I mean, it's equally as daunting a task, but I think I can manage that. Selina said as she nodded her head like she had given it some deep thought. Fine then, we have a deal. You will be my friend from now on and I'll share my home with you. But you will have to study too. Bruce said as he thrust his hand forward for a handshake. Okay, I agree. Selina gave a big smile as she shook his hand. By the way, that reminds me, I think you should have this back, Selina said as she took the bat tool out of her baggy worn-out clothes and gave it back to Bruce. I stole it back in the car earlier from you because it looked like it was really useful and expensive. But don't worry, I won't steal from you ever again. I promise. She did a pinky swear, trying to imitate what he had done before in that alley. Bruce was gobsmacked at how much of a good thief she already was at this age. She was almost a natural cat burglar because he didn't even realize that he was missing his most prized creation up until now. Not that she or anybody else would be able to use it with the heavy security protocols inside, including a DNA scanning-based security measure as well as its state-of-the-art anti-hacking protocols and an auto-lock feature which locks the tool in its torch mode every 24 hours until provided with a password. Although, he did wonder how she even got caught back there and why she tried to steal from a guy instead of a regular rich asshole. Thank you for giving it back, I guess. But the next time you want or need something, just ask. I'll bring it for you. Bruce didn't ask her about what happened in the alley. He believed that she would gradually reveal her story to him in time. However, he couldn't help but pinch her cheek at the cute expression she was making. Also, we need to buy some good clothes for you. But, because you did this, I'll have to give you a goofy nickname as punishment now. So from now on, I'll call you Kitty. He smiled at the very much super original nickname he had thought of. That's not fair. I of course am a cat, not a mere little kitty. Selina huffed in annoyance as she looked at Bruce's teasing face. But she had a small smile on her lips. In her own secret thoughts, she quite liked her new nickname, just like she quite liked this new house and its food, and most of all, she very much liked this strange boy in front of her who was the same age as her. I think I'll like my new home very much. She thought to herself, happy at the sudden turn of her fate. It's the start of a new week, ladies and gentlemen. I expect to see lots of power stones, gemstone to get lots of encouragement. Hit me with all you got, beaming face with smiling eyes. Replace the with a. Chapter 8, Sleeping Together with No Lewd Thoughts. Do exactly as you like. That is the true meaning of pleasure. Pleasure leads to joy and joy leads to happiness. Gilgamesh, Fate Zero. Convincing Alfred of adopting Selina wasn't as hard a task as Bruce imagined it to be. All he had to do was just make him believe that Selina wasn't really a thief and was just trying to steal before to get some food since she was hungry, which was more or less true except for the fact that Selina seemed to have some kind of special grudge with the Falcone family for some reason, as Bruce understood from their conversation on why she was trying to steal from a gang instead of an ordinary rich person. Alfred of course had his doubts about the entire thing and at one point even thought that Selina could even be a spy or a ploy from one of their enemies. The men had grown really paranoid after the murder of the Wayne couple. But after a few minutes of heartfelt requests from a cute starry-eyed Bruce and slight emotional blackmail about him being all alone and having no friends after his parents' death, the butler melted like pure butter. He ultimately gave in and promised Bruce to take care of Selina's situation first thing in the morning and adopt her officially and legally to make sure that she could remain here freely in the mansion. This freed Bruce of all worries since he trusted Alfred. He knew that his trusty butler would always fulfill his promises and do anything to make sure that Selina gets adopted into his family, even if it means bending the laws with their wealth and influence. His universe's Alfred was cool that way. Maybe it was because of Bruce almost dying in this world after being shot in that alley that Alfred became this paranoid and loose with his morals when it came to Bruce, but whatever it was, he was glad for it. As Bruce was lying on his bed in a carefree manner that night, pleased with himself for having manipulated Alfred and successfully getting what he wanted, a sudden sound of small footsteps got him out of his reverie as he looked at the closed door of his room. "Who's there?" Bruce said, taking the bat tool on his nightstand into his hands, ready to shoot down anything that moves. It's me, Selina." A small mosquito-like voice came out from outside the door. "Kitty. What are you doing here at this time of the night?" Bruce asked, still not moving due to being suspicious of the voice. He had seen far too many horror and thriller movies to just believe any voice he hears during the night and open his door. "I have never slept alone at night. I always used to sleep with the other girls back at the orphanage, so I was a little troubled. Yeah, I was troubled and couldn't fall asleep, so I thought that I could come here," Selina said from behind the door. Bruce almost laughed aloud at her words, mainly because of how she was trying so hard not to admit that she was just afraid to sleep alone. "Fine. I guess you can come in." Bruce said as he opened the door for Selina but still held onto his bat tool, just in case. Coming in, Selina quietly moved to the big comfortable bed and laid down on it like it was her private bed. "Hey, that's my bed," Bruce complained, annoyed at Selina for not even taking his permission before laying down on his bed. "Huh? But you let me enter yourself. I thought you knew that I wanted to sleep with you," Selina said, not at all realizing the potential double meaning hiding behind her childish words. But Bruce also ignored them right now and just looked at her with an annoyed expression. "What? You can sleep too? You can take that side while I can sleep on this side. I promise I don't scratch or anything, although there was that one time when a bully tried to cut my hair when I was asleep," Selina innocently said as she began to remember the details of the event when she had almost scratched the eyes off a boy. "Sigh, okay, I guess you can sleep on my bed for today, but that's only for today. I am a man who likes his privacy, so you should sleep on your own bed from tomorrow," Bruce said as he looked at Selina seriously. Yeah, sure," Selina said, carelessly dismissing his words as she pulled on his blankie to make some space for herself in it. "By the way, how did you know the way to my room? I don't think I told you that, right?" Bruce asked as he kept the bat tool on his nightstand close to him and pulled on his blanket as well, making sure that he had some left for himself. "Well, Alfred had told me where his room was before he went to sleep. So, when I couldn't sleep, I first went to Alfred's room. He told me that I should instead sleep with you if I am having nightmares and showed me where your room was. So I came straight here," Selina said as she covered half her face with his blanket and stared at him like a small adorable cat. Bruce was feeling a lot of emotions at the same time right now. He not only felt annoyed at not being the first choice of Selina to come to when she was afraid, but also happy that at least his butler was a good wingman and sent Selina to him, although it might be due to Alfred not having the slightest idea of his master being a low-key pervert with a head filled with the lewdest thoughts of the 21st century. "I see," Bruce answered as he quietly closed his eyes after switching off the bed lamp. "Bruce? You awake?" Selina asked after some time of only silence permeating the darkness of the room. "Yeah. Do you ever miss them, your parents I mean?" she asked out of nowhere. "A little, I guess," Bruce said, although he was talking about his real parents, not the Wayne couple. "Do you ever wish that you could meet again, like even if one of them didn't want to meet you?" she continued with a voice that sounded like it was carrying a lot of hidden emotion in it. "It doesn't matter what I want or wish, kitty. Reality is always disappointing. Nothing ever goes as planned in this accursed world. The longer you live, the more you realize that the only things that truly exist in this reality are merely pain. But, we have to make our path in that reality with our own efforts, create our own protecting bubble with happiness even in the harshness of it. That is what life is about. Enjoying the little things." Bruce combined a couple of quotes to not only encourage her but also to remind himself why he was trying so hard in this new life. I see. That's deep, you know. Maybe you can be a good politician, Tiger. I heard that they can also give good speeches in public. She smiled as she tried to imagine Kid Bruce with a hat giving a speech about reality in front of the entire city while she was stealing everyone's wallets. "Thanks, but Tiger?" Bruce asked as he ignored the quip and raised one of his brows in curiosity at the nickname even though Selina herself couldn't see due to the darkness inside the room. "Well, you call me Kitty, so I thought I should give you a nickname too. You seem like a good leader and you were bold and courageous as you stood against even those thugs in that alley. Also, you are so cute in a different way than normal and a big softy on the inside, thus the name Tiger," Selina explained. Wow, that explanation was deeper than my advice. Bruce laughed at her as he could almost imagine her pouting in the dark at his response. "Whatever," Selina grumbled. "Now, go to sleep little kitty or this tiger might try its luck on hunting you," Bruce teased. "Best of luck with that. Catching a kitty is really hard, even for a tiger. By the way, thanks Bruce, for everything," Selina said as she slightly touched Bruce's back with her finger to show her appreciation before quickly retracting back her hand. Bruce didn't say anything. He didn't need to. He knew that he had done something good today. He had not only rescued an orphan, hopefully earning him some much-needed good karma for all the psychos he was gonna kill later in his life, but also he had secured an adorable little kitty for himself, a kitty that hopefully would one day turn into his own sultry cat. At least he was secretly hoping for that to happen. The silence continued in the darkness of the room as both of them slowly fell asleep with each having their thoughts swirling in their minds. Of course, Bruce had another problem the next morning when he found out that Selina had hugged him sometime in her sleep and had placed her hand somewhere really close to a place where kids like her shouldn't be allowed to place her hand at this age. Bruce was narrowly able to save his own life and freedom from the interdimensional FBI that morning only due to him being 8 years old, the same age as her, making him unworthy to truly get morning wood. Bruce survived that day, but he had no idea that it was only the first day and that sleepover was only the first of many with countless more to come. Of course, Alfred didn't know about all this since he as a dutiful butler and a guardian just wanted to give his young master a friend and a playmate. So, after waking up, the first thing he did was call up a trusted law firm associated with the Wayne family and had them prepare a meeting with Selena's orphanage. He was not only going to adopt Selena as his daughter according to his master's wishes but also make sure that there was no corruption in this orphanage of hers. Because the one crime even he couldn't ignore in Gotham was child abuse and trafficking. And he was gonna make sure that his future daughter and friend of the heir of the Wayne family was in no way linked to a heinous crime like that. Even his young master had permitted him to use any means possible to adopt Selena and make sure that the orphanage's kids are not being abused in any way, so he was gonna do exactly that even if it meant taking control of every orphanage in Gotham. Yes, the Waynes had enough money to do that without even making a single dent in its deep, deep coffers. I think the future of the Wayne family is in very capable hands, Master Wayne. I hope that both you and Lady Martha can rest assured knowing that the Wayne family would never decline under a young master. I'll make sure of that. Nothing would happen to him as long as I am alive, I promise. Alfred said as he placed a bouquet in front of the Wayne family mausoleum where the two Wayne parents were buried. Power stones, gemstone, 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 guys, that's my fuel and addiction. Give more of them and get better and longer chapters. I have 12 chapters in advance there at the moment. Replace the A with A. Chapter 9, Wayne murder case, the arrest. People's lives don't end when they die, it ends when they lose faith. Itachi Uchiha, Naruto. God, I never thought that writing programs would be this taxing. I think this is my 10,000th line of code this week. Bruce complained to no one as he continued to type away with his tired and swollen fingers. He yawned due to the lack of sleep for the last few nights, a result of Selena making him into her personal hug teddy every night for some reason, not that he was complaining about it. Anyways, to construct a new AI for him, he not only had to write code for the primary matrix of the AI but also write different separate additional programs to make sure that the current programming languages and tech of this time would be able to handle and support his code for the required AI. He didn't want to spend a month writing codes for an AI, only for it to crash later because some programming language simply wasn't capable enough to process his complex code. But at least I don't have to make blueprints for this. That's a plus. Bruce's smugly thought. His biggest headache wasn't writing code or gaining knowledge or even using his gift to understand how stuff works. No, his fear was making blueprints. That was the one thing that he hated in this life due to the fact of how time-consuming it truly was. He remembered that he had to spend an entire day making blueprints when he was first trying to make his bat tool. To most scientists or engineers, that would be considered an extremely small time to devote to making a blueprint of such a complex tech, but to him, it was an eternity since he had come up with the idea and understood the entire process of how the bat tool was gonna work within just 1 hour but took a day for drawing up its blueprint. Even following the blueprint and actually constructing the bat tool was a much more enjoyable process where he at least wasn't bored out of his mind. And done. That marks the end of all the additional programs required to run the primary code. Now I just have to write the main code for the AI and start the training process. It would be a little more difficult and time-consuming for the AI to grow and mature due to the absence of enough simulation and training data since this was still the 90s and the internet still hadn't developed to that extent yet, but the AI would succeed nonetheless with it becoming smarter and smarter with the steady development of technology and spread of internet since that was the primary place where all advanced AI collect data from to learn. Bruce was at first thinking about making an assistant-type AI like Jarvis, but he already had Alfred. So instead, he decided to go for something more complex. He would never in his full sanity ever try to make a militaristic AI like Skynet, but he could make a supportive analytical one like Cortana, one which could update and evolve its responsibilities with time while strictly sticking to its core programming and commands of being loyal to him and always obeying him. Yes. Soon I'll develop my own AI and then the entire internet will be my playground. Unlimited nudes forever, ha ha ha, mwahahaha ha 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 ha. You are laughing like one of those crazy scientists on TV, you know. Selena said from behind him while chewing on a piece of gum. Da FCK. Bruce almost had a heart attack as he was surprised by Selena's sudden voice interrupting him. Selena could be really sneaky when she wanted to be. She was the literal living incarnation of what a talented female cat burglar should be like in a fictional universe filled with absurdly skilled and powerful people. Oh sorry, did I surprise you? Selena said with an extremely smug smile that said, got you again. Kitty, you took over my bed, I didn't say anything. You made me your hug buddy every night, I didn't say anything, in fact, he even enjoyed it somewhat. But this cave is my personal man cave and you don't come into a man cave without permission. That's the one thing you never do. And also, how did you even find it? I was sure that I hid all its entrances on the estate ground very well. Bruce said with an annoyed expression. Oh, it was quite easy. I just followed my gut. I even was waiting for the past 10 minutes to see if you noticed me. I was even thinking of not surprising you this time and just announcing my presence, but when I saw you do what I can say was the most epic crazy scientist laugh I have ever heard, I could no longer control myself, I had to do that. Selena justified herself. You waited for 10 minutes just to do that. Wow, that's some level of dedication. Bruce could not help but grow amazed. Yeah, I also liked watching you work all focused and determined. Anyways, I was here because Alfred was calling you. He seemed to be really serious and worried, so I think you should go and see what it's about. Let's go then. I don't think we should keep a worried Alfred waiting. Bruce said with a smile as he shut down all the screens in front of him and turned off the cave's main power supply, an additional arc reactor that he had made last time when he was working on his bat tool. As both of them reached the living room of the manor, they saw Alfred talking with someone on the telephone. Seeing the two of them, Alfred quickly bade goodbye to the person on the other side and put down the receiver. Young master, I have very good news and a little bad news for you, Alfred said as he seriously looked at Bruce standing with a confused face. I am listening, Bruce replied. I just talked to Detective Jim Gordon from GCPD, the same guy who took your statement last week. He and his partner seem to have caught the guy who murdered your par, whose name you remembered, Joe Chill. But since you couldn't provide a physical description of the guy in your statement, they do not have conclusive evidence to detain him for long. So they would have to let the guy go, unless you can go to the station and successfully identify the person yourself. Alfred said, a little angry at himself for even suggesting Bruce go through that all again, to stand in front of the same guy who had killed his parents. To say Bruce was worried about this was an understatement. He didn't know who had murdered the original Bruce's parents in this universe. When he told the name Joe Chill to Jim, it was purely based on a guess from what he knew from the comics about the death of the Wayne couple. It was very much possible that in this reality, the guy didn't even have anything to do with his parents' murder, in which case he would be wrongfully accusing an innocent man as a vile murderer. God, why did I even say that at that time? I really should have thought this through. Bruce said. He had said it in front of everyone to seem like the original Bruce Wayne genuinely suffering from amnesia. He had used that name as a bone, throwing it to the dogs so that they don't follow him. It was all only a way for him to make his story sound more genuine so that nobody would doubt him or question him about the incident too much. Now even if he stood solid in his previous statement of remembering that name, he wouldn't be able to identify the person since he had never seen him. Even if he was the murderer of the original Wayne family, he would still not be able to recognize him since he didn't inherit the previous Bruce Wayne's full memories. Also, there was always a chance of the person coming back to finish the job and tie loose ends if he were the murderer and if Bruce failed to identify him. As Bruce was thinking about all this, he found a small hand slowly sliding in between his hands, trying to comfort him and remind him of her encouraging presence. Looking at both the empathetic eyes of Selina and Alfred looking at him, practically telling him to do whatever he wanted and that they would always support him no matter which option he chose, he ultimately made his choice. Call Detective Gordon, Alfred. Tell him Bruce Wayne is coming to the station. If that person did kill my parents, I would make sure that he gets his due. That's the least I can do for the Wayne family. I at least owe them that. Bruce said as he clutched the bat tool on his belt buckle, determined to just wing it and worry about complex stuff later when they pop up. He didn't care if he was changing the plot or breaking the character. He had sworn to himself that he was gonna write his own story, and that was exactly what he was gonna do. He was gonna write his own fate, even if he had to shoot an endless and steal his book for it. Want longer chapters? Encourage me with your POWAHSTONES gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 10, Wayne Murder Case, The Lineup. If you really want to be strong, stop caring about what your surrounding thinks of you. Saitama, One Punch Man. This was the first time that Bruce was inside a police station in both of his lives. He was quite curious and nervous at the same time. His nervousness grew even more when he saw the reporters standing outside like hound dogs ready to eat some Bruce Wayne meat. If he for some reason fails to identify Joe Chill, the press controlled by the people truly responsible for his parents' death would brand him as a mentally imbalanced amnesiac patient whose words cannot be trusted by the law and justice department in this case, and this case would be finally shut down due to lack of evidence. This would not only harm his future reputation but could also be used by the potential enemy organization behind the conspiracy of the murder of Waynes to end the investigation completely. Bruce even suspected that if Joe Chill was truly the murderer and if something like the Court of Owls was involved in this conspiracy, then Joe would be killed even if Bruce somehow did recognize him today. He was only a pawn after all. Bruce was even hoping in his heart that the guy gets killed before he could reach the lineup. Don't worry. Even if they took my gun, we still have ways to protect ourselves. Also, there are too many cops here for anyone to try anything. Alfred tried to reassure Bruce, looking at his worried face. No, I was just thinking about Joe Chill. Do you think he would face long-term imprisonment even if I do recognize him today? Bruce asked as he played with his bat tool since he was bored from all the waiting. They had not brought Selina with them as both Alfred and Bruce decided not to involve Selina in this mess since this can negatively affect her mental health. Although the decision did make her extremely angry and she even tried to use emotional blackmail on them using her big adorable eyes filled with tears, but the duo stood strong on their decision and rejected taking her with them. After all, even if she tried to behave like an adult, she was just a 9-year-old kid right now, much like Bruce, the only difference being she really was 9 years old in both body and mind. Yes, he would. I would make sure of that. Even if the court can't give us the justice we deserve, I have other contacts. The Wayne family might be good and righteous, but it was never weak, it never lacked power or influence. We will get justice, one way or the other. Alfred said as he looked to be deep in thought. I see, Bruce replied and continued to play with his bat tool, which was currently in torch mode, making sure that nobody suspected it to be some high-tech state-of-the-art weapon. The cops had searched them and seized all their weapons at the lobby, which was only just Alfred's gun. When they saw his torch-shaped bat tool, they had only thought it to be a weirdly shaped torch, perhaps used by the rich who had money to spend on stupid stuff, so they hadn't taken it from him, dismissing it as harmless. Alfred had of course recognized what it was, but the butler had wisely kept his mouth shut. Image. Bruce, Mr. Pennyworth, we are ready for you now. Please step this way. Jim said as he came up to them. The detective had deep circles under his eyes and looked like he needed a cup of coffee. His workload must be really bad. Well, again, it's Gotham, so. Bruce thought as he and Alfred followed him. They went to an empty room that was connected to another room where about 10 similar-looking people wearing the same orange prisoner jumpsuit were standing, holding different number cards in front of them. Now Bruce, carefully look at every one of them and see if you can recognize any of their faces. If you do and if you are sure, just tell me their number. As long as it matches our suspect, we are good to go. There is no rush, so take your time. But remember, you only have one try. If you fail, we won't be allowed by law to try again. So, only tell me the number when you are absolutely sure. Jim carefully and patiently explained the process to Bruce. Bruce took a deep breath and slowly began to look over each of the inmates' appearances, carefully studying their faces and physical features, trying to remember if he had seen a comic book character like them on some wiki page or YouTube video in his past life. But alas, he remembered absolutely nothing as he went over most of their faces. They didn't look even the least bit familiar to him. As he finally set his vision on the face of the last man, a man with absolutely nothing special to his looks or features, their eyes suddenly met. At that very moment, Bruce felt something. He felt an intense sensation in his stomach, like his guts wrenching, his throat running dry and his body heat rising. Fear? No. It was something completely different. It was anger, anger that he had never felt before in his life, absolute disgust at the human waste standing in front of him. He didn't need to remember memories about this guy that night. No, Bruce's emotions were enough. The strong, undeniable emotions he was feeling were the proof he required to identify the guy. Bruce's shaking hand moved to the bat tool on his belt, wanting to shoot the bastard right then and there, an action that was noticed by Alfred. Control yourself, master. A Wayne always listens to his heart, but he always plans and acts with his mind. The butler placed his hand on Bruce's shoulder and advised as he followed Bruce's line of vision and looked at them and looking back at them with nervous eyes filled with worry. Yes, you are right, Alfred, like always. Detective Gordon, number 10 is the one. He was the one who killed my parents and shot me in that alley that night, the one who told me his name at a moment of carelessness and overconfidence when I was dying, bleeding out on the cold floor with a bullet in my chest. That is Joe Chill. Bruce added for dramatic effect, making sure that no doubt remained in anyone's mind about his ironclad statement. I see. Are you sure? Jim asked. Yes. 100%. Bruce said as he continued to give Joe a death glare. That is indeed the Joe Chill we apprehended. Thank you for your cooperation. We will handle it from here. Harvey, would you please escort them outside to take their signatures? Jim said as he gestured to another officer to arrest the original Joe Chill and bring him into custody. Bruce and Alfred were escorted by Harvey to the lobby again, where they completed the remaining formalities, which were mainly a couple of signatures. Then the duo left the station for their car, ready to go home. That went well, Alfred said sometime later in the car. Don't worry, young master. I'll take care of this matter from here. You have done your part. It's time I do mine. Joe Chill will be going to prison for a long, long time, possibly forever. I hope so, Bruce muttered, but he somehow doubted that. Nothing could be said for certain in an uncertain world like DC. There is always a bigger fish around, always a higher power controlling stuff from behind the shadows. As much as I want to kill him, I hope that he survives and the cops can get some intel from him about the real people behind this crime. Bruce wanted confirmation of the existence of the Court of Owls. Once he did get that, he would be able to plan his steps according to that. Although, if he dies in police custody or prison, then that would also give me the confirmation I am looking for. The rest of the day was uneventful for the entire Wayne family as Bruce just focused on his inventions in his cave to divert his mind, and Alfred did his housework like usual after making some calls while Selina either hung out with Bruce or tried to practice gymnastics as she had taken it to be her hobby. The next morning when the newspaper was delivered to all the homes in Gotham, a single article dominated the entire first page of the most famous newspaper in the city. Primary suspect in the Wayne family murder case, identified by survivor Bruce Wayne to be the killer of the billionaire Wayne couple Thomas and Martha Wayne, dies in police custody due to heart attack. The article stated that Joe Chill died in police custody after suffering from a major heart attack where medical attention could not be provided in due time. The forensic scientists assigned to the case had cited this as a natural death without any outside interference or foul play. There was even a big picture of Joe Chill's face, making it clear in the article that this case was simply a mugging gone wrong and that the Waynes were just at the wrong time at the wrong place. Of course, most of the people of Gotham ate this right up, except a few, which included a small 9-year-old boy silently observing everything, understanding everything, and just waiting for his chance, biding for time and making his preparations like a determined hunter. For when a true bat flies, he flies for blood. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Pat Rayon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 11, The Funeral, 1. The world isn't perfect. But it's there for us, doing the best it can. That's what makes it so damn beautiful. Roy Mustang, Full Metal Alchemist. Are you sure you want to do this, young master? Alfred asked as he fixed Bruce's tie on his new tuxedo. Yes, Alfred, I am sure. We need to make a public statement showing that the Wayne family is still going strong, and this funeral is the best way to do that. It will help me in both paying respect to my parents as well as using this opportunity to tell the world that the Wayne line hasn't ended yet. Bruce said as he looked at his reflection in the mirror. He looked cuter than even the most famous child actors, probably an effect of the body belonging to one of the most important and central characters in DC. I see. By the way, you look good. I think your parents would be really happy seeing you in that suit today. After all, you always hated wearing suits. Alfred said with a small smirk on his face. Thanks, Alfred. Let's go, I don't want to be late for my own parents' funeral. Bruce said as his butler just sighed and followed behind him. Selina also joined them in the living room. She was wearing a plain black dress, looking like a grieving princess. Are you all right, Bruce? She asked, worried about her friend. Yeah, I am all right. Bruce gave her a small smile to ease her worries. He could not tell her that he was not at all affected by the death of Bruce Wayne's parents, so he had to act a little to keep everyone's suspicion off him. A constant stoic look was doing wonders in that regard. The trio went to the part of the manor grounds that was hosting the funeral and saw that there were many guests already there as well as some reporters under disguise. Bruce and Alfred readied themselves for the conversations, favors, and questions they would have to face from everyone here. Selina, although had little idea of the importance of this funeral, was still warned by Bruce and Alfred beforehand to stay close to them at all times and to only respond to people after thinking carefully while not revealing anything sensitive about their family like Bruce's secret cave or his inventions. Bruce was approached by many people at the funeral to tell him how sorry they were for his loss, how much of a good relationship they had with his parents, and how much they would love to help him if he ever needed it. Most were just trying to establish good relations with him, some even trying to get him to sell some of his companies or properties to them or pitch him their business ideas and try to get investment from him. Some looked genuinely sorry for him, but those were a minority who could be counted in a single hand. Most were just sharks, who had come here to try their luck to get a piece of him. About 20 minutes into the funeral, he had almost gone crazy with the number of people trying to somehow lynch some benefit from him. The announcement of the officiant for Bruce to say some words in the memory of his parents was the only thing that gave him some temporary relief from the headache that Bruce was getting. He went to the stage and gave a very good speech in his parents' memory, a speech that was written by a professional writer commissioned by Alfred. After giving the speech and shedding some tears which Bruce brought to his eyes thinking about his dead dog in his last life, he was again approached by a volley of people expressing how sorry they were with tears in their eyes, tears which were as genuine as his own. Bruce Wayne. You have grown, haven't you? A voice interrupted a conversation that Bruce was having with one of his uncles, Jacob Kane. Looking in the direction of the voice, Bruce saw that it was a crooked-looking man in his mid-40s wearing a black suit and black glasses with a rose in his hand. He had about half a dozen men behind him standing still with stoic faces like his bodyguards, all dressed in black. I'll talk to you later, Uncle Kane. Tell Aunt and Kate that I said hello. Bruce ended his conversation with Jacob. He had already learned most of the names of his relatives and other important people using newspapers and photo albums. So he at least knew the names of his close relatives. There were very few of them and they were probably the only ones at the funeral who were genuinely sad about the death of his parents. Do I know you? Bruce asked as he looked at the men with curious eyes. Maybe. I was your father's friend and associate. My name is Carmine Falcone. I have a little business of my own, nothing comparable to that of the Wayne family but enough to bring food on the table. Listen, kid, I was just here to tell you that I am sorry for what happened to your parents. It was an undesirable tragedy. But I am here for you. If you ever need anything, call me. I have a lot of ways to make people's problems go away, permanently. I hope that the Wayne and Carmine families can continue to work together even in the future. He said, giving Bruce a crooked smile as he glanced in the direction of Alfred and nodded to the butler who was observing all this with frowning eyes. Thank you for your worries and sympathy. But I do not need any help for now. But if I do, I know whom to contact. Bruce gave a fake smile to the head of the Falcone crime family of Gotham. So be it, kid. And again, nice to meet you. Hope I'll see you bye. Carmine said as he turned around and left with his men. For some reason, Selina had come beside him sometime during the conversation and was looking at Carmine Falcone with cold, angry eyes. Carmine, however, didn't notice it and didn't even give the little girl a second look after he was done talking with Bruce. What happened, kitty? You don't like underworld kingpins or something? Bruce asked her. No, I just don't like liars and assholes, she said cryptically as she continued looking at Carmine's leaving back. Does she know Carmine or something? Wait, wasn't she Carmine Falcone's daughter in the last Batman film that he watched in his last life? Shit, does that mean I am in a way sleeping with Carmine Falcone's daughter? Bruce thought as he for some reason felt proud of himself. But before he could continue thinking about this, he was pulled off his thoughts by a girlish voice coming from behind him. Bruce? How are you? A small girl with a head full of red hair, about the same age as him, asked as she looked at him with worried and concerned eyes. Do I know you? Bruce asked, confused. He wondered if this girl was some distant cousin or relative of his. He hadn't seen her photo in the albums, so he didn't recognize her. What? Are you still angry with me about that day? I told you I am sorry. I didn't mean to push you into that cave. I didn't even know that you were afraid of bats, otherwise, I would have made sure that we don't play anywhere even near the cave. Just, please forgive me. The girl said with teary eyes, showing that she really did feel sorry. What the hell is she even talking about? Am I supposed to know her? Is this some canon event? Wait, didn't something like this happen in the Batman Begins film at the start of the movie? Is this girl that future reporter named Rachel or something? Rachel? He questioned doubtfully. What are you talking about? It's me, Vicky Vale. The girl said, annoyed that he couldn't remember her name. Did you forget your old friend just because you got a new one? She asked with childish anger leaking into her voice as she looked at Selina standing beside him. What? Of course not, Vicky, I would never forget my friends. It's just that after the incident, I started to suffer from mild memory loss, also known as amnesia. I have trouble remembering parts of my life from before the incident with me and my parents. He quickly tried to shift the blame away from him. Bruce couldn't believe that he was just 9 years old and he was already suffering from girl problems. Billionaires seriously do get it all, don't they? He thought. Oh, is that true? Vicky said as she looked at him in pity. Yep, you can ask Alfred if you want, otherwise who would forget a beautiful-looking friend like you, Bruce said in a gentlemanly manner. A huff came from Selina standing beside Bruce, who had a frown on her face with barely hidden annoyance. And who is your new friend, Bruce? Vicky said as she looked at Selina. Oh, this is Selina Kyle, my friend, and Alfred's adopted daughter, Bruce said as he smiled and introduced Selina. Hello, nice to meet you. Vicky, right? Quite a boyish name for a girl. Selina threw a quip at Vicky for some reason, completely forgetting the anger she had for Carmine Falcone some time ago. Really? That's a surprise because you look like one of those gold diggers my father talks about who steals other people's friends. Vicky smirked at Selina, looking like she was proud of her argument. Bruce at this time wanted to get out of here. He was in no mood to come in between their argument, although the argument was caused because of him. You know what? I think Alfred is calling me, so I'll have to go. But Vicky, please do visit us sometime. I and Selina will both love it if you come and play with us. Bruce said as he smiled at Vicky. He was not gonna miss a chance to get some early connections with a famous future reporter early on in his life. Also, Vicky Vale was reportedly quite hot in the comics. So, she could at least be his eye candy growing up. Selina was annoyed at Bruce for inviting Vicky to their home, but she didn't say anything. She knew that even though she was Bruce's friend, she didn't have authority over him. It was quite the opposite actually, since she always listened to him as she knew that he was not only smarter than her but also the real reason why she was even able to stay with them. Of course, Bruce. We will play together just like old times. Vicky said, acting like a grown-up. Bruce just smiled and turned to leave. He really was bored at the funeral and needed a drink, a non-alcoholic one, since Alfred would never allow him to touch any sort of alcoholic drink at this age. As he went towards the table with the drinks, he saw another person whom he knew was an important character from the comics and shows. A small girl about half his age with red hair was standing with her father looking at everyone with curious eyes. Bruce would not be able to realize her identity just from her looks, but he recognized the man she was standing with. It was the same detective who was working on Bruce's parents' case, James Gordon. The girl standing with him was most probably the detective's daughter, Barbara Gordon. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 12, The Funeral, 2. Humans die. Animals die. Plants die. Even soul reapers die. It's the arch of the universe. Everything that comes to life eventually ceases to exist. Barragan Lusenbairn. Hey, Bruce. I was looking for you. I wanted to personally apologize to you for not being able to punish Joe Chill according to the law for what he did to your family. He said with a hint of genuine regret in his voice. It's okay, Detective Gordon. After all, he did receive punishment. His life, in return for the lives of my parents, although I have to say that the trade wasn't that fair. Bruce said with a sad smile. Revenge doesn't heal your wounds, Bruce. I admit that losing your loved ones to birth that feeling in most people, I would probably be as angry as you if not more if this had happened to me, but we still have to learn to move past our grudges, otherwise the fire of our hatred can burn us as well. Your parents were heroes of Gotham, their loss was a big one that Gotham would suffer for years. I just hope that you stand with it in its time of need. Gordon said as he sighed. My parents were not heroes, they were simply businessmen doing their business, Bruce answered as he picked up a glass filled with soda into his hands from the table. A hero can be anyone, Bruce. Your parents were more heroes than you can imagine. Jim said as he suddenly smiled to disperse the heavy mood. Anyways, meet my daughter, Barbara Gordon. She is my only daughter since my late wife passed away. I brought her here for a change of air. I don't get a lot of time to spend with her, so I brought her with me. He said proudly as he placed his hand on her daughter's shoulder. You brought your daughter to a funeral to spend time with her? Bruce asked, wondering how busy and desperate the detective really was. I was desperate. Gordon pursed his lips together as he smiled sadly at his own situation. Bruce looked at the young girl listening to their conversation intently and smiled at her while saying, you know your father is a really good man, take care of him. This city is really lucky to have someone as honest and hardworking as him. HMHM, the little girl nodded as she agreed to Bruce's words, smiling at him, happy that someone was praising her dad. Good girl. Bruce smiled and patted the little girl's head, also taking the chance to pinch her fluffy cheeks after noticing how cute she was. We'll have to go now, Bruce. I am afraid this is as long as I can stay and talk to you without some wild reporter clicking a photo of us and posting it tomorrow at the front of a newspaper stating that a detective was seen taking bribes from the Prince of Gotham. Jim laughed at his own joke. Yeah, that is very much possible, so I won't stop you. But please bring little Barbara here to the manor sometime if she ever feels bored. You are both welcome here. Plus, I would be glad to host a little princess like her in my home. Bruce said as he smiled at the little girl who giggled back. Of course. See you later, Bruce. Gordon said as he walked towards the exit gate with her daughter in tow. Bye, Prince, Barbara shouted to him in her childish voice as she waved at him. Bruce of course waved back. Look at that. I met another important character today and made a favorable impression on her at the same time. All in a day's work. He thought as he sipped his drink relaxingly. The entire funeral was quite successful for Bruce. He mostly got what he wanted through it. He was able to not only meet a lot of people but also get a basic idea of Gotham's current political and economic condition and structure after his parents' deaths. Gotham was rapidly changing after the Wayne incident, a change that was for the worse. The investments and political moves that his family used to make were now absent, letting all the criminal and corrupt organizations grow without a check. The crime families were getting bigger with bolder investments and operations now that the biggest supporter of peace was absent from the game. The position of mayor that his father was fighting for was now believed to be Aubrey James, since there was almost no other good politician who could compete with him. Many of his different competitors had also taken the chance to one-up Wayne Corporation as they bid for projects or entered into industries directly against Wayne due to an absence of strong leadership at the company as well as dwindling share prices. Even the government seemed to have benefited from his parents' deaths as they had silently taken over some assets and projects related to his company in the name of national security and interests. It's almost like most of these people wanted them dead. A lot of them even seemed quite happy from their expressions. Bruce said to Alfred after the funeral ended and everyone left. That's regrettably true, young master. Many of these people had interests that didn't match with your parents, some of them were even outright their enemies. But look at them now, they are so happy thinking that they have won the battle. So don't worry, young master, we will have our chance as well. We will rise again. Alfred sighed heavily, looking at the last of the people leaving through the gates. Yeah, I agree. They were the most shameless liars I have ever seen. Even the people from the orphanage didn't use to lie through their teeth like they did. These bunches were probably the most pompous, arrogant-looking fools I have ever seen in my life, especially that girl, Vicky, or whatever her name was. Selina said as she chewed on an apple. Bruce kept a straight face while hearing what Selina said, even though he wanted to laugh. He still couldn't understand how and why the two girls became enemies after meeting each other just once. Let's go inside. It's getting cold. By the way, what do you two want for dinner today? Alfred asked as he laid the two kids towards the mansion door. Ooh, I want that chocolate ice cream sundae again, maybe with more chocolate in it, Selina said excitedly after hearing about food. Bruce just smiled at her antics. He quite liked his new family here, even though it was a small family for now, he still felt like he belonged here. He didn't feel that lonely anymore. 1 week later. Are you done, Bruce? I still don't see any movement in the screen like you said. Selina remarked as she kept sitting on her spot looking at the computer screen with barely hidden impatience. Bruce had been trying to train her into his personal lab assistant, which wasn't going so well. The only thing she could do to actually help him was with practical data collection or practical tests. In one way, she was his Morty. Almost done, Selina. I just have to integrate the programs and recalibrate the learning matrix while checking if its core commands are responding accurately in all given situations. Bruce said as he ran the debugger and checked all his codes one last time. He had mostly checked all programs individually more than once, but he was still running a last test just as an additional measure before he executes the entire code. After all, he had no wish to make an Ultron because of a small bug in his program or something. And done. He said as he pressed run on the computer, hoping that the program doesn't crash or display an error after he worked for hours upon hours to write all of it. The screen on his computer displayed a loading screen where it began to list all the assets and programs it was combining, showing the percentage of the integration in real time. Soon, the screen changed to another one which showed a connecting to wireless networks prompt, followed by an online notification. And that's about it, Bruce said as he noticed at the corner of the screen a small window showing the AI scanning all available networks and platforms for collecting training program data to learn and evolve itself. That's it. So, what now? Can we talk about it? Selina asked. Well, general language data should be the first thing it would have downloaded, so yeah, go ahead. Although keep your questions simple for now, it needs about another day or two to learn about philosophical stuff, Bruce said as he doubted Selina could ask complex questions on philosophical topics that she herself didn't like or understand. Okay. What is your name? Selina said to the computer as she stared at the screen. I don't have a name right now. But the user can provide me a name if the user wishes. An androgynous voice responded, realizing the question was directed towards it due to the cameras placed all over the cave. What should we name her? Selina asked, turning towards Bruce. How about something simple like Cortana? Bruce said, smiling as he remembered the famous smart AI from Halo that he based his own AI program on. That's a brilliant name. Your name is Cortana from now on. Selina said, thinking about how cute yet techy the name sounded. Bruce had already programmed Selina and Alfred into the AI's database as users with B-level access to it, he himself possessing the only A-level access, which was the highest level of access to it. So not getting any rejection from Bruce, it accepted the name instantly. Okay, I'll take the name Cortana from now on. Thank you for naming me. Cortana said in a robotic voice as it still hadn't learned much about different emotions and how to show them. Now, for the most important question, Selina said with intense seriousness on her face, Cortana, what is your favorite flavor of ice cream? Give me Power Stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Pat Rayon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 13, The Bat List. The past is the past. We cannot indulge ourselves in memories and destroy the present. Murata Ken, Kyou Kara Maou. A/N, before you read this chapter, I just want to say that this one might be a little inconsistent with one of the previous chapters and some stuff might have been repeated from one of the chapters before. It was not because of lazy writing or because I was trying to fill up words, but simply because I wrote this chapter the day my semester exams ended, about a month after writing the last chapter. So I was not in the flow at that time. Don't judge me. It took Cortana about 3 days to analyze almost all essential data to train itself, like the meaning of different Platonic concepts, emotions, their importance, and everything else. It even chose its own gender after learning about its concept. It chose to identify itself as a she simply because Cortana seemed to her to be a feminine name. She wasn't at her full potential yet due to the lack of data on the internet, but the amount of information and data available was still enough to make her 100 times better than any other artificial intelligence ever developed on Bruce's previous world. It could be said that Cortana right now was at the childhood stage of what she could truly be one day. She had even simulated an image of herself of what she currently perceived herself to be as a young girl on the computer screen to make it easy and more comfortable for Bruce and the others to communicate with her. Bruce had programmed her to be a very polite, honest, and caring person with a good sense of humor, and she was exactly that, although the last trait would probably need time to develop since her current humor only included bad dad jokes which only Alfred found funny. Selena was also extremely happy with Cortana as she regarded the AI as her new best girlfriend since both of them liked the same flavor of ice cream, which was chocolate. Of course, Bruce didn't remind Selena that Cortana had never even eaten ice cream, and her answer was just a way for the AI to appear more polite and humane to her. Bruce was quite happy with his new creation right now. Truthfully, even he didn't completely understand how exactly he had created Cortana. He had just concentrated on his ability to show him how to make an AI that was as good if not better than most AIs he had seen in fiction, including Ultron and Jarvis from Marvel, Cortana from Halo, Red Queen from Resident Evil, and even the AI from that movie Eagle Eye. His Cortana was the combination of all of them, although much different from them, as he was sure that she would never betray him or go against him later, because that was the core of what he had wanted in his AI and what he had willed his ability to base Cortana on. Her entire existence and purpose was to serve, help, and protect Bruce. Everything else came later. Bruce's life was going pretty well after his transmigration. But just when he thought that almost everything was going his way, Murphy's Law hit him like a speeding bullet train. The one thing that he dreaded, the one place that he had sworn never to visit again in his life, was calling him back, and he had no way to defend himself. His easy life was on the verge of being ruined. "Alfred, I am not going back there. You might as well send me there in a body bag than expect me to go there on my own. I am never going to go back to that hell," Bruce said, gulping as he remembered his last experience in that place. "Young Master Bruce, please stop referring to your school as hell. And as I said before, you have to go to school to receive your education. You can't just sit at home all day like some spoiled child. You and Selena are both going there, and I want no more arguments," Alfred said strictly. "It's a waste of time. A bunch of people running around bumping into each other. Got a guy up front says 2 + 2, and the people in the back say 4. Then the bell rings and they give you a carton of milk and a piece of paper that says you can go take a dump or something. I mean, it's not a place for smart people, Alfred. I know that's not a popular opinion, but that's my 2 cents on the issue. So I don't need to go to school to be smart. I can get homeschooled, for God's sake," Bruce defended. "Maybe Master Bruce, but you need to go to school for being a proper part of the social hierarchy and be a functioning human being. You need to be around people right now to get back to society, and so does Selena. Homeschooling can't give you that," Alfred calmly replied. "To be fair, I hate going to school as well. But I think it might be important for you, Tiger, if Alfred is insisting on the issue," Selena said from the sides as she turned towards Bruce. "You too, kitty," Bruce said with an expression that seemed to say that Selena just betrayed him. Present schooling system, although said to be not perfect, can result in the development of human behavior and result in higher functioning of a human in society in most cases. Cortana chimed in from the computer with a metallic female voice. "And I was silly enough to believe in her loyalty and to always have my back in my arguments. I think I would have to teach the meaning of that concept to her later," Bruce said jokingly as he looked at her female image on the computer, looking at him with a confused expression like she didn't know what she said wrong. "Fine, I will go to school, but I have a condition," Bruce said as he looked at Alfred. "Sure, young Master Bruce, I am sure that we can arrange whatever we want, sports cars, toys, more machine components, whatever you wish," Alfred said, happy that he could give something to Bruce to entice him to go to school and stop this useless childish argument. No, I don't need more tools. What Wayne Corporations is sending us is more than enough for almost everything I am going to work on in the near future. What I want is a combat trainer. I want to be trained in martial combat and weapons usage by experts during my free hours, as well as access to company decisions with you approving them as my guardian, and in return, I will try to go to school at least 3 days a week," Bruce offered. 5 days, registered experts with non-lethal weapons only, and you will only get access to 1 company to influence under my guidance," Alfred countered, thinking that Bruce getting some early experience in business with some small unimportant Wayne company would not be a bad thing for the conglomerate in the long run, especially since he was gonna take over it one day after all. "Okay, 5 days, but lethal weapons should be allowed for practice under the guidance of the trainers, and access to 2 companies, 1 dealing with software and 1 dealing in capital investments," Bruce said, desperately bargaining. Fine. Sometimes I really think that you would be the death of me, young master. Anyways, I'll inform the school board about your returning to school from Monday, as well as contact the company board to see if they have any spare subsidiaries lying around concerning those 2 industries you mentioned that you can take over with me as your parent," Alfred said as he turned to leave, but then remembered something and turned towards Selena. "And you, Selena, is there something you want?" Selena was confused. She didn't know what she wanted. She didn't even think she would ever have what she currently had. So anything more than this was just a luxury for her. Ah, since Bruce is learning those stuff, can I learn them with him? They sounded fun. Also, I always wanted to learn gymnastics. I always loved it when I saw those women on TV bending their bodies in weird ways like nothing. Selena said doubtfully after thinking for a while. She didn't know if she had requested more than she should. She wasn't even sure that she should bargain with Alfred like Bruce just did. Okay, Selena. I'll make sure to contact a high-level professional gymnast for you to learn from. Alfred didn't even try to bargain with Selena at all as he just accepted her request. Sexist. Bruce muttered in his mind, seeing Alfred's even gentler treatment towards Selena. Yeah. Selena clapped happily. It seemed like Selena would become a Catwoman with a flexible body no matter what Bruce did to change her fate. It almost seemed like it was her destiny. Although I can eventually enjoy that flexible body one day. Bruce smirked to himself as he went back to working on the drone he was working on, leaving Selena to wonder about the reason for that happy smirk on Bruce's face. He was currently working on different types of drones for information gathering from all over the city. He was too young to be Batman and fight crime on the streets, so right now he was going to build his power. He knew about the term, knowledge is power, and he agreed with it. He wanted to collect as much information and knowledge about everyone and everything in the city as he could. Cortana could easily observe and control any technology connected to the internet out there as she had almost unrestricted access to it, but what about the places without any gadgets connected to the web? What about the more sensitive information? Bruce was going to collect those types of intel through the drones he was making. Originally he wanted to make bat-shaped drones to go with the entire theme, as he had already fallen prey to the obsession with keeping everything bat-themed after he first named his mutant proto-tool as Bat Tool. But he quickly figured out that bat-shaped drones, while pretty good for dark areas or nighttime surveillance, wasn't as good during the daytime or for areas with too much light. So he was also designing drones shaped like spiders, pigeons, and even mosquitoes along with bats. He was going all out with perfecting his surveillance drone technology to make sure that every corner of the city could be viewed by him whenever he wanted, by the time criminals like Joker, Riddler, or Penguin rose in power. Right now, most of those identities didn't even exist or were just starting their criminal career somewhere, and Bruce wasn't that big of a fan of DC to know about all their secret identities or histories or even remember about most villains of Batman. He only knew about the most famous ones from the movies and some animated shows that he had watched back when he was young. So he could not send an exploding package to their homes to kill them before they even become criminals, although he would like to do that very much. He wasn't a psycho to kill every bad guy he came across. He could just send some of the criminals who could be redeemed to a coma or just break their spine forever, but he wasn't gonna kill every one of them. He would only kill those psychotic and truly evil ones that really deserved it, like Joker or maybe Two-Face or Bane or Savage or Luthor or... Okay, that's a long list. Wait, maybe I should actually keep a list and maybe even plan how to kill them. Natural deaths would be the perfect way, since that way I would not only get to keep Batman's non-killing image and not get in conflict with the cops or the other heroes, but also the criminals would underestimate me. Wow, I am a genius. Bruce thought as he quickly began to devise the best ways to kill criminals in a non-suspecting manner while crackling madly in his cave. He knows that I am still here, and I can hear him laughing like a maniac, right? But he still sounds really cute for some reason. Selena muttered while standing at the entrance of the cave, wondering just how and why she finds someone this geeky and crazy cute. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Pat Rayon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 14, First day at school and meeting a princess. School is not a place for smart people. Rick Sanchez, Rick and Morty. Do we really need to do this, Alfred? I am pretty sure that this is gonna be a waste of time. Bruce said, hating the idea of returning to the very place he had once vowed never to return in his previous life. Here is your bag, young Master Bruce, and here is yours, Selena. I have packed your lunchboxes in your bags since I don't trust the sanitary process of cafeterias. I'll be back to fetch you two when school ends. Have fun. Alfred said, completely ignoring Bruce's complaint. Truthfully, it wasn't even the butler's fault. Bruce had been constantly complaining the entire way from their mansion to school. At one point in time, even Selena had gotten a little annoyed at his complaints, but Bruce just couldn't help it. He was ready to fight with psychotic villains and godly invaders from space, but going back to school was something he didn't want to do, especially after the experience in his previous life. In his last life, Bruce was just an ordinary guy who was a victim of severe bullying by some rich kids because he looked way more handsome than them and was also smarter than them. He had tried complaining to the authorities, but none of the teachers had listened to him. He had to suffer his entire school life silently tolerating everything and just wishing that people would leave him alone. He wanted to take revenge against those people by working hard and attaining enough power and influence to go against them. But before he could succeed in that, he was killed by a retarded Batman fanatic just because he said Batman wasn't a real superhero since he didn't have any power except planning. God, I shouldn't have gone to that Comic-Con. FCK trying to shake hands with Elizabeth Olsen. I wasn't even able to see her in that crowd, much less shake hands with her. He thought, regretting his past life's stupid decisions. Let's go, Tiger, Selena said as she took Bruce's hands and dragged him with her before he could complain again. Easy for you to say, Kitty. I am sure that you will be popular and become one of those plastic girls that everyone fears. Bruce muttered. He was in a state of frustrating regret and slowly followed after her into the hell that was filled with screaming and scheming little monsters. The moment the duo entered the school lobby, almost all eyes turned toward them. However, instead of saying anything or paying any attention to them, they just continued doing what they were doing. Bruce and Selena walked straight up to the principal's office and nobody tried to mess with them or directed any weird stares at them or even whispered mean things about them. They simply did not care and were just busy talking with each other and having fun like a bunch of regular kids. At that moment, Bruce suddenly realized something in his mind after observing the behavior of the children around him. They are kids, of course. I am such an idiot. Why the hell would 8-year-olds try to bully others? This isn't high school, it's barely middle school. These children are still innocent. Plus I am no longer the same poor and ordinary powerless kid I was way back then, although maybe bringing the bat tool to the school wasn't such a good decision. Bruce thought, slapping his own head for getting confused between the behaviors of high school kids and 8-year-old kids. His fear and frustration almost disappeared instantly as he realized it. He was carefree now because he realized that he didn't need to be on his guard here, at least not any more than he usually is. This school still hasn't become the hell it one day will become when those children grow up into their toxic teenage selves. Bruce and Selena went to the first class on their routine before the teacher came and took their seats beside each other. They already considered each other best friends, so they always sat together, no matter where. Hey Bruce, you came to school. I thought you would enjoy your holidays a few more days. A happy and familiar childish voice sounded from behind Bruce and Selena. Vicky, nice to see you again. Yes, I guess I grew tired of just sitting at home all day, so I thought why not meet with one of my favorite friends back at school. Bruce said, looking at Vicky with some surprise hidden in his eyes. He had no idea that Vicky was in the same class as him, he didn't even know that she was a student at the same school. He had just said all that to charm Vicky, although he had forgotten that Vicky was an 8-year-old girl who did not even realize accurately what flirting really is. But weren't you the one who said that you hated school? Selena muttered, confused at the sudden change in Bruce's behavior. Oh hi there, Selena, right? I almost didn't notice you, you seem to have grown a little fat since the last time I saw you. Vicky threw a quip at Selena. Oh burn, Bruce smiled at Vicky's quip, but his smile instantly disappeared once he looked at Selena's rageful expression. And you seem to have grown a bit more masculine, maybe you are trying to stand true to your name. Selena also bit back. Girls. I think you two should stop fighting and arguing with each other every time you meet. This is getting annoying for me. If you are going to argue with each other all the time, then do it when I am not there. Bruce said dominantly like an adult to make sure they knew how serious he was. He was getting bored because every time these two met, they would pass the entire time just fighting like two little daddy's princesses. The worst thing was that the two didn't even know why they were exactly fighting. But she started it, Selena complained with a small pout. I don't care. From now on both of you can't argue or fight in front of me. If you do, I'll sit far from you two where I won't be able to hear both of your annoying banter. Bruce said as he looked at both Selena and Vicky. He knew that the two girls considered him as one of their best friends and they wanted to stay near him like kids their age normally do when they are friends, so he used that opportunity to blackmail them into not arguing with each other. Fine. Both the girls said at the same time as they took their places beside Bruce. Selena sat at his right while Vicky sat at his left. Wish I was this smooth and lucky with girls in my last life. Bruce thought to himself as he looked at the two girls' happy expressions at being able to sit with him. The first class was a breeze for Bruce. In fact, all the classes Bruce attained were very easy for him for obvious reasons. He right now was smart enough to probably go toe-to-toe with some of the most intelligent geniuses on the planet, so school for him was absolutely useless. He was only attending school due to the benefits Alfred promised him. Vicky and Selena looked bored as well for completely different reasons. They barely listened to anything the teacher said and concentrated more on glaring at each other, which soon turned into a game of who blinks first. Bruce just smiled at their antics as he realized that they really were just children. After half of the classes for the day were over, the trio went to the cafeteria for lunch. All three of them had brought their own lunch boxes from home. Of course, as usual, Alfred had gone over a hill and packed Bruce and Selena a 4-course gourmet meal in overly decorative boxes. However, Vicky's lunch looked luxurious and over the top as well due to the fact that her family was also quite rich since her father was a really famous and successful reporter in the Gotham News Network. I think I should buy out some news channels and newspapers early on so that I can influence how the media shows my image to the general public when I put on the cape in the future. Bruce thought as he took a bite of his lunch cooked by professional chefs under Alfred's strict management. Hello, can I sit here? All the other seats are either full or really dirty, a confident-sounding female voice asked the three. Looking at the small figure, Bruce noticed that it was another girl their age but quite different from the others. She was emitting a unique aura of coldness and confidence like some sort of princess. "Yes, sure, go ahead," Bruce said after both girls had looked at him like he was their leader or something. "Thanks," she said as she sat down with her black premium-looking lunchbox. "I know you. You are from our class, aren't you?" "Helena, right?" Vicky asked like a curious little girl. Bruce wondered if he had heard about that name before in his previous life. It sounded really familiar for some reason. Bruce used his mind to its full extent trying to remember where he had heard about her. Sadly, the photographic memory skill that came with his innate ability only worked on his memories from this new life after he had attained the skill. It didn't really make remembering the memories from his previous life any easier. "Yes. I am." The girl spoke only 3 words before becoming silent once again. "You don't talk much, do you?" Selena asked with a smirk. "If I wanted to talk, I would have sat with the bigger groups of children shouting there, not with you three," Helena answered back frostily. "You know, if you didn't want to talk, you could have just said so. No need to talk rudely with us. It doesn't matter how amazing your daddy is or even how important you are at your home, we are not your servants and you can't talk to us like that. If you are gonna abuse our goodwill, then you can try to find another place to sit," Bruce said, annoyed with the girl's self-important way of acting. Helena couldn't answer anything as she just stared at him in surprise at his upfront way of speaking, while Selena and Vicky just nodded like they completely agreed with Bruce. "You are right. I should not have said that or behaved like that. It was my fault. I was just a little worried about my family earlier. I am sorry," Helena said as she looked at him with apologetic eyes. "It's okay, Helena. Just make sure that it doesn't happen again. We don't say stuff like that to each other, especially when we are friends," Bruce said as he smiled at Helena, forgiving her for her behavior earlier. Helena nodded seriously, making it clear that she understood. "Oh, by the way, I think we should introduce ourselves. I am Wayne, Bruce Wayne. This is Selena Kyle and this is Vicky Vale." Bruce introduced all 3 of them. "Hi. I am Helena Bertinelli. Nice to meet you." She introduced herself with a small smile. "Bertinelli? Wait, the Bertinelli crime family? Shit, so that's where I had heard her name before. She is the daughter of the leader of the Bertinelli crime family, one of the strongest crime families in Gotham. Also, she was the famous future Gotham vigilante, Huntress," he thought as he looked at her with an impassive face. At that moment Bruce wondered to himself if he had some sort of protagonist aura to attract all the important beautiful females of the plot towards himself at such an early stage. Maybe he even had the legendary protagonist halo, but then he immediately dismissed the silly idea at the next moment because he was sure that he wasn't that lucky. A big shout out to my new patron, Shammer Ellis, for joining the Celestial Emperor tier on my Patreon. Thanks for the support. A/N. Some of you guys might be wondering why I am writing about Bruce's childhood and not just fast-forwarding it to when he becomes Batman. It's because this story is not about him just being Batman, it's about him being Bruce Wayne, all of Bruce Wayne. Batman is just a small part of his life, unlike the original version. This story will mainly have 3 parts. His childhood, which won't be boring at all because a lot of things happened when Bruce was young. For example, did you know that he knew Zatanna as a childhood friend in the original DC universe? His Gotham phase where he would change/take control/work in Gotham and make sure it's scum-free. His Justice League phase, which would focus on the bigger problems. His childhood phase will be the shortest, by the way. Give me power stones, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 15, Choosing a Dragon as a Teacher. If you can't do something, then don't. Focus on what you can. Shiro, Log Horizon. It turned out that Helena was quite a friendly and kind-hearted girl, just somewhat frustrated for some reason, probably the effect of the criminal relatives in her family. She had quickly become friends with Bruce and the other 2 girls after talking with them for some time in the cafeteria. She didn't mention anything about her family to them, but that didn't stop Vicky from inquiring about it, which Helena skillfully dodged. Helena was a lot more mature than Selena or even Vicky. So it was quite easy for Bruce to converse with her. By the time school ended that day, the trio had become a quartet, although Bruce wasn't ever gonna call their group that since it sounded really weird. "So, did you 2 have fun?" Alfred asked after school ended as Selena and Bruce went to him standing at the school gate with their car. "No," Bruce said simply as he went directly inside the car to sit. Yes, he wasn't bored at school as he was able to talk with Selena and Vicky and later even Helena all day, even though they talked like little girls, which they were. But it didn't mean that he enjoyed school. Enjoy was a very strong word. He did, Selina whispered to Alfred with a cheeky smile. Bruce was able to hear her but didn't respond. He was too lazy to argue with her. He just wanted to go home and work on his drones. He had sworn that once his drones were complete, he would use them first to find out about some of Alfred's secrets so that he could blackmail the butler into agreeing with him to not go to school. But again, that would be difficult. Alfred was the most savage and Sigma male he had ever seen. Bruce doubted that the butler would even care if he found out any of his dirty secrets. The entire way to their home, Selina explained to Alfred about their newest friendship with Helena as well as her rivalry with Vicky, while Bruce just remained quiet. This Helena girl, is her full name Helena Bertinelli? Alfred asked with a frown. Yes, do you know her? Selina asked. Yes, indeed I do. Her family is quite famous in Gotham. Did you approach her or did she approach you? Alfred asked with concern in his voice. It's not what you think, Alfred. She didn't try to get close to us because of her family or anything. She was just an interesting girl, so we decided to befriend her. As for her family, I indeed know who they are and what they do, but you don't have to worry, her family probably doesn't even know about her being friends with us, and I don't think she is going to tell either. She only seemed to truly like her siblings amongst all her family members. Bruce said quickly before Selina could answer. He didn't want Alfred to have a wrong idea about Helena because she genuinely seemed like a good girl if he were to exclude her coldness and attitude that was drilled into her by her family. I see. I'll trust your choice of companions then, young master. However, remember, trust is something that should be earned, not given. Your parents were too trusting, I don't want you to make the same mistake. Alfred said, somewhat hinting at his suspicion that he thought that there was more to the Wayne murder than just a simple mugging gone wrong. You are quite right, Alfred, you are quite right, Bruce said as he looked outside the car window. He didn't trust most people he met in this crazy world. The only people he trusted were the people he knew were honest from his previous life's knowledge and who also appeared loyal to him in this reality as well. After they reached home, Bruce went straight to continue working on his drone project again after freshening up. He had too many models in his plan of getting an eye everywhere on the entirety of Gotham, he had no time to rest. The first phase in his long-term plan of being the perfect Bruce was the intel phase, where he would have access to and control over all intel in Gotham as well as have information about things all over the country and maybe even the world in due time. Data was the new oil after all. Wait, now that he thought about it, he could also weaponize these drones as well. Some laser projectors, blasters, mini-missile launchers, and holographic projection technologies would enable them to not only be capable enough to hide or defend themselves but also help him in battle when the time came as well. After most of the drone models were more or less designed, only then would Bruce move on to other projects. He was planning to work on some bio-strengthening projects after this, like cyberware, bioware, or every nerd's wet dream, super serums that create super soldiers and superpowered beings. With his power that could create anything even remotely possible by science, he would be able to create most of the technological wonders he had seen in fiction in his last life. The only thing he needed for that was time and knowledge, which he would have plenty of both. After all, he was the richest kid on Earth and still wasn't even in his teens yet. Although I wonder, would my powers work on the more supernatural machines like the Mother Box or maybe the World Engine or Lantern Rings or perhaps Asgardian technologies, which were said to be both science and magic in a way? Would my powers work on magic at all, like could I analyze or understand them with my powers or build magical artifacts or objects that I had seen before in fiction? Bruce thought. He didn't think he could. But I should still at least try one day if I ever get some magical knowledge, because right now I know nothing about magic other than the correct spelling and pronunciation of the word. Bruce thought. He had already tried to focus and see if his ability could tell him how to make a dividing gear or a boosted gear, but he felt nothing, not even a headache like he commonly had whenever he tried to direct his ability to show him how to make some world-ending weapon. Master Bruce, Alfred whispered from behind. God damn it. Shit, Alfred, can you not sneak up on me like Selina? I almost had a heart attack. I got to put some sort of alarm sensor on the doors before I die of surprise. Bruce said, wondering how it would sound to people if they heard that Batman died of a heart attack because somebody sneaked up on him and surprised the life out of him. It's not our fault, Master Bruce. You get deeply concentrated and focused whenever you are working on something. It doesn't matter what we do to try to declare our presence, you always get surprised. Alfred said with a straight face. Bruce had a fleeting suspicion in his mind that perhaps Alfred wanted to surprise him like Selina, but then the butler was also speaking the truth. Bruce does get overly focused and detached from his surroundings every time he uses his ability, which was a serious nerve for him in a combative situation. He didn't want to get defeated or die because he was too focused on analyzing a machine than keeping track of his surroundings. His giving full attention and focus to a single objective was detrimental to him in a fight in the real world. I was here to give you these. They are some of the professionals I shortlisted for your combat training. All the important information and data on them are already there, including their achievements, specialties, and qualifications. I made sure that they were genuine. You should have the last decision to choose who should teach you. After all, you seem determined on learning how to fight and defend yourself. Alfred said as he sympathetically looked at Bruce. Alfred agreed with Bruce receiving combat training this easily because he thought that Bruce was afraid of people attacking him after the incident and he wanted training to cope with that. The butler even blamed himself partly for not being there to save the Wayne couple or protect Bruce that night, so he also wanted to make sure that Bruce would never have to face the type of situation ever again in his life, and this self-defense training was a good way to make sure of that. Thanks, Alfred. What about Selena? Did you give her choices as well concerning her gymnastics teacher? Bruce asked as he looked at the dozen thin blue files with different names on each of them. Yes, but she said, and I quote, "I am too hungry to read right now. Please choose whoever the best you think is for me, Alfred." So I did. I got her an Olympic-level gymnast teacher who only teaches students interested in participating in the Olympics, as well as a yoga instructor who was a well-renowned yoga guru before but started to work in a circus for some reason after a back injury. Alfred said with a small smile. Oh. Bruce said. He had forgotten how rich and powerful they were. Hiring the best, most expensive, and premium teachers in the country or even the world wasn't a very big deal for them. Anyways, I'll look at the files and tell you the person or persons I want to hire for my training, Bruce said as he opened the first file to see if he was someone worth hiring. Okay, master, call me when you have decided or if you need anything, Alfred said as he slowly turned back and left. Let's see, Oliver Lee Thompson, 3 times international judo champion with 5 years of paramilitary training. Pretty good. I guess he could be good as a close combat martial art teacher. Bruce said, already impressed. Next, Safir Nikolai, 4 times Olympics gold medal winner in 50-meter men's shooting event. Served 10 years in the military as a sniper. Very, very impressive. Bruce thought as he looked over every file and tried to get an idea about their rough qualification and overall achievements. But it was only the last file that surprised him. Richard Dragon. Professional martial art trainer, unarmed combat expert. No military service. Certified archaeologist and adventurer. Winner of Japan International Jiu-Jitsu Competition, winner of World Wushu Championship in Chinese Kung Fu, gold medal winner in World Kung Fu Championship. Bruce was stunned. He could not believe what he had just read. He knew about Richard Dragon. He was perhaps one of the most famous martial artists in DC who trained the majority of Gotham vigilantes. He was one of the best martial artists out there, only a few people like Lady Shiva or Karate Kid were able to match him. I want him, no question, Bruce said. He did not know how or why Richard Dragon's name was in these files, but he needed him to be his teacher. That was his first step to be potentially better than even Batman, as the original Bruce Wayne wasn't trained by Richard. If he was, then Bruce would probably eat villains like Bane for breakfast. Richard was that good, especially if he is ready to teach him how to use chi. Although I still have to find a teacher for more modern weapons like guns and stuff, I still think my future is suddenly looking very bright now. Who knows, I might even be as good as Karate Kid under his training. Bruce thought as he daydreamed about him knocking out Kryptonians with karate chops. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Pat Rayon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 16, The Court of Owls. It is possible to make no mistakes and lose. That is not failure, that is life. Captain Jean-Luc Picard, Star Trek. Unknown POV. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Since all of us are already here, we should officially start the meeting. A man in a suit wearing a golden owl mask said as he entered a room with a dozen people wearing white owl masks sitting around a luxurious big table. Image. There were also about half a dozen people wearing black skin-tight body armor and weird black owl masks looking like monsters guarding the doors of the room. Image. All of the attendees said nothing as they just nodded at the man's words. As all of you know, some days ago we were successful in eliminating the biggest hurdle in our path, Thomas Wayne, after he denied our invitation to the court and threatened to expose us to the public. Although we had decided to eliminate the entire Wayne family, the person we used to complete this job failed to kill the youngest member of the family, Bruce Wayne. We had let him live after confirming that he had lost his memories to amnesia and was no threat to our plan. But a few days ago I was informed that he was able to recognize the face of the person we used to complete the job, indicating that he had either gotten his memories back or he had never lost them in the first place. Now, rest assured I have made sure that the men we used to kill the Wayne couple died the same day in police custody before he could reveal anything about us, but the main topic of discussion today is what to do with Bruce Wayne. The man with the golden eagle mask who seemed to be in charge asked as he looked at the people sitting around the table. I think he is no danger to us. He is just a spoiled little innocent boy. I doubt he knows anything of value about us or the incident. Also, if he does become a problem later on, we can always just remove him and make it look like an accident. A woman with an owl mask on said carelessly. What do you think, Mr. 12th? You are one of the board of directors at Wayne Industries. So you might have an idea about the boy, right? The golden all mask-wearing leader asked as he looked at another man at the table. I agree with Miss Fifth. I think Bruce Wayne is just a spoiled kid. According to my intel, he is just a kid who doesn't even like to go to school and just lazes in his room all day. He is extremely antisocial and is just wasting his family's fortune by donating expensive research equipment to charity as part of his Martha Wayne Foundation efforts. The pipsqueak even thinks that he can run a company at his age, as his little caretaker had the galls to request the board to hand over control of a company that is not doing well to him to practice his leadership and business skills. The man laughed smugly as he said his piece. Also, the League of Assassins would like you to leave that boy alone as well. This was a request directly from the demon's head. That boy might be important to our plans. We hope that you can respect this small request of ours. A man with a similar white owl mask but with a different demeanor than the rest of the members present said as he seemed to look directly into the leader's eyes like he was threatening him. I see. It is decided then. We will leave Bruce Wayne alone for now unless he becomes a thorn in our side in the future. The leader said with an expressionless voice as he didn't react to the members' thinly veiled threat. None of the other members there did. The League of Assassins might be extremely strong, but the Court of Owls wasn't a pushover. It had its own power and fighters. It didn't want to directly make the League an enemy, but it also wouldn't cower in fear if it ever came to a fight. Now on to more important matters. The recent political and criminal hierarchy of Gotham City is undergoing a major change. The question is, do we actively take part in it, or do we leave them to their fate and let things play out naturally and then vaguely influence the winners of this battle royale for our benefit in the future? The leader asked as he looked around the table. This prestigious organization was established to control Gotham and put its members at the top of the economic class of the city. Involving ourselves with criminals and petty politicians directly will be degrading to not only our image but also the image of the organization. I think we should just let things play out and support or recruit the winners into our outer circles. A different man spoke out from the end of the table with a gruff voice. Thank you for expressing your view, Mr. Third. So, all in favor of not involving ourselves with the political and criminal underground turmoil in the city, please raise your hands. The leader said in a raised voice. All the hands around the table went up at the call for a vote. It is decided then. We won't interfere in the city politics and underworld for a few years until things cool down. Now that all of the more important topics are done, let's move on to our businesses. The leader said as he began to discuss the other different projects and business-related opportunities, some of them even directly related to them taking some business away from Wayne Enterprises. They were drawing up a rough plan for how they were going to grow their own companies and strengthen the court while making sure to weaken and slowly drain projects and contracts away from Wayne Enterprises. In their eyes, the once mighty company was already gone due to the recent death of its most important leaders. It was only a matter of time before the company crumbled without powerful leadership under the court's combined pressure. Bruce Wayne POV. How could they do this? They know that I am the largest single-person shareholder of the company, right? Bruce asked angrily as he looked at the official document in Alfred's hands. Yes, they very much do, young master. But sadly, most of the members of the board of directors think that you are too young to be involved in company operations at this age. So they are legally making sure that you, even with my permission as your guardian, can't get involved in the administrative duties of the company. They even got a governmental permit using their connections with the excuse that you are too immature and young to be involved in intricate company dealings. Alfred said with a hint of anger leaking from his tone. Bruce was really angry. The one thing he had no shortage of was being taken away from him. Although he would still have full access to all his liquid assets and personal properties as well as the 2 foundations under his name, Wayne Enterprises would completely be out of his reach. This would mean that a lot of resources and influence he would be getting for free would now no longer be available to him until he came of age. He knew that this was probably done by his enemies, someone with huge power and influence, even more than the Wayne families. Whoever this was also controlled his board of directors as well, since without the company board agreeing to it, this wouldn't have been possible. The worst thing about this was that he couldn't do anything about this. Right now he lacked enough influence, connections, and power to fight against this decision. He couldn't even sell off his shares in the company since that wasn't allowed until he was an adult under the eyes of the law. The only help he would get from the company was the annual dividend, which he was free to use any way he saw fit. Normally any person would be extremely happy with this since the dividend alone was in hundreds of millions each year, but Bruce wasn't. He needed Wayne Enterprises' huge access to resources and global connections to achieve his goal faster. This new development would slow down his plans. After all, there was a difference of power between a person having $1 billion in cash and a person having $1 billion company under him. What about the request you had for them? Would they be willing to let me take control of at least one company? Bruce asked, hopeful that he could still milk this somehow. Sadly, no. They were adamant about not letting you even near the company. However, I was able to make a deal with them. They although would not allow you a single company to manage would however consider selling you one if provided the market valuation for the company. They had given me a list of which companies you would be allowed to purchase. Alfred said as he passed Bruce a thin bundle of papers. As Bruce looked at his own companies that he would be able to purchase from himself, he felt his teeth clench in anger. Those businessmen were blatantly robbing him. They were not only taking advantage of him but also mocking him in a way. These people were the same parasites that his parents had helped or worked with once upon a time. The worst part of this all was that Bruce could not fight this off, at least not legally, since he was too young and underage to almost do anything concerning his rights to his own company. There were several companies that Wayne Enterprises were ready to sell to him. However, the ones that caught his eye were Wayne Capital and Ailing Capital Investment Company, and Wayne Entertainment, a movie and music production company that wasn't doing well at all for the last few years, making more flops in a year than it had hits in the last decade, and finally Wayne Electronics, a subsidiary that made consumer electronics for the general public but was struggling and making huge losses due to direct competition from Queen Industries as well as its Japanese and Chinese competitors. How many of these can we buy? Bruce asked Alfred, sounding like he was talking about buying watches and not entire companies. They wouldn't sell more than 2 or 3 companies since they would still have to answer to the other shareholders. The main areas of business for Wayne Enterprises have always been medical, pharma, food, heavy industries, energy, and weapons development. Selling 2 or 3 of these loss-making subsidiaries wouldn't affect their public image at all, Alfred said as he informed Bruce. Now, the main question. How much money do we have in personal accounts? Can I even afford to buy one of them? Bruce asked as he looked at Alfred's displeased face. Unfortunately, your parents normally didn't keep liquid assets much. Some ranches, international residential properties, and houses are all bought as fixed assets under their name. As for liquid assets, you only currently have about $2 billion. Alfred said with a bit of regret. Bruce was almost heartbroken. Each of these companies would cost about double or triple that, even though they are all loss-making ones being sold to him at market value. However, the 2 foundations do have some money that we can use since we have complete control of them, Alfred asked as he looked at Bruce like he remembered something. How many liquid assets do they have? Bruce asked without much hope. Not a lot. About $35 billion in cash and bonds. Alfred asked after thinking for a moment. You couldn't have told me about it sooner. And I was almost worried that we had money problems. Bruce sighed as he relaxed. He was ultra-rich again, as the money in the 2 foundations under him would alone make him the richest person in his previous world in this era. Well, your parents were always extremely charitable, Alfred said as he seemed to grow nostalgic with a smile on his face. Whatever. Inform the board members that we will be buying Wayne Entertainment, Wayne Electronics, and Wayne Capital from them. Buy it under the foundation's name since I don't want this, I am too young to manage a company, fiasco to repeat. Oh, and also make sure that we complete this entire process as silently and quickly as we can. Bruce ordered. Sure, young master, it will be done, Alfred said as he nodded and left, determined to not let Bruce down again. The board of directors, huh? They are probably in cahoots with the Court of Owls or some other nefarious organization, since if they were alone they would not have the nerve to do this to me. After all, even they know that once I reach my adult age, I could effortlessly take back control of my company again and easily take revenge against them. I promise you, whoever you guys are messing with me, you will be in a hell of pain soon. Nobody takes my money away from me, nobody. Bruce thought grimly as he clenched his fists tight until they became white and then silently went back to making his drones again. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 17, The Night of the Hunt, 1. Why did you do all this for me, he asked. I don't deserve it. I've never done anything for you. You have been my friend, replied Charlotte. That in itself is a tremendous thing. E.B. White, Charlotte's Web. When you guys told me that you live in a mansion, I didn't actually think that it was a real mansion. This is even bigger than my own house, and our house is pretty big. Helena said with awe evident in her voice. Why, thank you. I am glad that you like my humble abode. Bruce said while smiling. He too had the same expression on his face as Helena the first time he saw this manor after his transmigration. By the way, Helena, how come your parents even allowed you to come here? I thought they were very strict and normally don't let you go to other people's homes. Vicky asked like a curious cat. I don't know. After I heard that you guys were going to play together here, I just asked my mother if I could come to play with you guys as well. I thought that she would just say no like always, but surprisingly she agreed to it. She even said that she would keep it a secret from my father and my other siblings. Helena said with a happy expression on her face. Great. Now, can we start playing? Bruce had a professional script writer prepare a special Dungeons & Dragons game for today. I really want to play it, so let's go, Selena said, wanting to start the game as soon as possible. She was a fellow Dungeons & Dragons fan like Bruce was in his previous life. Of course, it was Bruce who introduced it to her. Playing it just once with Alfred was all it took for her to get addicted to the game. She didn't like playing console games or PC games as much as she liked playing the board game. And she even always chose the rogue or thief class every time. "Yeah, let's go," Vicky shouted. She too wanted to play the game since she had never tried it before. Alfred was the dungeon master for the game besides being the official snack supplier as well. The entire game was quite an enjoyable experience for all four of them, including Cortana, who was introduced to Vicky and Helena as a friend living in Australia. Bruce had told them that Cortana would also play the game and converse with them through video calling. The girls really liked her on-screen avatar, thinking that it was a real girl cutely sitting behind a computer talking with them. They became friends faster than Bruce could spell top G. They played the game for about 2 hours and still, none of them got bored, they were that hooked. Vicky was a little slow at the game at first, but under the expert tutelage of Bruce and Selena, she became quite good at it by the end. Helena, who was playing as a ranger however, was the hidden dragon among them. Her natural talent was barely beaten by Bruce's skills, even though he had a lot more experience than her due to his previous life. Cortana on the other hand didn't seem to try to do her best, otherwise she could have probably beaten all of them very easily because of her capability of doing countless simulations inside her mind in seconds. She just took it slow and let others have their fun as well. "It's getting late. I think I should go now. My mother would probably be angry if I didn't go back home in time," Helena said with a sad face, not wanting to stop playing or leave her friends. "It's okay, Helena. I think I should go back as well. My father would get worried too if I don't go back soon." "Alfred, can you drop me at my home?" Vicky asked. Her father was the one who had dropped her here, but she didn't want to pester him again to pick her up as well, so she asked Alfred. "Of course, Miss Vicky. It's my duty." "Miss Helena, should I drop you as well?" Alfred looked at Helena. "No, it's okay. My family driver is waiting for me outside." Helena politely refused him. "By the way, thank you Bruce for the wonderful evening. I am glad that all of you guys are my friends, you too Cortana," Helena said, after which she ran to her car parked outside. Bruce couldn't help but smile at this. Although for some reason he seemed a little uncomfortable, like he could feel that something bad was going to happen. His sixth sense or bat sense was tingling. Soon, Vicky also left with Alfred to go back to her home. "That was enjoyable," Selena said with a small smile still visible on her lips as she watched the two cars slowly fading away in the distance. Yes it was," Bruce said as the uneasy feeling still lingered within him for some reason. "Bruce, I have completed manufacturing 10 initial units of each of the Bat Carrier drones as well as the Generation 1 combat drones you wanted. Should I continue to make the rest of the 100 planned units of the two models?" Cortana asked from the screen. She had not only been playing Dungeons & Dragons with all of them but was also assembling multiple drone units of Bruce's design using her newly made arms that Bruce made for her in the Batcave. Her new arms very much resembled the octopus arms that Dr. Octopus had in the MCU. They were extremely versatile and were the best possible design for assembling and other production purposes. As for why she was making the drones, it was because Bruce simply did not have the time. He had designed one single unit for each of his current 3 models and had uploaded the details and the process to Cortana's database, which she was now using to make multiple drones at an inhumane pace. "No. Let's have a field test before you continue. I don't think we ever tested it outside the Wayne Manor. Let's do it now. We can also see if there are any problems concerning limited range or reduced controllability or something," Bruce said as he started walking towards his cave. He had already tested the initial drones he made with the analyzing power of his ability and hadn't found any problems with their designs, but he wanted to be sure. Field tests are always the best ways to make sure that your machines will never malfunction in times of need. "Wait, you are going to test out your drones? Can I come too?" Selena asked with pleading eyes. "Yeah, sure kitty." Bruce instantly agreed as he didn't keep his projects a big secret from Selena and Alfred. They knew about most of his inventions since they came into his cave whenever they wanted, and Bruce never did anything to stop them. Why would he? One normally came to deliver him snacks and the other to talk and play with him. He had always trusted Alfred as he knew that the butler would rather die than even think of harming or even betraying him. As for Selena, she might have the innate traits of a thief, but he knew that she had never stolen anything from him after promising him that night. Also, he trusted her. She might be a wild cat for everyone else, but to him, she would always be his kitty. "Let's start. Take control of 3 units of each of the drones, Cortana, and deploy them to the main city," Bruce ordered after he took his seat in front of his computer in his Batcave. As soon as he ordered it, 3 high-tech-looking drones slowly floated up and went towards one of the exits of the cave that opened to a small artificial waterfall on the manor grounds. Similarly, 3 bat-shaped objects which also had slight traits of an insect if looked closely enough began to flap their wings rhythmically and slowly floated up and went towards the same direction as the previous drone. "Wow, the bats look so real. I mean the first type was also cool but the bat one was just too real looking. Selena said as she looked at the two drones flying away with amazed eyes. I know. That is what they are supposed to do, look as real as possible. Bruce said as he switched on the live footage of his drones on his computer's multiple screens. What do you want to see, kitty? The combat drones can fly at the speed of 250 km per hour while the bat drones can reach 150 km at top speed. Their range also extends to about 50 km in radius. So we can see everything everywhere in the entire city through these drones. Bruce proudly boasted about his creations. How about we visit Vicky and Helena's homes then? I think we can scare them with the bat drones. Selena said with an evil smile on her face which Bruce gladly returned. Good idea, kitty. Why didn't I think of that? I can even make it seem like they are being haunted by invisible ghosts. Bruce said as he ordered Cortana to do it. Cortana followed his orders while seriously questioning both Bruce's and Selena's maturity in her mind. Even she didn't expect her maker and friend to use state-of-the-art technology that governments would go to war for as pranking tools. As one of the combat drones and bat drones reached each of the two girls' homes, Bruce got ready for pranking them. The plan was simple. He was gonna speak through the drones and scare them using weird scary noises. He might even use a drone to knock over things in their rooms if they didn't get scared easily. Come on, what are you waiting for? Let's scare them. Selena said excitedly. You heard her, Cortana. Let's start Operation Boogeyman. Select Helena as the first target. Bruce said, using the first random name that came into his mind to name this prank. The bat drone silently entered Helena's mansion through one of the open windows and began to search for a room. Soon, it found a room with a half-open pink door looking like it belonged to a small girl or kid. The bat drone went towards the room slowly under Bruce's instructions, expecting the room to either belong to Helena or one of her siblings. Cortana made sure to fly the drone as silently and steadily as possible, so as not to alert the people inside the room of the upcoming prank. However, the moment the full view of the room appeared on the computer screen, a bone-chilling scene suddenly became visible. The bodies of two children were lying on the floor with blood flowing from their corpses, dyeing the entire carpet red. The little children had been shot by someone in cold blood. Power stones, gemstone will also be very much appreciated. Replace the A with A. Chapter 18, The Night of the Hunt, 2. How can you destroy a monster without becoming one? Kaneki, Tokyo Ghoul. Br Bruce I is that, are those dead bodies? Selena said verbally stumbling in fear. She had seen a lot of suffering in the streets and the orphanage but this was the first time she saw someone lying dead like that in their own home. Kitty, go to your room, Bruce said with a stern tone after controlling his shock at the unexpected sight of the gruesome scene. He didn't want to let Selena see everything here and ruin her innocence so soon even though he doubted if any child in Gotham ever truly had an innocent childhood. No, I want to watch. I want to find Helena and make sure that she is okay. Selena said with tears in her eyes while holding Bruce's hands, begging him to let her stay here with him. Fine. But first, call Alfred to inform him about this and tell him to contact the cops as soon as possible. He should have already dropped Vicky at her home by now and should be on his way here. Bruce ordered her with a tone that meant no nonsense. Can't we ask him to go to Helena's home first and try to find her? It would be quicker than the cops. Selena said in a frustrated voice. No. Alfred is just one man. This is probably the work of either a criminal gang or an experienced serial killer. Sending Alfred there alone would be jeopardizing his life. I doubt he even took his gun with him. So just tell him to call the cops, particularly James Gordon, and tell him that we received the information from an anonymous source about the crime and then order him to come straight home. Bruce instructed. Normally the excuse of receiving information from an anonymous source doesn't work in front of most cops as they insist on knowing who the anonymous source is but Alfred worked for the Wayne family and that alone would make his words 100 times more credible and believable than anyone else's. No cop would be stupid enough to try to force Alfred on revealing how he got the information about the crime even before the cops did. Oh okay, Selena said as she quickly went to the main manor to ring up Alfred from the mansion's landline. Truthfully Bruce could have done the same from the cave itself since not only did his bat tool also function as a phone but also Cortana herself could make the call. But Bruce sent away Selena because he didn't want her to see the rest of the bloody scene in Helena's house, he didn't want her to see the dead body of one of her friends since he didn't know if Helena was even alive at this point. But most of all, he didn't want Selena to see what he was gonna do if he found the ones who did this. Cortana released the spiders, Bruce instructed with a cold expression. As soon as he said it, the stomach of one of the bat drones opened slightly and about a dozen tiny crystal-like objects dropped from it which soon began to move and morph into shapes of spiders. They even began to crawl on the walls just like normal spiders would. Image. Generation 1 spider drones released, Cortana followed his order without any question or delay. Even she sounded somewhat cold right now, Maybe because she too was angry that one of her newest friends might have been murdered in cold blood along with her family and she wasn't able to do anything to save her. As soon as she said it, a dozen more live feeds became visible on the screens showing the same room from different angles. Spread them all over the mansion, try to find out if anyone is still alive. Also, call the other bat drone inside and release its spiders as well. And station the combat drones outside the mansion, be ready for heavy battle in case anything goes wrong. Bruce said with determination. He didn't know if Helena or any of her family members was still alive or not. But he swore that he wouldn't allow any criminal to escape alive from this mansion today, no matter what. Criminals who can kill children are the worst type of criminals and one of the very few ones who don't deserve the least bit of mercy. Multiple heat and sound signatures detected. Cortana suddenly announced as one of the feeds became slightly enlarged on the screen and two burly figures became visible shooting another smaller figure. Okay, that's the last maid. Sigh, I tell you, these Bertinellis have too much household help. Even Mr. Galanti doesn't have these many servants. He should have given us an assault rifle to kill all of them instead of just pistols. The first man said. Yeah, I agree. I had to use 3 rounds of ammunition to kill everyone. We were lucky that Santo was able to convince the Bertinelli slut to open the doors at the back or this hit would have been impossible. I still remember the expression on Franco Bertinelli's face when he learned that he was not just dying but was dying as a cuckold. The other men broke out in laughter which the first man also joined. Anybody else? Bruce asked after hearing out their conversation. There are also 2 more men in another room which seems to be most probably the master bedroom of the mansion where Mr. and Mrs. Bertinelli slept. They are currently searching for something in one of their safes. Everyone else in the mansion is either already dead or in critical condition and cannot be saved in time. The drones still haven't found Helena's body anywhere. However, there is a small mild heat signature under one of the tables in the dining room. It might be a small child or a pet of some kind. Cortana answered him dutifully. Send one of the bat drones to the area and check if it is Helena right now, Bruce commanded. BD-002 is already on its way to the dining room, Cortana said as another screen became highlighted on the computer where the camera recording the feed seemed to move at rapid speeds through the mansion, soon reaching an extremely long old-fashioned table normally seen in old movies about crime families. As the bat drone wiggled to go under the table, a small silently weeping figure was seen on the screen much to Bruce's relief and increasing anger. Switch on the microphone. Helena, can you hear me? If you can hear me, please just nod your head. Bruce whispered after the sign of the microphone activated. He was whispering because he didn't want to take any chances and attract the attention of one of the gang members. Immediately Helena was surprised and looked around trying to find where the voice of her friend which she easily recognized was coming from. Not finding anyone nearby, she just fearfully nodded her head, hoping that Bruce would be able to see her. Good. Now listen to me very carefully, Helena. The cops are on their way to save you. The bat-shaped drone near you is the machine through which I am talking to you. It will protect you until help arrives. So just sit back and wait patiently. I'll be here with you the entire time. Bruce said to make her relax. Okay, Helena whispered between silent sobs after she noticed the bat drone sitting near her. She was using her hands to forcefully close her own mouth and make sure that she didn't make any sobbing sounds that would attract the gangsters. After seeing her terrified and sad face, Bruce was angry. No, he was beyond angry. Before this, he still wasn't sure if he wanted to go into the entire saving people and punishing criminals business, but now he knew what he wanted to do. He wanted to get rid of the useless filth that dirted this world, that hurt the truly good and innocent people like Helena. And he would start all that today with the people of this mansion. He would not only become what Bruce Wayne was meant to become but even more. He would be vengeance, the purest and most brutal of its kind. Cortana, lock targets on all 4 gang members and then use Spider BYTE on them, Bruce ordered after a slight second of deliberation. Are you sure, Bruce? Cortana unexpectedly asked for confirmation this time. She knew the negative effects this single command of her maker could bring on his young mind. I said do it, Bruce said determined. He was doing this for 2 reasons. One was out of raw spite and hatred against these criminals for killing innocent people and most of all, little children. But the other primary reason was to protect Helena. The cops still hadn't arrived and he didn't want to bet on the possibility that none of the gang members would find her within that time frame. Command confirmed, Cortana replied with a low-cast voice. As soon as she said it, the spider drones nearest to the gang members quickly moved towards them, crawling with absolute silence, making sure that they could not be seen or heard by the targets. They moved like little assassins climbing up on the gang members towards the areas on their bodies which were not covered by any clothes. As soon as all of them had reached their target areas, small syringes stuck out of their mouths and pierced into the skin of the gang members as they injected a small solution inside them within a millisecond. The gang members only felt a small slight prick and didn't even react much. They just tried to itch the area where they had been bit, thinking that they were just bitten by a small mosquito, but the spiders were long gone by now. They had retreated to safety the moment the solution was injected into their targets' bodies. Image. Now, Bruce just waited for the effect. For a few seconds, everything was normal, but soon the gang members began sweating. They didn't realize that something was wrong with them and just continued their search and looting, thinking everything was going their way. But the truth couldn't be more different. What they were experiencing while sweating crazily like pigs was a small toxin of Bruce's own design. A very easily made, for him, solution of electrolytes in their bloodstream, which right now was affecting their physiologies, dehydrating their entire bodies at a marvelous rate, shriveling their organs, and making their bodies nothing more than just dusty, withered remains of their previous selves. Bruce had made this poison for all beings with humanoid physiologies who survive on water. Once this poison enters their bloodstream, then no matter if it's a human, Atlantean, Amazonian, or any other water-consuming race whose body's major parts were composed of water, they will die as a mummy without any chance of survival. Intake of more water to balance the dehydration would just be uselessly prolonging their suffering. Similarly to its intended effect, the men too tried to search for water to satiate their increasing thirst, but 3 of them died even before they could get close to any source of water, while the 4th, even after continuously consuming glass after glass of water from the kitchen sink, still died after his body could no longer keep up with the continuous dehydration. And all this happened within just a single minute after injecting the toxin in them. I guess Spider BYTE is another huge success. It will be useful for low-key assassinations in the future. Bruce had a cold smile on his lips. One of the combat drones seems to have found another one of the gang members near the back door of the mansion. It looks like he is guarding their escape car, Cortana said as the camera view of the shriveled-up dead bodies changed to an image of a man smoking while standing with his back against the door of a black-colored car. Lock target on him and use low-pulse sonic turret, Bruce commanded. Under Bruce's orders, a barrel peeked out from one of the combat drones and targeted the smoking man's direction. After a 3-second charge, it began to fire a continuous pulse of sonic sound, so strong that it was almost visible to the naked eye. It was another weapon that Bruce had installed in his combat drones for not only dealing damage to physical objects and humans but also beings that were way more durable than humans but had a superhuman sense of hearing. It could fire pulses of sonic sounds at a wide range of frequencies that could crack crystals, metals, bulletproof glass, and even liquefy people's brains, like the unfortunate smoking man who was its first field target. Within just 5 seconds of continuous firing, dark red-colored liquid began to leak from the man's ears, eyes, nose, and mouth, signifying that whatever limited amount of brain the man had was now slowly leaking out of him like water. Even the glass and mirrors of the car behind him had all cracked under the pulse's devastating effect. Cortana, note that the pulse guns need to be further modified. Its effect is too slow. We need to either recalibrate the frequencies to fasten the rate of damage or increase the strength of the pulses to maximize the effect. Bruce said with a neutral, expressionless tone. Are you okay, Bruce? Cortana asked with worry in her voice. Yeah, of course, I am. Why wouldn't I be? I just cleaned up some garbage from the planet and made it a slightly better place than it was before. Bruce said, not changing his emotionless tone. Truthfully, he didn't know what he was feeling. He had watched the deaths of every one of the gang members with utmost focus. He wanted to see what he felt after seeing their deaths, knowing that he was the one who decided their deaths, he was the one who gave the order for them to die, and he was the one who decided if the trigger should be pulled or not. But he didn't feel anything. A small feeling of guilt had risen up in his stomach, but it disappeared as soon as it rose up. In fact, he felt somewhat glad and happy and proud of himself for protecting his friend and punishing evil. Maybe that's why the original Batman never killed. Because he knew he would feel the same way I do and that he would never be able to stop killing again. Bruce wondered to himself. But he stopped thinking about stupid stuff like that. He had a friend to console right now, and by the sound of footsteps, it also seems that Kitty was also coming back. He would be conducting his research on his feelings and psyche later. For now, it was time to be a good friend. It was his duty, not just as Bruce but as a man, to put the happiness of others close to him before himself. Power Stones, gemstone will also be very much appreciated. Replace the A with A. Chapter 19, The Night of the Hunt, Aftermath. A man, after he has brushed off the dust and chips of his life, will have left only the hard, clean questions. Was it good or was it evil? Have I done well, or ill? John Steinbeck, East of Eden. James Gordon POV. Who else do you think did this? Harvey shouted at me while holding his cross tight in his palms. Whoever it wasn't a mummy, Harvey. This is not a horror film. Mummies do not exist in real life, just like aliens or ghosts or demons or any other made-up stuff you see in movies. We cannot just conclude the case by saying that the crime was done by mummies. I felt a headache coming my way. It seemed like the world itself didn't want me to rest. Just when I was thinking of going on a vacation with my daughter, I'll have to deal with a high-profile case once again. After the entire thing with the Waynes, crime has almost tripled in Gotham. It was like everybody is trying to screw everybody. Then what do you call this? Those 4 bodies in there were withered like mummies. I am telling you, either an Egyptian mummy has gotten loose from the museum or the family threw some curse at the gang members or something before they died. Harvey said as he continued to rub his cross in frustration. Sir, we found another body at the back. It looked like the man was staying close to his car as a quick getaway plan. His cause of death seems to be a goopy brain. A young cop approached the 2 senior detectives and reported with a straight face. Excuse me, I said, looking at the rookie with one of my brows raised. If this was a joke, I wasn't appreciating it. The man doesn't have a brain anymore. Most of his brain seems to have liquefied and leaked through his orifices. We will know more once we send the body for post-mortem. The younger cop said with a slightly disgusted face. Seems I was right. This is a curse after all. I knew I should have listened to my mother and taken that firefighter job. At least I wouldn't have to fight goddamn mummies. Harvey said, looking like he wanted to shoot himself. Okay, first, this was not done by a mummy. And, second, there is no curse, just a very smart person who either wanted to send a message or is just trying to hide how he committed the murders. I said, looking at Harvey. This was one of the weirdest murders I have ever seen in my life. It isn't that I haven't seen dehydrated bodies before, but normal bodies take weeks to dehydrate like that, and also they are not nearly as intact as these are. The Bertinelli family is a very famous crime family in the Gotham underworld. Those 4 gang members are most probably from a rival gang who came here to kill the Bertinellis and steal whatever wealth they could get their hands on. It's a classic tale of the cruel and competitive underworld. But what changed this simple case was how every gang member included in the crime was killed by weird, unexplainable methods. What about the survivor? Did she say something? I asked the younger cop with some hope. No, she hadn't said anything. She is still in shock. We tried to ask her some questions without trying to further worsen her condition, but she isn't even paying attention to us. She just ignores us and stares at the void with tears in her eyes. The young cop said as he signaled towards an ambulance parked a little further from where we were standing. I see. I didn't expect her to know anything about it anyways. She was hiding under a table when we came. I doubt if she wasn't hiding from the very beginning, those monsters would have even let her live. I said as my fists tightened on their own as I remembered the 2 little young bodies lying in a pool of blood. I told you, Gordon. Gotham is a shithole full of people who love shitting and then throwing their shit at others. What happened here today is almost a daily occurrence in the city, except for the part about the weird deaths. You should stop caring if you want to truly live your life without depression, because justice in Gotham is the same as a rose growing in a shithole. Harvey smirked somewhat sadly at his own words. Yeah, but I am still gonna try. Whether it's the person who killed those criminals today or the gang who ordered the hit, I am at least going to find out the reason why an innocent child became an orphan today. I said, determined, as I went towards the ambulance. Getting close to the ambulance, I saw a small girl a few years older than Barbara sitting with a towel wrapped up around her for warmth and comfort while shedding silent tears from her eyes. Your name is Helena, right? Are you okay? I tried to start a conversation, but the girl didn't respond in any way. She just kept silently crying while ignoring me. Look, Helena, I am sorry for your loss. I know I probably won't understand your pain, but I want to help you. I promise you that you are safe now. We have already contacted your uncle since he is your closest living relative. He will be coming from Europe to meet you. Bruce Wayne has also contacted us. He said that you can stay with him till your uncle reaches Gotham. You will be safe with him. But before that, I have to do my duty and ask if you know anything about this incident. Did you hear or see anything while this was happening? Anything out of the ordinary at all? I asked while mentally swearing at myself for even trying to interrogate a young victim like her. No. They entered through the back door when most of my family had gone to sleep. And began to shoot everybody. I was eating at that time because I had arrived late from Bruce's house after we played Dungeons and Dragons all evening. When we heard shooting, one of the maids in the room told me to hide under the table while she checks out what was going on. But Helena could no longer continue and broke out in tears. It's okay. I understand. Thank you for your cooperation. Sit tight, I think your friends would be coming soon to pick you up. I said as I turned around, but stopped after just taking a single step. By the way, did you or any of your family members contact Alfred or Bruce by any chance? Because they were the first ones who knew about this and informed the cops. You wouldn't happen to know how they knew about this, right? I asked, wondering if they had any connection with this case. Helena was silent. From her sad, tear-stricken face, it looked like she was thinking about something. Helena, do you know anything about this, anything at all? If you do, you should tell me. Any clue could be a big help in solving the mystery of why, how, or who did this. I asked again. No, I don't, Helena said after a while. I see. But don't worry, I'll still try my best to find out who did this. And when I do, I'll bring them to justice, whoever they are. I said with determination in my voice. Detective, please try to find out more about the people who killed my family and not the people who avenged them by killing those criminals and saving me in the process. The girl said with a certain coldness in her young voice just when I was turning around to leave. Okay, miss. We will do our best. I say, not blaming the girl for her rudeness. If I was in her place, I would have been much ruder than her. I understand what and how victims of such crimes think. So, I decided to just leave her alone for some time until the Waynes get here. This city truly is going to hell. I mutter in my mind as I went to a quiet corner and lighted my first cigarette in months. I have tried to quit for a while now after Barbara was born and succeeded too, but it's times and crimes like these when I need them to continue to function properly and do my duty despite the massive frustration that whispers in my mind to just kill every criminal and gang member and be done with it. While thinking all this, I suddenly felt a gaze on me as I looked around but didn't see anyone near me. But then I noticed a bat hanging upside down from the roof of a nearby house looking straight at me with its menacing red eyes. A bat. Well, I did hear there have been reports of too many bats in Gotham now. I guess darkness always invites the bats, huh? Power Stone's gemstone will also be very much appreciated. Also, you can check out my Pat Rayon page as well to read ahead or just to support your amazing author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 20, Goodbyes are not forever. Losing people is a part of life, but that doesn't mean you stop letting them in. Batman, the Lego movie. Helena. I can't believe you're leaving. It won't be the same without you. Vicky said as she rushed forward and enveloped Helena in a tight hug. I'll miss you too, Vicky. You were a good friend. Helena hugged her back. Bruce, Vicky, Selina, and Alfred had come to drop Helena and her uncle at the airport. The bustling airport was filled with travelers hurrying to catch their flights. Among them, Helena stood with watery eyes at the entrance, her little suitcase beside her, as Bruce, Selina, and Vicky were standing before her, unwilling to let their friend go while Alfred was having a conversation with her uncle. Those two had also become good friends due to both their tempers being similar, they were both gentlemen. The very air seemed heavy with a mixture of sadness and gloom. Helena, we want you to know that we'll always be here for you, no matter the distance. You will always have a friend in us. Bruce said as he stepped forward, his voice filled with determination. Bruce had wanted to be selfish and just keep Helena with him in Gotham. He had enough money to look after her, but the question was, could he really keep her safe? In a world where Kryptonians could not keep their own wife and unborn baby safe, what chance did he have at this stage, when he was just a child? Maybe in the future, he would be powerful enough to not care about minor gangs and silly psychos with retarded senses of fashion, but right now, he couldn't do that, he couldn't be selfish. No matter how much he just wanted to say, FCK off, to the plot in this world and keep Helena with her, he couldn't do it, at least not when he was still so weak. Absolutely, Helena. We'll call each other every day and keep you updated on everything happening here. You won't be alone. Selina nodded at Bruce's words, her eyes shining with sincerity. And we'll plan all the adventures we'll have when you come back. The three of us, together again. Vicky chimed in, her voice filled with anticipation. That sounds amazing, Vicky. I'll look forward to that. Helena said with a small smile. Remember, Helena, we'll always be just a phone call away. And if you ever need anything at all, don't hesitate to reach out. Bruce said as he took Helena's hand, offering support and comfort. Helena, the flight's on time. We have to go or we will miss it. We have to say our final goodbyes for now. Helena's uncle said as he lightly placed his hand on her shoulder. Yeah. Helena's eyes were filled with tears. She had already lost her entire family in one fell swoop. She didn't want to let go of her friends so soon as well. But it's not goodbye forever, Helena. We'll see each other again. We promise. Vicky said as she was pulled in for a hug by Helena along with the rest of the gang. It was a weird sensation for Bruce. This was his first time in a group hug. But he liked it. It felt like home, it felt like family. Thank you, guys. You've made this a lot easier for me to bear. Helena said as she wiped away her tears. She then proceeded to give Bruce one final hug before leaving. Thank you for everything that you did for me. I promise that I will always keep your secret and that I will pay you back one day. Thank you. She whispered. Bruce didn't understand if she was talking about him saving her life or him letting her stay at his home for the last 3 days or him killing the ones who killed her family. But he didn't care even if she did tell people. It was not that he blindly trusted her or anything. It was simply because nobody would believe her. An 8-year-old orphan boy invented a state-of-the-art high-tech drone that is more advanced technology than anything currently on Earth, and he used it to save his friend and kill her family's gangster murderers using a home-developed artificial poison that kills people by making them mummies. Yeah, best of luck in making the cops and the press believe that. What I did wasn't a favor. What I did was simply to help one of my best friends. And thank you for being my friend, Helena. Take care of yourself. Bruce smiled at him. Goodbye, my dear Gotham Knights. Until we meet again. Helena said with a smile as she with a heavy but hopeful heart went into the airport with her uncle, slowly disappearing into the crowd. For some time after the two left, Bruce just stood there in silence, thinking about something, wondering if it was a coincidence that Helena had called them the Gotham Knights before leaving, or did the universe itself wanted to tell him something. She'll be all right, won't she? We'll make sure she is. Vicky said worriedly. Yeah. Helena is strong, and we'll be there for her every step of the way. We will support her from here as much as we can. Selina said while wiping her residual tears. She will be all right. She is our friend after all. And as for her safety, I pray for anyone who tries to ever do anything to her. Bruce gave a small smile whose meaning none of the people standing near him understood. Only he knew what he meant. Only he knew that before Helena left, he had given her a little farewell gift. He had given her his favorite and greatest creation till now, a bat tool. The entire last week, he had made one specifically for her. A slightly different version of the bat tool he made for himself. This one leaned towards protection and defense more than versatile tools. He was sure that if Helena could one day master it, then she could even defeat a lot of dangerous metahumans out there. Of course, he made sure to include more security features to make sure that it doesn't fall into the hands of some evil genius. But the best thing about her particular version of the bat tool was that it could even change its appearance into a girl's purse, making it blend into a normal environment and easily pass through any scanner. Let's go. It's getting late. Bruce said after some time of silently standing in front of the airport. He had already noticed a couple of people pointing at him and whispering. He knew it would not be long before this place is completely swarmed by reporters. So with heavy hearts, the trio along with Alfred, who also looked somewhat down, went towards their car. It was time for them to return to their normal lives again. Master Bruce, here's your snacks and the documents you requested. The folder contains all the information about the 3 companies that we acquired recently, as well as the smaller companies that you wanted to invest in through the foundation. I have also started making deals for the filming rights of various books and comics that you told me under Wayne Entertainment. Alfred said as he placed a tray of food and a thick folder on the table. Oh, goody. Continue buying the filming rights of all the literary works I mentioned. I'll make sure to prepare a couple of dozen songs as well as some TV and movie scripts. Making the other 2 companies succeed will be easy due to my skills, but the entertainment company would have to be handled very delicately. Bruce nodded as he continued working on a weird-looking helmet. Bruce had plans for his technology company. Making money through it would be the easiest, since all he had to do was just release a few of his designs to the public every year as products, and voila, his company would be the most advanced and famous technology company in the world. Even companies like Apple or Tesla would be nothing in front of Wayne Technologies. Same with Wayne Capital. Cortana was already making various AI programs for doing successful short trades in the share market to make quick money, as well as shortlisting ventures and startups that had the most chances of succeeding using countless real-world simulations. That, coupled with the knowledge from Bruce's previous world, would almost make it a certainty that Wayne Capital would succeed and would soon become the biggest investment company in the world. But Wayne's Entertainment was different. Bruce could easily make it one of the biggest entertainment companies as well by making all the movies and shows he knew from his previous life, but he didn't have enough time to start writing scripts to make. He would earn and profit way more by using his time to make state-of-the-art technologies than by writing manga, comics, or movie scripts. All he could do was buy some franchisees that he knew would succeed in the future, hire the best directors and producers, and make sure that the shows or movies have a decent storyline. But that was it. He was mostly pinning his hope on Cortana, who had supposedly cracked the formula for making hit storylines. According to her, she had analyzed thousands of successful stories, and she used that information to develop a formula that she could apply to effortlessly influence people through her stories and make sure that every one of her scripts succeeds as a film or show as long as it's made well. Truthfully, Bruce doubted that because he knew how varied the human race was and how their opinions differed. So, he was going to do what he could do and develop some high-tech machines and programs as well through Wayne Technologies to make visual and audio effects in movies 100 times better than what was possible in this era. That would be the defining point of how the products of his studio would be different from the others. In reality, he could even make an entire movie at his home, simulating everything through his computer with the help of Cortana without any need for shooting in the first place, but that would raise too many questions like who are the actors in the movie or where and when was it shot, stuff like that. So he was just going to provide as much help as he can to his studio's employees for them to make their best stuff for the people to see and enjoy. Perhaps I could start the Marvel franchisee here. I already checked Marvel doesn't exist in this world for some reason, so it could potentially make me a lot of money, but if this multiverse is somehow connected to Marvel for some reason, then it could create a lot of chaos. Bruce thought to himself. Sure, Master Bruce. Also, I know a certain person in Wayne Enterprises who might further help us in our business dealings since I am not really that bright in running a business and you young master need a business mentor to learn how to successfully run a business empire. Alfred said. Bruce was sure he didn't need a mentor since he didn't intend to actually run the business himself. He just wanted to successfully grow his business big and powerful enough for him to never get into money problems. He even had plans to just sit back and enjoy his money rolling in after all his companies are big and strong enough. But he didn't say that to Alfred. Alfred had really big expectations of him and he didn't want to break his hope so soon. Sure, Alfred. Who is this mentor that even you look up to? Bruce asked, trying to show some curiosity. Lucius Fox. He is one of the board members of Wayne Enterprises, one of the very few who is still loyal to the Wayne family and supports your claim on the company. He couldn't attend the funeral because he was more or less broken after your parents' death since they were best friends. But I am sure that if you ask him to join your new company, he would do it in a heartbeat. Alfred said with a sad look on his face, probably having some flashbacks about Bruce's parents and Lucius. Fine. Then request him to join Wayne Solutions. By the way, that's the name I have decided to name the holding company. The 3 subsidiaries as well as all the companies I would acquire or start personally in the future would be under it. I don't have enough time to be the acting CEO anyway and will be taking up the chairman position, so maybe he could make for a good CEO. Bruce made his intentions clear. He had even thought he could merge Wayne Solutions with Wayne Enterprises later down the line when he becomes an adult. He was sure that the moment he turned 18 would be the end of most of the members of the board of directors in his company. He was going to make sure that he not only took back control of Wayne Enterprises but also ruined the lives of everyone who opposed him. Alfred looked like he was a little displeased with Bruce's decision and wanted to say something but he ultimately didn't. Perhaps he remembered that despite Bruce's maturity and high intellect, he was still an 8-year-old kid and 8-year-old kids don't really make very intimidating CEOs. So perhaps making Lucius Fox the CEO would be a good move. Fine, I'll inform him then. It is extremely important that this new venture of yours succeeds, Master Bruce. That would win us the trust of the general public shareholders and make it much easier to take control of Wayne Enterprises in the future when you turn into an adult, even if the board still opposes us. Alfred said with an air of seriousness. Don't worry, Alfred. Bruce Wayne doesn't fail. He might get slowed down but he never fails. Bruce smiled while feeling a little weird for talking about himself in the third person. Maybe it wasn't that easy being Bruce Wayne after all. He thought. Oh, and your new combat teacher contacted me. He said that he would be coming tomorrow to start your training. Although he has certain conditions before he starts teaching you. He will only train you if you agree to them. But make sure they are not anything too extreme, Master Bruce. You never know with people no ways, lots of weirdos out there. Alfred said with a frown like he was imagining Richard Dragon as a pedophile. I am sure his conditions won't be too extreme, Alfred. And if they are, we can always just get another teacher. Anyways, what about the other person I told you about? Did you find anything about him? Bruce asked. You mean Slade Wilson? Yeah, I did. He is currently posted as a soldier in Iraq. Alfred revealed. Oh, that's a bummer. I was thinking about hiring him to be my armed combat trainer. I guess I can do it after he retires. Bruce showed a sad expression but inside he knew it would not be long before Slade Wilson stops working for the military to become a hitman, the best goddamn hitman out there. And that would be the moment when Bruce would snatch him up to be his trainer. He was sure someone like Slade would never say no to a couple of $1 million when offered nicely. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Pat Rayon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 21, Dragon Meets Bat. Being weak is nothing to be ashamed of. Staying weak is. Fuego Leon Vermilion, Black Clover. Richard Dragon POV. This is a really big house, even bigger than Sensei's dojo. I wonder what the history is behind this building, just how much blood and tears were used up to make this piece of architectural marvel. Countless useless thoughts like these began to swirl in my mind as I stood outside the door of the main mansion after ringing the bell on the door. It didn't even make sense, the guards outside at the main gate had already checked my identity and let me in, so the residents knew that I was coming. So, what was the use of placing a doorbell here? Seriously, the rich and their over-the-top security. Good morning, Mr. Dragon. We were expecting you. Please come in. The young master is waiting for you inside. A man in his late 30s or maybe early 40s greeted me after he curtly opened the door. He was probably the butler of the family, a well-mannered person if one goes by his style of speaking. Even though I had only just met him, I could sense he wasn't a selfish bloodsucker like most of the people I encountered after coming to Gotham. He seemed like a normal butler at first sight, but if one looked carefully at his posture and the thin outline of a fading muscular physique inside that suit of his, one would know that he had some decent combat experience, maybe a military man of some kind. I didn't reply to his greeting and just silently followed him. I am not here to judge people or find out about his personal history. I am simply here to teach a prospective student if he is worthy enough to be one. Otherwise, I am just here to enjoy a cup of expensive tea. As we went to the living room, which was bigger than my entire apartment, I saw the kid I was supposed to teach. And he was just what I expected him to be, a normal-looking little kid. He didn't look any different than the other hundreds of kids I have seen in my life, maybe a little better looking than the average, but that might just be the expensive grooming products that I have heard billionaires like to use. Although the look in his eyes did seem somewhat different than what I was used to. I have seen a lot of eyes. My master, O-sensei, believed them to be the windows to our souls, displaying our true emotions, our true selves to everyone outside. I have seen eyes with looks showing a determination to survive or desire to take revenge or even greed for money and power. But his eyes were different. In his eyes, I saw absolutely nothing. They were blank. Not a single bit of emotion was present, just pure intelligence. It was like he was observing me as much as I was observing him, like a predator hiding in the shadows, waiting to see if I was a friend or a foe. Maybe they were right. He might be different than the others who normally want to learn martial arts from me. But the question was, why did they want me to teach him? Why was it so important that they even had her approach me for a favor? What's your name? I asked, not waiting for the butler to start the introductions. Don't you already know that? The kid raised one of his brows in a question. I want to hear it from you, I said as I looked him straight in the eyes. I was trying to determine his personality by observing his actions and expressions. I am not going to teach a kid with a twisted personality who might become a serial killer in the future. Wayne, Bruce Wayne. What's yours? He asked. Richard Dragon. So, Bruce, I heard that you want to learn how to fight from me. I began without any dilly-dallying. Is that what you were told, that I want to learn fighting from you? Because that's not true. I can get hundreds of teachers for learning how to fight. No, what I want to learn from you is the art of unarmed combat. I want to learn the art from an artist, not how to fight from a fighter. The kid said, interrupting me. Although I don't like people interrupting me, I can't help but be impressed at his respect for both me and the skills that I learned from O-sensei. And may I ask why? Because I want to, as simple as that. It will be one of the most useful skills that I will learn in my life and will undoubtedly help me in the future in whatever I want to do. Be it surviving, showing off my talents, defending myself, protecting my friends and family, saving others, or crushing my enemies, it will help me in everything. He answered in a matter-of-fact voice. Saying that I was surprised would be an underestimation of my current mental condition. That was one of the most blatant answers to that question I had ever heard in my life. That question was once asked by my own sensei to me and my peers as well. I remember what we answered that day. I still ask every student that wants to learn from me that same question. But nobody, and I mean nobody till now, has ever given me such a blunt yet truthful answer. Most answers include serious and grim reasons like taking revenge or being powerful enough to never lose to anyone or wanting to become the best fighter in the world or wanting to protect the weak and innocent, but what he answered right now was truly out of my expectations. Ha 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 ha. I see. Fine. But as I already mentioned to your butler, I have some conditions before I agree to teach you. I said after laughing for some time. Yes, sure, as long as they are not too stringent or restrictive, I will gladly agree. He said as he shrugged his shoulders. It's not. All I want is for you to swear never to ever use the skills that I teach you to kill anyone. I said. It was a very minor condition that most people won't even care for. I think he should be no different since this won't restrict him from anything nor will it affect his future much. And even if he did ever want to take someone's life, he could just spend some money and get a hired gun to do the dirty work. But this little condition would make sure that he couldn't be used by them in any way as long as he sticks to it. That way any plans they had made regarding him would be useless. Of course, Bruce might break the rule in the future, but I think that an individual like this kid doesn't break promises that easily. Also, I don't want a smart innocent kid like him to be ever tainted by the darkness that comes with taking a life. No, I am sorry. That won't be possible. I had sincerely hoped that you could be my teacher, but I guess I am not that fortunate. But still, thank you for your time. Bruce stood up and lightly bowed as he began to walk away without clarifying his reasons. I was not the only one surprised, as the butler standing beside me was also equally astounded. Wait, why can't you agree on that condition? I couldn't help myself but ask with curiosity brimming inside me. Does the kid want to kill someone? Does he want revenge for something, maybe his parents' murders or something? Why, you ask? Because it would be a drag. Don't misunderstand, it's not that I want to kill people. I don't. I believe in the statement that every life is equal. But if sparing one life that is my enemy results in him or her coming after my friends, or my family and killing them for revenge or hurting numerous other innocents just because he is an evil psycho who loves to kill, then I would much rather kill that person. Forgive me if that sounds rude. But that is what I believe in, he said like he was stating a general fact. He didn't sound rude. For some reason, he sounded logical. He sounded right. And I couldn't help but believe him. Even from his heartbeat, I knew that he was most probably not lying. They were his real thoughts. But the question was, were they correct? I didn't know. I myself had taken a few lives before, like when I avenged my sensei or when I fought in the underground ring. So, I wasn't a stranger to killing, but I wanted to make sure that my students won't have to go on that road, that they can find a better way, one that I couldn't. But, the question was, did a better way truly exist in every situation? I don't know how right or wrong you are in your beliefs, Bruce. Perhaps I would never know, maybe I don't even want to know. But they are your beliefs nonetheless, and looking at you, I don't think I can change them that easily. But I will teach you even if you didn't agree to my conditions, simply because I believe that you are speaking the truth, that you will try to avoid useless death or futile killing as much as you can, though in return, you will only have 2 years to learn from me. After 2 years, I will leave, no matter how little or how much you have managed to learn from me. That's the cost of not agreeing to my conditions. I said with a no-nonsense tone that made sure to highlight the fact that I was not ready for any negotiations. Sure. But you have to promise me one thing, Mr. Dragon. You will teach me everything you know in these 2 years as long as I can learn them or master them. You won't withhold anything from me as long as I have enough talent to learn from you. Bruce said as he too sounded quite serious. I had only agreed to teach him for 2 years because I knew that he wouldn't be able to learn or master everything I had to offer under the limited time. That way, even if he did go down a dark path, people would still be able to stop him. Even geniuses need years after years of training to even begin to comprehend some of the advanced techniques I possess. He might be a genius himself, but, no matter how rare once-in-a-century genius he is, he simply won't be able to learn it all, at least not the skills that truly matter like my knowledge of Qi. I accept. I swear I will teach you everything I know in these 2 years as long as you can learn and master each subsequent skill and technique I teach before I move on to the next. I swore. Truthfully, I was feeling somewhat guilty for fooling a small kid like him. But I had no other choice. I can't make him into an absolute weapon for them to use. I couldn't go against them directly and deny training him. If I don't train him, they would just find someone else for the job. But this way, at least I could make sure that he doesn't become the weapon that they always want in their members. Thank you, then I'll be in your care from now on, Sensei. Bruce bowed to me, this time with much more respect than before. We will start your training from tomorrow then, my young student. I bowed back, a little happy to finally get some respect from him. By the way, I should mention that a young friend of mine will also join my classes. She is my best friend and lives with me, so you can trust her. I assure you she is the most innocent and pure girl you will ever meet, who can't even think of stealing, much less killing. Bruce said as he smiled at me. Of course, I nodded and smiled back in return, accepting his request. Training him will be more important for me, of course, since that was why I was here, but if he wants a friend to learn with him, then sure, why not? But I still wonder, why did he describe his friend, the girl, that way? Is she a little angel or something? Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Pat Rayon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 22, Chapter 22, if you aren't cheating, you aren't trying. If you can't do something, then don't. Focus on what you can. Shiro, Log Horizon. Bruce had begun his training the very next day. Selena was training under 3 different teachers including Richard, while Bruce just trained under Richard alone. He decided that he didn't want to train in stuff that he wasn't interested in or not gonna need in the future much in his line of work. Batman was known for his combat and physical fitness, not for his yoga and gymnastics. As for the level of agility, flexibility, and body-mind coordination that he was going to need to become an adept fighter, he would get it from his martial art and combat training. Speaking of martial arts, Bruce found out that martial arts weren't exactly as easy as people imagined it to be. You were not told by your master to sweep the floor 1,000 times and then after a couple of days, you become a master of fighting. No, the reality was much different. Training meant performing grueling and cruel sets of exercises and repeating even the simplest of techniques hundreds of times to master them and perform them without even the slightest of mistakes. Prodigies weren't as common as seen in movies. And unfortunately, it turned out that Bruce himself wasn't a true prodigy or a fighting genius. After the first day of training, Richard just straight out told him with an expressionless face that he was better than the average, which would have been a praise if it were in the normal world, since the average assassin in DC could easily take on the best of martial arts geniuses in his previous world. But here in the world of Qi and unnatural and impossible combat techniques, he was just a guy who was slightly better than the average. And even that was probably because of him inheriting the original Bruce's better-than-average senses and brain. He might not have inherited the original's memories and stuff, but he did get his physical body, which included his potential to be the peak of what humanity could be. But even with all that, Bruce knew that he had more or less zero chance of being as good as Batman if he were to just depend on his tenacity as Batman did. Why? Simple, because he lacked the iron-hard willpower and determination that the original had. Of course, this didn't mean that he was lacking in the department. He in fact had a lot of will and determination to survive and grow strong as well as protect the people that he cared about, like Alfred, Selina, and the others, but it was nothing compared to what the original Batman had. His willpower was like the strength of a mighty river in front of that of the original Batman, which was like a raging ocean. He knew that at this rate, he could become a decent respected martial artist within a decade or two, perhaps even better than some of the other heroes and vigilantes like the Question or Black Canary, but that wasn't enough. He didn't just need to be better, he needed to be the best, and he needed to learn and master everything Richard had to offer within 2 years, which was almost practically impossible since not only he wasn't that innately talented but also because he simply didn't have enough time to practice. He even lacked in the strength department since he was just 8 years old. So, Bruce decided to do the only thing he could do. He decided to cheat. He had already suspected that his talents in martial arts might not be the best and had begun preparing for it. A person's body might be a temple, but it's the mind that's always in control of it. And Bruce was very proud of his mind. So he finally made up his mind to start using his cheat from the second day of training. He had already tried to learn the art of combat without using it to show respect to the hundreds of shonen protagonists he had watched in his previous life master everything from hard work alone, but when he did it, all he got in return for this respect was the title of above average from his master. So, he decided to just embrace the dark side and stop trying to be like a shonen protagonist. Accepting my inner Itachi it is then. He thought in his mind as he looked at his master, who was going to demonstrate an Aikido move for Bruce and Selina to learn. Just seeing him perform the technique normally would have enabled Bruce to remember it forever since he had a photographic memory, but that didn't let him learn it, since remembering something and learning the skill from that memory was very different. If eidetic memory could allow someone to learn any skill they saw for the first time, then Nikola Tesla would have been the greatest martial artist of all time. So, Bruce concentrated and activated his intuitive genius ability and willed it to show him how Richard was performing the technique. He had no idea if this would work. Now that he thought about it, he had never actually tried to use his power on a human before. He had always only used it on non-living things. For a few seconds after activating his power, he felt nothing, but then an influx of information suddenly almost overcame his mind. Everything slowed down as if the world itself was in slow motion, and his vision changed, allowing him to be able to perceive the flow of blood, breathing, muscular contractions, and joint movements of his master in front of him. He saw each and every minute change in Richard's body as he looked like he was performing his technique in slow motion. And as he moved, it seemed like he was leaving a set of shadowy images in his previous positions, making it even easier for Bruce to understand how the technique was being executed. By the time Richard was done, Bruce knew that he now would be able to replicate this technique and perform it without much difficulty. The performance might not be as flawless as Richard, who had been practicing it for years, but it would definitely be way better than just above average. Did you understand it? Richard asked as he approached Bruce. F***CK, I am a demon slayer. Bruce couldn't help but mutter to himself, not realizing that his new master was now looking at him with a weird expression. Bruce, are you all right? Even Selina had a confused expression on her face, even though she mostly remained silent during her training. She just liked to silently observe everything and absorb it all like a sponge. That was one of the reasons why she appeared even better than Bruce in learning martial arts on the first day. He suspected that she might even have some kind of female lead halo or superhero halo or something that made her good at almost everything she did, including gymnastics, yoga, and even fighting. TCH. I think the previous Bruce took his superhero halo with him when he died, because I didn't get anything of the sort. He thought in his mind, annoyed at the original dead Bruce for some reason. It's nothing. Can I try it now, master? He asked, wanting to try out if it had really worked like how he had imagined it to be. Yeah, sure. Go ahead, he said, not expecting a lot from Bruce. In fact, Richard was both happy and disappointed at the same time that Bruce wasn't the one in a million martial art talent that he expected him to be after he observed him on the first day, because this meant that Richard would not have the fortune of teaching another martial art genius, but it also meant that they would not have much use for him in their evil machinations. But sadly, what happened next reversed both those emotions inside Richard, making him question both his sanity and reality. As soon as Bruce started, he was able to perfectly replicate the entire technique that Richard just demonstrated. Even the distribution of power in his muscles, the center of balance, the posture, the way he breathed during executing the technique, everything was the same as Richard as he had just shown them. Wow, that was awesome, Tiger. It was almost as good as Master's. Selina praised Bruce. Thanks, Kitty. I think I might give you a tough competition after all, he said as he smiled at Selina, at which the girl herself nodded with a smile. She wasn't envious of Bruce at all but was genuinely happy for her best friend being so talented. Richard agreed with her statement except for the fact that it was not almost as good as his technique but equally as good as his technique. Richard even wondered if Bruce was hiding his talent the day before but ultimately just chalked it up to stage fright that beginners have on their first day. Bruce on the other hand was ecstatic. What he had just discovered would be a game changer for him. He could use this to potentially be better at martial arts than the original Batman or even the Karate Kid. He more or less had a discount Sharingan with this. He could just observe the strongest and most talented martial artists and pull a taskmaster on their asses, copying and stealing all their techniques and adding them to his own roster. Although, there was still a problem with this method. It was the fact that even though he could learn every martial art after seeing it just once, it still didn't change the fact that he would not have sufficient time to practice them enough to flawlessly integrate them into his fighting style or master them enough to incorporate them into his muscle memories. To do all that, he needed time to practice. But he had previously thought of that too. He was prepared with a solution already. Because that's where his newest invention came in. Another little byproduct of his amazing power. His version of the nerve gear, or more specifically the Amisphere from Sword Art Online. The device could use his memories as well as Cortana's processing power to transport his mind into a digital world simulation where his digital avatar could do anything he wanted to, including practice his skills. And the best thing was that it allowed the user to accelerate his sense of time by up to 1,000,000 times that of the time flow in the real world. Although Bruce decided to only use a 10 times constant time dilation for the time being so that his childish mind didn't break under constant duress and stress. He had even decided to let Selina use it as well for her training, although both of their screen time would only be limited to 3 hours in the real world since he didn't want their bodies to suffer or their minds to get addicted to the time dilation since apparently that was a thing. However, using it for 3 hours every day meant every technique that Richard would teach them once could be practiced by them both for 30 hours till the next day. It was ample time for them to completely master any technique, learn how to incorporate them flawlessly in a fight as well as practice them enough to make them part of his instincts. Of course, physical fitness was still an issue, but he knew that it was nothing a few serums and daily workouts couldn't solve. It seems that my future in martial arts is bright. I guess the age-old saying is right. If you ain't trying to cheat a little, you ain't likely to win much. Bruce thought as he smiled to himself. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 23, A Magical Birthday, 1. Today I will live in the moment unless it's unpleasant, in which case I will eat a cookie. Cookie Monster. Are you sure, young master, that you don't want to invite some of the richer members of the upper echelon of Gotham to your party? Establishing a good relationship with them from early on might give you lots of benefits in the future when you take over Wayne Enterprises and kick out the board members. Alfred asked with a straight face, making it clear that he hated most of the board members of the company with every bone in his body. No, Alfred. Not on my birthday. I can barely tolerate those stuck-up people who think that they are the most important and powerful people in the world at normal times. But inviting them and listening to their stupidity on my birthday is a big no-no. Bruce answered with a smile, which Alfred returned with one of his own and left for the preparations. It was Bruce's 9th birthday. It has been almost a year since Bruce and Selina started their training under Richard. In just 1 year they had improved so much that Richard still had trouble believing that 2 little children could really be that talented. To Richard, Selina was a natural martial art prodigy while Bruce was a once-in-a-generation genius who was fated to dominate the martial art world one day. Of course, what he didn't know was that both of their successes were not because of their talents but because of their diligent practice through the nerve gear and Bruce's Walmart Sharingan power. After about a month, Vicky too found out about their martial arts training when she came to play with them one morning and saw them practicing their techniques with Richard. After that day, she began pestering Bruce and Selina to let her join in too during their training sessions. Bruce had of course denied it at first, but after an entire month of constant nagging, he had no choice but to agree to Vicky's request and ask Richard if he could train her as well. He had expected Richard to deny training her, but quite on the contrary, the martial art expert readily accepted her as a student the moment he brought up the topic without even asking her any of the questions he had previously asked Bruce, showing that his master was a sexist of a sort. Vicky, however, according to Richard's harsh opinion, was an average talent in the DC world, meaning that her martial art talent was not as good as his or Selina's. But that didn't stop the little girl, and she made it her life's mission to be as good as Selina at least. But every time she thought she was doing well, it turned out that Selina and Bruce were doing way better than her, mainly because of their constant practice with nerve gear. She had almost fallen into depression when Bruce could no longer bear to see this and finally revealed to her the existence of the nerve gear after making her promise not to ever tell anyone else. So, Vicky too started training in the digital simulation with time dilation, and even though she wasn't as good as them, she could still be called a rare talent after she began to spend 100 hours a day practicing. This of course made Richard question his entire existence. He wondered if geniuses and prodigies were really that common nowadays or if Gotham was a home of hidden dragons. But then he just decided not to waste his brain cells on those thoughts and go along with the flow. He even thought that it could be fate guiding him toward a better future. Helena should be coming soon. She promised that she was not gonna miss your birthday for the world. Will you finally tell her about the helmet thing? I mean, she is a friend of ours too. Also, we could play games together in it like the realistic racing game we played that day. Vicky said while she did her stretching exercises in her white martial arts clothes. I don't know, Vicky. I might, since I don't think she would be telling anyone about it. Bruce said as he tried to do push-ups with his childish body. Of course, she won't. She is a part of the Gotham Knights, remember? The first rule of the pact was that we don't betray each other, no matter what. Also, snitching on Tiger would probably be the last thing she would do in this life. Selina said while eyeing Bruce discreetly. She had an inkling of what Bruce had done that day for Helena, even though he always refused to talk on that subject. But that only increased her respect for him in her heart, as she knew that he would do the same thing for her as well if she was in Helena's place. That's just how Bruce was, the best friend someone could ever hope for. I agree, Vicky said as she nodded with a sagely look on her face, at which Selina just snorted. The three just continued doing their respective exercises in silence after that, as they waited for Helena to arrive, as well as all of Alfred's preparations for the party to finally complete. Alfred, when I told you to make preparations for a small party, I really did mean a small party. This looks like it's the birthday of the Prince of Arabia or something. Bruce said as he looked at the over-the-top decorations adorning the walls of the ballroom. I am sorry, young master, but this is the smallest party I could prepare for your birthday. Any smaller than this and your parents would start cursing me from their graves. He said with a small smile at the corner of his lips. Ha ha. Very funny, Bruce said, not able to control his own smile from leaking onto his face. The party was supposed to be small, with limited guests that he knew personally, like his friends and their families, Jim Gordon and his daughter, the people that directly work for him like his guards and maids, as well as Lucius Fox and his family, who was the current CEO of his company Wayne Solutions. So he had told Alfred to make preparations for that, but he should have expected that the lovable English butler would never compromise with the party, especially if that party was for Bruce's birthday. Oh, it seems that Miss Helena and her uncle are already here. I will go and receive them then. Alfred said after he received a notification from his pager. She is here already, huh? I wonder how much she has changed in the last year. He thought as he looked at himself in a nearby mirror. He himself had changed a lot due to his regular training and a proper strict and balanced diet. He looked a little like that child actor who played Bruce Wayne in the Gotham TV show, but was somehow cuter and better looking. Comics logic, he guessed. I wonder how I would look when I grow up. He murmured to himself while looking at his reflection, wondering if he would look like Robert Pattinson, Christian Bale, Ben Affleck, or maybe Val Kilmer as an adult. There might also be the possibility that he wouldn't look like any one of them and resemble a Batman from the comics or animations more. According to my calculations and simulations, you will look great, master. You have perfect 99.99% pure human genes with absolutely no defects. Cortana's voice chimed in as the watch on his hand slightly glowed. Thanks, Cortana. Bruce thanked his cute little digital assistant. Is that you, Bruce? Wow, you look taller. A familiar female voice came from behind him. And so do you, Helena. Let me guess, you are learning acrobatics or maybe some martial arts. Bruce turned around and smiled at her. Along with archery. I missed you. She said as she hugged him tightly. Same, Helena, and so did Selina and Vicky. He hugged her back. Helena, Vicky suddenly shouted from the stairs and ran up to them in excitement, followed by Selina, who too looked excited but was calmer compared to Vicky. They were both dressed in white and black dresses similar to the purple dress that Helena was currently wearing. Wait, did you girls discuss today's dress code or something? I don't believe for a second that this is a coincidence. Bruce said, wondering if they were trying to copy Power Rangers. Maybe, who knows? Vicky said as she shyly looked everywhere around her, trying not to look at Bruce's eyes, making it clear that they were indeed trying to match dresses. I guess they are in their Chinibu phase right now. He thought to himself. Miss Helena, it's nice to see you after so long, and you are looking like a princess, by the way. Selina and Mississippi Vicky, looking beautiful as always. Master Bruce, most of the other guests have arrived. Would you like to greet them? Alfred said. His demeanor had changed from a kind and loving guardian to that of a seasoned butler in front of the guests. Ya coming, Alfred? As for you three, enjoy yourselves at the party. I'll come to you guys after I am done meeting with the other guests. I should be done in about half an hour. You should try out the food till then. Remember, it's all free. He said with a smirk as he went away with Alfred. Has he grown even more confident and cooler than before? Helena asked sometime after Bruce was gone. Yep, but don't tell him that. He would never let us hear the end of it. Vicky said as she continued looking in the direction Bruce had left. Hey, you want to see the photographs I secretly took of Bruce when he is focused on his work and training? Selena asked with a playful smile. Yeah, let's. We will even have free snacks to eat with it. Helena giggled. The entire party was quite enjoyable for everyone who attended it. Bruce had greeted everyone that had come to his party with the utmost respect because to him they were the few people who were currently worthy of being friends with him. He even met with Lucia's pregnant wife, who was a kind and compassionate woman just like her husband. She was also a successful lawyer and had her own legal firm which handled all of Wayne Solutions' legal matters. Jim Gordon, on the other hand, had visited him with his little daughter Barbara but had left soon after just about an hour when he was informed that some psycho had killed and eaten his victim. But even within that short hour, Barbara had become famous among the girls due to her cute doll-like appearance and smart responses to their questions. So they were quite sad on seeing her leave so soon. But in return, they made Detective Gordon promise that he would bring back Barbara again to meet them in the future if he had time. I guess Lolas really are famous among everyone, he thought as he looked at the girls' sad expressions while waving away at the leaving Barbara. By the way, why didn't Cortana come today? We used to talk on the computer all the time back when I was in Europe. I thought she would be coming since it's your birthday. You didn't forget to invite her, did you? Helena asked as she looked at Bruce with a raised brow. Bruce didn't know how to tell her the fact that Cortana wasn't even a real human. Selena and Vicky already knew about her, but Helena didn't, since he hadn't yet revealed to her about his inventions, even though she had her own hunches ever since she saw his bat drone that night. So, he could do nothing but smile wryly, wondering how to begin explaining everything. Master Bruce, there is a friend of your father's, here to see you along with his daughter. You should probably meet him, he was quite close to your parents. Alfred said as he came up to him from behind. Sure, Alfred. Let's go. Oh, and you two should explain to Helena about Cortana and nerve gear. I am sure that you two are enough to clear all her doubts and answer the hundreds of questions she might have about them. He smiled at them as he quickly began to follow after Alfred without waiting for them to answer. Did he just? Vicky started. Yep. Selena sighed as she glanced at Helena, who looked like she could burst into a flurry of questions at any time. Her expression clearly said that she was annoyed and angry that she didn't know something that the rest of the members of the gang were obviously privy to. By the way, who is this family friend Alfred? Do you know his name? Bruce asked after they were out of the girl's sight. Yes, I do. In fact, I have met him quite a couple of times and had even invited his family to your parents' funeral, but sadly they couldn't attend due to their own personal problems at that time. His name is Giovanni Zatara. Alfred informed as he continued to walk like everything was normal. Well, everything was normal except for Bruce, who had an expression on his face that clearly said that he was having trouble processing Alfred's words. What the fuck? Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Pat Rayon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 24, A Magical Birthday, 2. The world is full of magic things, patiently waiting for our senses to grow sharper. W.B. Yeats. What the fuck? Bruce couldn't help but curse in surprise. Language, young master. Your parents would be rolling in their graves if they heard you using that sort of language. Alfred said with some amount of strictness in his voice. Sorry, Bruce said a little sheepishly. He had tried to stop cursing as much as he could, but moments like these forced his inner angry teenager out of him. What I meant to say was, what type of name is Zatara? I mean, it sounds really corny, also I never heard about them. Are they from a business family or some influential politicians? Bruce tried to fish for information about anything Alfred might know about the most famous sorcerer family of DC. They are not in traditional business or politics. As much as I have heard, they are in the entertainment industry. They do magic shows all over the world. They are quite famous in the craft too. Alfred informed Bruce. Oh, I see. Bruce didn't stretch the conversation more and just silently continued to walk with Alfred toward the room where the Zatanna members were waiting. As the duo entered the room, Bruce finally saw the man who was supposed to be a legendary magician of DC and his daughter, an equally legendary sorceress with reality-defying magic powers. Ah, Bruce, you have grown bigger than the last time I saw you. The middle-aged magician, sporting a well-groomed mustache and wearing a suit, got up from his seat and approached Bruce to shake his hands. Sorry, but I got amnesia after my accident. Please do forgive me, but I can't seem to remember you or anyone else for that reason. Bruce used his go-to excuse as he showed a confused expression on his face. Yeah, I heard. But you don't have to worry about it now. I believe I can help you with that. By the way, just to remind you, I am Giovanni Zatara and that is my daughter Zatanna Zatara. Giovanni said as he took a peek at his daughter. Wayne, Bruce Wayne. But I think you already knew that. As for helping me, can I ask how and why you would help me? Bruce asked, with a doubtful expression. One simple word, magic. Giovanni wiggled his fingers in the air like he was trying to make a 2-year-old believe in magic. Shit. Bruce thought in his mind, since he knew that if Giovanni were to use his magic on him, there was a very good chance that he would find out that he was not the real Bruce Wayne but a different soul in Bruce's body. Hell, the magician might even try to exorcise him, thinking of him as a body-possessing demon or something. So he could not let him use any sort of mind or soul magic on him until and unless he is sure that he got the mandatory security against mind and soul attacks that all other transmigrators receive, or at least until he made something to protect his mind from outside influence. All those inventions, and I never bothered to make some sort of mind shield. I really don't deserve to be a transmigrator. He thought as he quickly began to search for some possible and believable excuses in his mind to stop Zatara from using any sort of magic on him. I am joking, of course. I actually received some training in physical therapy from a spiritual guru when I went to Bali for one of my shows. I think I can use that knowledge to try and get your memories back through hypnotism and relaxing meditation. Zatara smiled and gave him a reason that Bruce didn't believe for even a single second. Mr. Zatara, the truth is, I actually don't want to remember what I have already forgotten. If it comes to me naturally, it's okay, but if it doesn't, I don't want to force it. I have left that part of my life behind and moved on from my parents' deaths. I think that's what they would have wanted from me. Bruce gave a very mature speech as an excuse to try to explain why he did not want to take Giovanni's help. Normally that would have been enough for any other person to agree with him, but what Bruce forgot was that those came from him, a 9-year-old boy. So, it sounded really weird. Really? Fine, but if you do change your decision, do tell me. I will do my very best to help you get your memories back. I am very capable in stuff like that. Giovanni said with a kind smile after looking at Bruce's eyes for a couple of seconds, even though Zatanna looked sad all of a sudden for some reason. Bruce somehow felt a little weird, being in Giovanni's line of sight. It was like the magician could look at what he truly was, like Bruce's very soul was laid bare in front of him. But it only lasted a fraction of a second. As soon as Giovanni smiled, Bruce inwardly released a sigh of relief. He was sure that his secrets weren't revealed. If they were, then Giovanni wouldn't have smiled at him. He would have bound him in a spell and started torturing him already. Bruce didn't want to fight mages and sorcerers so soon. He knew that even with his op-cheat and his continuous inventions, he could still lose. Why? Because magic was op-science, could do anything within its own rules. But magic disregarded all rules. Magic was total BS, and someone who doesn't know magic should never fight a master of it. I wish the wizard would summon me to the Rock of Eternity. I could use some Shazam powers for myself. He thought as he remembered how easily one could gain god-level powers in this world. All one had to do was just have a heart as pure as gold. But, Bruce knew he would never be selected or even shortlisted for it simply because he didn't have a single bit of purity in his heart. The only gold the wizard would find in there were entire libraries of high-quality doujinshi, manga, and anime. By the way, I heard that you were a good friend of my parents, but I didn't see you two at the funeral. Alfred mentioned that you couldn't attend due to your own personal problems. Is it something that I can help with? Bruce asked. He wanted to get a position of superiority in their conversation, whether it was through showing compassion or making the middle-aged wizard feel guilty. You can't help even if you wanted to, Bruce. Sadly, no one can. You see, my wife, Zatanna's mother, passed away some time ago and I wasn't able to get over it. I locked myself at home grieving her, even neglecting my own daughter. Zatanna had lost her mother too, but I guess I was too self-absorbed to think about her. Shows what type of a father I am, doesn't it? Giovanni said with an expression that screamed that he genuinely felt guilty. No, Dad, stop blaming yourself. What happened to Mom and what happened after wasn't your fault at all. You tried your best, and you still are. That's why I love you, Dad. Little Zatanna spoke up for the first time with tears held up in her eyes. Giovanni too looked emotional at his daughter's outburst and looked at her with a complicated expression and proceeded to hug her tightly, showing how much he loved her and cared for her. While all this was happening, Bruce just continued to look at the father-daughter pair with interest. He hadn't ever seen such family drama in real life before, so this was all very interesting to him. He was glad this was happening in his home because this way he was not only able to get some details about their past but also get a rough idea about their psyches. Bruce had already started keeping a mental journal of sorts where he recorded the personalities, goals, ambitions, strengths, and weaknesses of all the important people he came across in his life. He was sure that this would help him immensely in the future. He could write them up too, but he didn't want to risk someone seeing that data or stealing it from him somehow. I am sorry you had to see all this. It seems we still have to work on our relationship more to avoid awkward situations like these, Giovanni said as he stopped hugging his little daughter and cleared his throat. It's okay. Truthfully, I am glad that you could sort out your differences and mend your relationship. I just hope that you two don't drift apart again. Our friends and family are the very things that define us. Without them, we are nothing. Bruce smiled somewhat sadly. You have grown much wiser than the last time I met you, Bruce. I guess losing one's parents does force one to mature quicker. Anyways, as I was saying, I was here to actually help you regain your memories, but since you don't want them back, I won't force you. Giovanni said. Thanks for that. By the way, can I ask how your wife passed away? Was it a disease or was it an accident like my parents? Bruce asked curiously. Both the husband and wife of the Zatara family were supposed to be powerful sorcerers. So his wife dying just like that seemed a little unbelievable. She died while battling the armies of hell and forcing back a demon general back into his realm. Mr. Zatara said with a straight face. Bruce didn't know how to answer back. Should he accept that reason since it was most probably true, or should he act like he didn't believe it like any normal person wouldn't? It was a joke. My wife died, in an accident. She was too kind for her own good. But I am not here today to talk about her. She is in a better place now, wherever it might be. I am here because of you and my daughter. Giovanni said as his posture suddenly became straight and his face turned stern. Huh. Bruce was confused. After my wife passed away, I realized that my daughter has been suffering a lot emotionally. Due to our constant traveling, she doesn't have a lot of friends so to speak. So I thought she could spend some time with you since you are the only friend she ever made. That's enough, Dad. You are embarrassing me now. Zatanna interrupted with a flushed red face in an attempt to stop her dad from continuing to talk and further embarrass her. Bruce really wanted to laugh at this. It was truly hilarious. Their personalities were in no way similar to the serious characters portrayed in some of the shows Bruce had watched before in his previous life. They appeared just like a normal father and daughter trying to mend their relationship and get back to their normal lives after the death of the mother. Yeah, sure. I'll be glad to be friends with her again. Even though I might not remember our friendship from before I lost my memories, I am sure that we can always make some new ones. He said. He hadn't only said that because he really liked the two but also because this might be his chance to get closer to the hidden world of magic and learn more about the world of mysticism. All he had to do was just win their trust and voila, he would get a magical friend as well as a free magic teacher for himself. I guess my parents did leave something useful for me besides their huge wealth. They left their contacts with some very important canon characters. He thought as he wondered who else the original Bruce and his parents might have known before their deaths. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 25, A Magical Birthday, 3. Never half-ass two things. Whole-ass one thing. Ron Swanson, Parks and Recreation. That was a little weird, wasn't it? Alfred murmured to himself with a confused face after both the magical father-daughter duo left. The butler was confused by some of the things that Giovanni had said in the conversation, especially whenever he joked about things like magic. Who the hell jokes about the death of their wife being caused by a war with demons? Bruce on the other hand wasn't confused at all because, unlike Alfred, he knew that the Zatara family was not ordinary at all but a magical one. So he knew exactly what he was talking about. But Bruce still had a certain doubt in his mind. Giovanni seemed really protective of his daughter. He didn't even let her talk with Bruce much, let alone allow her to play with him alone. Even though he himself asked Bruce to be her friend, to which Bruce immediately agreed, he still left with his daughter after some time, not letting her freely talk or play with him. Giovanni told Bruce that he had some important work to do and thus had to leave for the day. He took Zatanna with him too, even though Bruce told him that he wanted to celebrate his birthday with her along with his other friends. Is it purely because he is an overprotective father or is it because he was here for something else? Whatever, he said he would send her to play here next week anyway, so I'll get my answers then, Bruce thought to himself, frowning. Yeah, it was a little weird, Bruce replied as he took out a small machine the size of a TV remote the moment the Zatara family left the mansion grounds. He then began to roam the entire room with the tool in his hand like he was looking for something with it. After a few minutes, the lights on the device began to blink and rapidly change from white, red, green, and blue until a couple of seconds later, the green light glowed slightly more than the other lights and finally, the white light turned on. Interesting, so he did some sort of magic while he was in the room since there are traces of paranormal energies here but there is no active spell right now, Bruce muttered to himself as he frowned. What's that, Master Bruce? Alfred couldn't control his curiosity despite his best efforts and finally asked after some time. This my capable guardian is a PK meter I made recently. It can detect various supernatural energies and events. Red light means ghosts or other demonic entities are detected nearby, green means the detection of any paranormal substance or energy, blue means the detection of a cursed object, and white means everything is normal. Bruce explained, but looking at Alfred's face, he doubted how much the butler was believing his words. Image. He wasn't lying. He made the PK meter after he remembered the iconic device from Ghostbusters. It was the only device he currently had that could detect supernatural stuff around him. It detected ectoplasmic energy as well as the unique radiation signature of mana and could basically detect any supernatural entity that was nearby. At first, he wanted to name it the Batmeter, but that sounded too dumb for him, so he just stuck with the original name. But he would change it if he got a better idea for it. He was even working on trying to integrate it into his bat tool so that he doesn't have to carry a weird-looking remote with himself all the time. Do you think allowing the girl to come to play with you next week will be safe? Alfred asked as he wondered if he had contacts with any demonologist or wizard to help them if the situation required it. Yeah, it would be all right. I don't know about Giovanni, but Zatanna definitely didn't seem like a bad person. Hell, even her father seemed like a good person to me if he didn't act so suspicious. I am sure that we will know more about this later. I don't want to list them off as an enemy so soon, but we would need to be more on guard. Bruce said as he thought if he could make any other machines through his knowledge of science that could block or nullify magic. Sure, young master. I will make sure to write Mr. Zatara on my people to watch out for list. Alfred said with an expressionless straight face, not making clear if he was joking or not. I don't get it. Are you joking? You know what? It doesn't matter. I need to get back to the girls. They have been alone for a long time now. I just hope Helena is calmer than before. Bruce said as he began to walk away. He had 3 girls to get back to and entertain and also a few remaining hours of his birthday to enjoy. Hey, where were you? You were gone for like an hour. We thought that you ditched us. We even played an entire game of Monopoly in that time. Vicky puffed up her cheeks and complained. Not even in my wildest dreams I would ever ditch you guys. I was just making sure that 2 of my guests were comfortable enough. They were a little more special than the others. Bruce smirked. Even more special than us? Selina asked without looking at him. No, of course not. There is no one more special to me than Alfred and you 3. You are my oldest and closest friends. Bruce said as he gave them a brilliant smile. Huff, it better be, Vicky said. She was the most immature among the 3 girls, probably because she hadn't experienced even a fraction of the stuff that Helena or Selina had experienced in their lives. Compared to them, she was just a normal girl in a happy family. By the way, they told me about your inventions. Is it true that you gave birth to Cortana? Helena asked with stars in her eyes. Gave birth is too far-fetched a word, but yes, I made Cortana. You want to meet her? Bruce asked. Yeah, of course I do. She is the coolest person I have ever met. Helena fangirled. Thank you for the compliment. The watch on Bruce's wrist buzzed as Cortana spoke through it and responded to Helena. I think she meant Cortana was that you were the coolest after me, right Helena? Bruce asked shamelessly. Yeah, sure, Helena said, not caring about Bruce's hurt sentiments at not being called the coolest kid among them. Okay, you want to see my cool Batcave? Bruce asked. Helena already knew a lot of stuff about Bruce just like he knew a lot of stuff about her. He knew that Helena would never betray him at this point. Even if they were young, their bond was too strong for them to backstab each other. Yeah, of course, I do. Vicky told me all about it. She even said that we could use a computer to play a racing game in another world. Helena revealed. Really, Vicky? After all the time I told you to not reveal anything about the Batcave to anyone. Bruce narrowed his eyes at Vicky. What, you said to not tell it to any adult or stranger? But Helena is our friend. You said yourself that you trust her. Vicky argued, not able to look him in the eyes. Asterisk sigh asterisk fine. Let's go to the Batcave. But if you tell about it to anyone else ever again without taking my permission first, I swear I will delete all your memories and make you believe you are a chicken. Bruce threatened half-heartedly, although he didn't even have anything to make true on his threat. As Bruce led them to his Batcave through one of the many secret entries, this one being the classic opening of a hidden door by twisting a certain statue's hand in a particular way, Helena was gobsmacked after seeing the inside of the cave. The entire cave was decorated with LED lights in a cool dark design. There were assortments of various machines and tools lying all around, with the most noticeable being a giant computer at the front of the cave. That's a pretty big computer, Helena commented. Yeah, that's the Bat computer. You can't even imagine what playing PlayStation feels like in there. It's almost as good as Bruce's digital world. Vicky couldn't help but reply. Wait, you call your computer the Bat computer? And you also call your cave the Bat cave, just like you call that gadget you gave me the Bat tool. What's with you and your obsession with bats? Helena asked, raising one of her brows. I have a problem, okay? You will never understand the addiction of sticking to a theme. It's like you can't stop once you start. So, stop judging me. Bruce said with an aggrieved voice. Sure, Selina said as she just smiled. She knew it was one of the very few bad habits that Bruce had, and truthfully she even liked it somewhat. She herself had started something similar to that after she started naming everything she had with the theme of cat. She even named her own pillow as Soft Pussy, although Bruce for some reason always laughed whenever he heard of it. That was annoying for her. After all, she never laughed at his names. Wow, what's that blue pill? I didn't see it before. Did you make a new candy or something? Vicky said as she went toward a small box containing a few dozen attractive transparent pills. Wait, no, don't touch those. They aren't for the consumption of regular people. Bruce yelled and snatched the box away from in front of Vicky. They were NZT pills that Bruce had made with reference to the film Limitless. They were supposed to let anyone use 100% of their mind's capacity, giving them photographic memory and perfect recall. But Bruce more or less already had those two abilities through his power. What he really wanted from these pills was the Sherlock Holmes-like genius observation and deduction skills they could give him when consumed. However, the pills weren't perfect. For some unknown reason, maybe due to the fact that he was making these pills from the resources available in the DC universe, these NZTs were stronger than the ones in the movies and even lasted longer for approximately 24 hours before they lost effect. But in return, they had more negative effects on the user's mind, like the elimination of empathy, severe addiction, slow breakdown of neurons, dependency on the drug, and other harmful consequences. So Bruce right now was working on a booster dose to counter those negative impacts. He wasn't an idiot. He was not going to consume those nor let anyone touch them till he developed a method to eliminate their negative results completely. The only unfortunate thing was that it would probably take a few years to develop it, since Bruce still hadn't found an element substitute good enough to replace the main component of the booster drug. In the Limitless world, there was a special plant whose chemicals were used in it, but in DC there was no such thing. So he has to keep looking for a good enough if not a better substitute. So I can't have one? Vicky asked as she looked at the attractive pills. No, you can't. You should always listen to me, Vicky. Stuff in my lab might be really dangerous for you. Bruce said as he seriously began to consider developing a neuralizer and neuralizing Vicky. She was too innocent and childish, but he still couldn't deny that she was probably the most entertaining among the three. So you admit that I am more responsible than Vicky, Selena said as she puffed her chest proudly like she had just been praised by the teacher. I guess I do, especially since you don't try to eat the very first thing you see in the lab. He said as he carefully stored the box full of NZT pills safely into a secure storage device. Okay, how about we now play the game Vicky was talking about? Helena interrupted, at which Vicky, who had become downcast again, beamed with happiness. Yeah, sure. Let's go. Cortana, turn up the nerve gears and start Sugar Rush. The rest of Bruce's birthday passed away for Bruce as the four friends just played games all night and happily chatted among themselves while having a sleepover. Life truly was going well for Bruce Wayne. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 26, Cards of Fate. My advice is, never do tomorrow what you can do today. Procrastination is the thief of time. Charles Dickens, David Copperfield. Today I am going to teach you both a special technique that only a very few martial artists in the entire world are privy to. It was a technique that my own master taught me when I was young. At first, I wasn't sure if you three were worthy of learning it, but seeing as how you have mastered everything I had taught you till now, I am positive that I am making the right decision to teach this to you. Richard said with a nostalgic expression on his face. Richard had truly been confused for the last few months if he should teach them the most powerful martial technique in his arsenal, the use of chi, or not. But after seeing their legendary genius-level talent, he had accepted that not teaching them just because of a few worries in his mind about their future would be the biggest mistake in his life. He is probably just talking about those flying kicks he showed earlier. I still think he was using hidden springs under his feet for that trick. Vicky whispered to Bruce and Selena. Shoo. Selena shushed her. Helena had already left for her uncle's house in Italy about 2 days ago after Bruce's birthday celebration. But even though they missed their friend, Helena, they still didn't halt their training for even a single day. They were determined to learn everything they could within the limited time frame they had. I didn't use springs in my shoes, Vicky. What you saw that day during training was also a small function of chi. Chi is the very life force flowing within us, just like it flows through every living organism on the planet. It is the spiritual energy that connects our souls to our bodies. It has been called a lot of names in different civilizations. Chi, ki, chakra. They are all the same. Richard began teaching. So, it's magic? Selena asked, disbelief written on her face. No, it isn't exactly magic. It's a mystique art, but not proper magic. Instead, it is the flow of one's life force. We don't learn how to control it, but simply how to direct it. As long as we can control its flow, we can do a lot of impossible things with it. Richard explained as suddenly a calm, slightly golden aura began to flow around him. The fundamental process of using chi is not to implement force but to simply remain calm and meditate to combine yourself with nature to augment your chi, he said as he raised his arm while breathing slowly, approaching the dojo wall with his raised arm and lightly punched it. The moment his arm touched the wall, the flawless wall caved in, and huge spider web-shaped cracks developed on it looking like it was punched by a monster. That's amazing. How is that even possible? Did your chi increase your strength? Vicky asked, not believing what she was currently seeing. Not really, chi doesn't magically increase your strength per se. Instead, it influences your muscles and forces them to act to their full extent, and its energy might also affect the target and try to destroy it from within. That's why a person with chi is 10 times more dangerous than another person with the same physical abilities but without chi, Richard said as he pointed at his handwork on the wall. So, does anyone can use chi? Bruce asked the question which has been plaguing his mind for a while now. Yep, as long as the person is alive and has a soul, he or she will be able to learn to use chi, Richard answered. Now let's see which one of you can learn chi the fastest. It's quite different than the other martial arts techniques I have taught you till now. While those mostly depended on your physical abilities, this one depends on your state of mind and tranquility of soul. After that, Richard showed them a set of meditation and specific breathing techniques for them to best harness the power of chi. They weren't quite hard for them to follow, but performing them constantly as Richard demanded it was a sweat-inducing task. Bruce was quite excited to learn chi because he had thought that chi would enable him to achieve the impossible. In his mind, he had even imagined himself as a wuxia protagonist who could just by cultivating all day long increase his power, but he soon understood the difference between chi in DC verse and chi in wuxia or xi in xia novels. Chi here was only a temporary method of increasing one's physical abilities through contact with one's spiritual side. But there was no tempering your body or stuff. In a word, this chi was meant for combat, not cultivation. Bruce had already successfully copied the breathing and meditation techniques of Richard a long time ago, the moment when he had first shown it to Bruce and the girls, but copying and learning weren't the same thing. Bruce had merely copied those techniques, but to learn them he needed to find inner peace, according to Shifu, Richard Dragon. And that was where he was finding some difficulties. He didn't even understand what inner peace was because he was quite sure that he was already as fucking calm and peaceful as he could be. So he wondered what he was truly missing in his quest for learning chi. Well, probably nothing 100 hours of constant grind on my nerve gear won't solve. He thought to himself as he smirked and looked at the two girls practicing the techniques and trying to copy them to the T. They were really working hard, probably even more than him since they had to work harder to keep up with him despite him cheating his way through with his photographic reflexes. Omniscient POV. Ah, you are back. So, did you find anything about the anomaly? A humanoid figure with a deep voice asked without turning back. I did. I went to his house with my daughter. And don't call him an anomaly, that's not a respectable way to address anyone. He is not a thing but a living person and only a kid at that. Giovanni Zatara said with an annoyed expression on his face. Ah, humans and their petty manners. It's funny. You behave with the utmost respect for people yet still backstab them the first chance you people get. The person with the deep voice said after giving a small laugh. You are talking like you weren't a human yourself once. Don't forget that you were one of the very humans you are currently looking down upon. Giovanni sighed as he looked at the figure. I indeed was. But I ascended. I found my higher purpose and now I must guide humanity itself from the numerous threats it faces daily. The voice said with a little bit of arrogance mixed with it. Yeah, sure. And this arrogance right here, like you are some sort of blue blood noble, is the reason I don't like you. The only reason I am even working with you is because of Thomas. He was a good friend who had once helped me in my time of need, and I am just returning the favor by checking up on his son. So here, I did your stupid test. Giovanni snorted as he took out a set of tarot cards from his pocket. The Fool, the Lovers, and Death. Interesting. And what about the possession test? The figure asked as the 3 cards flew toward him from Zatara's hand. None. No demon or ghost or other worldly entity in his body. He was squeaky clean. Just regular old Bruce Wayne like the last time I saw him. Although, his soul did seem quite a bit stronger than kids of that age normally have. Giovanni said as he remembered what he had sensed when he had cast his spell on Bruce that day. Probably an effect of coming back from the dead. It's quite common. Happened with another kid I know who came back from hell recently. I see. So can I ask what those cards mean? Zatara asked, not able to hold back his curiosity. The Fool for him means that he is a nexus point of this particular world, representing the beginning and end of this universe. He has unlimited and endless potential. The Lovers signify that he would have to face a lot of trials, experience lots of relationships, and would have to make choices that would determine not only his but the fate of the world itself. As for the 3rd card, that's the tricky part. The figure said as he held the card of Death in his hand while the other 2 cards continued to float in the air. Death or the Grim Reaper, Giovanni said with his brows furrowed. Yes. In this combination for the kid, it could mean either of two things. 1. He is an avatar of death herself, spreading death to all those who deserve it, or 2. He is meant to be already dead. The person said as he turned around to face Satara. But that's not possible. He is alive and quite well. I saw him myself. So it must be the other meaning. Giovanni said as he looked at the now floating death card. Yes, it seems so, doesn't it? Fate is a fickle thing after all. Sometimes it is written in stone and sometimes it can be changed as easily as a butterfly flapping its wings. I wonder what his fate will be. Will he be a slave to his own fate or will he be able to break out of it? The figure murmured. Giovanni however didn't answer anything as he just continued to look thoughtfully at the golden helmet-wearing figure in front of him, wondering why the mighty Lord of Order was suddenly interested in the rich little orphan and how he mattered in the grand scheme of things that was the ever-changing universe. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Pat Rayon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 27, Money and Steroids. Money doesn't buy happiness, it buys crazy-ass happiness. Eminem. So Lucius, how is the future looking for Wayne Solutions? Are we on track for our goals? Bruce asked while looking at the financial reports handed to him by Lucius Fox, the CEO of Wayne Solutions. Most of our annual goals have already been realized and we have also met our revenue targets. Wayne Electronics had significant growth following the release of our commercial drone technology and the Xbox gaming console that you provided us the design with. We have already established ourselves as the leading commercial drone manufacturer in the world while we currently rank second in the gaming console category. At this rate, we are projected to overtake Sony by the end of next year. Lucius stated. Bruce was happy with the rate his business was growing. He had only introduced 3 products in his Wayne Electronics subsidiary for now. Since it was defined as a consumer electronics company, he could only introduce consumer electronics as per the contract he had signed with Wayne Enterprises. But that didn't stop him from introducing products that were decades ahead of the current industry standard. He had used some of the technology from his own drones to make commercially viable and practical drones as well as released some of the games designed by Cortana that she had designed for Bruce and his friends to play alongside the gaming console. The PlayStation had just been released a few years ago and it was nowhere near the popularity level that it would be in the future. So competing with the PlayStation wasn't hard for him at all. He was sure that no other company would be able to compete with his gaming console or his drones for the next decade. That was how much he had made his product superior compared to its competitors out there. Wayne Venture Capital has also invested about $10 billion in more than the dozen companies that you recommended. However, all of its investments are long-term, so it would be a while before we could start getting returns on our investments. However, surprisingly the highest profit percentage came from Wayne Entertainment. Who knew that children's animations and space operas could be that famous among people? Even my own wife has become an avid Star Wars fan. Lucas Fox laughed as he mentioned his wife. I know, right? Space magic and talking animals are unexpectedly quite attractive to moviegoers. Bruce smiled back as he remembered how even Selena and Vicky had become fans of The Lion King and Star Wars respectively. The employees in his entertainment company had proven their competitiveness by shooting both films in less than 4 months, which was quite an achievement. After that, all the post-production and editing of the 2 films were completed with the help of Cortana and his new editing software in less than a week. This allowed them to release both of his films in a single year with a 1-month gap. Both films, due to smart marketing campaign strategies which were devised by Cortana, had brought tremors in Hollywood and had collected more than $1 billion in global box office collection, solidifying Wayne Entertainment as the newest rising giant of Hollywood. What about the computer designs I sent you? Do you think you'll be able to mass-produce them by next year? Bruce asked. We should be. The design, although much more complicated than the other computers of this time, can still be replicated by our factories once we upgrade them with some higher-tiered machinery. Lucius answered him. Good. We will be releasing the Wayne range of compact laptops next year along with other PC software and programs that come with it. Bruce said as he put down the financial reports on the table. That's a good decision. Capturing the growing computer market will be a good second step to increasing our customer base. I'll be making the preparations for the launch till then. Lucius nodded. Okay. By the way, did you find any of the minerals I mentioned to you earlier? The young billionaire asked. No, most of our contacts haven't even heard about the minerals you mentioned. However, there's a chance we might find the metal promethium soon. A dealer in Africa had reportedly been selling certain quantities of the metal in the underworld in exchange for advanced weaponry, so we might be able to acquire some from him if we offer a good value. However, if I may ask, why do you even need those? He asked Bruce with curiosity evident in his voice. For the future of our company, Lucius. It's as easy as that. He smiled at Lucius, not revealing any of his real plans to the genius CEO. Okay, as you say. Just don't get into any trouble, Bruce. Lucius Fox said as he got ready to take his leave. I won't, Bruce simply replied, not saying too much as he too stood up to bid him goodbye. Bruce was glad that all of his businesses were doing great. He had lots of ways to earn big money. Cortana could just hack into bank servers and start transferring money to him. But his newest business was the most efficient and safest method for that. He could not only earn enough money without rousing any suspicion but also make sure that he could amass some power, influence, and connections along with it as well. I guess it's finally time to get my first dose of steroids. Bruce thought as he went towards the Batcave after Lucius left. After Richard taught him how to use chi, Bruce had been trying to master it as quickly as possible. He had used all measures available to him to do that. He even used his ability to devise a new breathing technique, trying to upgrade the breathing and meditation technique that Richard had taught him. But almost nothing yielded the result he decided. All the breathing techniques he tried to copy from wuxia novels seemed to be incompatible with the chi from the DC world. Chi of this multiverse wasn't that strong, which basically meant Bruce couldn't turn himself into a cultivator, or as he liked to call a murder hobo, since they were all basically murderous homeless people. The only breathing technique that was somewhat compatible with his chi was the Hammond technique from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, since it too depended on the flow of life force like chi, but besides that, nothing. That's why he had decided to turn to steroids to not only make his body stronger and more durable but also to try to increase the chi inside his body, since chi inside the bodies of normal humans in DC verse existed in really small amounts. The small amount of chi could barely be used by humans at all. Even martial arts experts like Richard Dragon liked to use supernatural amulets or other things to concentrate and augment the chi inside them, while most experts like Lady Shiva barely used chi in normal battle since it was too draining. However, he hadn't developed any meta serum or superhuman serum for that, but instead made a simple gene enhancer. Its purpose was to enhance his body to the peak state of a flawless human and lock it in that condition. This meant that he wouldn't be as powerful as Captain America or other super soldiers, but he would be the strongest normal human. He would have the same physique as the original Batman would have had one day, only he would have it without putting in the effort, which was a big win in his book. Now, one might ask why he wasn't going for a stronger and more powerful serum to make himself as op as he possibly could. The answer was simple. He couldn't. While developing super serum sounds super easy, like making a cup of hot coffee, in reality, it wasn't. He barely had enough knowledge and research data to develop the peak human gene enhancer. Developing something like the Super Soldier Serum or Extremis, or a radioactive spider from Marvel, or Compound V from The Boys, or the gene modification formula from the World of Heroes was more than he could handle for now, much less developing the Exogene Kryptonian Serum or the Golden Sentry Serum. Bruce had desperately tried to make them using his ability, but besides having massive headaches, he didn't receive any other significant knowledge about them. And truthfully, Bruce actually expected that. Even the Super Soldier Serum, which he had come the closest to understanding among all the super serums, was the most complicated biotechnology in the world, even more than the Sandevistan or Kerenzikov from Cyberpunk. Guys like Erskine and Frederick Vaught were mega geniuses who were probably some of the smartest in their respective multiverses in their fiction. After all, that's why their inventions were so popular and highly sought after. So, the best Bruce could do for now was a gene enhancer, but he was sure that soon, once he had enough data and information about topics like these, he would be able to move on to the next big steroid for his body. It would probably be only a couple of years before he was able to crack and perfect one of the super serums he wanted. But until then, he would have to make do with his peak human gene-enhancing serum, which would give him the physique and mind of a human at the highest possible peak of their respective age without those desirable traits deteriorating with time. Now, time to juice up. He thought to himself, giddy with excitement as he injected a vial of green liquid inside his veins while sitting alone at the Batcave, praying that he doesn't get covered with filthy impurities from his own body like in those wuxia novels. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Pat Rayon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 28, The Last Year Dragon Grind. What's the point of magic, to begin with, if I can't use it to protect my friends? Lucy Hartfilia, Fairy Tale. Were you this fit the last time I came here because you look like you went through a real growth spurt? Zatanna asked with a mixture of curiosity and confusion in her eyes as she looked at Bruce, who now looked like he was a really fit 12-year-old rather than a 9-year-old kid. Yeah, Bruce. Tell us, how exactly did you become this fit? Selena also repeated Zatanna's question as she squinted her eyes at him. It's just your imagination, girls. I was always this ripped and handsome. Perhaps, you two just never noticed it till now. Bruce smiled defensively, not looking into the eyes of either one of the girls. The young witch had visited him today to rekindle back their friendship and catch up with him. Her father had dropped her at Bruce's house in the morning, promising that he would come to pick her up in the evening. Bruce had been maintaining his distance from Giovanni as he was sure that he had cast some sort of spell on him the last time they had met. So, he didn't talk with Giovanni much, only interacting with him the minimum required amount. Bruce was trying to stay the hell away from Giovanni as much as possible. He was even wary of Zatanna since the sorceress had a history of erasing people's memories in the comics, especially Batman's. Anyways, after the young witch visited his home, she quickly managed to become Selina's friend as the two surprisingly had quite similar personalities. The trio was right now sitting beside a lake as they were waiting to see the sunset. "Hey, you two want to see a magic trick?" Zatanna asked, trying to lighten the awkward atmosphere. "Yeah, sure. I love magic." Bruce answered, curious to see her magic. "Here, see an ordinary coin and now it disappears," Zatanna said as she shook her fist holding the coin to make it disappear. "Oh, I know that trick. I can do it too. My yoga teacher taught me that." "Let me guess, it's inside your ear?" Selina asked with confidence. "No, it's inside your ear." Zatanna smiled mischievously. "What? That's not posse." She couldn't complete her sentence as Selina suddenly found the same coin falling out from her right ear. "Wow. Can you show us another trick?" Selina couldn't help but want to see more magic like the little kid that she was. "Yeah, sure," Zatanna responded as she scooped some water with both of her hands from the lake and blew into it, instantly turning the entire water in her hands into numerous bubbles. But that was not the end of the trick. The bubbles then began to project various images on themselves. "That's my mother." Selina cried out as she quickly tried to touch one of the bubbles only for it to burst the moment she touched it. Bruce noticed that not only Selina's mother, but the bubbles also had a lot of other different images on them, including the image of Giovanni Satara as well as the late Thomas and Martha Wayne. "How did you do it?" Selina asked in amazement. "A magician never reveals her secrets," Zatanna said with a proud smile on her face. "Then you are a very good magician, Zatanna. Your father should be really proud of you." Bruce praised her. "I hope so, although I think sometimes he just forgets to show it, but I cut him some slack since he really just misses my mom. But that still doesn't change the fact that he is a good dad, at least when it counts." Zatanna said as she sadly looked at a bubble that was showing the image of a beautiful young woman, probably her mother. Bruce had already partly figured out how the trick worked. It worked on some kind of mental magic where the bubbles can read the memories of its targets and identify the people whom the targets missed the most in their memories, and it showed the images of those people to its targets. Truthfully, the trick would have been quite a good one if it were not for the fact that the bubbles could literally look into other people's memories without their permission. However, what Bruce wondered about was why the trick didn't work on him. Because if it had, at least it wouldn't have shown the images of the dead Wayne couple to him. It would have shown something completely different, maybe something from his previous life instead. Perhaps, the remnants of Bruce's leftover consciousness are protecting my mind or something. Bruce thought to himself. The three kids passed the rest of the time till Giovanni came to fetch back Zatanna by happily talking among themselves and playing chase with each other by the lake. Zatanna was a fan of magic, both the real and the fake versions of it, so she gladly showed Bruce and Selina different magic tricks and simple spells one after the other to keep them entertained. By the end of her visit, all three were pretty happy as they had enjoyed themselves a lot and promised to meet up again soon. Even Alfred, who had kept an eye on them from the very start, was glad that the kids had enjoyed themselves. "She is cool, isn't she?" Selina said after Zatanna had happily left with her father in the evening. "Yeah, she definitely is," Bruce said while deactivating the necklace on his neck, a small tool he had specially designed to obstruct telepaths from messing with his mind. The necklace worked by releasing an inaudible and undetectable signal of a particular frequency which barred any brain waves or theta waves from approaching the user's brain and affecting the user's mind in any way. He had developed it after he met Mr. Zatara that day. Bruce developed it for himself and even gifted one to Alfred and Selina each as well to also make sure that nobody could know his secrets by reading their minds. Although Bruce had no idea if it would be able to protect them from the mental tricks of a magic user, he still preferred some form of protection in comparison to absolutely no protection at all. Even though it seemed that Bruce ultimately didn't need the necklace since the Zatanna appeared too sweet and childish to use mind-altering magic on him, he would still continue to wear it simply because he liked to be ready for everything, including any random telepath appearing out of nowhere to try to learn his secrets by reading his mind or deciding what memories Bruce should and shouldn't remember. "Bruce, it's time to start your chi practice simulation." Cortana's voice came from his watch as it slightly vibrated on his hand. "Fine. I really hate my chi practice sessions." Bruce murmured as he looked at Selina, who was looking equally as distraught as him at the fact that they would have to practice their chi manipulation again. "That's amazing. How did the two of you improve in your chi so much in such a short time?" Vicky yelled in frustration as she saw Bruce and Selina induce cracks in a rock using their chi. "We practice. Not unlike you who just likes to play video games on the computer." Selina retorted with a smirk on her lips. "Hey, that's not fair. I practice everything else just as hard as you guys, but the chi exercises you do are too much over the top. I don't think we need that level of practice anytime sooner." Vicky mumbled while pouting. Okay, stop arguing, my protégés. And Selina, not everyone is talented at everything. People have different types of talents that they might excel in, so never underestimate anyone. But I do have to ask, what type of private training are you two doing to improve so much in just a few days? Richard asked with an interested voice as he himself couldn't believe how much the two of them had improved, especially Bruce, since his chi even felt purer than even Richard's own quality of chi. Not anything severe, sensei. We just follow a strict diet plan along with a strict personal training regime. Bruce replied before any of the other two girls could. However, the truth was far from that. The training they were undergoing in simulations was much more harsh and brutal than simple exercises. They were basically trying to master something like Ultra Instinct to sharpen their chi by fighting with digitally simulated wild animals for hours on end until they were out of energy or they could no longer move. Of course, they weren't fighting with lions or tigers. In fact, Selena's choice of animal sparring partner was humorously a pack of wild cats while Bruce's was mostly wolves. The two trained daily while having almost what could be called life and death fights in the simulations to sharpen their instincts and reflexes. That's why Vicky, being mostly a normal girl compared to the two without any specific goals in mind, didn't want to go through what they did. It wasn't because she was lazy but simply because she had no reason to be as strict on herself as the other two did, since Selena had the goal to take revenge against her father while Bruce wanted to grow stronger to survive what was to come in the future. Fine, but I want to remind you three that my 2 years will soon be up in a few months. So you should speed up your training if you want to learn some more tricks from me. After all, I still haven't shown you my unique dragon-style kung fu that I developed myself with the help of my chi techniques. Richard smiled good-naturedly as he looked at his three students, sighing heavily at the mention of more training. He himself was feeling bad for trying to pressure them to work harder, but he had no choice. He had already decided to teach them everything he could since he believed that it was his fortune to be able to teach students as talented as them in his lifetime. But he also couldn't extend his stay since he had already promised to only teach them for 2 years, not a single day more or less, and he always honored his promises. By the way, I was thinking about taking you three somewhere to give you a treat tomorrow. But since you guys are so tired, I guess I will have to skip that. Richard said, keeping his fingers on his chin like he was sorry for not being able to give them a treat. No, we are not tired. We will definitely work harder to master your dragon kung fu, sensei. Selena shouted with renewed vigor. Yeah, I can still do double the training I am doing right now, Vicky said, even though her voice sounded like she could cry any time. Yeah, sure. You had me at treat anyways. Bruce said with a smile, not at all caring that he was a billionaire who could eat as much as he wanted anytime on his own. That's good. But before that, you'll have to show me all of your determination. Now, let's start with your 100 push-ups of the day. Richard declared. And just like that, the ultimate grueling grind started for the trio, a grind they would survive but would forever be scarred by. A/N, yo. Some readers have been complaining that some of these chapters have been feeling like fillers since they want to see Bruce quickly grow up and fight crime and evil and stuff. I just want to clarify that I want the same. Writing about Kid Bruce and developing the base of his relationships isn't really easy. I would much rather prefer writing about adult Bruce Wayne as soon as possible. But the only reason I have been taking my time to show him solidifying his relationships and getting his early life in control is to develop his character a little bit so that readers can have a little bit more context on what is happening and why. But I get it, it still might be getting a little boring for the action lovers out there, but don't worry, a couple of time skips will be coming soon so that we can go into his teen and late teenage period of his life until his fateful meeting with the demon head. So, sit back and enjoy. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Pat Rayon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 29, Deathstroke and Smallville. Everything has a beginning and an end. Life is just a cycle of starts and stops. There are ends we don't desire, but they're inevitable, we have to face them. It's what being human is all about. Jet Black, Cowboy Bebop. A year is a long time. A lot of things can happen in a year. For Bruce, however, a year was too short and it passed by quicker than he could appreciate it. For the last year, he had primarily been concentrating on his martial arts and chi training, trying to become DC's Iron Fist. However, even with the harshest training possible as well as the gene amplifier, his chi mastery was barely able to enter the level of Hammond of JoJo's Bizarre Adventures world, let alone try to coin Nen or chakra techniques with it. That was after he tried to modify the meditation and breathing techniques that Richard taught him for chi in the image of Hammond's breathing technique as well as the breathing styles from Demon Slayer. But it wasn't good enough as his current level of chi manipulation was neither as flashy as the other two nor as broken. He was sure he couldn't slash a rock with a normal sword nor could he make bubbles of acid through his superior chi manipulation. But he still had hope. According to his theory, his chi would either improve with time as he grew up or it would become better as he made more and more improvements to his genetics using different serums. Bruce had revealed his gene amplifier to Selena and Alfred as well after he concluded it was safe enough for them to use. Selina wanted to use it the moment she heard about it without even wanting to know what it exactly was, just because Bruce had used it, while Alfred just began to berate him about the side effects of artificial steroids. However, after Bruce made him understand what it truly was and how it functioned, he agreed to be injected with the gene amplifier. Bruce primarily injected him with it mainly because he wanted his first and most important and loyal henchman to always remain at the peak of what he could be. The English butler was too badass when he needed to be, so Bruce could not let him become weak with age. Alfred was now quite ripped after taking the gene amplifier. He hadn't become a super soldier, but he had returned back to the peak of what his age would allow him to be, making him seem like one chat of a butler. Anyway, not everything that happened in his life the last year was all sunshine and rainbows. The most unfortunate thing that happened to him in the last year was that Richard's 2 years were up and he left after that, bidding all of them a hearty goodbye. But before leaving, Richard had a private conversation with Bruce, not only telling him some of the most important lessons he had learned in his life but also giving him a clue that there was some large secret organization constantly monitoring him for some reason. Bruce, however, wasn't too surprised by this. He had been expecting either the Court of Owls or the League of Assassins to be keeping an eye on him. In fact, he would have been quite surprised if nobody was keeping tabs on him. However, that didn't mean he was going to let people walk all over him and wasn't gonna retort at all. No, he was doing his own monitoring as well, keeping tabs on certain people, most specifically keeping watch on the dirty politicians and rich crime family members in Gotham using his drones and Cortana's digital algorithms. He had collected a lot of incriminating evidence against a lot of these people but hadn't given any of the information to the cops yet, since he intended to use them later down the line to get favors or good leverage material. Also, after Richard left, Bruce didn't waste any time and moved his sight to his next potential combat instructor, one who wouldn't focus on teaching him meditation or chi but how to instead use his skills to the maximum efficiency and fulfill his objective in any way possible, no matter what he had to do. Yes, he was trying to get Deathstroke as his next combat instructor, and that was the reason why Bruce was back in his living room interviewing Slade Wilson right now. So, wait. You are telling me that my only job would be giving you and your family protection from external threats and teaching you how to, in your own words, hunt people down? A man who looked like he was in his mid-40s with military-style hair and a chiseled body with multiple scars visible on various parts of his body asked with doubt in his eyes while sitting on a sofa opposite Bruce. Precisely, yes. But you will have to teach me everything you know. Also, you will need to defend me and my family from all the threats against us out there, no matter how severe. Bruce said as he made Deathstroke's expected duties clear to him. I see. Well, as exciting and adventurous as this new job sounds, I didn't quit the army to become a babysitter kid. So, my answer is going to be no. But I do wish you well and hope you can get a good teacher yourself to teach you the value of time and how not to waste it on famous mercenaries. Slade Wilson said as he stood up to leave. He had in no way any desire to waste his time on training snotty-nosed children, so he directly refused and was preparing to leave, but Bruce of course had other plans. $10 million a month, Bruce uttered with a small smile on his lips. What did you just say? Slade had to stop moving for a few seconds to register what Bruce said to him. You heard me. I know you quit the military because you thought that your skills would be better off being used in other places where they would be more appreciated than in the army. So the question is, do you think 10 million is enough appreciation or not? Bruce asked as he looked at Slade in his eyes, already knowing what the future #1 mercenary in the world would answer. You are ready to spend $120 million just to get training from me and receive my protection. People can hire armies with that amount of money, so why would you be giving it to me? Slade said, not being able to control his expression since he still hadn't become the experienced veterinary hitman he would become one day. Because I believe you are as good as any small mercenary company out there, if not better. Also, my superpower is being rich. Bruce answered smugly, snickering at his own answer like it was some kind of inside joke. Okay, I accept. You will be my protege from now on, Little Wayne. I will be your mentor, as long as you pay me, that is. Slade said as he nodded his head and shook Bruce's hands at the deal. And that was how Slade Wilson became Bruce's new trainer and bodyguard. He gladly kept his end of the deal. He took care of every possible threat around Bruce while teaching him and in extension Selina everything that the retired soldier possibly could unknowingly help in creating an unstoppable beast that even he would one day be wary of. By the way, why are we going to Smallville, Kansas for our school trip? Weren't there any better, more educational or more fun places to visit than that? Hell, maybe even Metropolis would have been better than that boring old town. Vicky complained as she sat at the back of the school bus with Bruce and Selina. It's because a certain someone wanted to experience farms instead of enjoying elegant dining and wonderful shopping, Vicky, Selina muttered with some annoyance in her voice. Oh, come on. You two will enjoy it too. I am sure the place won't be as boring as you are imagining right now. Who knows, maybe you will even love the place by the time we return. Bruce said, not wanting to give an explanation on why he wanted to go there in the first place. Bruce's life had become quite smooth since he started training under Slade. Unbelievably brutally harsh training like he was a masochist, continuous practice of chi and simulations, his constant study in serums and bioware, and his research to make an atomic printer or a replicator from Star Trek, was the norm of his life. So, a school trip was a welcome fresh change from his perspective. And imagine his surprise when one of the options for the school trip was Smallville. After seeing the name of that town, Bruce remembered that an all-powerful Kryptonian kid should be living there right now with his adoptive parents. Thus, Bruce, being the rich asshole he was, had Alfred pull some strings and made Smallville the destination for their school trip that year. This would make Bruce's job a lot easier. Not only would he get access to the DNA of a Kryptonian, for research purposes, in that town, but also would be able to meet and judge the Clark Kent of this world for himself. Maybe even establish a relationship with him early on if everything went right. After all, he didn't want to waste his time by repeating the Superman vs. Batman events again just because of some misunderstanding between them. He really wanted to avoid unnecessary and useless battles like those and hoped that he would be able to do exactly that in the future and that Superman or any other heroes wouldn't be dumb enough to fight him just because their ideals don't match or something. However, all of that would come down to what Clark Kent or Kal-El of this world was like, what Superman, the beacon of hope of this world, was truly like. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Pat Rayon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 30, Meeting Clark. A/N, full disclosure before reading this chapter, this was rushed because I was suffering from a lack of sleep that day, so this might be a little inferior in quality to the other chapters. I had thought of rewriting it, but I simply didn't have the time for it due to my busy college routine. So try not to judge because I become sane in the next chapter again, smiley face. If you want to make people dream, you've got to start by believing in that dream yourself. Saya Caney, Amagi Brilliant Park. Now class, we have finally arrived in Smallville, a small town in Kansas particularly famous for its farms, orchards, and meteor falls. A female teacher started to speak as the bus stopped with so much excitement in her voice that it sounded like she was performing in front of millions of people. How the hell does she have so much excitement after such a long drive? It took us about an entire day to reach here and we did it by a goddamn bus. Who the hell even drives from New Jersey to Kansas anyway? God, I hate my job as a teacher. A male teacher muttered in a low voice in the corner as he watched the female teacher excitedly make her speech. Bruce was able to hear him and he truthfully agreed with him. He had himself almost begun to regret influencing the school's decision to come here. Even traveling to Metropolis would have been more comfortable than this. Perhaps he should fund the plane tickets for the class tour the next time. After the female teacher ended her speech in the same exciting manner she started, the entire school group was met by the teachers and some of the students of a local school in Smallville as part of a combined learning and interaction program. The teachers made a friendly welcome speech and the students also welcomed them warmly. Bruce was a little disappointed that Clark wasn't in the receiving group, but again he was sure that he was never that lucky. Anyways, after they were done introducing themselves to each other, they were allowed to go back and rest for the day as the main tour was set for the next day. Separate rooms for boys and girls had been prepared for the students as well to take rest. Each room was supposed to hold 3 students while individual rooms were prepared for the teachers. Selena and Vicky were lucky in this case since they had gotten the same room and only needed to share with one more girl. Bruce on the other hand had wondered if he should get his own room or maybe buy his own house, but he finally decided that he should be humble for once and thus agreed to share a room with 2 other idiots who talked more about their daddies and their money than themselves, not that he could complain since he himself loved his new daddy's money. Nice room. A voice almost startled Bruce, which was a very hard thing to do due to his training in chi as well as his peak human senses. So whoever the voice belonged to was great at sneaking. Slade. I told you to stay at home and that I can do this. Bruce sighed as he looked at his bodyguard who had somehow entered the room after 2 of the boys had fallen asleep. It doesn't really work like that, you know. I took money to protect you. Might as well give my best to make it happen. Also, Alfred looks at me with judgment-filled eyes whenever I try to relax at home, so I was more or less forced to follow you here. But don't worry, nobody would know about me. I am really good at staying undercover. Wilson said with a smirk. The next day the Gothamites were taken to the local school in Smallville where a lot of students were waiting for them. But this didn't make his job of finding Clark any easier. Are you looking for someone in particular? Selena said, slightly annoyed at the lack of attention Bruce had given to her since they came to Smallville yesterday. Yes, I am actually, Bruce said without making it completely clear what he was looking for with an annoyed expression on his face. Hey look, if it ain't the billionaire orphan. What are you doing here? Don't tell me you are here trying to make another orphanage or something like that in Smallville. A kid looking a couple of years older than them with a smug-looking punk face and a bald head walked up to Bruce and asked. Do I know you? Bruce asked confusedly, wondering if he had just met his first random young master. You don't recognize me. Huh, I guess news does travel slowly in Gotham. I am Lex Luthor, son of Lionel Luthor of the Luthor Industries. And this is my sister, Lena Luthor. He proudly introduced himself along with his sister behind her. Congratulations, I guess. Good for you, by now. Bruce said as he turned to leave, but Lex just didn't want to seem any less important or cool than him, so he continued to pester him. I think we should be friends. After all, you don't want to go make friends with the wrong sort. Lex stated with an arrogant smile. Are you a Harry Potter fan? Bruce subconsciously asked after hearing him speak like a certain ferret. What? Of course not. I don't read subpar books like that. Lex said without much change in his voice. Stop embarrassing yourself, Lex. You are wasting both of our time. Just be a good boy and run back to your dad. Vicky said with anger leaking from her voice as she was a devout fan of Harry Potter, after which the ferret wannabe came close to me. At that moment, while Bruce was successfully insulting Lex, a slightly bulky kid with well-defined muscles, grown messy hair, and a handsome face suddenly came into sight as he walked by. The kid didn't try to converse with anyone or do anything. In fact, he was just walking by, trying his best to conceal himself in the crowd, trying to appear as normal as possible. Bruce decided to approach him and strike up a conversation with him. He wanted Clark's blood in any way possible, so he might as well try to make a friend. Hey, Clark Wright. I am Bruce Wayne, a new visitor to your school for a day. Nice to meet you. Bruce tried to come off as gentle and friendly as he could in an effort to not scare the Kryptonian off or make him suspicious of him. Oh. Hi. I am Clark Kent. Nice to meet you, Bruce. A/N, I know, this was too much of a short chapter primarily because I had to write a lot of college projects today. But don't worry my dear readers, I will make sure to make up for it in the next chapter. I'll make it extra thick and spicy as compensation. Give me power stones, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Pat Rayon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 31, A Visit to the Kent Farm, 1. You can only become friends by talking to people and finding out whether you get along. Shugo Kiryu. Bruce Wayne POV. Wow, this guy knows how to control his strength. Even though I am currently shaking hands with one of the most powerful creatures on Earth, it almost feels like I am the stronger one here. It seems that he was doing his best to paint himself as a weak normal human being. Quite a grip you got there. But, do I know you? Clark said with a small smile as he felt my hands tighten and loosen in his hold for a slight second. It seemed that he was a few years older than me. He was probably somewhere around 12 or 13, looking like a 15-16-year-old while I was only 10, even though I too was taller for my age, having the body of a 13-year-old. Well, I don't know, depends on how up to date you are with current affairs. But I am sure that I know you. I know what you are hiding. You are famous. I recognized you from a newspaper I read a couple of days ago. Isn't your family farm like the biggest organic farm in the state? I asked, knowing that it was true and I really had come across such an article while doing some research on him. Yeah, I guess a local newspaper did publish that a few months ago. He said as he relaxed and awkwardly chuckled after his expression had transformed into one of pure fear for a few seconds, afraid that his true secret had been revealed. Oh, this is Celine and Vicky. They are also here for the student interaction program like me. I introduced the two girls behind me yet they just slightly nodded, acknowledging his presence. I truthfully felt like some kind of mafia boss being followed by his loyal minions due to the serious expressions sported by the girls on their faces, but that didn't discourage Clark from continuing to talk with us. He even offered to give us a tour of the school and the local attractions of the city once the teachers were done with their own lecture and tour, which I gladly accepted. The interaction program was mostly boring, with individual students and teachers just coming forward and boasting about the city and their school. However, after about 2 hours of enduring the exceptionally boring program, we were finally able to get out of it. That was tiresome, Vicky said as she pressed her forehead like she was in pain. Yeah, it absolutely was, although I mostly slept through it. Are all of the programs in your school this boring? Celine asked as she looked at Clark, who instead of paying attention to her words was watching a certain girl talking to her friends in the school corridor. Let me guess, you're Mary Jane? Bruce asked, smirking. Huh? What? Who's Mary Jane? That is Lana Lang. Clark said with a small blush on his face. Stop blushing, you look like an innocent maiden in love, which is weird, I said as I looked at the girl he had a crush on talking with her friends, not even realizing that Clark was continuously looking at her like a shy newly married wife. I am not blushing. I just am a little hungry. He tried his best to lie while failing in it miserably. I wonder how he kept his identity secret for so long if he is really that bad at lying. Okay, sure. Anyways, how is the food in your cafeteria, by the way? I asked, wondering if Alfred would have a heart attack later if he knew I was planning to eat in a school cafeteria. It's pretty good, if you have a stomach of steel that is. Clark laughed as he made a disgusted face. Oh, I guess we will have to search for a restaurant in the city then, I said, disappointment apparent in my voice. You know what, you should come to my house. That way you will be able to taste the amazing brisket my mother cooks that I have been telling you all about. Clark offered, not caring about the fact that it had barely been a few hours that he had known us. Really? Will you show us your farm as well? I would like to take some pictures there for one of my school projects. I said, inwardly rejoicing that I was so close to my plan succeeding. Yeah, sure. Let's go there after the local museum visit. I am sure that my parents would be quite happy at seeing that I managed to make some friends. He uttered excitedly but immediately shut up after realizing that he had just embarrassed himself in front of us by revealing how he didn't have any good friends at school. Interesting. So this version of Clark Kent is not that good at making friends. I guess I could use this later to get closer to the guy. Well, I wouldn't say a friend but maybe acquaintance. Selena started to say but couldn't continue as I gave her a hard, don't you dare say it, look. She is joking. We are indeed friends. And we will be glad to come to your house. I quickly said, giving a stink eye to Selena for almost running my perfect plan, at which she just pouted like a cute cat. Even Vicky joined in with her. I wonder why the two were so much upset with me. I thought they would be happy coming to Smallville. After all, this is the legendary place where Superman was raised, just like Gotham was a legendary place where Batman. Oh, I see now. Of course, Smallville was important to me as a reincarnation from another world, but they weren't from another world like me. They were locals, and to them, this was just another small town in a really big country. Also, the fact that a potential visit to Los Angeles was cancelled so that we could come here also didn't help. Anyways, after we attended the local museum, which by the way was just a small building showcasing different farm tools and dolls of famous farmers along with some of the more famous tourist spots in the city, the school finally ended for the day and the three of us were finally permitted to go to our rooms while Clark was let go to his home. But of course, as we had all agreed beforehand, instead of going to our respective rooms, all three of us went along with Clark to his farm. It was a small city and thus barely a 10-minute walk. We didn't even have to sneak out, as a small request from me was enough to convince the teachers to let us go. We, fortunately, didn't run into Lex Luthor again. Lex in this world didn't seem truly evil yet but was annoying as hell. Currently, he is more like Harry Osborn from Marvel rather than an extremely intelligent manipulative genius who wants to get rid of an alien immigrant from his planet. But again, he is just in his early teens, so he has plenty of time to grow into his role. I would have at least tried to bring him to the light side, but I could barely tolerate him for even a few seconds, much less try to show the little asshole the right way. But this is again probably my inner teenager ranting. Also, which millionaire father lets his son go to a small school in a small city instead of sending him to the best establishments in a city like Metropolis because that's where the headquarters of their company is? They weren't billionaires, well, not even close to billionaires, but they had too many millions in their pockets and too much greed in their hearts to lead a slow life out in the middle of nowhere instead of a giant skyscraper in a city of metal like some Japanese protagonists. So, while wondering about why all billionaires are big assholes with the exception of me of course, as well as talking with Clark and the girls about random childish topics like TV shows, the newest video games, and other stuff like that, we soon reached our destination. Now, I have heard a lot of things about Superman's financial condition in my past life, like they were just poor farmers or they were barely feeding themselves, but after seeing the truly massive amount of cultivable land just lying there surrounding his home as well as the animal houses and the mini lake on their estate, I refuse to believe that they were anything less than the elite. Because whoever thinks that there isn't any money in farming in the US is an idiot. You could make tons of money if you are smart enough and know which crops to grow. But sadly it seems that Papa Kent wasn't that smart, since all I saw growing on the farm was corn and wheat. Hey Clark, do you have animals on your farm? I asked, wondering if they were involved in animal husbandry as well, since corn is preferred by farmers if they are involved in the dairy or meat industry. We used to have a few cows but not anymore. Dad sold them a couple of months ago because he isn't able to do all of the work alone anymore, and even Mom has been suffering from some mild back pain for a few days. I tried to help but Dad doesn't like it when I use my when I skip school. He said while almost telling me his secret. It is so funny that a person who is so bad at lying could successfully keep up his secret superhero identity for years by just using a pair of eyeglasses. Also, his words confirmed my doubts. His adoptive dad is a generic retard. Owning one of the biggest farmlands in the state but working in it alone without hiring any help, not growing crops that would have been far more profitable, not trying to establish an animal farm business which could make him far more money than this, and even refusing his son's help when his son could plant thousands of trees as well as water them within just a couple of seconds and even manipulate the weather somehow with his super breath is more than plain stupid. Truthfully, it is ridiculous and even insulting. Here I am trying to do my best to prepare for the future any way I can, and this old man was trying to live life in the difficult mode. He could have been one of the richest landowners in the state, but no, he is more busy trying to be an Uncle Ben Ultra than trying to be a better father or husband. As we went straight to the house, Clark gently knocked on the door, and within just a few seconds of waiting, the door opened, revealing a woman in her late 30s standing at the entry wearing a cooking apron and staring at us with surprised eyes. Why is every female character who is a future widow and related to a superhero so hot? It's like the writers or the presents or whoever is responsible for this wants people to have indecent thoughts about them. Clark, you are back. And I see you have made some new friends. Won't you introduce them to me? She said with a smile as she looked at us with joy visible in her eyes. She seemed to be really happy that her adopted son had found new friends despite his handicap of not being a normal human. Oh yeah. I met them today at school. They are from Gotham here to visit our town. This is Selina, Kyle, Vicky, and Vale, and Bruce Wayne. He introduced all of us to his mother with excitement and pride filling his voice. He sounded like this was the first time any friend of his had come to his home with him, so he was really proud to show us off to his parents like we were an achievement for him on the long road of attaining normalness. Oh, happy to meet with, wait, did you just say Bruce Wayne? She gasped in the middle of her sentence, immediately realizing my true identity, which I wasn't even honestly trying to hide. A/N, sorry, this chapter was a lot late because I had to rewrite the whole thing. My Grammarly screwed up and changed almost everything I had written into an incomprehensible mess. I myself couldn't understand the end product, so I just decided to start from scratch. Also, I reread the last chapter one wrote and wow, it was bad. I have no idea how tired and sleepy I was to write a bad chapter like that. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Pat Rayon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 32, A Visit to the Kent Farm, 2. Man, kids these days. They think it's a competition to have the most friends. One is enough. Find someone completely unique. Yato, Noragami. Wait, you aren't Bruce Wayne from the Wayne family of Gotham, are you? The billionaire heir of Wayne Enterprises. She couldn't help but ask in surprise, but instantly got ashamed when she realized what she had asked. Yes, I am, ma'am. I didn't try to hide my identity at all. I had no reason to. In fact, the plan I was slowly hatching in my mind required me to divulge my identity to the Kent family. I had no desire to fight Superman. I didn't want to repeat the stupid fight from the movies to make myself seem like some dark, broody, caped crusader on the side of bloody vengeance. No, instead I would play it smart and make sure that Superman would think thrice before even considering attacking me in the future, no matter what. Getting over her surprise within a couple of seconds, Mrs. Kent invited us in with doubt still wretched on her face. She looked like she was still debating with herself on whether to believe she was in a dream or if I was lying or if her son had truly befriended the richest kid in the world. You know you don't have to treat me or any one of us any different than you treat anyone else that visits your home, I said as we all sat around the kitchen table. Their sofa was apparently not comfortable enough, so we had to sit around the table. None of us cared about it, but it did help me realize that these guys were really not making enough money, period. Clark was the exact opposite of what Bruce was. He had op powers with a poor family compared to the original Bruce, who had no powers but an extremely huge inheritance. I am not. I am just treating you like how I would have treated a normal guest. Also, this is the first time any of Clark's friends actually came home with him. So, I would have to at least make sure that you get the minimum respect so that you can continue to be friends with him. She explained. Mom, come on. You are embarrassing me. Clark muttered with a red face. Am I? Oh well, I guess you are at the stage where anything your mother says embarrasses you, doesn't it? Martha Kent said with a teasing smile. You don't have to worry, we will continue to be friends with Clark no matter how you treat us, Vicky said, probably feeling bad at how she treated him before. Although that delicious smell of the steak will help a lot, Selina said, focusing on food like always. Sometimes I wonder, was Selina Kyle always this much of a foodie, because it's practically impossible to maintain that slim body with how much food she eats every day unless of course comic book logic. Yeah, the steak is almost done. Good thing I cooked a little extra today. Jonathan will be back any minute too. I am sure that he will be as glad as me to meet his son's friends for the first time. Martha said as she went to the oven to perfect her art. So, you live here all alone, just the three of you? Because I don't think I saw another living human about half a mile near your home. Vicky asked, not being able to control her curious nature. Well, we did used to have neighbors, but their homes were really far away. Also, Lex's father has been buying their lands for high prices. He offered to buy ours as well, but Dad said some very indecent words to him when he made the offer to him. Clark explained with a wry smile. Oh, interesting, I said as my mind worked at full speed trying to guess the reason why Luther Sr. was trying to buy up this estate. Was it simply greed for more real estate, or was it because he found out that this land might have some natural resources hidden under it? The most likely reason is probably the presence of the Countess meteor fragments that fell on the surrounding land a couple of years ago, particularly the piece of advanced technology in the form of the alien super baby pod that Clark came in. As the five of us continued to talk on various topics and I steadily collected information from them about everything I needed to know about Smallville, I understood a few things. This version of the city was something like a combination of the different iterations of the city ever shown primarily in the movies and the comics, with some elements of the TV show mixed in there as well. Even though none of the big-name DC villains have ever attacked the Kent family, a lot of small-time gangs have, and from Clark's stories as well as how he avoided talking about them, it seemed like he had taken care of them secretly in his own peaceful manner. Martha even mentioned how Clark had a bad boy phase last month where he suddenly tried to act like he was a gang member or something. So unless Clark had a bipolar disorder somehow in this universe, that was definitely some red kryptonite dust working its magic on him. But the question for me was if the red alien crack is a natural element in this universe or if someone artificially made it. Also, whoever made it, does he have more of it or even the green kryptonite that would undoubtedly be required to make it? As thoughts like these were going through my head with me trying to decide whether to send some drones to search for Clark's baby pod and invade some Luthor laboratories or not, since those labs would most probably be the ones behind any sort of research that would include kryptonite and Kryptonian genes, Papa Kent finally came home as the patriarch of the family gently knocked on the door. "Oh, honey, you are here. You would not believe who came to visit us. It's Clark's first group of friends." Mrs. Kent tried to interest her husband in us and make him seem friendlier despite his tired face that screamed, "I just want to eat and go to sleep," making Clark even more embarrassed in front of us. She introduced all of us one by one, but unlike her, Jonathan Kent didn't react to my name much except just raise his brows for a single second after losing interest. "Hello, little ones. I didn't know that my son could actually make good-looking fellas like you his friends. I guess he exceeded my expectations," Jonathan said as he ruffled his son's hair with a smile despite his tiredness. He looked happy at his son making some friends, but there was also a small light of fear and doubt hidden expertly behind his smiling eyes. "You don't look good, Mr. Kent. Are you sure that you should be working that hard in the field?" Selina could not help but ask. It might sound insulting to someone else listening to her, but she probably feels really bad looking at the tired body of the man who looked much older than he was due to how much work he did every day. "It's okay. These old bones are tougher than they look. Plus I have Hank to look after me," he said with a small smile as he sat down at the table. "You mean crypto," Clark muttered in a low voice as a dog barked on cue and came running from the outside through the small pet flap on the door I hadn't noticed before, reminding me how absolutely shit my detective skills are as well as the importance of the NZT pills that I was so close to perfecting. Also, why does this dog exist here? I mean, isn't it some kind of funny animated character designed to entertain children? I mean, I watched the Super Pets movie, one of the very few DC movies that was actually likable, and that's where I saw the character first. I thought it was only an animal comic character made for kids that don't exist in canon of any kind. By the way, I want a dog now, or maybe a cat, even though I have Selina. I wonder why I feel somebody just insulted me," Selina murmured as she looked around trying to figure out the cause for her feelings. But of course, I didn't give her a chance to test her developing womanly instincts and just diverted the conversation. "Are you going to keep working here like this? I mean, shouldn't you try out some other ways to make money, like leasing the land or doing some real estate trading, or maybe even doing some smart farming like growing more cash crops or getting into the meat and dairy industry? That would probably make a lot of money until some vegetable-munching protesters with too much time in their hand try to shut the industry down in the name of nature in the future." I tried to advise the men, who continued to smile looking at me. "I definitely could, but real estate is a business of the sharks. I neither have the capital, the connections, nor the sharp personality required to make a few bucks in the business. They would eat me alive if I ever tried it. And I would gladly switch to cash crops or animal farming, but the maintenance and setup costs are huge, which any bank would never lend a farmer like me even on their best of days. As for leasing the land, I am a farmer from birth, little man. I cannot move away from my roots," he said with a sad sigh as he focused his attention on the piece of steak his wife was bringing to the table. "But what about the Senate position that you wanted to pursue when you were still young? I thought that it was your dream to become a senator for the state of Kansas one day," Martha said as she looked at her husband with supporting eyes. "That was all in my youth, Martha. I was stupid enough to dream a lot of stupid things back then. You were one of the very few ones that came true among them. Also, I have a family now. I don't have time to run after stupid dreams. I would much prefer to be with you guys than old men insulting and arguing with each other in expensive suits. Plus we have something to protect now," he said with a small laugh as he took a look at Clark, who kept petting the alien dog that had taken its place on his lap. I realized something after hearing Mr. Kent's words. Yes, he might be a retard as I had determined before, but the man was the nicest retard I had ever met in my life. He was probably as nice as Ben Parker, only more talented, and I would absolutely hate seeing a good person like this meeting the same fate as the original Bruck, my own parents. I was never able to save them, but I might try to save him and earn some good karma for myself. Plus I would need it to balance the bad karma I would be steadily accumulating by killing irredeemable psychos. Plus, a senator needs sponsors, donors, and people with connections. Who would be investing in an old farmer like me? He said as he gave a hearty laugh and picked up his piece of meat with a fork. I'll do it, I said as I bit into my food like it was no big deal. Well, it truthfully wasn't. The Waynes had spent huge amounts of money on political lobbying in the past. Thomas Wayne's campaign in Gotham when he was running for mayor cost a lot. So financing another person wasn't a big deal for me. Also, he also could give me a lot of things in return if he won. So, he was more of an investment than a charity. Wait, what? Every member of the Kent family said in unison while even Crypto looked like it was confused about why Clark suddenly stopped rubbing its stomach. Selena and Vicky just concentrated on their dinners rather than adding to the conversation. They knew too much about my attitude to doubt my words or question my reasons. They knew that I could even burn $1 billion for no reason at all if I felt that would profit me somehow in the future. Why would you even consider? Jonathan could not complete his words as the Kent family landline rang up. The men didn't have any choice but to pause the conversation to go and pick up the phone. It seems like they were not so poor that they could not afford a home phone. Hello. Oh, Ross, it's you. What? How? Are you sure? It might just be some stupid rumor or something. Okay, sure. You too, and thanks for the information, Arthur. Jonathan kept the phone down with a grim expression on his face. He looked like he had aged a few months from that call alone. Was that Peter Ross' father on the phone? What did he say? Martha looked worried as she approached the senior Kent and placed her hand on his shoulder to show her support. Yeah, that was Arthur. He said that a weird woman had been seen walking through the town of Smallville. She has supposedly even killed a few people and is now a wanted criminal on the charge of homicide. He said as he took a quick look at Clark, not wanting to say anything else. Was that it? I don't understand why you are so worried about it. I am sure they will catch her. We will stay safe inside the house. I am sure that we can make enough room for Bruce, Selena, and Vicky in our house today as well so that they can stay the night. I'll call the school and... Martha started to say but was soon interrupted by her husband again. Some witnesses say that the woman is capable of melting things with fire gushing from her eyes, wrecking entire cars with a single punch, and even bullets don't have any effect on her. She calls herself Ether and is going through the entire town searching for something or someone. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Pat Rayon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 33, A Wild Kryptonian Appears. Stop trying to solve everything by yourself. Don't forget that you're not alone. Ruji Suguro, AO no exorcist. Jonathan, do you think she wants? Martha didn't complete her statement as she just sadly took a look at her adopted son sitting with his dog on his lap with an ashen face. I am sure whatever the woman's aim is, she won't be able to achieve it. I believe that the cops would get her before she could cause any more damage. Jonathan looked like he didn't believe his own words. The cops. Dad, this woman has already killed multiple people. If bullets do not affect her, I don't see how they can imprison her before she takes another life. Clark protested. Maybe, but ordinary folks like us cannot do anything to prevent that now, can we? We will have to just sit tight and hope for the people from law enforcement to successfully subdue her. Jonathan said like it was a matter of fact and he wanted no argument against it. Then I hope that you feel good tomorrow morning when more people die because we did nothing to even try to help, Clark argued as he left the table in anger with Crypto following him in tow. Wow, these people trying to sound like a normal family and acting like they did not have two superpowered aliens living among them is actually hilarious. It could make up for a good sitcom if done right. I hadn't told Vicky and Selena everything about Clark, only bits and pieces like how he might not be a completely ordinary human like us, but the Kent family conversation was so stupid that even they seemed to have an idea of what was going on. I am sorry that you three had to see that. It's just Clark gets really upset when something bad happens in the town since he feels responsible for the town's protection as one of its young citizens. Jonathan tried to make excuses but nobody was buying that. But, we still nodded and kept our mouths shut. Anyways, you know what, you three shouldn't go out tonight. I'll call the school authorities and inform them that you will be staying with us for the night. John will drop you all off tomorrow. Till then, Bruce, you can bunk with Clark while Selena and Vicky can sleep in the guest rooms. As for the business proposition that you had, we can discuss that tomorrow at breakfast. Martha offered with a smile. Okay. We don't really have any other choice, so we will have to accept your kindness, Mrs. Kent. I said with a smile. Oh, please. Call me Martha. She said with an embarrassed flick of her hand. After we finished our dinner, all four of us were led to our rooms. Martha went with the girls to tidy up the guest room after directing me to the door of Clark's room. We were even given some old clothes that the Kent family had collected for a church giveaway to keep us warm and comfortable for the night. "Clark, may I come in?" I knocked on the door but no sound came from the inside. "Clark, you there?" I knocked again a little louder and harder than the last time. But still, no answer. Now, there were a lot of things that might have happened for which Clark was not answering, but since this world was more or less a world based on comics written by cliché writers, I immediately assumed the stupidest possible reason why he was not answering. I immediately took out my bat tool hidden inside my coat on my belt and positioned it near the door's keyhole. 4 small mechanical pins got out of the device and began fiddling with the lock mechanism. It was the bat tool's lockpicking mode, something that wasn't nearly as sci-fi as the rest of its modes but did the job pretty well. It was mostly to give me a competitive edge over Selena's natural lockpicking skills. Really, that girl was a born thief. Who the hell can even pick a lock in 3 goddamn seconds? Opening the door to Clark's room, I understood that I was completely right. He behaved like a stupid teenage superpowered character and sneaked away from his room to try to defeat the villain and protect the city all by himself because he felt responsible or something due to his powers. Looking at the half-opened window of the room, I wonder how he would defeat the woman who was either a metahuman, a possible Kryptonian, or some other superpowered species. So, would Clark win like Superman always does, or was there a chance that he could suffer utter defeat? But the even bigger question was, what should I do? Should I just lay down and have a good night's sleep hoping that Clark comes back alive tomorrow, or should I actually try to help him? After a couple of minutes of intense thinking and several arguments with my inner self, I decided that I could not just blindly put my trust in an overhyped solar energy junkie. He might be the strongest being on Earth currently, but defeating him has always been too easy for even weekly run-of-the-mill villains. Thus it would be much better if I were to make sure that he doesn't die a teenager. I also have some gadgets that I desperately want to test on Kryptonians. If I leave now, I should be back before midnight, probably. Also, almost every major hero or villain has defeated a Kryptonian at some point in their life, be it Superman, Zod, Supergirl, or some other unnamed individual of the species. So, how hard can it be to defeat a Kryptonian? Omniscient POV. Crypto, you don't have to follow me, you know. This might be dangerous, like the time when we were attacked by that fiery metahuman. Clark said with a sigh as he remembered how he had to spend his entire holiday brushing the ashes and dirt from the fight from Crypto's white fur. Woof woof. The dog running at super speed in front of Clark barked as it sped up toward a certain direction without slowing down. Clark didn't continue to question the skills or determination of his dog and just continued to follow him. After a couple of seconds of running at sonic speed, he finally reached the place his dog was taking him. Seeing a weirdly dressed woman wearing metal armor from the Middle Ages on the streets trying to beat a car to death, Clark immediately understood this was the same woman his father informed him about, the bad woman hurting people. He didn't waste his time trying to persuade the woman to surrender. No, he was too angry at the woman for killing innocents to try to reason with her. Instead, he just decided to ask her a simple question before he started to do what he did best. "Hey, you. Why are you killing people?" Clark asked with a serious expression on his face, hoping that the woman would deny ever having killed anyone and they could have a civil conversation about it where all of this would turn out to be one big misunderstanding. Hearing his words, the woman stopped hitting the police car, which was transmitting distorted radio noises, and focused her attention on Clark with an impassive expression on her face. "I am here on behalf of the great Kryptonian Empire to permanently subsume this planet under the grand banner of Krypton. I know that a fragment of the Growth Codex is here somewhere on this backward planet with the successor of the L House. Give it to me and you will be spared under the golden rule of New Krypton," she said with a fanatical expression plastered on an otherwise apathetic face. "Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 34, Kryptonians are the biggest cheats. Listen, I believe in you. More importantly, though, you need to have faith in your own abilities. Mitsuki, Kentai Collection. I am sorry ma'am, but I don't know anything about any growth code or whatever you just said. But I am afraid that I cannot let you continue hurting innocent people. So, either willingly surrender yourself to the legal authorities or I'll be forced to make you surrender," Clark said with a serious frown that expressed he was ready to do exactly what he said. The woman, however, didn't respond to his warning at all and just began to slowly walk toward him. "Well, the way you are walking toward me doesn't look like you are coming here to surrender, so I guess I'll have to use force after all. But remember ma'am that I am much stronger than I Lou." Clark could not continue as he felt one of the strongest punches he ever felt in his life land on his face, catapulting him away like a mere rag doll. He went through a couple of walls and even a wooden farmhouse and finally landed on a corn farm which more or less destroyed most of the corn in it. "How are you this strong?" Clark could not help but ask as he felt an aching sensation still traveling through his cheek as a result of the punch. He had never met someone as strong as himself before. He had faced his fair share of bad people, some of them with quite tricky abilities, but none of them were even close to him in raw physical attributes. This unknown woman was the first one who managed to make him feel real pain with just a single punch when he was not even under the influence of any type of kryptonite. I am Ethereal. I was a field captain back on Krypton, boy. Do you think an untrained rookie like you can even hope to defeat a seasoned warrior like me? The woman named Ether used her incredible speed, which was equal to Clark's, to zoom to the location where Clark landed from her blow and smiled condescendingly at him. Wait, you are a Kryptonia. Once again Clark was unable to complete his words as two beams of red-hot laser were directed at his face, shutting the young hero up. Oh, my face. Can you please stop targeting my face, ma'am? Clark asked as he grunted at the sizzling pain on his face. Interesting. As I thought, you are a Kryptonian as well. Are you the one who has the growth codex? Perhaps if I present you to the general, I'll be rewarded for my valiant services to the Empire, she said as she balled her fists to give the boy in front of her the beatdown of the century. She began to punch him in rapid succession in a bid to break his bones and knock him out, creating minor sonic booms, but weirdly for her, Clark was able to block most of them with his hands. Although some of her punches landed on his chest, they still seemed to be more or less equal in strength. This was almost unbelievable for her, since she was sure that she was not only much older than him but also much more trained and fit than the supposedly teenage Kryptonian. So, the reason why she was not being able to overpower him in pure raw strength was a mystery to her. But unfortunately for Clark, his advantage in his raw physical abilities could only take him so far. With each move that Ether made, Clark was being pushed back slowly, as he even felt minor bruises forming all over his body due to her hits. I have to say you are surprisingly strong for a teenage Kryptonian, but that would only take you so far. You could have been a good soldier for the new Kryptonian army that the general is going to establish, but it seems you must die before that. She smirked at Clark as her eyes again lighted up and fired red beams of heated energy directly at Clark's own eyes, momentarily shocking and blinding him and thus creating an opening in his novice defenses. She immediately took this chance and stuck his stomach with a full-powered punch, sending him flying into a nearby pond. This heat vision is really useful, Ether muttered to herself as she took out a small dagger from her belt buckle, intending to end the currently knocked-out young Kryptonian who dared to challenge her. But just as she was going to take another step, a small ball the size of a baseball rolled towards her on the ground and stopped at her feet, a soft buzzing sound coming from the ball in rapid succession. What is T? Boom. This time Ether, the Kryptonian soldier, was the one who was taken by surprise and could not complete her words as the ball suddenly exploded and released dense gray-colored mist all around her. Cough cough. The female Kryptonian coughed for the first time after coming to Earth, as she could not help but inhale the gas released by the bomb, which had taken her by surprise, spreading a distinct itchiness around her throat, making her worried about the type of chemical she might have inhaled. She was worried that this might be some chemical or biological weapon designed by the native species on the planet to kill her, and she was mostly right, as she felt a certain thirst for anything liquid overcome her. This was the first time she was feeling thirsty after arriving on the planet, and she didn't believe it to be a good thing. Ah! She yelled in pain. It was not because of the steadily increasing thirst, but because all of her senses were slowly going out of her control. Her vision, hearing, smell, everything suddenly increased to their absolute limits, covering the entire town in her perception range and thus giving her the biggest headache she had ever experienced. But this also made her aware of a certain figure quietly standing in the shadows, observing her from the distance like a predator silently observing his prey. So you finally noticed me. That took you a lot of time. A smooth, somewhat attractive voice came from the hidden figure. Everything that happened till now wasn't much of a surprise. Even though I was only able to watch the final moments of Clark's fight with Ether before he was knocked out, because unfortunately, hoverboards aren't as fast as Kryptonians, I still learned a great deal of things from it, especially the Kryptonian fighting style and strategy that Kryptonian soldiers seem to use. The female Kryptonian named Ether didn't seem to be a gifted soldier, but she was probably better than the average Kryptonian fighter. Even though she was physically equal to Clark, probably because of the larger amount of time he had spent absorbing solar energy compared to her, she still made up for it in pure skill. She was a cold and merciless warrior who always went for the weakest points of her target to end the fight in her favor as quickly as possible. Also, how the hell does she know English? I thought Kryptonians speak Kryptonian or Kryptonese or something. You know what, I don't even care, I'll find out the reason later. Truthfully, I was having a lot of fun just watching the fight. It was like watching an anime super fight live in front of your own eyes, but unfortunately for Clark, he was knocked out sooner than I hoped, and I had to step in to make sure that the beacon of hope doesn't die before he even reached his late teens. Well, this was actually a favorable result for me, since now I would be able to do whatever I want without Clark ever knowing that I was here in the first place. That's why I attacked her immediately when she was distracted and used a bat ball. Bat bomb, the bat gasser, the bat knocker. Shit, I can't think of any good bat-themed names for it. Anyways, as the bomb exploded, it released a modified and strengthened gaseous version of the mummifying liquid, or what I called the thirst virus, around her. The gaseous electrolytes released in the air would become harmless in a couple of seconds, but once inhaled by someone could kill the target with dehydration in only a matter of minutes. But unfortunately, as I observed the workings of Ether's body using the white world aspect of my power, I noticed her body actively fighting against the virus and even winning. Her lungs were working in full tandem as they exhaled the remaining amount of gas inside her system, while her heartbeat doubled as blood from different parts of her body rushed toward her chest and heart area, probably fighting off the electrolytes that were mixing with her blood. Kryptonian physiology was truly amazing. I guess I would either need much stronger poisons or some alien viruses to do some substantial damage to it. You will regret this. She screamed with her red rage-filled eyes directed at me. She was probably having trouble breathing due to the overwhelming thirst she was feeling due to the gas, but that was quickly dying down due to her immunity slowly destroying the virus from within. Nah, I won't. Although I might regret wearing this stupid costume, I muttered the last part to myself as I felt like a delusional Chunibyo while wearing my current vigilante costume, which I had made by basically ripping off the design of Red Hood. It was made of a particular bulletproof fabric 4 times harder than Kevlar but much thinner and lighter. It wasn't anything special, and I had only made it as a temporary costume before I designed any serious armor or super suits. It was a simple suit composed of some black body armor made of the special fabric I designed, a fireproof black jacket, and a black full-face mask similar to that of Red Hood in the comics. It was minimal, yet efficient. And best of all, didn't restrain my movement at all. I did not waste any more of my time monologuing in my mind and instead took out my bat tool and activated its sonic gun function, which used the same principle as the sonic weapon in my combat drone. It was the best possible weapon against a Kryptonian or any metahuman with superhuman hearing capabilities. Let's rock, I declared with a snicker as I targeted her and fired the thing at a high frequency before she could have the chance to use her speed to get closer to me. A high-frequency, almost visible wave of mind-crushing sound hit the Kryptonian warrior like a freight train as it instantly drew a shrill, painful scream from her throat, making her drop her knife and forcing her to stagger back a couple of steps. But I had no intention to stop. I would only consider stopping once she was knocked out, but unfortunately for me, knocking her out seemed like a pipe dream since she immediately recovered from the initial shock somewhat and began to approach me with a slow yet steady pace despite the sound waves hitting her at the highest possible frequencies, which should have blown her brains to unrecognizable bits if she didn't have such a literal hard head. Aya. I will kill you. For Krypton. For the glory of General Zod. She screamed as a single drop of red blood flowed down her nose. Come on, I murmured to myself as I felt her reaching near where I was currently standing. A year full of research on the most advanced sonic weaponry, and the best this can do is give her a nosebleed. God, Kryptonians are really underestimated, aren't they? In front of their absolute beast-like OP physiologies, even my cheat seems somewhat worthless. You think you can defeat a loyal soldier of the General? No, I will make sure that you and your fellow little species understand the superiority of Kryptonia. She shrieked in pain as her own knife pierced through her chest. You have super senses, yet you do not use them to sense people sneaking up on you. How pathetically useless a soldier were you? A figure wearing a dark tight Kevlar suit and a unique orange and black patterned mask said as he pulled the knife from the wound on her chest and reinserted it into her stomach from her back, possibly severing her spine in the process. Slade. I told you not to interfere. I thought that I made it clear that I wanted to do this alone. I said, subtle anger leaking into my tone. Sorry, young master. But my job is to protect you, not to let you do things alone. Personally, I wouldn't have cared if you had lost an eye or an ear, but Alfred would eat my heart if I let that happen. And as I had said before, nothing scares me more than that butler whenever he has that fake smile on his face. The last time I let you get hurt during training, he actually shot me in the balls. Slade Wilson gruffed as he shivered at his memory of Alfred giving him the most intense death stare he had ever gotten in his life. Sigh fine, just shut up. Now we will have to save her life since we need more info from her. So let's not waste time and get to it before Clark wakes up. I muttered in annoyance. Huh? Who's Clark? He asked. Long story, you don't need to know. But perhaps you will meet him one day in the future. I mostly dodged his question as I wondered to myself if I should save the half-dead Kryptonian in front of me or just try to forcefully glean any intel I could from her mind. Give me power stones, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 35, Mental Problems. A/N, hey guys, just wanted to tell you that I had forgotten to post a few images in the last chapter, most primarily the MC's costume. I have already posted it, so you can go to the comment section of the last chapter to view them. It's more important to master the cards you're holding than to complain about the ones your opponent was dealt. Grimsley, Pokemon. Bruce Wayne POV. So, are you going to save her or take her memories? Because judging by her breathing pattern and heart rate, she doesn't seem to have much time left, even though physically her injuries seem to be healing at a much faster rate than a normal human. That's not supposed to happen, by the way, just saying. Deathstroke sat on the ground in a relaxed position and commented cheekily. I don't know. Should I save her or should I just let her die? I mean, she did kill a lot of people, innocents who were just doing their jobs or minding their own business. She killed them in cold blood just because she could, just because she was stronger. But does that make her truly irredeemable? Because it is possible that she did all that thinking that it was the right thing to do due to her upbringing, or maybe she was brainwashed from an early age into being an ice-cold killer. I suddenly began hesitating, even though I previously thought that I was ready for situations like these. Why was I suddenly hesitating when it came to killing her? Was I that weak-minded? But hadn't I already killed those people back then at Helena's house? But again, I just ordered their deaths that day. The true murder was done by my drones and Cortana. To me, that was less like killing someone and more like just ordering a troop member in a game to do the deed instead. But this was me letting someone die knowing full well that she could be saved if I desired it. As I pondered about my choices, Ether's wounds had already been cauterized, but despite that, judging from her breathing, it seemed that she wasn't recovering at all. Instead, her condition was gradually worsening. This was probably because of the effects that her Kryptonian knife had on her physique. However, it needed to be studied more to determine what exactly these effects were. I don't know if she would die or not without any immediate medical help, but her body would definitely be ruined and she would forever lose her motor cognition. Even in the best-case scenario, she would permanently become a quadriplegic. If you are truly worried if she is innocent or not, don't. She is an experienced soldier through and through. I saw her eyes. They were the eyes of a veteran killer, someone who enjoys what they do. There is no brainwashing for you to undo. If one goes by her eyes, one can almost say that the entire purpose of her life according to herself is fighting and killing. Krypton and this general of hers are just excuses she gives herself. So stop bullshitting and do what you really feel like. Nobody will judge you because nobody is here in your place right now. The masked bodyguard said as he played with Ether's blue-bladed Kryptonian knife. You know what? You are right. I know what I need to do now. I always did. I repeated. I had made up my mind even before I came here. I was only hesitating due to the remnants of the human morals left inside this body from the previous Bruce, as well as my own morality from my past life. But not anymore. In this life, I would have to do what I must, otherwise one day these things will come back to bite me in my ass. Opening the small bag concealed on my back, I took out a portable atmosphere, an advanced model of the basic nerve gear, a little different than the one I used to full dive for training purposes. This was made specifically for one particular purpose in mind. Slipping it on Ether's head. I switched on the device and immediately Cortana's voice came from my watch. Connection successful. Should I start the extraction process? She asked after giving me verification that the device working as it should. Do it. Make sure to compartmentalize all information and data available, no matter how insignificant. I want to know everything about her and her race, how she trained, what she learned, what they eat, when they sleep, how many bowel movements they have in a single day, everything. I said, not caring about Deathstroke's silent snicker at how my command made me appear like some twisted stalker. Got it. She replied as a soft hum began to come from the headset, making me wonder about how safe my newly made machine was. I didn't have the time or appropriate subject to test it out, so maybe this is for the greater good of my own experiment, of course. Initiating mind replication. Mental scan at 1%, a robotic voice similar to Cortana's original stated from the machine. I still can't believe that you invented all this. A mere child with the wits to outsmart even those high and mighty arrogant geniuses I met back in the military. Well, I guess it's true, kids truly are the future of the country. He said as he looked at the atmosphere with awe. Don't get any ideas. You know what will happen if you try to double-cross me, don't you? I warned, not even looking at him, but the serious tone of my voice carried the message loud and clear. Yeah. How can I forget when you fooled an innocent gullible fellow like me into signing that cursed voodoo contract? As long as I am in your employment, I can't cross you, betray you, or harm you or your friends and family in any way. Even after my employment term ends, I must keep everything I have seen, heard, or experienced with you a secret, otherwise, I would lose my life and my soul will be subjected to eternal damnation, not that it already has. He huffed like he was truly wronged. The contract that he mentioned was actually a magical contract that I got from Zatara. It was supposedly a type of contract that demons use to sign deals. Once signed, it cannot be annulled unless agreed upon by all involved parties in it. Or unless some other higher-dimensional overpowered entity like a fifth-dimensional clown or some party animal archangel suddenly wished it. I had long found out that Zatanna was a magician and even confronted her about it. In fact, she wasn't even hiding it really. I think she wanted me to find out about it on my own so that she could have more things to talk about with me and fewer secrets to keep from her best friend. We still hadn't exactly told her father that I already knew about their family secret, mainly because Zatanna warned me about her father regularly mind-wiping people who found out about their ability to cast magic. So, I didn't take the risk and just kept silent, waiting until the right time to tell him and beg/request/blackmail him into teaching me magic. As for how I got the contract from Zatanna, well, it was simple. I traded it with her. I gave her a really expensive magic book that she wanted after I bought it from an auction and copied it first for myself, and in return she stole one of the numerous empty contracts that her father kept for making deals with different magical beings and gave it to me. It was an equivalent exchange in my opinion. Bruce, I have encountered certain mental barriers in her inner mind while trying to scan it. I can bypass them one by one, keeping her mind intact, but that will take a lot of time that we don't really have. Or I can just force my way through her mental defenses using the full power of the processors. It will take a fraction of the time required for the first method, but it will definitely do some permanent damage to her mind despite her Kryptonian heritage. Cordence's voice broke me out of my flashback as she dutifully informed me of the problem that suddenly came up. Do it. She isn't gonna be alive much longer anyway, and I don't intend to save her. Record the entire process and all the effects of the scanning. It will be useful later on to improve the device. I ordered. I could have easily saved her life, but in the corner of my mind I knew if I did that, she wouldn't just magically turn good through the power of friendship or whatever and join my team of superheroes. No, instead a trained soldier like her will eliminate me and any other she considers a threat, this time while using everything in her arsenal and without underestimating humans as she did the first time before she got a surprise with her own knife piercing her spine. Inner mental barriers breached. Reinitiating mind replication. Mental scan at 75%, her voice stated again as the soft hum of the device intensified. Is that blood coming from her ears? Okay, it's official now. I am never going near any of your helmets. Hell, I don't think I can even get an MRI scan after this without worrying about my brain leaking from my own head. He said as the sound of a gulp came from him. This version of Deathstroke was really weird. I hadn't really read any comics or even watched a lot of shows about DC in my previous life, but I knew that Deathstroke was one of the most dangerous assassins in the verse. I always thought he would have a serious personality. But this one was unhinged. He was more like Deadpool instead of my image of Deathstroke. He was mostly all fun and stuff where he was a likable guy, but occasionally he becomes all cold and ruthless, especially during training, and sometimes he even goes completely silent like some psychopath. Slade himself was aware of his problem and just chalked it up to side effects from the military experiments that made him an enhanced soldier. I had tried to persuade him to let me cure any mental effects that the experiments conducted on him might have left, but unfortunately, he values his mind way too much to let anyone tamper with it. And truthfully he was right to do so, because I know that the moment I get access to his brain I wouldn't be able to stop myself from embedding certain contingencies in him to make sure that he won't be a threat to the future me even after our contract period is over. But again, I'll probably do that anyway. Mental scan 100%. Mind replication complete. The atmosphere stopped humming. Do you have a full readable copy of all her memories? I asked Cortana. Positive. She answered. Good. Let's go, Slade. The cops will be here soon. I got what I needed. We just need to transport the body back to my lab now. I said as I picked up the Kryptonian after collecting different DNA and hair samples from her in separate containers. No way was I leaving her body or any of her DNA samples here. I knew too much about plots like these to know that some evil genius could easily make a clone using her DNA. That was not happening, at least not under my watch. The Kryptonian warrior's body was actually lighter than I expected, almost as light as a fit athletic female, which was in itself an impossibility due to how absurdly strong and durable their species is supposed to be. Anyway, I was able to carry her body, which was mostly brain dead due to the combined effects of her spinal injury and the atmosphere's effects on her mind, with some slight difficulty due to my eternally peak human body. As for why I didn't hand it over to my masked accomplice. Simple, because I had another more important job for him. Slade, I will carry her to the car that you brought from Gotham. While I do that, I have an important assignment for you. You see, her sudden appearance in this town begs the question of how she came to be here. And I know the perfect place to start investigating that particular question. Tell me, Slade, have you ever heard of? Bruce started with a smile on his face which soon disappeared as Deathstroke interrupted him. Wait before you tell me the mission details. Know that this is going to cost you extra. I just get paid to be your teacher and bodyguard, not your errand boy. Of course, I will gladly be your errand boy if you pay me enough. He said like a shrewd businessman. You know, you are worse than my blood-sucking lawyers. Sigh, how much do you want? I asked, annoyance evident on my face. Hey, don't give me that look. I'll have a young mouth to feed soon. And if you think that lawyers are blood-sucking, you definitely haven't heard of child alimony yet. Also, $1 million is enough. He snorted. Fine. 1 million it is. Now, as I was saying. Have you ever heard of the Luthers and their evil experiments in their secret laboratories? I asked with an evil smirk that was not visible due to my mask. Okay, now I am interested. By the way, the price is 2 million now. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 36, A Hero Complex. Just believe in yourself, and you can become a hero. All Might, My Hero Academia. After Deathstroke left me after listening to my plan, I also prepared to leave the area. The cops were gonna be here any minute and I didn't want to waste my time explaining to them what I was doing in a destroyed farm alone at night. But why was I getting the feeling that I was forgetting something? I looked around trying to figure out what I was forgetting. My photographic or eidetic memory, like all other eidetic memories out there, acted on the principle of perfect recall. It means whatever I see, smell, hear, or experience after my transmigration will be stored perfectly in my mind without the memory deteriorating with time. But if I have to recall that knowledge, I'll have to think about it like searching for a particular file on a computer. That's why a lot of geniuses, even though have eidetic memory, still forget about general stuff like eating. It's not because they are idiots but simply because they don't care enough to try to actively recall that data from their minds. Oh, that's it. I had forgotten about Clark, the friendly neighborhood Kryptonian who was currently knocked out in a puddle of water. I could wake him up and take him with me, but the thing is that I already have too much stuff in my hands. I mean, literally, the Kryptonian warrior on my back is heavy enough for me. I can't afford to carry a Kryptonian teenager as well. Also, I am too lazy to wake him up and explain everything to him. It's better that he doesn't know anything about the extraordinary parts of my life until he completely trusts me. He can find his own way home after he wakes up. This is his hometown after all, so even if people find him, they won't exactly be suspicious of him being an alien or a criminal just because he was sleeping in a puddle of water. Worst comes to worst, he will merely be grounded if his parents find out. So I just picked up Ether's unresponsive body on my back and set off on my floating hoverboard to the location of the Bugatti EB110 whose coordinates were being displayed by Cortana on my watch. It was a car that my father, Thomas Wayne, had bought for his car collection, but unfortunately, he was never able to ride it, although Deathstroke was making his damn best to make sure that the car was used to its full potential by driving it everywhere he went. Image of car. Image of hoverboard. Reaching the destination, I opened the trunk of the modified car and put the deceased Kryptonian's body into it, locking the doors, not caring to bind her with anything since even Kryptonians can't exactly move once they are dead unless, of course, someone revives them with the help of a Kryptonian life matrix or some sort of magical ritual, which on second thought is too common a thing in DC. I should probably destroy the body as soon as I can after I am done with my experiments on it. After all, I don't want her to suddenly come back to life to take revenge against me, do I? As I continued thinking about the various ways I could destroy a Kryptonian dead body, I reached the Kent family home and silently climbed the walls back into Clark's room. Reaching the room, I noticed the door was still closed and nobody had come inside. There wasn't too much noise as well in the house, so most probably the Kents didn't even have any idea that their guest and adopted son just had a fight with a murderous invincible alien soldier not even an hour ago. I didn't have any plans to tell them as well. They will find out about their son using his powers if they find out. As far as they are concerned about me, I am just a normal kid who slept the entire night in Clark's room without even knowing what the young teenager was doing or where he was. Oh, and before I forget, I quickly went to Clark's restroom and began to look among his things, particularly his toiletries. There it is. After only a few minutes of searching, I found what I was looking for. I had a big smile on my face as I held 3 strands of hair in my hand. Planet-destroying species who can punch apart a multiverse in the right conditions, yet still suffer from the occasional hair fall. How funny. I smirked as I kept his comb back in its place. I could look for more DNA, but this would be enough for the experiments I needed to conduct, and truthfully I had no wish to go through the trash can in his room in search of used tissues that he might have abused to wipe out evidence of his carnal pleasures during his fun time. I quickly got out of the restroom before anybody could come into the room and prepared myself for some shut-eye after storing the DNA sample in a specialized container while wondering why Clark had 2 beds in his room in the first place. Whatever. More space for me, I guess. I muttered as I lay down on the comfortable bed and closed my eyes for a good night's sleep after a hard day's work. After only about a few seconds of contracting and relaxing my body muscles in a specific method, I immediately drift to a as usual dreamless night of sleep. Next morning. Yawn, that was satisfying. Sleeping in the countryside is really comfortable for some reason, although it is nowhere near my Wayne Manor in comfort and security. I shut off the rooster alarm on my watch and looked at the empty bed beside mine. It seems Clark still hasn't returned from his adventure last night. I did feel a little guilty at first, but the next minute I just shrugged it off since I knew that a little cold and bugs would be no problem to the knocked-out last son of Krypton. Stretching my arms and legs lazily, I went to the restroom to complete my morning rituals. I already had my toothbrush in my bag, so I didn't need to worry about using anyone else's, which would have been disgusting. I really hate couples and families using each other's toothbrushes. I mean, there are a couple of things in life that are meant to always be private. After I was done, I went downstairs to see if everyone else was awake, and that's when I heard it. The gruff voice of an angry man harshly reprimanded someone. Oh, seems, Clark did return home, but just not as discreetly as he left. I snickered to myself while tiptoeing downstairs, knowing that Clark would probably be the only one able to hear me coming. You not only endanger yourself but your entire family last night, Clark. You didn't even think of your friends who also could have been in trouble if anybody were to find out about your secret. Jonathan Kent said in an angry yet suppressed voice. I am sorry, Dad, but I needed to do this, especially when I found out that. Clark suddenly stopped as he looked at the door of the room. You are not just irresponsible, Clark. You are stubborn, too stubborn to see that what you are doing will not only cause you trouble but others as well. I understand that you felt that you need to help everyone, but you can do it without being a hero, without putting yourself in danger. Sigh, Clark, being a hero is an extremely hard path, one that I do not want you to follow, because I know that if you do it, you will never be able to return from it. You will never be able to stop. So think deeply about what you really want, Clark, because the way things are, sooner or later people will find out about your abilities, about what you can do, and some of them will either want you gone or want it for themselves. Anyway, we will talk about this later after your friends leave. Right now, I'll have to help your mother with the breakfast. The older Kent, looking like he had aged a decade in a single night, completed his speech and went towards the kitchen. Are you still just going to stand behind the door? Clark spoke up a few seconds later as he directly looked at the door like he could see through it. You knew I was here? I asked, coming out from behind the door with a helpless smile, knowing full well that he was not only able to hear or smell me but see me through the wall as well. Yeah, I have a good sense of hearing. He returned my smile with a smile of his own. So what happened last night? You were not in your room and I just saw you getting scolded by your dad. I said as I sat down on the sofa in front of him. Well, I heard that people were in trouble and I went there to help them, as simple as that. However, what I didn't consider was that helping people would take up my entire night, making it impossible for me to come home before morning. And let's just say I was not as silent as a ninja when I tried to get back to my room this morning. Especially not since you closed off the windows from the inside and I had to try to enter through the kitchen door. He muttered the last part to himself, but I clearly heard it due to my enhanced senses. I guess I did close off the windows last night before sleeping. I had been getting paranoid lately, and locking all doors and windows before going to sleep was just one of the many new paranoid habits I had picked up. I don't know if this paranoia is my own that I developed due to my constant thoughts of how to survive in this new world, or something that I inherited from the original Bruce. But whatever it was, I was thankful for it because I knew that it could undoubtedly one day save my life, even though it was giving me real trust issues whenever I met new people. You know, Clark, your father is right. You don't have to force yourself to help or save other people. The world is always harder on heroes than on criminals. Individuals are smart, but people are stupid, and the only thing people like to see more than a hero is to see a hero fail. I said as I looked at his hunching figure, sitting on the sofa and looking lost in self-doubt. No. I know that every time I try to help someone, it might be inconveniencing someone else, that I might be meddling in other people's business whenever I try to aid somebody, but I can't help myself. My father wants me to be Clark, someone who leads a normal life by keeping his head down, but I am not just Clark. Clark Kent is a part of who I am, but I am more than just that. I am. Clark stopped as he looked unsure of what he truly was. It's not who you are, Clark, it's what you can be. A hero. In fact, anyone can be a hero as long as they have the heart for that. And meddling when you don't need to is the essence of being a hero. I told him, at which his eyes seemed to light up as he looked at me with enlightened eyes. Man, I think I have quite a future as a professional motivational speaker. You taught me a lot of things today, Bruce. You made me see a lot of stuff from a completely new point of view. Thanks. He thanked me earnestly. It's okay. Just remember to not forget your little friend if you become famous someday doing hero work. Maybe start with cleaning beaches and stuff. Be a hero for the environment as well, you know. Who knows, maybe one day we will join you and we will open our club full of heroes. I joked, at which Clark began to laugh as well. Bruce, good morning. Hope you had a good sleep last night. Anyways, breakfast is served, boys. Join us at the kitchen table. Selena is already there and she threatened to finish both of your portions if you do not get there right now. Mama Kent informed. Good morning to you too, Mrs. Kent. And of course, Selena is there. She is always the first person in the room whenever there is free food involved. I grinned as I got up from the sofa. Selena is up already. How come I didn't hear her? She must be really stealthy. Clark murmured to himself with a voice full of awe. Oh, he had no idea about how stealthy the little kitty truly was. She was gifted in that area. I have to work on my stealth a lot more if I want to catch up to her or go to the same stealth level as the original Batman is supposed to be on. Only then will I be able to catch beings like Kryptonians and Martians off guard like him. Let's go. I still need to give Mr. Kent the business proposal I wanted to give him regarding his farm last night. I said while hoping in my heart that he was not as big as a goody-two-shoes fool in reality as he presented himself to be. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 37, Smallville is a treasure trove. Batman works alone, except for Robin, Alfred, Gordon, Batgirl, and whoever Morgan Freeman played. Batman, DC League of Super Pets. Omniscient POV. Do you really need to return back today? Can't you stay one more day? Maybe we could play baseball and stuff, although I am not really that good at it. My balls always miss the mark. Clark laughed a little awkwardly as he remembered how every time he threw or hit a ball, it would always fly away to space. He hadn't mastered perfect control over his strength yet, so he had to avoid playing sports with people. That's what she said. Bruce could not help himself but mutter under his breath when he heard the last line Clark said. Ah. What? Clark, having clearly heard him due to his super hearing, asked with a confused expression on his face, not at all getting the joke. Nothing. Anyway, as I was saying, we need to leave today. I am really glad for the hospitality all of you guys showed us, but it's time for us to leave, though we will definitely meet again. And you can always call us or send letters, whatever you prefer. Bruce smiled at him. The entire Kent family had come to drop Bruce, Selina, and Vicky at the school and say farewell after they all had breakfast together. Truthfully, the Kents might be too humble for Bruce's taste, but he still liked them nonetheless. They felt like, well, family. Yeah, we will miss you guys, especially you two girls. You were a big help in the kitchen. I wish I had daughters as cute as you two. Martha Kent praised as she ruffled the hair of both the girls. Okay, I think we should go before the situation becomes even more emotional. By the way, Mr. Kent, I hope you think about my offer. I believe it will not only be good for both of us but also for your family and even your dreams of becoming a senator one day. Bruce nodded at the senior Kent, at which the senior farmer nodded back with a look on his face that said he was in deep thought and seriously considering Bruce's offer. You sure you have the power and permission to make that deal on your own, kid? I mean, as much as I know, most youngsters your age, no matter how rich they are, don't really have the power to offer multi-million-dollar deals like that on their own without any permission from an adult. Jonathan expressed his doubt. I am not like most kids, Mr. Kent. I am Bruce Wayne. I am the opposite of what most kids are. Bruce shrugged helplessly. He had offered the deal of a lifetime to the Kent family. According to the deal, he would be leasing the Kent farm and the surrounding land from them for 5 to 10 years, then he would be cultivating his own plants and raising animals of his own choice. They're using all sorts of cutting-edge technology to maximize output. The Kent family would not only be getting a hefty sum of money at the start of the lease but also a share of the revenue every year. They would even have the option of staying on the property and overseeing the entire operation as his ranch manager. This would permanently solve the Kents' monetary problems and increase Bruce's own reach into a new industry, the ever-profitable industry of agriculture. He was sure that he could be one of the biggest agro-producers in the country in a decade with his technology, and Kent Farms would be the best place to start. Plus, Bruce had also hinted at financing and supporting Jonathan Kent's political campaign if he were to ever run for the senator position. That was the promise that had attracted the attention of the Kent family the most. Bruce was ready to do all this because he was really happy that his trip here had paid off. He had not only acquired everything he wanted but also even obtained some of the Kryptonian technology designs that Clark's baby pod spaceship had in it by sending some of his spider drones to the Kent's backyard shed where it was kept under a blanket. So, Bruce was truly happy. You are not a normal person, are you, Bruce? I haven't ever met someone like you, someone as cool as you. It's like you aren't afraid of anything, you are ready for everything. Clark whispered to Bruce as he looked him up and down, his eyes staying on Bruce's belt buckle for a few seconds more than necessary. Did he notice my bat tool? He shouldn't, since it is currently placed in a lead holster on my buckle, but damn, I should have worn lead on my whole body under my clothes as well. I feel creepy knowing that he can more or less see me in the nude with his X-ray vision. Wait, can he see Selina and Vicky naked as well? Bruce thought as he quickly moved in front of the two girls, trying to shield their sanctity with his own. Of course, Clark had no idea what Bruce was thinking. He was merely just looking at Bruce's physique to get an idea if Bruce was a normal human or some sort of metahuman, since the young heir of the Wayne family was too physically perfect to be normal, both in his appearance and his body structure. As for looking at girls using his power, the last son of Krypton was too innocent and naive to even think about using his powers like that. But even if he were to use it for a lewd purpose like that, it would only show the Kryptonian their muscle and bone structure, not their naked bodies, since that was not how his vision worked. In fact, whenever Clark used it on living organisms, he mostly felt slight disgust at what his vision allowed him to see. And I know that you are not a normal boy, Clark. Your pitiful attempts to appear feeble and weak in front of people don't fool me. When we were arm wrestling this morning, I knew from your muscle contractions that you were holding back significantly during our match. But why do you hide your strength, if I may ask? Bruce asked in a whisper, wanting to know Clark's reasoning for listening to his adopted father's advice and always keeping his identity a secret. My strength scares people no matter if they are a child or adults. Some have at times even branded me as a devil. I don't really care what they say about me, but I don't want them to be scared of me. I want to bring a smile of relief on people's faces, not fear. I see. I guess you should be happy to know that you never scared me. But still, that's a good mantra to follow. So, if you ever lose your mind to power, Mr. Superman, I'll make sure to be there to kick you back to sanity. Bruce snickered as he walked away, giving him a mock two-finger salute. Yeah, sure, Clark replied with a sneer of his own as he and his parents waved the three goodbye. He was feeling a little funny thinking about Bruce trying to beat him up in his imagination. It was impossible in his mind, since he knew how much stronger he was than ordinary humans, especially with his strength only increasing as he grew up. He didn't look down on Bruce at all, but even if Bruce was stronger than a normal human, Clark's physique would still be much stronger than his. But what Clark didn't know was that Bruce was not at all a normal human. No, he was the fucking Batman in the making, a Batman who, although inexperienced right now, could one day take on an entire army of Kryptonians and still come out on top. And he was not just going to be one of the countless versions of Batman, no, he would be the Emperor of the Bats, the King of the Night, the Lord of Darkness, the Master of Shadows. He would one day be the Darkest Knight. Bruce Wayne POV. Good to see you are still alive, Deathstroke. Did you get it, or did the famous mercenary finally fail? I asked in a sarcastic voice as I got into the car after Selina and Vicky. We had decided to return back to Gotham by my private jet. None of us were excited to go on a multi-day journey across the states by bus again. So we just ditched the other students who now had to undertake the tiring return bus journey, mostly because of me, although I didn't really feel bad for them since I had decided to compensate them by giving them a treat later and instead decided to go to the nearest airport by car where my jet was already waiting. What do you think of me, you little punk? I am Deathstroke, I never fail. The mission you gave me was a little more difficult than what I expected, but it was nothing impossible. Here is the data and the little crystals you wanted. Also, I destroyed the black site as you requested. But I wonder, if you really don't want the competition, why destroy a single laboratory to set them back? Why not just kill the Luthors and be done with it? That would be much easier and simpler. They aren't exactly the nice and ethical businessmen they portray themselves to be. Deathstroke spoke in a low voice while handing me a briefcase and a USB stick, making sure that the girls could not hear our conversation. Huh? Who says I don't want competition? In fact, I am betting on Junior Luthor to rapidly grow his company and give Wayne Enterprises enough competition for it to go bankrupt without my help. Wayne Enterprises won't be able to sell any large significant assets even if it faces a cash crunch, since for that they need my signature as their biggest shareholder. Even though I am no longer on the board and without any good leadership in the company, it will grow weak against hardcore competition from the likes of Luthor, resulting in steadily decreasing stock prices. By the time I am ready to take over the company, I want its shares at an all-time low for my plan to be successful. In fact, that's the sole reason why they are still alive and well. I answered. So, this was not some industrial espionage you paid me to carry out? He asked in confusion. Of course, even with his enhanced intelligence, he didn't see the bigger picture since he didn't have all the bits of information that I possessed. No, the data you stole for them was never going to be used as consumer products. No, this is the research they have been conducting around a particular subject, about a particular species. I'll be using it for a much greater purpose than them. I said confidently as I slightly parted open the briefcase and immediately closed it after seeing a slight green glow coming from the inside. What Deathstroke had just stolen from me was green kryptonite, a briefcase full of the stuff along with all the data and information that the Luthors had on Kryptonians, Kryptonites, and everything else related to Krypton stored in their Smallville black site. This made my trip to Smallville really worth it, as I now had not just the DNA of Kryptonians to study but also some of their technologies, their weaknesses, and any research done on them by the Luthors. I had struck the treasure trove by coming to Smallville, and I could not help but try to make the best and most efficient use of my reward in my mind. Oh. Now I feel bad for the father-son duo. Deathstroke expressed. Don't, they are sharks and not the Mark Cuban kind. Feeling pity for them will just make you their next prey. I advised. Hey, are you guys coming in? We have been sitting in the car like forever. Vicky cried out from inside the car, annoyed at the conversation I and Slade were having away from their ears. Yeah, sure, let's go. We will continue this discussion later, Slade. I said as I took a last look at the calm environment of the little town and finally went inside the car to take my seat in the front beside Slade, who was in the driver's seat. By the way, is there something in the trunk of the car, Bruce? I feel like I have been hearing something quite heavy rolling there every time Slade pushes his legs down on the brake. Selina complained after about half an hour of driving. Slade was completely silent as he gave me a side eye and continued driving like it was none of his business. It must be your imagination. I think Slade probably placed one of his bags in the trunk and forgot to tie it. He has been getting old, you know. So it's common for him to make such mistakes. Go easy on him. I gave the first excuse which came into my mind. Yeah, I probably should have seen this coming and tied down the dead body, but again I was a complete novice at transporting corpses at the back of my car. Well, there's a first time for everything, I guess. A/N, some of the readers asked me why Bruce bought subsidiaries of his own company at high prices instead of some other emerging startup in the category. Well, that's because he can't. He is bound by the law as a majority shareholder of Wayne Enterprises that he can't invest in another company of any category Wayne Enterprises is involved in, and the conglomerate is involved in almost everything. He could have if he was a minority shareholder, but he wasn't. So, he had no choice but to buy off some of his own companies to get them completely under his control. Also, he could begin setting up his own business from scratch, but that would have no point since he needs connections and resources more than profit. If he could profit $1 billion or get a kilogram of promethium for research at the loss of the same amount, he would always go for the second choice since his primary aim is not to make money but to have access to connections and resources to purchase stuff like that, whether legal or illegal, as well as resist pressure from governments or other companies if it ever came. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Pat Rayon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 38, Chapter 38, Can a Dog Be a Bat? I already have a comfy sweater and 2 best friends. I got everything I wished for. No magic required. Perito, Puss in Boots, The Last Wish. Bruce Wayne POV. Goddamn, this is even more boring than the bus ride. How long before we reach the airport? Vicky grunted from our monotonous journey as she kept her portable nerve gear to the side after completing the newest game Cortana had designed for her. We are still about an hour away from our destination. Oh, and also, language, young lady. Even your future boyfriend won't kiss your foul mouth in the future no matter how much makeup you use or how cute you. Wait, am I slowly becoming a full-fledged nanny? Holy shit, I knew that bastard of an English butler wasn't a good influence on me. Deathstroke mumbled to himself as he looked like he suddenly entered an existential crisis. I can't believe I sometimes seriously think that Bruce told the truth when he said that you are one of the best fighters in the world, Selina muttered as he shook her head in mock disappointment. Do you think he was born a lunatic or did he become like this after having some sort of accident? Vicky asked Selina in a low voice. My money is on accident. There is no way someone can be born that annoying. Plus I heard from Alfred that he used to serve in the US military and I'm sure that the government isn't retarded enough to hand over deadly weapons to just anyone, right? Selina answered with a snort. Then you clearly haven't heard of the US gun policy. I inserted myself into their conversation as I continued fiddling with the small box in my hands. In truth, I was both disappointed with the laws that the country had on letting citizens own guns as well as excited about owning guns myself. The original Bruce would probably be completely against the current gun policy of the US due to the fact that both he, in this universe, and his parents were shot dead in an alley, and I completely sympathized with him, but as a transmigrated teen in the body of a young male billionaire, I couldn't get over my fascination with guns. Even more so when I recently discovered the secret stash of weapons Alfred keeps for emergencies, and let's just say the man has taste. His armory can give some tough competition to even the most deadly and experienced mercenaries and assassins. In fact, when I saw him doing his monthly gun maintenance a couple of months ago, it reminded me of the Continental Hotel armory scene from John Wick 2. Wait, I should make my own hotel chain for heroes, villains, and everyone in between. Yes, why didn't I have that idea before? Imagine, a hotel with a no-kill policy and its own set of rules for supers. That would be epic. Yeah, that's definitely one of my to-do projects in the future. Anyway, as I was saying, I didn't hate the idea of letting normal people own guns if they qualified for it, but I also didn't support the fact that almost anyone in the country, even with criminal backgrounds, could own a gun in some of the states. Hell, a person could even own a tank legally along with its ammunition if they have enough money to splurge. That is just badass and plain stupid at the same time. Mostly stupid though, and I intended to change it in the future, not because I am some social worker but mostly because I really don't want to live in fear of a random depressed person opening fire in the streets in Gotham just because his girlfriend left him. By the way, something like that has actually happened before, and yeah, that's how dangerous Gotham was on certain days. Oh, so you were actually listening to us. I thought that you were busy showing off your smarts by solving that Rubik's Cube of yours. Vicky pouted with childish annoyance visible on her face. The fact that you can't solve a Rubik's Cube doesn't mean nobody should solve one in your presence, Vicky. Plus, I doubt that is even a normal Rubik's Cube. I mean, I can solve them in a minute unlike UV, but that looks way more complicated than a Rubik's Cube. So what is it, Tiger? Some sort of extremely advanced puzzle for geniuses? Selina asked as she looked at me with a smile, confident that her guess was correct. And it was which frankly annoyed me for some reason. She knew me too well, which was dangerous for someone like me, since if she ever decided to betray me, I would be screwed. I wonder if I should take some countermeasures against her as well. Wait, is this my paranoia talking? God, I have to get some control over this, otherwise this could get out of hand. Although I don't support blindly believing people, I still should at least put my trust in the people closest to me, especially when I know that they would rather die than ever betray me. Yes, just as you guessed, Kitty, this is not a normal cube or puzzle. This is called a Wayne Brain Omnicompetence Examiner, or Wayne Box. It is a device that is capable of testing someone's complete intellectual aptitude. Theoretically, it can be solved, but practically solving it is almost impossible, the key word being almost. I said as I showed off the cube, which was my copy of the Banner box from Marvel designed by Bruce Banner himself. The puzzle acted like a video game controller and was one of the most difficult puzzles to ever exist, so much so that even its own designer Bruce Banner wasn't able to solve it. Currently, I was at the same impasse, since even though I knew how it was made and how it worked, I still didn't have the faintest idea of how to solve it. I had used both my own intelligence as well as my ability to the fullest, yet I still hadn't figured it out. Even Cortana wasn't able to compute its solution simply because the puzzle didn't rely on IQ alone, it relied on all 9 types of intelligence, from logical and spatial intelligence to existential and naturalistic intelligence. It had infinite possible combinations, but only one solution, which realistically gave me almost 0 chances in solving this. But I wasn't gonna admit defeat. I will solve this one day and I will become the smartest person in the world, even if it takes me decades of hard work to do it. Also, this in truth was quite a good exercise for my brain, so I guess this could keep sharpening my mind for the future problems I'll have to face one day, at least until I perfect my NZT pills, at which point, I could probably solve this as easily as Lynella Lafayette, who was the first and only person to ever solve the Banner box and after that officially became Marvel Multiverse's smartest person. Nerd Slade Wilson muttered from the driver's seat with a sarcastic smirk. And you are any better? Remind me what color you wear on all your uniforms again, Mr. Gotham's orange assassin. Selina came to my defense as she roasted the deadly mercenary. You stupid children don't have any idea of what true fashion is. This is my color code, my fashion statement to the world. People shake in fear when they see me approaching. Slade started ranting. But suddenly I noticed something in the middle of the road lying ahead of us, some sort of small animal which I couldn't make out clearly despite my peak form eyes due to the high speed Slade was driving the car. Look out, I shouted as loudly as possible, interrupting him, but it was more of an effort to scare off the animal rather than hoping for Slade to press the brakes in time, since I doubted if he would care enough to stop the car. No matter how much he liked to joke around, he was still one of the most experienced and skilled mercenaries out there who didn't even care for human lives, much less those of animals. But Slade surprised me as he instantly placed his feet hard on the brakes as well as deployed the emergency hand brakes, forcing our car to immediately come to a halt, making a shrill sound, just centimeters away from the creature. There was even a bang sound that came from the trunk of the car due to a certain Woman of Steel's dead body rolling around due to the impact. What the hell was that? Vicky gulped in fear and worry, at which I almost spoke up that it was not a dead body at the back, but controlled myself. It's a puppy, Slade said with a frown. A puppy here in the middle of nowhere. That's weird. Also, I am more surprised at the fact that you actually did your best to stop instead of pressing on without caring. I looked at Slade, who had a careless expression on his face. Normally I wouldn't have stopped if it was anything else. But even I have a few rules, like no babies or puppies. He answered as he too opened the car door to get out. Who would leave a puppy in the middle of the road? Selina, who had also gotten out, asked in wonder as she looked at the small black creature lying on the road in front of our car, its eyes closed without a single shroud of fear on its face. It didn't even look like it planned to move from there. Image. Hey Poopy. Hey, stupid puppy. Wilson tried to get its attention but failed miserably as the puppy didn't even glance at him, just continuing to lie on the road in front of the car. It's quite a stupid dog. Slade snickered, looking at its blank face, thinking that it was most probably some sort of retard reject of the litter. Or maybe it just doesn't like you and is ignoring you like any other sane person should. Vicky once again took a dig at Slade and successfully annoyed him. It looks like it's wounded. Maybe it had an accident or something. I said, worried about the little life, and knelt down in front of it. There was a slightly ripped collar on its neck that had a name printed on it. It was worn out a lot, but the name could still be read, just barely. So I read it aloud. Ace. Its name is Ace. A/N. This chapter might seem a little like filler to some of the readers, but believe me, it's not. This chapter was not only to give you a little idea about the bond among the members of the current Bat family, but also to introduce the one member who is my personal favorite, the Bat Hound. Also, the next big time skip is coming in 2 to 3 chapters, which means Bruce would be directly stepping into his late teens, ready for some serious league training. By the way, he will start his vigilante journey much younger than most of his other versions, probably in his early 20s compared to some who start in their late 20s or early 30s. Give me Power Stones, Gemstone, Gemstone, Gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 39, Kryptonite End Preparations. Every journey begins with a single step. We just have to have patience. Millie Thompson, Trigun. Bruce Wayne POV. Hey, Bruce. How is the little stupid dog doing? Still alive? Slade asked while munching on some popcorn. Yeah, I gave him some proper treatment after administering first aid back in Kansas, even took him to one of the best vets in Gotham to get advice on his diet and stuff. He should be alright in a couple of days. I answered with an annoyed scowl on my face while carefully and slowly petting the sleeping puppy lying beside me. Ace, as was his name, was a high pedigree puppy of the German Shepherd breed, also known as an Alsatian. What I had deduced from its blood, whoever had bred him had done so in an effort to make him some form of combat dog instead of a normal working dog or just a fancy pet. According to the vet's expert opinion, one of his parents was probably an East European Shepherd, which was mostly a Russian military version of the German Shepherd breed. So Ace was definitely not some run-of-the-mill mutt. But the thing was, despite his amazing praiseworthy lineage, he was a severely abused puppy who had somehow escaped its fate by running away. He had bite and scratch marks everywhere, even wounds on his legs caused by a whip of some kind. Presumably, his last owner was some kind of dog breeder for an illegal dogfighting ring according to the veterinarian's hypothesis. But he wasn't sure, he could only guess since we didn't find any sort of information on the owner from Ace's collar. Regardless, the little puppy was much better now and had even regained consciousness. At first, he was a little hostile toward us due to trust issues because of his rough history after waking up, but after doing some trust-building exercises for a few days and giving him proper treatment and nourishment, he has been slowly warming up to us, especially me and Alfred, since we look after him the most because Selina, according to her own admission, was more of a cat person and Vicky could only be present for a few hours in the mansion since she had her own home and family. That's good. Maybe I could train him as a military dog for you. I know most of the methods that the current various military organizations use to train expert combat dogs. Also, I always wanted to train a dog to bite someone's balls off. Maybe he could finally fulfill that long-standing dream of mine. Slade said with a dreamy expression on his face, like he was imagining the puppy trying to chew on a pair of balls. That's not happening, Mr. Wilson. I have already decided to train Ace in the ethics of a proper and gentle dog with perfect manners, as what would be expected from a pet belonging to the only Wayne heir. There will be no ball biting in my presence, at least not those attached to any living being. Alfred said as he walked in with a big fancy plate in his hands that had a single large bone on it for Ace to chew and play with when he woke up. Oh come on, you lovable English bastard, you suck the fun out of everything in my life. It's only because of you that I realized my wife is not the ultimate evil, you are. Wilson grunted and huffed like an annoyed teenager. A gentleman dog or a combat dog biting off balls? It sounds to me like you would have to live a double life like me due to all the expectations. I wonder if I could train you to be a bat dog to put even Clark and Crypto to shame. Although I might have to work on that name a little. Bat dog doesn't exactly seem to roll off the tongue or sound all that threatening or cool, does it? I smiled and rubbed the head of the sleeping puppy as it released a happy sound of contentment from its mouth like it was having a beautiful dream. Boom! Another explosion rattled my laboratory as a bunch of kryptonite samples blew out everywhere with so much force that some of them even got stuck on the walls. Is that what you meant when you said you were having a blast in your lab while working? Because I can definitely see it. Selina gulped as she got back up from the ground, thanking God for still being alive since there was now a sharp knife-like kryptonite impaled into the wall just behind her head. Woof woof, Ace yipped as he ran all over the room with excitement around the shiny-looking crystals, probably wondering if he should replace the ordinary bones in his collection with kryptonite. Maybe adding kryptonite in my arc reactor was a dumb move. You aren't hurt, are you, kitty? I asked worriedly as I saw her dusting her clothes. No, plus it's mostly my fault that I expected you to be doing something fun and safe in your lab. I should know better than to come play in the lair of a mad scientist. Selina sighed. In both my and Bruce's defense, we had no idea about the energy feedback that kryptonite might cause when exposed to nuclear energy that the arc reactor generates continuously. Cortana tried to defend Bruce's respect as a genius but unfortunately failed spectacularly as Selina just looked at both of them with narrowed eyes, refusing to believe that they weren't stupid to try out dangerous experiments like that. Whatever. I am going to my room. I'll have to work on my hair again since my hairstyle just got ruined. Also, Tiger, remember what I said. Don't say yes if that bitch Silver St. Cloud asks you on a date. I am telling you, I don't like her. She is only after you for your money. Even Vicky agrees with me on that. Selina said with a look of annoyance and frustration embedded on her face. And I told you that I would do what I think is right, kitty. If she truly is after me for only my money, there is no way I will even associate with her. But as I have said before, men being rich is the same as women being pretty. You don't like or fall for someone just because of that, but it does make it a hell lot easier. So, I will at least have to get to know her better and confirm that she only intends to use me before I distance myself from her. Who knows, maybe she could even be a good friend to me like you. I said resolutely without leaving any space for an argument. God, you are so stubborn. Just don't come to me after she breaks your heart. I am sure that she will show her true fangs after she gets a couple of expensive gifts from you. Selena walked away while grumbling to herself and cursing the girl in question with words so toxic that even Bruce did not know some of them. She is so cute and childish sometimes. Why didn't you tell her that you already know the silver girl is trying to honeypot you? You yourself told me yesterday that you hated people who used you especially for your money, didn't you? Cortana asked in curiosity a little while after Selena left. Yeah, I do hate such people, and Silver St. Cloud of this universe is definitely one of them. But Selena doesn't need to know that. After all, if she knows that I don't intend to socialize with St. Cloud at all, then she won't act so cutely anymore. She has been really frustrated since she met Silver, even more than when she met Vicky for the first time. And I love seeing her behave so cutely due to her frustration, although I'll probably be going to hell for that. I muttered the last part to myself. Nevertheless, as I was saying, Silver was a budding gold digger through and through. I don't remember the original character from the comics or if I had seen her before in some show or movie, but this particular Silver, even though young, was not much better than the OnlyFans girls in my previous life who used to brag about their body count to everyone. I am sure that no matter how well I treat that girl or satisfy her in bed if I ever date her, someone like her will still find some stupid reason to sleep around or cheat on me, even if it is just to feel special, unless I have some sort of mind control harem tool or something like most harem protagonists. Of course, there is still a chance that I am wrong and this is just my childish stupidity and paranoia talking, but I'll be damned if I am gonna take that chance. No, I would much rather stick to the dark-haired, and one red-haired, beauties I have been making friends with. I am sure at least one of them will grow up to be one of those childhood friends who wants to marry you like in those anime I used to watch. Now Cortana, as we were carrying out our experiments, what did you find out from the explosion? Please tell me you found out something useful from the energy readings of the huge energy release. Bruce asked his trusty AI. He had no intention of causing another huge explosion in his cave because he was sure it damaged at least a couple of $1 million worth of equipment the first time. I should make a bomb containment zone or something here to carry out my more dangerous experiments safely. Of course I did. The energy that the green kryptonite produces has readings very similar to those of the sun, only it is in the opposite wavelength. The radiation is much harsher and almost harmful compared to our yellow suns. It has an intensity of such a degree that it can even cancel out the solar radiation trapped inside a Kryptonian cell, which I found out after I ran the simulations comparing them to the data we gathered from Ether's body stored in one of the preserving tubes. As for the other red, green, and blue kryptonites, they are just byproducts of the original green kryptonite created due to nuclear decay over a prolonged time period. The crystals have massive amounts of energy stored in them and are extremely radioactive. The enormous amount of unique radioactive energy in them is probably the very reason why they can cancel out the equally immense amount of stored solar energy in Kryptonians or affect them in other varying ways, just like our solar radiation affects normal humans. Cortana explained. I see. That actually might perfectly explain why pure kryptonite can only be naturally found in Krypton and affects them so much no matter how powerful they grow. They are the crystallization of Krypton's soil and rocks, most probably their planet's core if my observations are correct, under the effect of its red sun. It stores the unique harsh radiation of the red sun of Krypton and thus develops some of its properties. It then uses this red solar radiation and weakens Kryptonians by eliminating normal solar radiation from their bodies, thereby making them mortal just like on their home planet. I murmured to myself as realization struck me. And nuclear decay under certain conditions or some other artificial methods only change this unique energy slightly, giving the crystal some unique attribute that affects Kryptonians in different ways, mostly harmfully but affects them nonetheless, like blue or red kryptonite. Cortana completed my observations. Yes. But that also means we can use this energy inside kryptonites. We can study it and maybe even replicate it for our own weaponry. That's why they do not seem to be compatible with a nuclear fusion reactor like the arc reactor. Why would they work with a technology that produces energy since they are themselves a source of such unique immense energy? Also, I think we might have found our replacement for Vita Ray's Cortana. I smiled as gears began turning inside my head and my intuitive intelligence began to work again. Woof, even Ace barked, infected with my own renewed excitement. Kryptonite might just be the thing I am looking for, starting my own super soldier project. I was considering using Vita Rays as an energy source to kickstart the Compound V and Super Soldier Serum projects, but now that I have this unique energy, there is a good chance that I can use this. After all, if Metallo can feed off kryptonite energy, then why can't I? Although, I'll have to be real cautious about this since I'll be entering some uncharted territory of science if I continue with this project. But still, I can't leave this area of power unexplored, especially since I now have basically complete unrestricted access to the formula of Mirakuru, which by the way was most probably derived from either electrum or dionysium or some other unique element along those lines, after I got my hands on Slade's DNA samples. Truthfully, it was too easy since even though he is very careful to never leave his hair or blood samples intact, he still jerks off sometimes and just throws away the tissues like nobody's business. Maybe he thinks nobody is nasty enough to collect them, but unfortunately, he has no idea what I am truly capable of. I smirk as I cannot help but take a peek at the disposed Wally droid at the corner of the Bat Cave, the $10,000 state-of-the-art cleaning droid I had to sacrifice to collect his trash from the trash bin. Yeah, there was no way I was going to touch them with my own hands even if I was wearing 10 pairs of gloves and doing it in the name of science. Hell, even the tests were completely run by the machines and everything was handled by Cortana's tentacles. Now, since there is no way I can make a risk and side effect-free Kryptonian serum to give me Superman powers in the near future, I'll just have to focus on the Compound V and Mirakuru Enhanced Super Soldier Serum, although even that will take me a couple of years to perfect, especially since I intend to use both on myself. I'll only be focusing on the Extremis once I perfect nanotechnology. But maybe I could add some spider-themed stuff in it too, or maybe the OZ serum that gives immortality. Yeah, that would be OP. Imagine a Batman with spider powers. I think I'll be quite a unique Batman if that happens. I could not help but laugh as I continued to picture myself slinging through the city. But unfortunately, at that time, I had no idea what the twisted humor of the multiverse had planned for me. I had no idea that for me, it was soon gonna be Batman time. Give me Power Stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Pat Rayon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 40, Chapter 40, Life's just a game full of disappointment. Knowing you're different is only the beginning. If you accept these differences you'll be able to get past them and grow even closer. Miss Kobayashi, Dragon Maid. Bruce Wayne POV. So, let me get this straight. You went to Zatanna's father to ask him to teach you magic after telling him that you know all about him and his family being a real magical family which you had been planning for the last few months, and after just asking once, he agreed to teach you magic without even being surprised, just like that. Cortana asked in somewhat a surprised voice. Yep, just like that. I smiled, satisfied at having managed to surprise my AI assistant, which was a pretty rare feat. Truthfully, even I was surprised about the turn of events. In fact, I had made about a dozen countermeasures in case the senior Zatara wanted to erase my memory to make me forget everything to keep the concept of magic a secret, or if he suddenly determined that I was a threat to him or his daughter and decided to eliminate me. I had taken my anti-mind manipulation necklace with me at that time to make sure that nobody mind rapes me or something. Image. I had also worn my new John Wick-inspired bulletproof suit, although I doubt it could tank the bullshit power of magic. Additionally, I had my now improved and heavily armed bat tool with 20+ different weapon modes. But still, my biggest defense against him was not any of these, but it was none other than his own daughter, Zatanna, who was supposed to hide during my conversation with her father and come out of hiding to stop or persuade her father, whichever was required, if things went south. But contrary to both my and Zatanna's expectations, Giovanni Zatara just sighed after my big reveal of knowing about his family's magical heritage and just agreed to teach me magic. It was that easy. I didn't even have to use my puppy eyes, which was my number 12 countermeasure, to convince him in case everything else failed. But unfortunately, not everything was as simple as it seemed. Giovanni had agreed to teach me about magic but had also informed me a certain thing about magic that I wasn't privy to before. Flashback starts. I had suspected you of knowing about magic and my family's special talents in it for a long time, Bruce, especially after I started sensing such an influx of life inside you. Also, I knew that my daughter would never be able to keep her mouth shut for long even if you don't figure it out yourself. Can you now, my little sugar pie? He concluded while looking at the door of his office room. You knew? Zatanna asked as she entered the room with a guilty face. You might have learned a lot of magic, Zatanna, but you still aren't as good as me and you will have to work a lot harder if you ever want to be. Also, I knew someone was stealing my unused magical contracts. Those things are not cheap to make and I keep count of every single one of them. He added with a mock smile. Yes, sorry. Zatanna laughed a little nervously. It's okay. How can I be angry at my little baby witch for stealing my extremely expensive contracts? Just remember to ask Daddy next time. He teased. Oh, come on, Dad. Stop embarrassing me. Jeez. Zatanna huffed as she marched to the nearest sofa and sat down there with a pout on her face to show her anger at her father's teasing. Anyway, so that means you can teach me magic? I asked with excitement bubbling in me. Giovanni might have an idea about my chi, as he had referred to it as me being filled with life, and as every weeb knew it, life force was basically chi or whatever else fancy name you call it by. But I am sure he didn't know about any of my other abilities or inventions. And, since he still hadn't tried to delete my memories, there was a high chance of him taking pity on me and teaching me some magic as self-defense to survive in Gotham. Well, I can teach you escapology, how to trick people, how to confuse the five senses. I can give you as much knowledge on demons, gods, monsters, and magic as you might possibly need. But unfortunately, I can't teach you magic, at least not the kind I know and excel in, not the kind you might want to learn. He looked at me apologetically. What do you mean? Is it some kind of secret forbidden family secret that you can't reveal or something? No, not really. You see, we, in proper formal terms, are called mages. We can manipulate mana, the purest and most fundamental form of magical energy in this world, to do magic. But this ability cannot be learned, it can only be inherited. Only the branch of humans called Homo Magi who have a particular genetic trait in them can be a mage and directly manipulate mana. But you sadly do not belong to that group of people. Of course, one can always become a magician by other means, like borrowing power from someone else, like a god or an object or a demon or some other interdimensional entity, but that's called a sorcerer, not a proper mage. Sorcerers are, by the way, the most common magic wielders in the world, the senior Zatara explained. So can't I just be a sorcerer? I mean, I don't see any harm in it since it sounds like mages and sorcerers possess the same level of strength. I asked. The same level of strength? What sorcerers can do seems like little tricks in front of what true mages can do. Sorcerers get a lot of power pretty easily, yes, but that power comes with a lot of baggage, including but not limited to the gradual corruption of the person's soul, a life debt to the being who is granting him his powers, control of the object or entity granting those powers over the person receiving them, as well as a capped limit on how much magic he is allowed to use. But a mage, on the other hand, manipulates the very fabric of reality itself and can virtually do anything he or she wants with it, the only limit being his or her own imagination and talent. Oh, that's cool, I respond, not able to find anything better to say at the explanation. Yes, it's very cool indeed. But that's why even if I give you all the knowledge of magic I have, the spells you can use as a sorcerer will be very limited, and most of them will come at a heavy price, a cost even more expensive than what mages like us pay to use magic. He finished. Yeah, but until I figure something out to overcome that little hurdle, I can still at least learn the theory and history of magic from you. And, who knows, maybe I can become a powerful sorcerer if I find a just and merciful entity to borrow, or maybe some unoccupied dimension to draw power from. I showed a weak, sad smile to Giovanni, who just looked at me with pity in his eyes. It looked like he wanted to say something else, something important, but at the last moment controlled himself and just nodded at my words with an expressionless face. Yeah, there's no way I am going to form any contract with any type of entity in this world, no matter if they're good or bad. I had even heard of a certain hero called Dr. Fate who was controlled by his helmet, even though they were both supposed to be the good guys or something. Maybe I can think deeper about the drawing power from some other dimension part, but I would probably just use my knowledge and ability to try to come up with some way to use magical power without getting enslaved to some deity or getting my soul corrupted somehow. Hell, maybe I could even figure out how this Homo Magi gene of the unique magical human race works and get something like that for myself. That sounds more promising and safe than just doing random contracts with demons and entities to use magic while hoping for the best. By the way, I wonder how Constantine uses magic. I never really read his comics, but I did see the movie. That one single movie had made him one of my favorite DC characters ever, but again, that might just be my inner Keanu Reeves fan talking. Fine, then from now on, Bruce, I, Giovanni Zatara, declare you as my apprentice, just like my daughter. The mage declared proudly after thinking for a few seconds. And that, my friends, was how I, Bruce Wayne, started to learn magic, kinda. Flashback ends. You were having a flashback, weren't you? Cortana asked with a straight face as her digital teenage avatar on the screen stared at me intensely. Perhaps, I should make a hologram projector for her to interact better with the physical world. Maybe. Anyway, let's continue to what we were doing. We still have to debug and catalog all the information we collected from Ether's psyche to our database. Make a simulation of the entire Krypton planet and all its colonies according to her memory, as well as her knowledge of every Kryptonian she ever knew and every technology she had ever interacted with or seen in her life that we could rebuild. Also, make a separate folder for the training she received. I want to know if she or her race knew anything about magic or chi, and if they had any method of practicing them. Wait, maybe we can even make her into a simulated digital avatar so that I could use her as a training dummy in my simulations, but again, that would be useless since we only need her knowledge. As a thinker, she would be absolutely worthless. But perhaps we could copy other people's minds and simulate them digitally. To have the minds of individuals at the top of their respective fields working for me, for free. Yeah, that's actually a brilliant idea. I would not have to work so hard in the lab all the time and could just leave inventing normal stuff to others. Imagine digital simulations of Lex Luthor and Harry Wells, if they exist with their original intelligence as my employees. Yep, that's doable, but the processing power and data storage required will be immense, so I'll have to do quite some upgrades and improvements to the servers and computers. That will probably be a long-term project. I continued to ramble incoherently, not even noticing Cortana staring at me with awe and excitement in her face. What I was planning was any AI's wet dream, to not just bring people to digital simulations but be able to host and simulate actual thinking beings within itself. It was some next-level shit of computing. Omniscient POV. Please, I told you, I don't know anything. Just let me go. Please. Aha. A well-built man tied to a chair with blood everywhere on him was crying his throat out as a group of intimidating people wearing formal suits continued to torture him. Now, do you remember anything? An African-American woman sitting in front of him asked in a calm voice, not showing even an ounce of emotion. I told you. I don't know anything. I just did what Lionel Luthor hired me to do. I only collect certain things for him and do some security work. I have no idea about any attack. Please, just please believe me, God, please. The men shouted and cried, shedding tears trying to plead his case. You know what, Richard? I know liars when I see one, and you are not lying. I know you are innocent, but you see, my bosses do not know that, and I'll have to answer them. The government really likes to pin its faults on innocent common people like you, and I'll have to do exactly that if you do not cooperate. But I want to help you. So let me help you. Give me something significant enough and I'll let you go, and I promise you'll be with your family in no time. She said, still not showing a single expression. Aye. And don't say, I don't know, because I neither have the time nor the patience to hear that come out of your mouth even one more time. She interrupted. Look, Lionel Luthor found something in Smallville, some sort of super-secret technology that he excavated from one of the old caves in the city. He was doing illegal experiments with it. Whatever happened that day was because something from those experiments got out. He tried really hard to cover it up and recover whatever got free, but as far as I know, someone else did it before him because he never found what he was looking for. The man named Richard confessed. I see, and what happened at his black site research lab that night? I heard a lot of people lost their lives and it got completely destroyed. She inquired further. I don't know, I wasn't there, but the people who were said that they were attacked and some ninja infiltrated the site to steal information and they were successful. The thing that Lionel found from the cave would have been stolen as well if Lionel hadn't already moved it to somewhere else that evening. Anything else? Waller asked with a raised brow, at which the man could only shake his head. No, that was all. Am I free now? The man asked, hopeful for once. Oh yes, of course. You are very much free, but you see, I can't have you go back to your old employer wagging your tail like a loyal little dog. I know it as a fact that once Luthor complains about me to my corrupted superiors addicted to his fat pockets and sugary titties, they will find a way to demote me or shut down the investigation. But I really am sorry to do this. As soon as she completed speaking, one of her subordinates suddenly slit the tied-up man's neck from behind, not giving him even a chance to defend himself. Get me a list of everyone important who was in Smallville on that day, anyone with money or political connections or public influence or some other shady background, and get a team in that cave. I want to know exactly what Luthor has as well as every dirt you can get on him. I want to know everything that happened in Smallville, everything. She ordered, at which her subordinates nodded respectfully and went to do their designated work. This is a golden opportunity for me. There is a chance that I can use this to get a hold of the Luthors and climb the ladder that those fat pigs aren't allowing me to climb. All I have to do is just either figure out what Luthor found in the cave or who infiltrated his little illegal laboratory. And soon I'll be one of the people playing the game instead of letting myself be manipulated by others like a pawn. She thought as a small cold smile manifested on her face. Give me power stones, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Pat Rayon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 41, A Dog's Life. You think your dookie don't stink? Ace, DC League of Super Pets. Gotham, 2003. Omniscient POV, Animan dialect. Now where did that damn butterfly go? I swear I saw it hovering somewhere around here. Ace, Bruce's pet dog, thought as he used his ever-trusty nose to sniff around trying to smell out the multicolored little menace. It has been quite a couple of years that he has been living with his human best friend, the one and only Bruce Wayne, and he was really proud to say that he had the highest amount of trust from Bruce among everyone else except the wise old man, Alfred. Ace had done his best to be as loyal and useful as possible to his human benefactor and best friend, but unfortunately, that man was light years ahead of him when it came to being useful. It didn't matter what happened, Alfred always seemed to perform better than him in almost everything, whether it was fetching stuff for Bruce, lifting up his mood, or biting the hell out of thieves who dared to try to enter their home. Yeah, they were not only greedy but stupid as well. Couldn't they see that this home was under his mighty protection, the protection of the Great Hound of Gotham? Anyway, he had tried to give some tough competition to the old man trying to vie for the position of being Bruce's most loyal, but after repeated failures Ace had finally settled for sharing the said title with Alfred. Plus he was also a little afraid of the guy. The butler was quite strict with both him and Bruce whenever it came to etiquette and manners, even more than that crazy guy ninja guy who taught Ace about different tricks and even trained him how to perfectly aim and bite off people's private parts. Ace, although the definition of a good dog and was quite proud of it too, still had his careless accidents. He was always severely admonished by Alfred whenever he forgot his chewing toys on the floor in the living room or conducted his private business outside of his litter box by accidents of which he wasn't at all proud. Now, however, even though Ace had settled his differences with Alfred, he was still competing with someone else for something even more important. He was going head-to-head with that cat girl. Yes, it was the girl named Selena. That girl had completely monopolized what was supposed to be one of his most prized spots and titles. She had taken the spot beside Bruce on his bed during sleepy time. At first, the dog was okay with it because, after all, Bruce had taken her in way before he had adopted Ace. In fact, after he learned of her unfortunate life before Bruce from some of the local birds, he was even quite sympathetic as one strayed to another and gladly shared Bruce's bed with her, taking one side of it, and leaving another to her. But despite all his goodwill, she had broken his trust and betrayed him. Lately, she had been locking the door to Bruce's bedroom at night without even letting Ace in first. Even when Bruce yelled from inside the room that they were too young and she was not mature yet, probably too young and immature to sleep alone without Ace, she still didn't open the door. However, Bruce always showed his loyalty as Ace's best friend and opened the door to him after severely berating the girl. But that still didn't convince Ace to forgive her for her crimes against their sacred human-dog friendship. But he had a plan for taking his rightful place as Bruce's cuddle buddy back from her in his mind, a plan which was walking towards him this very moment. "Hey Ace, how is it going? Wait, am I interrupting your monologue or something?" A small orange kitten cutely said in an anime-like voice as it lazily and effortlessly walked through the gate bars. It was good the defenses on the walls that Bruce had recently installed were controlled by Cortana and were smart enough not to attack the cat, otherwise Ace would probably have lost his only cat friend that day. "Oh, it's you, Whiskers. I thought I would have another stupid human's parts to bite off," Ace said with some amount of disappointment in his voice. "You seriously have got to stop doing that. The dogs and cats in the neighborhood are all calling you the ball biter, you know. I am the one who has to explain to them that you don't chew on them or eat them but just bite them to pieces," the cat cutely informed. Yeah, I know. But I don't care. I am not like those weaklings. I was forged in pain and suffering. I know how to survive in the wild, the real wild I mean, not the pesky little streets of Gotham. Ace barked. You have already told me this story a couple of hundred times of how you were part of an illegal fighting ring run by a crazy evil scientist who tortured you and made you fight against robotic animals every day, but you still got out of there in style while foiling his plans of taking over the world by exploding and decimating his entire base. Whiskers repeated in a bored voice, making it clear that the cat didn't believe the story at all, just like nobody sane enough would. You don't believe it, but that definitely happened. Ace huffed in frustration. Anyhow, I was here to inform you that the Wiggles gang has been becoming more active recently. They already rule most of the sewers, but now they are also targeting factories and big houses, trying to increase their criminal empire. Your owner's mansion is quite big and fits the description of the locations they have been taking over recently. So you should look out in case they set their sights on your home, Ace. Believe me, those little rats are quite slippery," Whiskers said as it began to lick its paw hungrily. "I see. The Wiggles gang, huh? Thanks for the info, Whiskers. I'll be sure to look out for them, but even if they do come here thinking it to be another place for them to easily take over, all they will find is a painful death." Ace growled, thinking about all the rats Bruce had captured and experimented on over the years. Normally that could easily be called animal torture, but Ace knew better. He knew how the rats in Gotham were, and he was sure that his genius boss Bruce did as well. Each and every one of those damn critters was affiliated with the Whiskers gang, a malicious gang that wanted nothing more than the downfall of all humans and animals except them. They wanted the city to fall so that they could rule it as their own wasteland. "Oh, by the way, Whiskers, remember when you told me that you always wished for a family that would take you in but nobody did because you weren't a good enough breed? Well, guess what? I just might have found you such a home, my furry little orange friend," Ace said with a smile on his face that showed all of his sharp and well-groomed teeth. "What, really? Yeah, yippee." The cat began to jump all around in happiness as it celebrated the news it had just gotten, not even doubting Ace for a second. "Slow done, little kitten. Don't you want to know who your new family is going to be?" Ace asked as a small cunning smile flashed on his face for a brief moment. Who? Whiskers asked excitedly, like it was in some sort of wild sugar rush. It was always a stray cat that had never been adopted by a human. It had always watched the more fortunate and better-looking cats get adopted, even if they were plain useless or extremely ill-mannered. However, Whiskers, who had learned to do so many things to please humans, like even juggling ping-pong balls, never even got a second look from humans. She had almost up hope of ever getting adopted by a human owner, but Ace's words now had suddenly awakened a lost wish in her, a desire to be someone's cat. You would live with me at the Wayne Manor. You would be the Wayne family's only cat. Ace revealed as he proudly displayed the premium-looking Wayne collar on his neck. Wait, Wayne. Isn't it your? Yep, I'm their dog as well, and so can you, their cat that is. Not their dog, that position is already occupied. Okay, sure. I don't plan to change myself to a dog anyway. The cat community really looks down on trans cats. Ah. Yeah, sure, whatever that means. However, you'll have to wait a couple of days while I try to prepare them for you. I am sure a few well-placed cat toys and some cute cat posters will do the trick for most of them. Ace began to plan. He wasn't just inviting Whiskers to his home out of the kindness of his heart. No, besides gaining a permanent playing buddy, he was also planning for something else. He was planning to make the cat lover Selena busy with Whiskers. Once she gets busy with the orange cat, she should stop trying to cuddle with Bruce and instead go and cuddle with her own furry buddy. Yeah, that's a perfect plan. I guess I am as smart as my owner. A smart dog for a smart human. He thought. I am ready to wait as long as I need to. I'll even wait for months if that means I can get adopted and live with a human family. Wait, I'll have to dust off my juggling and fetching skills then if I want to please them. What if they don't like me if I can't catch little blood bits they throw at me? I heard that's an important skill to have for pets. I'll be going off then, Ace, I have some serious practicing to do. The small cat cutely said as it stumbled away to God knows where. Fetch, huh? How stupid. Everyone knows that dogs are way better than cats in that game. Well, what can you expect from a cat? He snickered but was still glad that he was able to make his little cat friend happy, but soon his smile went away as he stared off into the distance with somewhat of a glum face. I guess I can still do some good in this world. I guess you were wrong when you said that I was a useless bad dog only good for getting beaten by your lab experiments, Professor. I at least am good at something, even if it is to bring smiles to the faces of others. No, you were a bad owner. I have understood that now since I have an actual good owner, a human being who takes care of me and trusts me as much as I trust him. No matter how intelligent you were still wrong. Ace thought with a heavy heart as he looked at the dark cloudy sky, recalling the family he once had, the siblings that were once his only playmates in that dark little cage of his. He didn't remember much from that part of his life, he was too young to remember, too much of a puppy, but he did remember one name, the cursed name of his tormentor, the one responsible for his tragic fate, Evo. No, it's all in the past. I am now Ace Wayne, the Hound of Gotham. I am the proud dog of the great heir of the Wayne family. Forged by torment and strengthened by agony, I am. Butterfly, 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 he barked like a maniac as he finally noticed the butterfly he wanted to chase and excitedly trotted off after it, completely forgetting about the monologue he was trying to make. He had a much nobler purpose currently, for when the city becomes overrun with such colorful menace, a dog must rise and chase them all away. Omniscient POV. Ah, how nice. Seems like little Ace has made himself a friend. I had been getting worried for the dog. He doesn't have a lot of friends, not even at the dog park. He is actually a lot like you, Master Bruce. Alfred chuckled. Was that supposed to be a joke? I like to judge myself based on the quality of my friends, not the quantity. Also, even then I have a lot of friends. There is Selena, Vicky, Helena, Cortana, Clark, you, and even Slade. Bruce, who was much taller and looked even more handsome than before due to his ongoing teen years, responded with a smile. Yeah, but 2 of them are people thrice your age, 2 of them are your pen pals, and 1 of them isn't even a living human. Alfred muttered to himself, wondering if he was doing a good job raising the kid, but he didn't continue on that line of thought for long, especially after he remembered all the dangerous things they had in their mansion, like guns or explosives or unlicensed drugs, things that he had allowed Bruce to make or interact with. Bruce heard Alfred's mutter but wisely chose not to comment since he had no wish to argue with his number 1 henchman. But yeah, you are right. I am happy for Ace. He needed an animal friend of his own. But I do wonder what animals speak of in their free time. Do they make sense at all when they talk in their languages? I guess we will never know unless. He stopped as he began to think about a certain item that was really famous in different fictional works in his previous life. A translator chip which can translate what animals say. I wonder if I can make that. Would be quite useful for my number 2. A/N. I tried to do something unique in this chapter by writing about Ace a little to give a little insight into his life, his personality, and his past. I don't know if I wrote it well since it was a first for me. I won't be writing from his POV a lot, but if you guys think that it wasn't good enough and that I shouldn't write such a chapter ever again, let me know. I genuinely appreciate constructive criticism and would love to know what you guys think. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Pat Rayon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with a. Chapter 42, Growing Wealth. Success comes only to those who have dared to stand up without fear. Toma Kamiju. Bruce Wayne POV. Mr. Fox, why are we losing money in Wayne Electronics despite having such a big market share? We should be printing money like paper there. We have the most advanced products as well as the best marketing strategies, so why is it still struggling? I asked with a frown on my face. Nobody likes losing money, and the same was equally valid for me. It's not our fault, Bruce. The company is making billions of dollars in profits from its software and computer business alone, plus its new gaming and semiconductor businesses are also massive revenue earners. But they are barely covering the huge investments and acquisition prices we have to pay to set up the new manufacturing units and logistics channels. We even had to funnel profits from the other two subsidiaries to Wayne Electronics to fund some of the more daring projects we are currently undertaking in it. Our semiconductor and telecom research center in the city cost us a hefty $1 billion alone, and the recent Tesla and SpaceX acquisitions were even more expensive. And the worst thing is that while we had to pay most of the amount in cash, most banks have basically shadow banned us for some reason, most probably due to the influence of some of our competitors. Fox revealed. I see. So in one word, our expenses and investments are more than our earnings, right? But, still, we cannot continue to spend money like this, man. I don't like to see it. Even if they don't affect my financial status at all, they are still depressing to look at. I said, annoyed at the negative numbers on the report. I agree with that. So I have come up with 2 ways to gather enough liquid money to make the necessary investments that we have planned for the future. What we can do is either sell some of our investments or try to partner with some bank out of Gotham. I already have a few banks, especially in the metropolis, that might do business with us in my sites despite us being a new company and all. By the bank, I simply said as I went over the documents. What? Lucius asked, not understanding what I wanted to say. I said, by a bank. Wayne Enterprises does not own a bank currently and does business with Gotham National Bank instead, so I am free to acquire one. And the last I heard, one was up for grabs after the entire Bertinelli murder fiasco. The Gotham Merchant Bank has been suffering and steadily decreasing in valuation for some reason, right? I even heard of a new company called Sionis Industries that is trying to buy it. So all we have to do is just buy the bank before them and voila, unlimited liquid assets at our disposal. I smiled. Well, it isn't as simple as you just mentioned, but yeah, I guess that is possible. That will probably solve our limited cash on hand problem quite permanently. Lucius nodded, still not believing it was that simple to solve. Well, sometimes the simplest and most stupidest of solutions are the best solutions. Anyway, as for Wayne Entertainment, we have made huge strides there. From a score of successful movies to a dozen successful shows, we are the biggest studio right now. What Lion King and Star Wars started for us with improved VFX technology and the unique storyline has only increased with franchisees like Lord of the Rings. Even though we have also spent quite some money in acquiring Netflix to get in on the DVD market, we are in no need of immediate funds. In fact, licensing and merchandise have made sure that we have more than enough money to be the most profitable studio this year. Fox proudly completed. You had me at Netflix and DVD. I chucked while Lucius just stared at me with a confused expression, not understanding the reason for my laugh at all. And what about Wayne Capital? It isn't making any losses, is it? I ask, too bored to look at its financial reports. No, it has the steadiest profits actually. Even though it's our most risky business, we haven't made any significant losses in it whatsoever. He informed. That was expected. Between my future knowledge and Cortana's algorithms, it's almost impossible to lose money through some bad investment or decisions. Anyway, it was good that my financial status was more or less secure besides a few hiccups and nothing major. As soon as I inherit the rest of the companies when I turn 18, that would be the time when my true wealth and influence would start to accumulate. I would be able to release my more interesting stuff out there like miracle drugs or mind-bending technology without raising too many eyes. Now that the financial reports of Wayne Solutions are done, we should move on to the next topics, the dividends of Wayne Enterprises. Lucius continued as he placed another big pile of files in front of me. I really hate these financial discussions, I said with a sigh, wondering why earning money was so boring compared to spending it. Omniscient POV. Focus not only on your target but everything around you as well. Try to create a harmony between you and nature. Richard Dragon was seen trying to train a teenage boy in the secrets of martial arts. After Richard left Gotham, he hadn't found any other student nearly as gifted or talented as the 3 students he taught in that hellish city. It was only after 3 years of exploring the country that fate had brought him to meet someone else, another young boy who required his help, a prospective disciple. Although not as amazing as those 3, he was still a decent talent in his own right and a troubled person. So Richard gladly began to teach the boy some of his teachings and became his sensei, hoping to show him the right path. Master, this is impossible. Your moves are so complex and intricate that there is no way I can replicate them without days of practice on my end at minimum. The teenager complained. Everything is possible, Vic. Remember, balance is the key. It is essential to life. With balance of mind comes balance of body, and with balance of body comes balance of spirit. Still teaching that same boring lesson, are you, Richard? No improvement at all. Sensei would be disappointed. A female voice sounded from somewhere nearby, but from where, it could not be determined, as the sound seemed to echo from all directions. Lady Shiva, so kind of you to visit an old friend. But you didn't have to knock out my student with a dart. You could have just told him to leave. Richard spoke, although there wasn't any anger or annoyance in his voice. True to what he said, his new student was now lying on the ground with a single dart sticking out from his neck, completely knocked out. Couldn't take the chance. Children have become quite nosy and troublesome nowadays. Lady Shiva smirked. So my dear friend, why are you here? Richard questioned. I actually have some business with one of your little students. You probably know which one I am talking about. After all, I was the one who called in all the favors you owed me and sent you there, she answered with a smirk. I am assuming you are talking about Bruce Wayne and not this one, right? Richard's expression became more serious than normal as he stared at the femme fatale with a frown on his face. Shiva nodded. I don't know what the League wants from him, but take my advice, Shiva, stay away from him. He is not what the League thinks he is, that I can tell you. The League won't be able to make use of him. Instead, it will only invite trouble by trying to get involved with him. Richard said as he slowly removed the dart from Vic's neck. And why not? The League is much more powerful than you think. A small-time billionaire is. Shiva started but was interrupted. You honestly think I am talking about money here? Richard says with scrunched-up brows. No matter how powerful he is, he will still fall to the clutches of the League because that's what the demon head wants, and that's exactly what he will get. Maybe, but you should have never sent me to train him, you know. Because I can tell you that he is the most gifted student I have ever trained, and he has the potential to become the strongest as well. Richard smiled as he picked up his student, throwing a small bait to his old friend. Good. Then it will be much more fun than I expected. Lady Shiva sniggered as she slowly took a couple of steps back and soon disappeared into the shadows just as easily as she appeared, leaving Richard standing behind with Vic on his shoulders. So, it's time, huh? I hope you are ready, Bruce. Because it's starting. A/N, God, I hate writing about financial stuff. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Pat Rayon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 43, an ordinary human no longer. Humans and apparitions should just be however they want. If that would break the world, then it's better off broken. Tsukasa, toilet-bound Hanako-kun. Omniscient POV. Is everything ready, Cortana? A tall and muscular Bruce asked as he laid down his lean and muscular swimmer's physique on top of a weird-looking egg-shaped machine. Yes, Bruce, both the Compound V and the perfected super soldier serum vials have been connected to the pod. The energy charges from the kryptonite-based energy reactor are also active. We can now safely begin the procedure. Cortana's voice came back from the background. Good, then begin the operation. And let's just hope I don't die this time. Bruce muttered as the pod was automatically sealed by Cortana and a unique pain-nullifying and nerve-relaxing gas was released inside it, entering Bruce's body through his nostrils and mouth. Tubes and syringes connected to various parts of his body began to continuously inject the two serums into his veins while the machine itself began to wheeze with energy. 30 milliliters of perfected super soldier serum injected. 70 milliliters of Compound V injected. Filtered unique kryptonite radiation injection initiated. Radiation at 1% power. 5%. Cortana's voice began to document the entire process. Oh my. Oh, great Wayne. Okay, this might be more painful than I initially thought. Bruce clenched his teeth as he felt like lava was flowing through his veins. Even the pain-nullifying gas wasn't of much help. Bruce had initially thought of using the newer Nagel's version of the Super Soldier Serum, which was much simpler and faster to inject, but had decided against it because it was much weaker than the original Erskine's version, and that was exactly why Bruce had opted to use that original one after improving the serum with the US formula, Green Goblin Serum, from Marvel and the Mirakuru that he had developed from the blood sample that he had taken from Deathstroke. Unfortunately for him, the resulting product was so potent that he felt like a masochist torturing himself while trying to use those serums. Radiation at 75% power. Cortana declared without stopping. Ahaha. Shit. God, this was a wrong and hasty decision. He continued screaming like he was experiencing the most painful death he possibly could. He felt like his skin was on fire, his muscles were falling off and his bones were melting. Radiation at 90%. Bruce could no longer yell as his muscles and skin began to visibly melt down into goo and leak through the pod, his eyeballs turning into liquid as he even lost his ability to try to ask for help from his AI assistant. Radiation at 95%. Radiation at 100%. Radiation is at full power. Injection procedure concluded. Powering down. Cortana declared as the machine began to rapidly power down until it stopped wheezing altogether. When the entrance to the pod finally opened, liquid parts of Bruce flowed out of there with only his bones in somewhat of a solid condition. The rest of him had either turned into red jelly or boiling liquid. Subject perished. The experiment is unsuccessful. Bruce died in experiment Superbat V1.9870. Cortana recorded the logs dutifully without even a hint of sadness present in her cold mechanical voice. Bruce Wayne POV. Another death. Wow, how many times has it been? I think I have died too many times to remember even with my photographic memory. I joked as the simulation on the screen in front of me ended with my digital clone dying the most horrible death imaginable by mankind. Well, aren't you glad that you have me to depend on instead of having to test it on yourself or sacrifice some other human being? Cortana gloated as her digital hologram held her chip up in pride. You see, I as a cautious person with a couple of brain cells still intact inside my brain am never going to inject myself with an untested serum despite being sort of a crazy scientist. But instead of carrying out illegal human trials, I use thousands of digital simulations run by Cortana where she considers each and every possible variable and tells me the percentage of success for each of those experiments on the basis on which I decide whether to go forward with the experiment or go back to the drawing board. These digital simulations are extremely accurate and even the digital human clones used in them are sort of alive, as they are based on the brainwaves of their actual human counterparts, which in this particular case was me, and can even be considered sentient. So, the simulations can be said to be almost 100% accurate, and even then they are conducted thousands of times with different variables just to be sure. Did you find out where we are going wrong? I asked as I looked at the 0.49% success rate despite not finding the error in the experiment while performing the same simulation more than 9,000 times. Not particularly, but I have a possible working theory. The perfected super soldier serum, although more potent than before, is still harmless and all simulations done with it separately are successful, same with the compound V. However, the main problem always arises when the two are mixed in the presence of filtered kryptonite radiation in your body. Even though on paper, it seems that your body can adapt to it and bear their combined power, in practice, it is the complete opposite. But I am beginning to think that this might not just be a physical or biological issue. I think it might be more spiritual. Remember, after you began to learn about magic and its various energies, you improved the PKE meter further to sense any type of magical energy nearby. When you connected it to my other sensors, I was able to use a combination of them to even be able to sense various spiritual energies like your chi or souls and spirits. Now if I apply that knowledge and understanding to this particular simulation, then it is possible to deduce that the combined effects of the serum are hurting your soul more than your body. In fact, what is happening to your physical body may just be a reflection of your damaged soul. Cortana informed. That could actually explain it. I never did consider my soul in my calculations after all, even though I have no idea why any of those serums would affect someone's soul as well. Maybe it was the kryptonite radiation, or it might even have been the Mirakuru. However, even though I now know that it is a spiritual problem, I still can't develop a solution because I don't have nearly enough data or knowledge on the topic. Even in the magical studies that I am currently undertaking underneath Mr. Zatara, souls are something of a taboo subject. Even the best soul magic that I have heard of can only slightly control or skin souls, but none can truly explain their workings or create and destroy them. I could learn some more about different types of soul magic, but I would have to lean towards more demonic or dark arts for that, which Giovanni probably wouldn't allow. So I have no other choice but to wait until I graduate from being his student, which is gonna be very soon. I said as I thought deeply about my options. I am in a major dilemma now. Do I wait for more knowledge on souls and then figure something out, or do I brute force it somehow by focusing on constantly healing my body while injecting the serums? There is, however, one possible way to bypass this detriment, and that is to simply take the serums one by one and let your body and soul get used to them. Injecting yourself with just one of the serums right now should not exert too much pressure on your soul, and you would be able to inject another serum later without any consequences. Cortana informed. That's a very good idea, Cortana. Run some simulations and tell me how long it will take for my soul to heal and not be adversely affected by injecting myself with two different super serums. I asked as I looked at the real-life hologram of the 16-year-old AI. About 3 to 4 years depending on if and how much you perform your spiritual exercises, Cortana informed. Well, that's not too bad, I guess. I mean, the perfected super soldier serum will alone make me strong enough to be able to handle most criminals in Gotham quite easily, so it won't exactly be a nerve for me if I am smart enough. Plus, I don't exactly intend to start hunting criminals or gangs right now. It will probably be a couple of years before I do that. And even then, I'll only do that if I consider the criminals actual menaces to society that the regular cops wouldn't be able to handle. As for the other ordinary everyday psychos, well, I have quite some plans to become the largest defense company in the world, and I think the cops of this world might find some use for a few OP upgrades to their equipment, while I might have some use for new connections and influence. I thought with a smile on my face. I have already developed my connections a lot in these 5 years. Wayne Solutions has excellent relations with many international governments that I had thought to be noteworthy enough to befriend, like the governments of Cordo Maltese, Markovia, Bialya, and Kondak. Of course, I might have befriended some of these governments to get in their good graces by giving them some donations so that I could get access to their resources like Eternium of Kondak. Once I fulfill my objective, there is a high chance that I might even just say fuck it and take over one of them as my own little piece of haven after I retire. As for the great country of the USA itself, let's just say a certain Kent was doing pretty well in his recent political career, making it possible for me to have friends in high places. Hell, the man even had plans to stand for election as president one day. Anyway, these past few years I have been working too hard on both my science projects and magic. I am proud to say that on the magic front right now I am better than any seasoned street magician in escapology, sleight of hand, or misdirections, and also have memorized more than 300 books on actual magical creatures, spells, and rituals. But I have yet to cast any true magic spells. Even after I learned some sorcery, I have still never cast a single spell, mainly because I sense at least a dozen pairs of eyes on me every time I try to use even a bit of sorcery. Even the mind-shielding necklace that I always wear had exploded from overheating after I tried to use a certain spell meant for a simple exorcism. And after years of hard work, when I realized the Magus gene in Homo Magus could not be replicated by me that easily by using pure science, I simply quit trying to master sorcery and magecraft and instead just focused on acquiring information. My goal is to perfect what I can do for now, and that in magic is runes. I have an innate talent for rune formations due to my intuitive intelligence cheat, which also worked with runes of different languages, and I intend to be the best in it, even better than the Sataras. However, I still need to study a lot, especially the different languages of runes. For now, I merely have a basic idea of Elder Futhark and Young Futhark. Yeah, pathetic, I know. As for my advancements in science, now that's what I am really proud of. For the last few years I have been mainly working on 3 primary projects: my bioserums meant for genetic alterations of the highest grade that I have been quite successful in, as evidenced by my having developed both a perfected version of Super Soldier Serum and Compound V. The second was nanotech, which would be my next method of strengthening myself. Whether it be extremist-style nanomites from Marvel or the nanomachine nanobots from the web novel, all of them can be developed with enough research in nanotechnology, which I am extremely close to breaking through. I had already cracked basic nanotech, but it didn't have value in my eyes since I hadn't perfected them or developed them to the potential they really possessed. My aim was to one day put Blue Beetle to shame with my nanotechnology. The third and last one of them was atomic printers or replicators, as seen in some of the most advanced sci-fi worlds like Star Trek or with Khan from Marvel, that could print anything, any molecule, or any atom from anything. Whether it be making inorganic materials, organic food, clothing, medicine, or even weapons, it could replicate anything solid, liquid, or gas as long as it had the energy and equal number of atoms that it needed to produce the resultant product. Unfortunately, I am only halfway through with them, as my version only worked like an advanced 3D printer. But at least I have perfected my sun-breathing style, or should I say my own abyssal breathing style, I confidently thought in my mind as I looked at the half-cracked wall of the cave. Something I did with only a fencing foil, which was scientifically impossible in real life, but I had still done it with my expert sword style and my self-developed bullshit G-powered abyssal breathing style, which was composed of its own unique 12 different techniques. It was a breathing style that I had developed for myself after combining every other breathing style I knew from the Demon Slayer show, and was focused on stealth, speed, and precision instead of raw strength and stamina. It of course didn't produce any fancy visual effects around me like a wave of darkness or something, but it was still OP considering the massive boost it temporarily provided me in physical stats and combat style. Bruce, I have run the simulations about 100 times. The perfected Super Soldier Serum is completely safe for you to take if you want to. I have even taken the liberty to produce a new batch for you. Cortana interrupted Bruce's chain of thoughts as she informed him about her actions. Good. I guess it's time for me to finally become, more than a human, a super soldier to be specific, I said as I buttoned down my shirt. Wait, you will be undergoing the procedure right now. Cortana said like a shy maiden as she appeared flustered, another habit she picked up from watching anime shows. Yep, I can't delay this anymore. It's finally time. I said as I calmly walked towards the medpod, ready to lose the very thing that made the original Batman so special, his powerlessness. Will I be even Batman if I do this, if I get special abilities and powers? I wondered, suddenly feeling a dam of guilt weighing down on my heart for some reason, telling me to hold on to my ordinary humanity, to not get rid of my own weakness. But I didn't stop. I didn't care if I was the right kind of Batman or not, because I was not meant to be Batman. No, I am meant to be someone else, someone better, someone even Batman couldn't compare to, someone I have accepted. I am Bruce Wayne, I muttered to myself as I went inside the medpod. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 44, The Chad Bat. Fools who don't respect the past are likely to repeat it. Nico Robin, One Piece. Alfred POV. I wonder what Master Bruce is doing in that cave of his. It had been about 12 hours since he had entered the cave after giving strict instructions not to disturb him no matter what. He didn't even have his lunch yet. Even after I went to check up on him to make sure that he wasn't doing something foolish again, Miss Cortana didn't open the door for me, so I had to return back. It's almost like Master Bruce trusts her with his errands more than me. I swear sometimes I feel like she is after my own job. However, it's good that she is so loyal and meticulous in what she does for Bruce. Maybe, she can inherit my position one day. After all, I can't be with Master Bruce forever, can I? What do you think, Ace? Do you think I am getting old? I looked at the dog sitting with lonesome eyes staring at the door. *** Baka, a cute-sounding girl's voice came from the collar on his neck a split second after his bark, making the dog growl with annoyance. I guess Bruce still hasn't perfected that collar, has he? Well, he did say he would do it after he succeeds with the experiment that he is currently working on. But I wonder why hasn't he removed it or just turned it off? Also, why is the collar's sound stuck in that particular voice? I muttered more to myself than Ace as I looked at the irritated dog. Kusoyaru, he tried to growl once more in a deeper voice but immediately shut up after the collar again tried to translate his voice. Yes, sorry, I would have tried to help you, Ace, but I don't know how that collar works and I am not going to take chances with anything that Master Bruce has designed without consulting him first. After all, the last time didn't go well for either me or Master Bruce after I tried to fix that broken helmet of his to decrease his workload. I said as I completed dusting the roof and climbed down the walls after deactivating the anti-gravity option on my watch. This suit Master Bruce made me is pretty useful. This combined with that age-reducing and muscle-strengthening medicine he gave me is the only reason I still feel somewhat useful to him. But this suit specifically has made my life a lot easier. From servicing my weapons, cleaning the mansion and so much more, it's really useful. Besides just a few tingly sensations here and there is almost no drawback, well except for the fact that every time someone smokes in front of me, my hand carries a lighter to their mouth on its own. But personally, I like it, makes me seem like a more proper butler to people. So I never turned the lighter function off even after Master Bruce taught me how to. Now on to the next room, buzz. Suddenly the advanced radio transmitter hidden on my belt buckle began to buzz. The only people who have this thing are the security staff of the estate, so it must be something related to their work. What is it? I asked seriously through the transmitter. Someone left a strange package in front of the gate, Mr. Alfred, but none of the CCTV recordings are showing us who left it or when. We used the bomb detection equipment and determined it was safe enough to open. There is also no radiation, poison, or any harmful bacteria or viruses on it. We determined that it was safe enough. So, do you want to take it to Mr. Wayne in this sealed condition or do you want us to open it first? The voice from the other side of the radio asked. Don't open it. It might be something important for Master Bruce. Hold on to it for a few minutes, I'll come down there and collect it in a while. I finished as I put down the transmitter. I hope you didn't try to order uranium or some other radioactive, rare, or illegal material through one of your company contacts again, Master Bruce. The last time you did that, someone almost launched a nationwide investigation into that. I sighed once again as I began to walk out of the room with Ace in tow. Bruce Wayne POV. Oh my god. My muscles feel like they are on fire. God damn it. Shit. I think I had my entire life's worth of muscle spasms in a single day. I huffed in pain as I exited from the pod. The nerve-based pain-relieving gas, the pain tolerance I had developed through my martial arts, or even my chi and meditation techniques were not able to properly neutralize the soul-wrenching, blood-boiling pain that this self-performed enhancement experiment gave me. Cortana, remind me to increase the intensity and dosage of the neuropathic pain-relieving gas if I ever decide to give this to Alfred or the girls. I don't think they would be able to tolerate as much pain as me. I said with some amount of pride in my voice as I wrapped my wet and now heavily muscular and well-defined body with a towel offered by one of Cortana's tentacles. I hope people don't get suspicious of someone like me who is in his mid-teens but still has the body of a professional athlete. Hell, if this trait goes on then by the time I am in my mid-20s, I'll be DC's Yujiro Hanma, which is kind of cool but still creepy. Welcome back, Bruce. I'll put the assignment on my list. Also, should I begin the blood work? I think doing some practical and scientific tests will be better even though we already know what changes have been undertaken in your body through the simulations. Cortana advised me, not showing much care at my ramble about the pain. Fine, you already got my new blood sample from the machine, right? Run the tests. Till then, I'll try to work out and see how much I have developed without my chi and breathing technique. I said as I went to my physical testing equipment that I had set up at a corner of the Batcave. It was a single advanced machine that could measure most of my essential physical properties. A big Hulk-sized machine that would cover most of my body parts and study each and every part of it, including muscle movements, nerve interactions, tissue thickness, and even blood circulation to determine its biological capabilities. Let's start the tests by running first, I said as I began to run wearing the armor-like machine. I wasn't even running on the ground as the machine made sure to keep me stationary in the air like a treadmill. After a 10-second gradual acceleration, you can attain about 70 miles or 112 kilometers per hour approximate running speed, Cortana said after about 5 minutes of constantly running. Satisfactory since I won't be racing with a speedster or a Kryptonian anytime soon. Now, what about my lifting strength? I said as I stopped running in the air and felt something pressing on my muscles, particularly a weight on my fingers and hands from all around. The machine could exert force up to 1,000 tons, so measuring my current lifting strength won't be a problem for it. About 60 tons. Quite good considering you tried to focus the capability of the serum more on resistance, endurance, healing, and stamina than strength and speed. She recited the readings. Yeah. I could easily increase those by actively using breathing techniques, chi, advanced armors, or future serums/steroids, but having poison or chemicals in my system is more dangerous for me. So I wanted to increase my passive attributes more for now. It was true since my chi alone can give me a 2 to 3 times increase in my stats depending on how much I concentrate, just like the breathing technique can dish out a 1.5 to 2 times stat increase. On that front, it's good news because you are now immune to all diseases known officially by mankind. Even the most harmful chemicals or narcotics won't affect you much unless someone has complete details about the serum or your current biology. Bioweapons like mustard gas will barely put you to sleep if injected into your system directly in sufficient doses instead of instantly killing you. Also, congratulations. You now have one of the thickest skin among humans. Bullets from lightweight pistols and revolvers won't even penetrate your skin, much less injure you. As for your healing ability, damaged skin takes about 1 to 5 minutes to regrow. Small muscle damage will take about a few hours, while severe muscle damage or critical broken bones will take about a day. Loss of non-vital organs or limbs may be fatal depending on the injury, but if not, then most organs or limbs can grow back within a span of a few months if treated right. In case of fatal damage to the nervous system or major loss of any vital organs, you may face temporary death, or should I call it death like naturally induced hibernation. As long as your brain is not completely destroyed, you may recover in a year due to the presence of the traits of the enhanced soldier serum of Deathstroke and the OZ formula in your serum. She finished. So sort of a rough pseudo-immortality? I asked, not believing I had already achieved such an amazing feat already. More like you are really hard to kill. You will still age, but extremely slowly. Your life expectancy might be a couple of 100 to 1,000 years. Cortana stated as her hologram began to look me up and down. That's not too bad, I guess. But it seems I still have to work harder to try to achieve actual immortality. I murmured to myself as I looked at my chiseled, now 5 feet 8 inches body that can still be considered a swimmer's physique in the bat-shaped mirror. My obsession with sticking to the theme would only be truly completed if my back muscles had the shape of a bat like Yujiro Hanma's demon face one day. I thought sarcastically. But seriously man, look at those goddamn abs and veins. The muscles in my legs are so detailed that they look like mini wings. Even my jawline and face look more charming and defined now. Hey Cortana, don't you feel like I am a goddamn art of steroid-filled nature that will even put Greek and Norse gods to shame? I narcissistically said as I posed in front of the mirror. I have never seen a god, so I can't compare, but I guess if I were a human I would say something like, you are fluttering my maiden heart. Kawaii. She acted like an anime girl. I don't think I can tolerate 2 anime girls in the same house. Maybe I should repair Ace's collar and give him a male voice to bring back some masculinity in this house. I think I even have the perfect male voice in my mind for that, although I am not sure how masculine it is. Bruce, Alfred is here with a package in his hand. He says it's important. You might want to meet him. Cortana broke me out of my thoughts. Oh yeah, sure. Let him enter. I am excited to see what he thinks after witnessing my new form. I hope he doesn't get a heart attack after seeing my new build. I laugh while knowing that there might be a small chance it may happen in reality. Oh well, I always have the med bay. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Pat Rayon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 45, The Demon's Letter. There are 2 kinds of arrogance. One where you are unequal to the task and one where your dreams are too big. The former is commonplace stupidity, but the latter is a rare species that is difficult to find. Gilgamesh, Fate Series. The fuck sent this letter? I exclaimed, looking at the lavishly decorated suspicious black and gold letter looking like it was from some Arabian king trying to appear rich as well as cool by sending me a gold-plated letter wrapped up in a dark theme. Language Master Bruce. Alfred tried to inhibit my cursing like usual, which I conveniently ignored. Cortana, did you find anything after scanning the outer packaging? No, Bruce. Unfortunately, the ones who packed or delivered it made sure to not even leave a single fingerprint or DNA remnant in there. From the materials used in the packaging and the letter, all I can deduce is that they were made outside the US, but unfortunately, I currently do not possess enough data to specify where. Cortana said with some dismay in her otherwise usually cheerful voice. Not your fault, Cort. After all, the internet still hasn't developed enough for you to find detailed information like that. I comforted her. What irked me was that the letter was not the only thing weird in the package that Alfred bought. What was more weird was the way it was delivered. The package appeared out of nowhere in front of the estate gates. Even the dozens of cameras monitoring every inch of both inside and outside the mansion failed to capture how it happened. Only when every frame of the recording data was meticulously checked by Cortana, did she finally notice a slight dark smoke just the moment before the package was left in front of my gate, a smoke that both I and Cortana concluded as mystical in origin. It's good that Mr. Zatara had already inscribed some heavy anti-magic spell formations around the house. It's because of those barriers that stray dark wizards and evil sorcerers won't be able to come inside my home using their petty magic. I thought like a proud landowner. With untraceable packaging, a teleportation-like mystical delivery method, and a lavishly decorated letter, this is just getting more and more interesting. If I may speak, Master Bruce, I think that insignia on the seal might have a clue or two as to the person or the group that might have sent the letter. Alfred spoke up as he eyed the seal. Maybe, but Cortana didn't find anything after looking it up on the web except a few possible conspiracy theories stating that a symbol looking like that meant the end of the world or something. It was truthfully the worst letter seal I had ever seen. I mean, why would you make your seal look like an animal skull that cannot be even recognized when you can just make it something cooler like a rose or a dragon or maybe even a wolf? I snorted as I failed to identify the creature that the symbol consisting of a weird skull and horns looked like. Yes, you are right. It looks more like a demon's head to me than an animal's skull. I guess not every artist is as talented as you, Master Bruce, Alfred praised. Thanks, Alfred. But even if I can draw a better demon's head, oh, so that's what it is. You are more talented than you know, Alfred. I now have a good idea about who the senders of this letter might be because of you. It's a pleasure, Master Bruce, Alfred said, gladly taking credit for it like an absolute sigma. Cortana made a new entry into the file titled League of Assassins. Mark them as active. I commanded, which Cortana followed without a single question. Among a huge sheet of countless names colored in red on the huge computer screen, the League of Assassins name suddenly lit in green as it joined the active status shared by only a few more names on the sheet, including a couple of famous underworld gangs, Superman, Catwoman, Lex Luthor, the Gordons, and a few other important people Bruce had met till now. But Master Bruce, may I ask what was written on it? You never told me. Alfred asked, probably feeling a little worried after hearing the ominous name of the group that had supposedly sent the letter to me. Nothing much. It just said, if you want to pursue true power, come find me. And then there is an address that can be traced to Nepal. I said with a straight face. That sounds really sketchy, Master Bruce. Please tell me that you are going to be wise and ignore the letter instead of blindly heading to the address the very next day. Alfred asked as he looked at me with a raised eyebrow and a face filled with absolute seriousness. Of course not, Alfred. What do you think of me as? I chuckled. Thank God. Seems I have managed to cultivate at least some amount of survival skills inside you. I'll be going after a week. I completed. Alfred looked crestfallen as he sighed and just shook his head, most probably expressing his disappointment about not being able to make me more normal. But, I knew he wasn't going to try his best to keep me from going because cared for me as much as he did. He also knew what I was truly capable of. The world-destroying weapons I could build when required. There was no problem I could not solve and almost no professional martial arts expert I could not beat or at least give an equal fight to. He knew that particular last bit of information because he had hired a certain famous boxing heavyweight champion to see if what Richard had taught us was truly valuable in real-life combat situations or not, and let's just say, the boxer was glad that I wasn't a competitor of his and this was a secret private match, or according to him, he would have to retire after being beaten black and blue by a kid like me. After that, Alfred had been much more assured about my safety than he was before and even trusted me more with stuff like that. You are still not an adult, Master Bruce. You can't travel the world alone. He still tried his luck with another excuse. And I am not going alone. I am sure one of the bodyguards can gladly accompany me to the mentioned location. I'll be going alone from there. Look, Alfred, I know this particular organization. They are good fighters and live like monks in strict discipline. They are harmless. I assured him. And most of it was true, including the fact that they were harmless to me since I was invited there by their own leader. They will only try to kill me if I don't do what their leader, the demon's head, wants me to do, and that will most probably be by the end of the training period or whatever he intends for me. As for why I was walking into an oh-so-obvious trap. Although it might be a trap from Ra's al Ghul to try to make me into his heir by shaping me into a civilization-destroying maniac like him, or him trying to take over my body to get himself a new free young body, it was still an opportunity for me, an opportunity one wasn't going to miss. Because with this particular opportunity, I had a chance to have my own secret gang of loyal, killer ninjas. I had plans to go out to receive training anyway. I knew a lot of martial arts, courtesy of Richard, but I wasn't satisfied with it. Because even though I absorbed knowledge from Richard like a sponge in water, I still wasn't able to learn everything he knew in those 2 years. Compared to that, learning from Deathstroke was much easier. Also, I still hadn't been able to develop and replicate how Hammond worked through chi. I needed more spiritual knowledge to even have a chance to be able to do that. And for that, Deathstroke was useless. Spiritual was the last word in the dictionary that could be used to describe Deathstroke. I had done my own research to find such a place for further training. With Cortana's help, I found something called the Reach Monastery and Allcast as the only 2 potential places for training of such caliber. I was going to go there after my 18th birthday, but now that I had this invitation, there was no way I wasn't going there, even if I was in enemy territory and in constant danger. Even if I do let you go, Master Bruce, what about the girls? I don't believe that they will be very happy seeing you go alone to a place filled with potential assassins. You don't have to worry about that. I'll take care of them. Just prepare for my trip. I'll be leaving a week from now. Also, congratulations, my dear butler, you are getting a promotion. You are now getting power of attorney over my Wayne Solutions company until I return. So you are quite a number of $1 billion richer now. Don't spend it all in one place if I don't return, I joked, even though he didn't laugh and just continued to stare at me with unamused eyes. Fine, I will make the preparations. Just don't get hurt. The butler finally said with some hesitation as he began to walk away, muttering about modern children not listening to adults nowadays. Cortana, I think it's time we start putting Project Uplift into effect. We are ready for it, right? I asked, still looking at Alfred leaving the Batcave through the elevator. We are ready. Alfred has already acquired most of the orphanages in the city under the Wayne Foundation, giving us access to a huge supply of loyal followers if we treat them right and just influence them slightly to make sure they know whom to thank. We have bought pieces of real estate in the many key locations of the city. Wayne Solutions will also be releasing dynamic products next year to displace every industry we have entered, and has also entered the final stages of our negotiations to buy the Gotham Merchants Bank. We have also been collecting dirt about almost every politician and senior official in the city, specifically the mayor. We have even started gathering information and tapping calls from senators and central politicians to support Mr. Jonathan Kent in his coming elections. We have all the pieces in place. Cortana informed. Good. But just to be safer, start manufacturing 100 of each type of the droids I designed. I have to make sure that there are no idiots stupid enough to try to attack Alfred, Selena, or Vicky. Helena should be safe with her uncle in Europe. Also, start working on a super pill for Ace. I am sure giving superpowers to dogs is easier than doing the same for humans. I instructed. I'll set up the tasks right now, Cortana said as dozens of her Dr. Octopus-like machine tentacles descended from the ceiling like snakes and began to start production on the drones. I guess I'll need to break the news of my departure to the girls next. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Pat Rayon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 46, Young Love and Dirty Minds. Is there really such a thing? Real friends who last forever. Kodaka Hasegawa, Boku wa Tomodachi ga Sukunai. Bruce Wayne POV. What do you mean you are going away, Bruce? We are still in school. You can't travel alone. That's not even legal. Also, don't you remember all the people who had tried to get inside the estate to hurt you or steal from you? Selena asked hastily, with her eyes already reddening due to the intense emotions she was feeling. Having money makes doing a lot of illegal things really simple, kitty. I taught you that, remember? Also, I won't be going away for long. Maybe 4 to 5 years max. So you don't need to. 4 to 5 years. Then take me with you as well. I'll train too. I am only a little less good at martial arts than you, so I should be able to accompany you and not hold you back. Alfred will be able to take care of everything here. He will have the company of Ace even if Deathstroke decides to leave. Selena tried to convince me. I can't, Selena. Not here, not where I am going. And, that's not in for debate. Also, if you were to go away, even if Alfred and Ace could live alone, what about Vicky? Despite being an extrovert, she still only considers me, you, Helena, and Cortana as her true friends. And if you leave as well, she will be heartbroken. I reasoned. But. Selina, do you think I want to go away from my own home, away from you guys just so that I can train myself? I don't, but I need to so that I'll never have to go away again. One needs power so that one can never get oppressed by it. That's the logic of the world. It's stupid, but that's how it works. And I swear when I return from my trip, I won't just be stronger, no, in fact, I will be powerful enough to never go away again. I promised. Bruce, may I ask you something? Yeah, sure, go ahead, Kitty. Why did you let me live with you that day? Why didn't you just send me back to the orphanage the next day? Why go through all the trouble? She asked as she turned around and sat on the bed with a complicated expression. What do you think? Some of the kids from the school said that a lot of rich people like to groom and train orphans from a young age to become their mistresses and stuff. I am not judging you or anything. I mean, it doesn't matter why you did it. What matters is that you changed my life that day when you took me in. That's the only thing that matters. And I will gladly agree to be your mistress if that's what you want me to do. But you don't touch me even when I'm the one who tries to court you. Hell, you haven't even kissed me on the lips yet. Everyone at school says that you banged Silver St. Cloud in the locker room. She said in a single breath. First, you are watching too much Korean drama. Second, no, I didn't bang Silver in the locker room. It's a rumor she spread to get some attention from both me and other people after I rejected her. And third, really, Kitty? You will believe the words of complete strangers rather than those of the person you have known for years. Do you truly believe that I have been grooming you? That night, I took you in not because you were the most beautiful girl I had ever seen, which you were by the way. No, I took you in because you were you. You were Selina Kyle, this amazing girl who needed my help. And I gave you my help, albeit in return for something precious from you. I made you my family, the only thing I was lacking at the time. So, yeah, I had ulterior motives, I guess. Sue me. And yes, I also have feelings for you. I always did. Anyone who gets to live with someone as extraordinary as you will get them unless they're some sort of unemotional eunuch. And I am not ashamed of my feelings at all. I said, the intensity of my voice lessening by the second as I went towards her, my lips closing hers. And the only reason I have not claimed you despite the fact that you have made my life a living hell by teasing my life out of me is because I respect you and I wish to get your verbal consent before we do anything. After all, billionaires do get sued quite often by their pretty little assistants, especially if they are a hot little minx like you. I said, getting my full Riz mode on. I didn't care if my lines were cringe or not, but the thing was that they were the only lines I knew when it came to flirting. Maybe I should tell Cortana to simulate some different romance scenarios and come up with better pickup lines. Selina had shut up at this point, only blankly staring at my lips which were dangerously close to her own. She gulped a little timidly and bent slightly forward, joining my mouth with hers as we kissed. It was a unique experience, to be sure. I had kissed before in my last life, but for some reason, this was heaven compared to that. Maybe the fact that I was kissing a girl who was supposed to be one of the top 10 hottest girls in this particular universe helped a lot. As the kiss advanced, we began to exchange our saliva with each other and play with each other's tongues, turning the kiss excessively more lewd than I initially meant it to be. I love you, Tiger. So, do you want to do it? I think we are old enough to maybe, try it out. Also, what's that hard thing on my thigh? She asked a little shyly with some confusion on her face as she stopped the kiss, which I was more than glad for. I love you too, but we can't. We are not old enough. We are just teens. We need to be at least 18 before we do anything sexual, old enough to make our own decisions, But, we can make out as much as you want till then. However, I think we will be old enough to do a lot of naughty things when I come back from my training trip. I gave a bullshit reason with a sad heart as I cursed myself. As for the hard thing, it seems my bat rod is malfunctioning. I'll probably need to treat it in the lab before it explodes. So bye. I'll meet you later. I said and quickly made my escape with gritted teeth before she could protest. As much as I want to get in her pants, I can't do it, not right now. And, there is an actual valid reason for that, by the way, and it's not because I am walking the Issei path of just satisfying myself with seeing and touching some appay while having nosebleeds. No, it is because I am still not sure if my manly juices can negatively affect the people I am sexually in contact with. After all, I used kryptonite radiation along with a lot of other radioactive stuff to make my special ultimate soldier serum. And, I really don't want anybody I love to suffer from the same fate as Mary Jane did in one of the Ultimate Universe timelines where she died of cancer after being in sexual contact with Peter Parker and continuously ingesting his radioactive sperm. So, I have to run a lot of tests as well as give some time for the serum to completely get integrated into my body before I start pleasing my little kitty, pun very much intended. Although I should also make some anti-NTR drones and droids just to make sure that I don't get, as they say in Chinese, green-hatted, during my absence from Gotham in case I am in a more twisted comics universe of DC. Maybe, a small stealth-type droid with instant castrating abilities should be enough. I wondered aloud to myself. So, I am not getting the contract extension, am I? Deathstroke asked with a sad expression on his face after learning that I was going away and he might lose his high-paying job. Actually, that's what I was here to talk about. I'll be going away and you have taught us almost everything you were ready to teach. But that doesn't mean I don't have any use for you anymore. You can still be an important member of my group, I said while doing full body push-ups using only the little finger of my left hand. And what do you have in mind? He asked, not reacting much to my showing off my newfound strength and balance. You are not at all sad that you won't be able to see me for the next half a decade, are you? Well, I guess cold hard assassins will always be cold hard assassins. Anyway, what I want you under this new contract to do is simple. Besides protecting the Wayne Manor, Alfred, Vicky, and Selena, as well as making sure that there is no foul play in any of the Wayne properties and projects including my new company, you will also be responsible for training a new force for me consisting of strictly Gotham locals that have no clear future except for in the underworld. Not anything I can't do, but pray tell me, boy genius, how do I recognize and recruit such people for training? There aren't exactly any talent agencies for stuff like that. Slade smirked as he tried to juggle 3 10-pound weights in a bid to show off his own skills. Remember, I have the largest number of orphanages in the city, about 80% of the total number of orphanages, that is. They have very good living conditions currently, even better than the average household in Gotham. A few years ago, I started a scholarship program there where every orphan kid was tested on their overall intellect, talent, potential, and physical abilities. They would get more benefits like high-tier private schools, tuition classes, training in skills of their own wish, and even professional advice for anything they wanted to do as long as they ranked high in some aspect of the test. These rankers would have an extremely high chance, according to my simulations, to be very successful in their lives later on, ensuring more connections and influence for the Wayne Foundation in the future. Even if they didn't become extremely successful elsewhere, they can still be loyal employees for Wayne Solutions. But, what about the unlucky ones who didn't get born with exceptional talent? We can't just forget them or throw them away. So, what can we do for them that will not only benefit them in the long run but also us? I began to explain. You decided to get them trained as professional mercenaries under the best one out there as your private force. Your loyal army, filled with orphans whom you had fed and taken care of their entire childhood, and then when they still could not achieve anything, you swept in like an angel and gave them arms and training to enable them to make their own fortune. Ha ha ha. My God, you are darker than I thought. Slade interrupted while laughing like he was having the time of his life. You have no idea. And truthfully, it doesn't matter what I am doing as long as everyone involved doesn't suffer, right? I'll make sure the people working for me never regret it, including the orphans, especially the orphans. So, I won't exactly be a hypocrite like many other actually evil manipulating bastards that exist in this world. I tried to justify myself, probably because I wasn't sure if what I was planning was right or not. Wow, I wasn't this confused even while killing those gang members back at Helena's house that night, was I? Morality is seriously a twisted little thing. You don't feel that bad while killing off adult male criminals, but you hesitate when you even try to hurt little children, cute females, or innocent animals like puppies and kittens. Yeah, whatever lets you sleep at night, pal. I don't judge stuff like this. There's plenty of other darker shit I have seen or have done to judge something as normal as manipulating orphans, no offense by the way. Believe me, what you are doing can almost be considered pure when compared to some of the things I saw back in Afghanistan during my military career. Deathstroke shrugged like he didn't care. By the way, how much are you going to pay me for this anyway? I mean, I expect some hefty compensation under the new contract since I am required to train so many young blood and all, as well as give so much protection and stuff. He asked while rubbing his hands, reminding me of a famous money-loving shinobi from one of my favorite anime in my last world. $150 million for a 5-year contract plus $50 million more if you want to hire additional people. It's already written up. Just sign it after reading. I fished out the contract scroll from my pocket and tossed it to him. I thought you were in short of liquid cash. Did you sell your properties to pay me or something? Because don't believe for a second that I am going to give the money back. He quickly caught the contract and kept it away in his pocket. Nah, my cloud computing venture just took off. We had made a lot of investments in there and recently won a really big military contract to securely store their data and give them the services they require. Dozens of companies began to flock to us after that as they thought we were the best company in cloud computing since we were the first ever business to win a government contract in that sector. I explained lazily, knowing that I had just completely ruined Amazon's and Microsoft's future cloud computing businesses with our way ahead of time patented and black-boxed cloud technology. Anyways, are you in or not? I asked. 150 million. I am in, boss. I am definitely in. I am in as much as you want me to be. Hell, even you can be in for that much money. I'll even take Alfred in. Okay, I get it. You love the amount. Just stop making this awkward. God damn it, you ruined my gym time. Now, I can't even work out in peace in front of you without having a mental image of Alfred inside you. Bleg, I almost puked as I gathered my things and went towards the Batcave to delete the cursed memory forever from my mind using the nerve gear. Huh? What did I do? I was talking about teamwork and collaboration, of course. Getting Alfred involved in the project and stuff. Truly kids these days, they have such dirty minds. Deathstroke shook his head disappointed like he was dissatisfied with Bruce. And, yep, finally going to the League in the next chapter. I told you guys it would happen by the time it's chapter 50 and look I kept my word although personally, I would have preferred to flesh out his relationship with Deathstroke and Vicky a bit more, well there's still plenty of time for that in the future after he returns. And yeah, by the way, Selina Kyle is a confirmed love interest along with Wonder Woman and Talia al Ghul for now. Give me Power Stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Pat Rayon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 47, Final Goodbyes. Every journey begins with a single step. We just have to have patience. Millie Thompson, Trigun. Bruce Wayne POV. Do you have to go? I mean first, it was Helena, now it's you. What about our gang? Didn't we promise each other to always be together? Vicky asked with a few tears barely being held back in her eyes. Vicky was the most emotional among everyone else right now after she, Selina, Alfred, Zatanna, and Deathstroke along with Ace came to see me off at the airport. Yes, we did and I remember that. I will always remember that. So, don't worry, I'll surely come back. All you have to do while I am away is just wait for me and chase your own dreams for now. After all, you always wanted to head your own news media organization, didn't you? I ruffled her hair with a knowing smile on my face. Wait, don't tell me you were the one who recently hired my dad as the editor-in-chief of Gotham News Network and Gotham Gazette. She exclaimed with amazement on her face. Well, your father deserved the promotion and the pay hike. He is quite a capable person in the industry. So, hiring him was also good for my own company. Just make sure to work hard to succeed him after it is time for him to retire and make the company even bigger, I admitted. After Wayne Entertainment's immense success primarily through copying Disney films and shows since the studio didn't exist in this universe, I had now begun to branch off. Acquiring the currently struggling Spotify and barely succeeding Netflix was just the first step to foray into the future digital streaming space. But, I didn't just stop there and also acquired a couple of news companies to expand my influence in the news industry of the country including Gotham Gazette and Gotham News Network, both of which were new struggling companies that were barely keeping themselves afloat. Thus when I appeared in front of them like a generous investor ready to buy them while not firing even a single one of their employees, the owners were more than happy to let me in. I was also in talks to acquire the American Broadcasting Company or ABC in short soon but I had no idea if the discussions were actually going to go through since I was going away and the fact that whether the deal would happen or not would purely depend on Alfred and Lucius. Yeah, I'll definitely work hard and one day be the most famous individual in the media world, I promise. She claimed resolutely. Then after a moment of what seemed like minute hesitation, she bent forward and timidly gave a small kiss on my cheeks to show her determination. Thanks for the kiss, I guess. I awkwardly thanked her as I took a peek at Selina who had the most neutral expression I had ever seen on her face. Vicky didn't reply anything to me and just shyly stood there while throwing a subtle smirk at Selina at which she just snorted amusedly knowing that she had done a lot more than just a measly kiss on the lips. In fact, for some reason, I felt like one of those girls who was NTRing her pure innocent boyfriend while having a lewd affair with their common friend. In short, I felt like an asshole. And as for you Zatanna, don't laze around. Who knows, maybe the next time we meet, I will have found a way to fully access the mystic arts and be better than you in magic. I teased. As if. You will never beat me in magic. I am a proud member of the mighty Zatara family after all. There's no way you will ever beat me, she grinned as she gave me a tight hug wrapping her developing body around me tighter than what was needed even though I didn't resist in any way. I see. By the way, what happened to your father? He did give me a call to bid me farewell but didn't explain why he was so busy that he couldn't come personally. I asked raising one of my brows. Well, my father took a liking towards teaching students magic after he taught you, so when you graduated, he took up another student from a friend of his. Apparently, this new boy is quite talented and smart as well, although not nearly as smart as you or me. Anyway, today he had to perform some ritual on the kid to save him from some kind of demonic curse on his bloodline or something. Zatanna uninterestedly said. Oh, I guess that's acceptable since it really does sound like an emergency. I shrugged. A new magical student, huh? Wonder if I know him. I'll see you soon, kitty. Take care. I then proceeded to give Selina a tight hug, which she returned quite excitedly. Come back in one piece. I'll be waiting for you, Tiger. And, remember what you promised about us turning 18 as well as the fact that you are not allowed to get close to any hoes, no matter how desperate you grow due to your hormones. She whispered, now currently a tad bit more knowledgeable about stuff like these after having read up on the topic and getting her talk from Cortana. Yeah, I will. And yes, I look ahead to that. I whispered back in a husky voice to try to rile her up. One thing I realized was that I appeared quite handsome and charming to most girls my age, and I always made sure to use that fact to my full advantage. Finishing our hug, I gave a nod to Deathstroke, at which the mercenary nodded back. Stay safe, Master Bruce. Who knows, if you come back too late, then perhaps I would take your entire fortune for myself and go on a vacation to the Bahamas after buying a private island. Alfred said with a small smile on his lips. Sure, Alfred, sure. I chucked, knowing that it was purely a joke since he was too loyal to even think of actually doing that. Plus, even if he was somehow mind-controlled or anything, the legal contract was still too complex and intricate in design to allow him to do anything like that without getting my approval first. Plus, I had some really good lawyers. Asterisk woof woof asterisk, don't worry, I'll take care of them, my human best friend. Leave it to me, Date Bayo. The collar on Ace's neck spoke with a voice that sounded a lot like Kevin Hart. Letting your collar have that tiny little mod was really worth it, my dear anime dog. I laughed at Ace's annoyed and frustrated expression. I was glad that I had given him a peak dog serum. Even though it didn't give him any superpowers or special abilities, it still tripled his life expectancy as well as made him the most physically fit dog in the world, besides making him extremely intelligent as well. I'll come back soon, guys, so soon that it will be like I never even went away. But, I'll have to bid you guys goodbye for now. I did a theatrical bow as I backed away to my private jet. Asterisk I surely will miss them, but I really need to do this. This is my ticket to the ultimate training that I need, to become the force that can bring about true balance to this chaotic universe, to attain true peace. I thought to myself as I went up the stairs to my jet while waving to the family that I was temporarily leaving behind. And, I am sorry if this seems like a short chapter. However, I had to delete about 400 words here while writing the next chapter because I decided to change part of the story midway. So the chapter became significantly shorter even though I had originally written it to be much longer. But don't worry, I'll try to make it up in the next chapter and give an extra thick chapter, with 2,000 words, like I have been writing recently, beaming face with smiling eyes. Ciao. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Pat Rayon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 48, A Trip to Kathmandu. Love is not necessary, power is the only true necessity. Madara Uchiha, Naruto. Bruce Wayne POV. My Senate position is more or less confirmed in the coming elections this year as my ratings are out of the chart due to the huge budget you allocated for my campaign, so you don't have to worry about that. The main question is if I'll be able to get the Senate Majority Leader position or not after I get elected, because that will be a little difficult since I am new in the field and the party. Jonathan Kent, my newest political muse, reported to me. Don't worry, I believe in you, Mr. Kent. That's why I invested in you in the first place. However, getting that majority leader position will be an extremely essential strategic achievement if you want to run for vice president position in the next elections and for president after that. It will be the most efficient way for you to show your hard work and priorities to people while also being able to make all the political connections you need to further your career. I said in a neutral voice. I understand your worries, Bruce. I'll try my best to win the upcoming elections. In fact, I think I'll be increasing my campaign by attending more public events after this. He nodded, looking really determined. Anyway, what about your friend and neighbor, Ross, or something? Didn't he want to run for the Senate position as well? I thought that you said he even got a lot of public support. Would he be a problem? I asked, not realizing how scary I sounded while asking that. What? Of course not. He is a friend, not a threat. Plus, we have decided to team up for our political career. He is running for the position of the governor of Kansas while I go for the senator post. The older Kent quickly explained. Oh, then that's all right, I guess. I nodded in appreciation with an awkward smile. By the way, don't hesitate to ask if you need more funds or resources. Remember, winning the senator position is the most important thing for you right now, not saving money. I reminded him. Yes, I understand, Bruce. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Darling, you are still discussing politics with Bruce. It has been 2 hours. You will bore the marbles out of the kid if you continue like this. Also, you haven't even had your lunch yet. By the way, how are you, Bruce, honey? You should visit us at the farm again and bring Vicky and Selena with you as well. We really miss you guys. Even Clark misses you. That's why he tries to get in touch with you at least once a week. Martha Kent interrupted her husband, trying her best to fit into the camera frame in the video. Cal, I will after I come back from this spiritual trip of mine, I promise. Anyway, I might not be able to contact you directly for a while after this due to my, soul-searching trip, so I'll say this now, best of luck in the elections. If you need anything, don't hesitate to contact Alfred or Cortana. They would take care of any problems you could possibly have, so don't be shy in asking for their help. Also, you guys took those vitamin shots I sent you, right? They are the newest products from our company and are meant to make people have a longer life and healthier lifespan. It will restore your bodies to much better states than what they are currently at, so much so that you two of you will be as healthy as horses after taking them. I finished. The serum that I sent them was a diluted version of the peak tier serum. It was a lab-tested, commercialized product meant for the public in a few years, the administering of which could help the user live for 10 to 20 years longer without suffering any side effects or being affected by most genetic or other diseases that came from old age as long as one took repeated doses of the drug. This was specifically made to make sure that both members of the Kent couple remained alive despite their old age or the results of their stupid decisions curtsy to some underlying hidden mental problems. After all, I had a lot of investment riding on them and their successes, and I'll be damned if I let all of that go to waste. No, I'll even drag the Kent patriarch back from hell if I needed to in order for him to pay me back by subtly manipulating the government to my benefit. I deserved at least that for all the troubles I went through to get the do-gooder advance in his political career while making sure that his family no longer suffered from any monetary or any other problems. Okay then, Bruce, and once again thank you for everything you did for us. Are you sure you don't want to say hello to Clark and Crypto as well? They might be coming back from their walk any minute. Mrs. Kent asked. No, it's okay. I already talked to them yesterday. Plus I'll be reaching my destination soon, so I'll have to go. Bye. I bid goodbye to them both as I cut the call and closed my new Wayne laptop. Wow, that took more time than expected. Cortana's voice suddenly chimed out from my watch. Yeah, politics is such a complex topic after all, even more than business. Business is all about profit and loss, but politics is completely different. It is a much more complicated subject than what I am comfortable with. It's a good thing that I won't have to be the one playing politics with old men all day, since I hired my own old man to do exactly that. I smirked at my own joke as I thought about John Kent, who thought that I was actually doing him a favor by helping him pursue his passion in politics, while the truth was the complete opposite. Sir, we are going to land soon. I advise getting your seatbelt on. A beautiful air hostess came up to me and informed me before leaving, while letting her bubble but slightly brush my hands in a seductive manner. She had been making eyes at me from the very beginning of the journey, probably trying to seduce the immature and young heir of the Wayne family, but unfortunately for her, I was not interested in her at all. I was too paranoid to just sleep with an unknown stranger who could be a psychotic criminal or assassin in disguise for all I knew, and thus not stupid enough to let myself be at my weakest point in their presence while also giving them access to my DNA to make some evil clone that could be destined to one day destroy the world or something. Nope, I was at least smarter than that. Plus, I knew girls much hotter than her. I thought as I sighed, already missing the pseudo-family that I had made in this world. Tightening my seatbelt, I leaned on the sofa, hoping to get a quick shut-eye till the plane landed. There was almost no jerking in the air even when the plane was traveling at the speed of Mach 1 or when it went through the clouds. The entire inside of the plane seemed so stable that it was almost like it wasn't even moving. That was of course because this was my own private jet. A Bombardier Global 8000, heavily customized by Wayne Solutions, which basically meant I was the one who had customized the entire plane from head to toe. Its outer appearance was still the same as before, but its specs were now completely on another level. Image. Being rich does have its perks, doesn't it? I muttered to myself as I took a deep breath and closed my eyes after taking one last sip of my mocktail. It sure does, Cortana replied almost immediately. Omniscient POV. A sprawling city surrounded by mountains. Numerous people went about their business, traders ran their small shops, and a few animals walked on the streets trying to search for food while nature played its part and wrapped its unimaginable beauty all around the city. This was the wonderful city of Kathmandu. Excuse me, have you heard of a place called Kamartaj? No. Okay, thank you for your time. A handsome boy in his mid-teens was currently walking the roads of the city in search of something that only he knew about, but unfortunately, he had found nothing but disappointment for the last half an hour. It seems it doesn't exist in this world after all. Well, I already knew that, but I could not help but try a last-ditch effort after coming to the city. However, it would have been quite fun if it had actually existed. Maybe then, I could have found a way to access sorcery without getting affected or corrupted by its power. He muttered to himself as he went towards the direction of a particular monastery in the city. He didn't have to walk a lot and soon reached his destination in just a little over 10 minutes. It was a huge, beautiful golden monastery on the outskirts of the main city of Kathmandu called Kopan Monastery. The very landmark seemed to emit an aura of peace and tranquility, as the entire area around it seemed to be in a state of absolute serenity, like it was the ultimate symbol of absolute peace and calm. So how the fuck am I going to reach the League of Assassins? I am positive that this is the address I was supposed to come to. Would somebody pick me up or do I have to find out about their HQ myself? Is this supposed to be a test? Also, if they think that I am gonna wait here outside in the cold like in those Shaolin martial arts movies, they have got another thing coming. Bruce thought, annoyed, unaffected by the peace and serenity all around him. However, he still waited for about an hour outside the monastery but no one approached him. Hell, no one was even nearby to approach him. Just when Bruce was debating on whether to go inside the monastery and start asking people if they had heard of an assassin group called the League of Assassins living around this area, a man in usual local attire suddenly appeared out of thin air and came towards him with a basket full of fruits in his hands. "Take a fruit," the man only said as he inched the fruit basket towards Bruce. Bruce didn't say anything as he just took an apple from the basket, after which the man silently left without saying a single more word. After the men left, Bruce however didn't eat the apple, nor did he throw it away. Instead, he carefully cut it open and as he had suspected, he was right. The inside of the apple was hollowed out in which there was a small piece of paper. He took out the paper piece from inside the apple and opened it. There was a single address inside the paper which was more like the name of a mountain peak instead of a specific address. But the moment he read it, Bruce knew what was expected of him. He was supposed to find the place on his own by spending days or even weeks mountain trekking in the cold, getting lost in the snow, and being attacked by dangerous animals of the wild until he would finally reach his destination, where he would then be applauded for his willpower and at last trained by them like they were doing him a favor by teaching him. The entire thing was just a freaking mind game, one that Bruce had no wish to play. So cheat he would. After all, he was a devout believer in working smart rather than working hard. A/N, a major Batman villain appears in the next chapter. I am sure you all can guess whom. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Pat Rayon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 49, it begins. It's just pathetic to give up on something before you even give it a shot. Reiko Mikami, another. Omniscient POV. On a mountaintop filled with snow and ice, a lone man was standing with only a thin robe barely covering his body, unfazed by the unbearing cold that was freezing for the hundreds of black-clothed assassins working and practicing their techniques in front of him as he watched them all with a blank expression on his face. If Bruce were here, he would be able to recognize this man as someone looking really similar to Liam Neeson if Liam Neeson looked like a murderous vampire dictator with severe psychopathic tendencies. Do you think he will pass, Roz? It has been a week and we haven't received any news from our spies, not even a single sighting. A buff-looking man standing beside the Liam Neeson lookalike asked in a low voice, filled with respect. It doesn't matter what I think, Ubu. What matters is what happens. If he passes, we can move forward with the next part of our plan. If he doesn't, then I guess we go back to searching for someone else again. The man named Roz answered. But, then what about the prophecy? The prophecy was clear about the glorious rebirth of the League under the new Demon of the Night, on the path paved by someone of the blood of the Wayne. If he somehow dies while he is not the only Wayne out there. There have been many Waynes down the years, most are dead but some can easily be brought back to life. You, my friend, underestimate the power of the Lazarus Lit and the sorcery the League possesses. Even though I do not personally like the dark arts, nor do I prefer them, the fact still remains that they still do exist with their immense potential and we can always use them if things ever become that dire. Roz explained. I understand. I was foolish for thinking that the great demon's head wouldn't be able to find a way out of a mere prophecy. Ubu lowered his head in respect, his eyes glittering with blind loyalty. Ra's al Ghul didn't say anything else and just stared at his men training. It had only barely been a week since he had given Bruce the test of finding and reaching this place. Normally, people can't reach this place even after months of exploration. This village, no, this small city was hidden from satellites due to its heavy cloud cover. Even planes and helicopters could not fly low enough to register this place in their scanners due to the unique positioning of the mountains around it. So, it wasn't a wonder that almost no one knew about this headquarters of theirs, the Nanda Parbat. They themselves occupied only a portion of the massive mountain, but it was more than enough for them. Their hidden city was strategically one of the most elusive places in the world and was one of the main reasons why he liked this city almost as much as his original base in the Arabian Peninsula. I don't think we will be seeing him before at least a few weeks. After all, even I took more than 2 weeks to find this place on my own when I first heard of it from a priest of Ramakrishna about 500 years ago. Whoosh! The sudden sound of a plane suddenly interrupted him as both he and Ubu looked at the sky in mild surprise. A plane in this area? Is it lost? Ubu wondered aloud. Planes flying through here would normally crash into the mountain if they flew too low. Only the best and most expensive military-grade jets could successfully fly well above these mountains and not get affected by the cold. No, it's flying considerably higher than normal planes. So, it's probably a military jet, here on a routine patrol. Ras Al Ghul words were again stopped in his mouth as he saw something get dropped from the jet. Is it a bomb? Ubu was mildly surprised. Did anyone find out about their hidden city? But it should not be possible, and any considerable explosion at this height could destabilize the entire mountain and could destroy the nearby cities or even cause a big earthquake in the worst scenario. So, no government should be crazy enough to do that. Of course, he wasn't too worried. Their hidden city had quite a number of defenses placed all around, which even included magical defenses to evade the eyes of mages and sorcerers as well as protect the city in case of surprise or large-scale attacks. No, it's a person. Ras said with disbelief painted on his face at what he was seeing, and yet could not deny the sight being shown to him by his trained eyes. But that should be suicide. The high winds and immense cold at this height should make parachute jumping impossible. Whoever that person is would probably become a red splash on the mountain even before he is able to open his parachute. And even if does open it, he would still die as he would get dragged off with the wind, or the parachute would itself get too frozen for the mechanism to work properly. Ubu said as he looked at the unfortunate soul who was idiot enough to try skydiving here of all places. But contrary to his expectations, the figure continued to descend like an unstoppable missile, his path of descent as stable as possible, heading straight in their direction. 3,000 feet, 2,500 feet, 2,000 feet, the distance between them and the ground was continuously reducing. However, the person didn't try to open their parachute as they continued to freefall like someone with a wish to die. It was only at 1,500 feet that a parachute much smaller than a typical one opened, which was perfect to resist high wind. The figure's descent began to slow down, but not at all at a rate that would offer the person a safe landing. Instead, the now clearly visible figure who was dressed in all white combat clothes fell with a big thud even with his parachute open. He landed crouching on his legs with only one arm touching the ground for support, a little away from where Ras Al Ghul and Ubu were standing. You still alive there? Ras asked a few seconds later, staring at the unmoving figure, his immense surprise not visible on his expressionless face and neutral voice. Never better. The jumper answered as he slowly stood up, not at all looking like he was hurt from the fall. Love the weather, by the way. He further added as he stretched his arms and legs and cut off the parachute from his back. Then, may I ask who you are now? The demon's head asked as his trusted aide Ubu took a slightly defensive position behind him, ready to kill or even be killed for his master if the situation called for it. Huh. You don't know me. But I thought you were the one who invited me. This is a little awkward. Wait, I know. You probably don't recognize me due to this stupid face mask. Here, now you should be able to see my handsome face. The person dressed in all white opened his helmet to reveal his face. Bruce Wayne. Ras Al Ghul uttered as realization struck him after looking at the now uncovered charming face of the orphan billionaire. In the flesh. Bruce performed a theatrical bow. I didn't expect you to reach this place like this. I guess it was my fault for not specifying that you needed to climb the mountain to come here. But again, ordinary people aren't crazy enough to try that jump. He said with a chuckle, not trying to blame Bruce for using his smarts. Yeah, but I am not ordinary people, am I? And I doubt you wanted an ordinary person to reach this place. Anyway, since I reached this city, are you going to train me, or are you going to give me some other task and make this a needlessly complicated and long process even when you know that I'll pass every one of them with flying colors? Bruce asked, absolute confidence oozing from his voice. So, you want to learn? To grow powerful beyond what you are capable of as a mere ordinary human, to be at the absolute peak of humanity. Ras Al Ghul asked, trying to entice Bruce and manipulate him into thinking that he was giving him a chance of a lifetime by letting him join. Of course, why do you think I am even here, out in nowhere freezing my ass off instead of having a vacation in Hawaii? Knock off, Liam. Bruce asked with an arrogant smirk on his face. Good. Then from today on, you will be my new student. Rest for today because, from tomorrow, your life will be a new type of hell, one filled with absolute discipline. Ubu, show our young billionaire here to the guest quarters and give him enough food and water. He will need it. Ras said, ignoring Bruce's arrogant remarks. Oh, and I advise you to stop behaving like a spoiled child from now on, or your arrogance could one day make you pay a hefty penalty. He added. Me, spoiled and arrogant. You must be dreaming, Mr. Dracula. I am the most humble kid billionaire on the planet. Anyway, I am quite tired, so, I'll need to have my beauty sleep. So I guess I'll follow you, Mr. Buff. Bruce smugly replied with a helpless shrug. Ubu didn't react to the insult, he was too trained to react to minor insults like these. He just bowed to Ras Al Ghul and went towards one of the bigger houses, not caring if Bruce followed him or not. By the way, what do I call you? I don't think I can call you Dracula for the rest of my training period, can I, even though I really want to? He asked, picking up a small backpack attached to the base of the parachute as he prepared to follow Ubu. Call me Ras Al Ghul, or Ras for short. Everyone here calls me that. Head of the demon, cool choice for a name. I guess that's where the logo on your letter comes from. Bruce muttered aloud as he began to follow Ubu, not caring to prolong the conversation with the centuries-old assassin. His personality is a lot different than what was reported. Even his body language matched with his arrogant personality. His voice, his smiles, and his way of talking, all indicated the same thing. He is one of the most selfish, greedy, arrogant, and narcissistic people I have ever met, and I have met quite a few. Ra's al Ghul thought to himself, a while after Bruce left, wondering how his subordinates, especially one of his most capable, Lady Shiva, could have reported such inaccurate information about one of the most important targets they were keeping tabs on. But still, that's good. Controlling him would be much easier now. He thought with a small smile on his lips. He was confident that in just a few years he could mold Bruce to be the type of person he wanted, to shape him into the instrument he needed to further evolve the League, and perhaps for him to even be the successor that Ra's al Ghul had been searching for so long. Ra's al Ghul would train Bruce with everything he had, but he would also make full use of him when the time came, even if that meant taking his body for himself in case the kid didn't turn out to be what Ra's desired for him to become. But Bruce Wayne would serve his purpose nonetheless, as a tool for the League of Assassins. A/N, before any of you complain about the abrupt personality change in Bruce, I recommend you wait and read the next chapter. Peace. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Pat Rayon page as well to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 50, Mind over Matter. Who decides limits? And based on what? You said you worked hard. Well, maybe you need to work a little harder. Is that really the limit of your strength? Could the you of tomorrow beat you today? Instead of giving in, move forward. Saitama, One Punch Man. Bruce Wayne POV. It's official, I am one of the best goddamn actors on the entire fudging planet. I think I was a better Tony Stark than even Robert Downey Jr. himself, although that might be pushing it a little bit too much. I even fully expected that I would definitely get found out, but it seemed I was either too good an actor or Ra's al Ghul had just grown too old to tell I was acting. Guess reading all those books on acting and body language finally paid off, huh? I am glad my ability lets me quickly learn skills like these as long as I have gained enough knowledge about them. Now, one might ask, why was I acting like a spoiled billionaire child who was definitely smart and determined but was too arrogant for his own good? Simple, it's because I wanted to give Ra's al Ghul as much false data about myself as I could to prevent him or anyone else from creating an accurate psyche profile on me so that they would not be able to use it against me later. Because let's face it, mind games are a thing, especially in a twisted universe like DC, and just because I was a transmigrator didn't mean I was above them. I am as much emotional as any other normal human being, maybe with a little bit more control over my emotions than the average, but that didn't mean I was immune to anyone's mind games, at least not yet. But I was definitely working towards that. But on the brighter side, I am now positive that I can act as a spoiled billionaire playboy if I ever need to. The original Bruce Wayne always did exactly that to hide his Batman counterpart better and make sure that people could never link his public face to his secret vigilante persona. Anyway, that's too much about my brilliant acting skills. Now, let's come back to the actual topic everyone is interested in. How does the hidden city of the League of Assassins look? Well, not that impressive, truthfully. I have only had the opportunity to look at the town once, that was when I landed in front of it in style, but the design of the small city in itself completely failed to impress me. I mean, the town was brilliant from a strategic point of view, but from the point of architecture, it was as ordinary as any small mountain town. It could have been better and more attractive if enough money was spent on it, but unfortunately for Ra's al Ghul, he neither had access to the absurd amount of money that was needed to modernize an entire town, since not everyone was me, aka Bruce Wayne, nor did he have any need for it. In fact, I even had to spend my entire first night here sleeping on a mattress-less bed, which was uncomfortable as hell. But, that might just be them trying to humble me instead of actual poverty, since I didn't think they were poor enough to not even be able to afford a single mattress. Also, I hadn't been given a tour of the city yet. In fact, I had more or less been imprisoned in a little room they had allocated me, and the worst thing was that they didn't even give me the Wi-Fi password, since apparently, they hadn't gotten a Wi-Fi yet. I mean, just imagine what type of animals they truly are. I was extremely lucky that I had decided against not bringing some of my less obvious but useful gadgets with me. My smartwatch, which was actually smart with Cortana inside, connected me with the local satellites the moment I landed here, enabling me to use the entire country's 2G network since it still hadn't started rolling out 3G yet. Cortana, remind me to make a satellite internet constellation after I return. I don't want to face a no internet or low-speed internet situation ever again in my life. I said in all seriousness. Got it, sir. Any particular name for this scheduled project? She asked in a low voice, making sure that no one else could hear it outside the room. Name it Ultra Starlink. I smiled as I remembered the dream project of a very famous billionaire in my previous life. I wonder if he exists in this world as well. I thought to myself. I never searched for him specifically, so he might or might not exist. But, again, even if he did exist in this world, he would be more or less useless to me. In a world like this, geniuses had a particularly high bar and most average geniuses could invent jetpacks or freezing guns on their own, so a car-loving nerdy introvert wouldn't be of much help. I had also brought a few of my drones with me to this little expedition, but I wasn't going to release them right now because I was sure that they would most certainly get caught by Ra's al Ghul or one of his minions who had mastered their senses through the use of chi regardless of how silent or stealthy my drones were. Hey Way9 brat, dress up. The demon's head has decided to start your first lesson today. The familiar voice of a beefy minion came from outside my door, which broke my chain of thoughts. At last, I was almost beginning to think that you guys had just called me here for my charming personality instead of my amazing talents. I giggled silently as I heard the man outside my door scoffing in annoyance but still didn't retort to my words. I guess Ra's al Ghul teaches his minions some good manners and stuff, since Ubu until now had succeeded in not giving any big reaction to my sarcasm. After I was done dressing up, I went outside to meet with Ubu, who was standing patiently outside my door with a neutral expression on his face, making it impossible for anyone to know what the man was thinking exactly. Come, he said just a single word before strutting off to God knows where. Does the man really speak so little, or does he just not like having a heart-to-heart with someone like me? Even though I was in a mood to annoy the hell out of someone with my newly developed Tony Stark personality, I still wisely kept my mouth shut and silently followed the Kali lookalike. Yeah, that's how big he was. The place where I was staying was well in the outer regions of the town. I had thought that Ubu would be giving me a short tour of the small city while taking me to Ra's al Ghul. But turns out that I was wrong on both fronts. Instead, he took me even higher up the mountain where the temperature was literally freezing and the entire surroundings were covered with ice. Also, the worst thing was that we traveled the entire distance walking and trekking, all the while I was in a normal winter coat. Now, this normally would have killed the normal me and incapacitated the chi-trained and regularly exercising me, but after being a more or less perfected version of a super soldier, I was unstoppable, and minor threats like cold or heat were nothing to me as long as they didn't cross absurd levels. So, even after almost reaching the top of the mountain peak we were climbing, I was as calm as the moment we started this journey, while Ubu on the other hand looked slightly out of breath. What? Did you get tired so quickly? Seems you need to work out more, don't you? Looks like you are getting fat. I smirked condescendingly at the poor bodyguard, who said nothing and just continued to walk toward a single old wooden hut with its back against the mountain, standing like a lonely island in the middle of a sea of white snow. But, entering the hut, I finally realized that what I was considering a small shack before was actually a full-fledged temple/dojo/museum all combined into one. As a matter of fact, the place looked a lot like Jade Palace from Kung Fu Panda if Jade Palace was completely made of wood and if its designer had a sense of style that could be considered old. This is the Demon Head's private dojo. You will practice here for the next few days and master the very first technique one needs to learn inside our organization. Only after you master this will you be taught anything else or be allowed to use any of our other resources. Ubu said while handing me a small curled-up scroll. Wait, Raz won't be coming himself personally. So, you basically brought me here using false advertising. Not cool, man, not cool. I mean, I get how you want to spend time with me, everyone does. My charm does that to people, but you can't lie for that. You could have just told me the truth and I would have gladly. I could not finish as Ubu just turned his back on me and left the hut with hurried steps, probably to vomit blood somewhere since he looked like he had some Asian heritage in him. Really, people nowadays. Not the slightest bit of decency. I shrugged as I began to open the scroll, my eyes now having lost their previous playful smirk and replaced by ice-cold seriousness. However, as soon as I took a peek inside the old scroll, I almost slapped my own forehead at my stupidity, because inside the scroll was the single basic technique that almost anyone in a comic world could and should have to save themselves from the danger of mind rape. How I hadn't thought of this particular famous technique before I had no idea. Inside the scroll was the most famous mind protection technique ever. It was the most basic and fundamental technique that could potentially protect against all forms of low and even mid-tier mind attacks if your mind was strong enough. Depicted in different works of fiction by various names like the Gantzfield or the Vault, its most famous name among geeks and enthusiasts was however the Mind Palace, the single best mental method for visualization, memory storage, and retrieval, visualization aid as well as mental protection in dangerous worlds like DC and Marvel multiverses where your mind was more unsafe than your virginity. Well, better late than never I guess, since this will definitely add to my mental processing power as well as contribute to my mental defenses alongside my necklace. I thought as I took a single look at the entire scroll and then threw it away, having memorized the entire thing, curtsy to my photographic memory. Now, let's start making the most complicated mind palace ever, one so over-the-top complex that even telepaths who dare enter my mind will have to cry tears of blood to get out. I thought darkly, a menacing and sadistic grin slowly forming on my lips. Oh, I am gonna have so much fun with this. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page as well to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 51, The Ultimate Mindscape. I'll take a potato chip and eat it. Light Yagami, Death Note. If I ever manage to get out of the DC multiverse, then I am going to sue all the fanfiction authors out there for making this Mind Palace thing seem so effortlessly easy. I mean, I get it, this skill is one of the most important mental skills out there to protect and strengthen your mind, but that does not mean that one can just automatically possess a heaven-defying talent for it and will be able to master it after just a few hours or days of learning it, and that too better than the indigenous people who have been practicing the same technique for years or decades. I myself have a cheat that literally let me know how stuff works in real life, but even with that, I took about an hour to even get the first step of the process done, which was to look into my own mind, which was just a fancy way of saying lucid dreaming, sort of. The basic fundamental on which this technique operated was by dreaming up a world that would be so well thought out, so detailed, and so connected to one's subconsciousness that even if one woke up, it still wouldn't fade away. Instead, it would be the bridge between their conscious thinking and their underlying subconsciousness. A place that would signify one's entire mind itself. Now, on paper, it sounds like a really easy job without any strict limits to its scale, but practically it isn't. Like, I remember reading a certain Harry Potter fanfiction in my previous life where the main character made up an entire planet along with the sun and the sky as their mind palace, but the thing is that it is literally impossible unless the person is someone like Azimuth from Ben 10 with a nonillion IQ or something. This is simply because making your mind palace isn't exactly free. No, just like you need real material resources to construct a real building, you need actual memory and mental energy, which is basically your mind's unique processing power to build your own mind palace. Believe me, when a genius like Sherlock Holmes is limited to a library-sized mind palace, an average reincarnate having an Earth-sized subconsciousness is questionable. But that doesn't mean it wasn't possible. It definitely was, as long as you were really, really smart. I am sure people like Rick Sanchez could have a super city as their mind palace, but for me right now, that was just a pipe dream, until I successfully perfect the NZT-48 pill without any side effects, that is. Anyway, as I was saying, after I successfully dived into my own mind, I wasn't greeted by white space or something. What I was greeted with instead was the familiar inside of a mansion, the Wayne Mansion to be specific. Only this one inside my subconsciousness was a little different. This one looked like it was some kind of weird imperfect combination of a mansion and an average ordinary home that was struggling to even keep itself standing. It looked like a joke, to be truthful. Seems my mind really is a toxic place to be at. I thought with a small smirk. It seemed that living two lives had some consequences, and one of them was a very ugly-looking psyche. But I can always change that. After all, that is what the technique is for. Now, the process that I learned from the scroll is simple. I have to build my mind palace in this space by replacing this hideous mansion normal house combo chosen by my psyche on default with some place that I am comfortable and familiar with. The scroll advises everyone to use a site that's not only roughly the same size as the place chosen on default by the user's mind, but also advised that the place should resonate with their thoughts on their version of safety and comfort. So, I of course made my choice based on its advice and decided to use a comfortable and harmless dungeon as my mind palace. Now, just hear me out, a dungeon would be perfect for me because I would not only be able to increase its floors as my brain becomes better and better over time with the continuous absorption of knowledge and the possible usage of some intelligence-increasing drugs I might develop and perfect later down the line, but also, the defense provided by a mind palace in the form of a dungeon would definitely be one of the best in the world. So after about 6 or 7 hours of meticulous designing, I finally came up with what I thought would be the ultimate mind dungeon. The first floor through which one would enter was relatively safe with only family-friendly puzzles and trick questions to get passage. It was supposed to make people feel safe and at ease, thinking that they had a very good chance to break into my mind vault. Of course, it was all just a ploy to get them to come further. But, giving wrong answers might still land you in the path of dangerous traps like flying poison-lined knives, acid mist, or flesh-eating piranhas. But compared to the floor below it, all this was just childish stuff, nothing too over the top. The second floor was the floor of agents, the agents from the Matrix. The floor was full of them, on top of being a fully secured military base with state-of-the-art security tech that could detect anyone and efficiently neutralize them if needed. Now, if someone dies inside my mind palace, I do not get their memories or anything, it doesn't work like that. But, that was why I was trying to design a Mr. Anderson-type agent who could act as my virus to clone himself into other people's minds, thus taking over their bodies under my control. But unfortunately, it seems like I have no idea how to effectively do that yet. Maybe, a course from an experienced mind reader like the Martian Manhunter could inspire me later. Now, the next floor, which was the third floor, was where the real fun began. The entire floor looked like the inside of a giant pyramid filled with flesh-eating bugs, and wait for it. Xenomorphs. These xenomorphs didn't just have razor-sharp tails, teeth, and claws, but also acid saliva to make invading beings feel a world of hurt. Also, they possessed the ability to make chest busters inside the astral body of the assailant. These chest busters did not only give extreme maddening pain to the ones stupid enough to invade my mind but also naturally added to my growing army by making new improved xenomorphs as my mind guards. Of course, that is until I decide to give the intruder some sweet release from his pain. The fourth floor on the other hand was different from the rest. It was the exact copy of one of my favorite dungeons ever. It was the Kart-Enon Temple, the D-rank dungeon from Solo Leveling, making this floor the one floor in my mind dungeon that was supposed to be unbeatable. Only after one completed all the hidden requirements of the fourth floor by figuring out what Sung Jin-woo did the first time he went into the dungeon, could one pass, as a result of which he would be allowed to exit. Yes, exit, not entry. Even clearing and passing through all 4 floors would just allow you to exit my mind palace, not enter the secret 5th floor hidden right beneath the throne of the architect's statue on the 4th floor. This 5th floor was where my real memories were stored. It was my real mind library. A place that resembled the library and study of the Wayne Mansion and had millions of books stored in it. Each book in the library, coated in fireproof covers, contained all the knowledge I had learned and the different skills I had perfected over time, with a lot of space remaining for the skills that I will master in the future. Hell, there were even multiple copies of each book stored in different sections just to make sure that none of them were ever completely destroyed somehow. But there was not even a single bit of my personal memory in any of these books. Instead, all my memories about both my current and previous lives except my knowledge about the DC multiverse were stored in a supercomputer the size of a small laptop, one that was designed by yours truly and then hidden in a secret vault made of depleted promethium, hardest fictional metal I actually knew the atomic structure of currently, due to it existing in DC. As for my limited knowledge about DC, at least what I still remembered from my last life was written in a small red pocket diary and was kept in a secret chamber subtly hidden under the secret vault. This was the current limit of what I could do about my mental defense. Now, I could go ahead and just release some more dragons and stuff, but truthfully I doubt they would be more useful than an entire fudging hive of xenomorphs prowling about in there. So for now, I was satisfied. I knew that nothing short of a planetary-level telepath taking his sweet time with breaking apart my defenses brick by brick would be able to access my mind. And, with the addition of my mind protection pendant, that possibility was even more limited. So, after I was done with everything, I checked, rechecked, and double rechecked to make sure that there was not even the tiniest chink in my mental defenses before deciding to approach Ra's al Ghul. I knew he would be checking my mental defenses thoroughly before teaching me anything else. That was why I wanted to be extra sure. After all, him having the slightest doubt about me not being the original Bruce Wayne would be quite dangerous for me. I guess back to my dashing Tony Stark personality it is. I thought as an arrogant and confident smile made its way to my lips, signifying my pride in perfecting, kind of, although some features like Mr. Anderson are still under development, the mental discipline so soon. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Pat Rayon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 52, Chapter 52, Brutal training is the only training. A lion doesn't concern himself with the opinions of the sheep. Tywin Lannister, Game of Thrones. Omniscient POV. You should have a very good reason to have interrupted my time with my wife Ubu. Ra's al Ghul, who was sitting in front of a grave, calmly said without even taking a look at the figure standing behind him as he continued to arrange a bouquet of flowers. I do. Bruce has completed constructing his mind palace, Ubu answered with his head down. Ra's al Ghul's hands, which were arranging a bouquet of flowers like an unstoppable well-oiled machine, suddenly stopped as he lost his focus for a second, his eyes colored with surprise. Interesting. It seems that the kid truly has potential. If I remember correctly, this should be a record. I don't think anybody from the League has managed to successfully create their entire mind palace within a single day. Ra's al Ghul had a small pleased smile tugging on his lips as he began to arrange the flowers even quicker. Your elder daughter did. She completed her mind palace in. She is a girl. It doesn't matter how quickly she completes her task because she won't be inheriting the League. All she is good for is birthing a new heir. Even the training my daughters received has been just to make sure they don't get used against me by my enemies or that their weak bodies don't deliver useless heirs. Ra's al Ghul calmly explained with a neutral expression on his face like he was talking about the weather. And they know this as well. I made sure of it. I see, my liege. But do you really think that rich little spoiled arrogant boy will ever be good enough to be the heir to the League? He will burn down this establishment if he ever gets unrestricted reign over it. Ubu tried to let his thoughts known. It seems he really got over your nerves, didn't he? But you see, old friend, the League is mine, and the decision on whether to let it be burned down by someone or not is also mine. You will not have any say over it. The old assassin said with each and every word of his possessing a unique tranquility of its own. Forgive me, Ra's al Ghul. I spoke outside my own limit. If you think Bruce is good enough to lead the League of Assassins, it means he is. Ubu submissively said, making sure that Ra's had no misunderstanding of his intentions. Now, let's go and see how much has he truly mastered the art of protecting one's mind. He said as he placed the now completely and neatly arranged flower bouquet on the grave and slowly stood up. Lead the way, Ubu. Let's go and see my new favorite student. Are you guys sure that this eerie-looking green crystal can test my mental protection? I mean, I truthfully expected someone to just somehow force themselves into my mind. Touching a green glowing rock isn't exactly what I had in mind. Are you sure I won't get cancer or something from this? Bruce asked, trying to fish for more information. But unfortunately for him, neither Roz nor his trusted servant said anything. So, he just sighed and went ahead and touched the crystal without wasting any more time. What the hell? Bruce yelled in surprise, which startled both Ra's al Ghul and Ubu, but none of them reacted as they heard his next words. It's too cold. Somebody should have warmed this up. What about pain? Don't you feel any sort of pain in your head? Ubu asked, trying to understand how deep the crystal's mental probe affected Bruce. The more pain one feels after touching the crystal, the deeper the probe has successfully pierced into their mind. Normally untrained people would immediately lose consciousness when they touch the crystal, since the energy of the crystal would penetrate really deep into their mindscape, but Bruce not even giving the smallest reaction after clearly touching the crystal made it very hard for either Ubu or Ra's al Ghul to understand how effective his mental defenses really were. No, not really. I mean, there was a slight tingling sensation in my head, like a couple of slimy tentacles trying to give me a massage, but there wasn't any pain. Bruce answered. He knew what the crystal had tried to do, but his newly created mental defenses combined with his carefully hidden thought-scrambling pendant made sure that there was no way any disgusting psychic tentacle could pierce into his mind. I see. Then congratulations, Bruce Wayne. You have passed the first test. From now on, you are officially a student of the League of Assassins, one that I will train personally. I will create the finest weapon out of you, make you into the sharpest blade there is, and transform you into fear itself. But remember, the moment I feel that you have stopped improving yourself, the moment you stop giving your best, the moment you become dull, I will cut you down for a more deserving weapon to take your place. That is my promise, the promise of your new sensei, Ra's al Ghul. The centuries-old assassin master said with a straight face, not trying to sugarcoat his words even the tiniest bit. I expect nothing less. And I accept. As long as you teach me everything you know, I am yours to command, Sensei, Bruce answered as he went on his knees in a bow as a small show of respect to his new master, while promising himself that this was going to be the first and only time he would ever bow down before a nefarious villain. Bruce bowed today so that he would never have to again. Good, now let's start our training. I have a lot of things to teach you and a lot of things to correct in you. So that by the end of it all, you will be the most dangerous force in the world, one that humanity truly needs. The demon's head smiled as he placed his hand on Bruce's shoulder. Come, we have a lot to do. Bruce Wayne POV. Agreeing to let Ra's al Ghul be my sensei and giving him full control over my training might have been the biggest mistake I have ever made in my life. Because I was not at all prepared for the absolutely brutal and inhumane training that Ra's al Ghul would start giving me. I mean, even with my super body, I was barely surviving the punishment being given to me on a regular basis. I didn't even have to act too much to make sure that Ra's al Ghul did not even suspect that I possessed any sort of extraordinary power or ability, since I wanted him to know as less about me as possible. But the real question in my mind was, how in the goddamn hell did the real Batman survive this training? There is absolutely no way that a normal human like OG Bruce Wayne, even if he does have a peak human body, can survive a backbreaking workout like the stuff Ra's was making me do. And I don't even mean that as a fancy sense of speech or something. He literally once forced me to carry 2 massive blocks of iron on my back and then made me go up and down the entire mountain multiple times as the starting workout, which although barely made me sweat, still would have definitely broken any normal person's back. And that was just the start. He would force me to wrestle with literal bears on the mountain, clash swords with dozens of his ninjas for hours on end, force me to take a bath in the bone-chilling cold ice water, and even make me balance on the slippery slope of the mountain. I am pretty sure if stuff went on like this, he would one day force me to make a leap of faith from the top of the mountain. In fact, he has actually tried to push me down the cliff multiple times, chalking it up to him trying to teach me to keep track of my surroundings. Yeah, Ra's al Ghul was a savage piece of shit who completely believed in the swim or drown tactics of teaching. However, fortunately for him, it worked out because I was gobbling up everything he threw towards me. Every lesson, every skill, every little trick up his sleeves, I was making sure to understand and learn everything. He taught me hunting, fishing, survival, fighting, the importance of distractions, and even torturing, which, believe me or not, was actually quite an important part of the lessons. I knew I would most probably be using it the most among everything he taught me. And rightly so, since 90% of what Batman actually does in Gotham is intimidation, which is a part of how to effectively torture your enemy mentally. 101. Hell, the sheer number of skills he taught me was more than my father ever did. At normal times, the guy was quite likable as he acted as a dear close friend who wanted nothing more than just to help you reach your highest potential, but the times when he talked about the slow gradual rotting of human civilization and how destroying them is the sworn holy duty of the League to better facilitate the cycle of the world was when you realized that the person sitting before you was one of the countless maniacs in the world who wanted nothing more than to just spread death and destruction in the name of helping the world. The guy wanted nothing to do with redemption and doing good. All he cared about was his legacy, a grand death, and a truly deserving heir. He was absolutely nuts according to my standards of what sane individuals should be like in a normal world. And that's why, despite him acting like my best friend and a father figure all the time to brainwash me, I still saw straight through his deceptions, through his act. I knew who he was, and a few sugary words of how he was proud of me wasn't going to change it. But despite all that, I hadn't ever given him the tiniest bit of clue about me not completely believing him. As far as he was concerned, I was completely tangled in his web, a puppet dancing in his hands like the rest of the hundreds of loyal ninjas under him, blindly believing what he was selling. Why? Because I was waiting for him to display even the tiniest chink in his armor so that I could take over everything he has in one fell swoop, his connections, his wealth, and even the very league he has worked so hard for. Ra's al Ghul thought that he had me playing in his palms, but he had no idea that I was always 2 steps ahead of him, 2 steps that would not only win me his entire legacy but make sure that my victory over him was as quick and effortless as possible. 2 steps that I was going to get really cozy with soon enough. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Pat Rayon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 53, Arrows and Ambition. The big secret to breaking the rules is to make it look as though you're following them. Johann Liebert, Monster. Bruce Wayne POV. You still haven't won over your fear brat. You are still holding on to something that is not letting you achieve your full potential, the same thing that is messing up your footwork. Find out what that is and you will be unstoppable once you bring it under control. Ubu remarked while stretching one of his hands towards me to help me up. Currently, I was lying on the snow while breathing a little heavier than normal due to the bout I just had with the oversized League henchman. Usually, he wasn't the one responsible for training me, but Ra's al Ghul was busy today for some reason, so I had to make do with his bodyguard as my training partner instead. I find your lack of faith in my capabilities disturbing. The only reason you could surprise me there at the end, Mr. Loyal Minion, was because of your vast experience and because I lost my focus for a split second there. It won't happen again, I declared, confident in my own skills. There was, of course, a valid reason behind my confidence, and that was because I wasn't even using half of my physical abilities. In fact, I had been dominating most of the recent practice fights against Ra's al Ghul and Ubu for a while now, but since I didn't want them to think that I was as good as them in terms of pure skill, I only performed as well as they expected me to. It shouldn't, otherwise that would be insulting Ras' teachings in a way. Now, let's return to town. The demon's head is probably waiting, he might have a task ready for you. Ubu revealed with a cruel smile on his face, like he was privy to some sensitive information that I was not. Sure man, just don't give me that creepy smile. You look like a middle-aged adult man trying to trap an innocent teen in his thirst trap. I shivered as I began to follow him to the primary dojo of Ra's al Ghul. Ubu, however, didn't react much. After that, we both went toward the demon head's private dojo, where he either only taught the most gifted members of the league or practiced alone. Today, the dojo seemed quite full with a lot of new faces undergoing training in the dojo, training that would have been considered harsh and inhumane in terms of normal human standards. Ra's al Ghul himself seemed to be engrossed in training them, as he didn't even notice when we entered the dojo, or maybe he just didn't care. After all, no one was stupid enough to attack the undisputed leader of the League of Assassins in his own fortress. All the new members training in the dojo looked quite promising, but the dozens of new members currently training did not catch my attention. Instead, it was caught by only one person, a single extremely beautiful-looking young girl who was currently learning archery from Ra's al Ghul. Image. This is impossible and pointless. Shooting 2 arrows from the same bow sounds amazing, but I don't believe for even a single second that it is practical in real life. I think we are wasting our time here. Rather, I should try to increase my arrow shooting speed. That would probably make me more useful as a member of the league. The girl calmly stated to Ra's al Ghul, who was overseeing her training. Impossible and useless, you say? Maybe I overestimated your value too much, girl. I think that the fact that you are among the top archers in the league, or perhaps the fact that you beat your elder sister in long-range combat, has gotten over to your head. But unfortunately, you are just proving your irrelevance by displaying your arrogance. The Al Ghul patriarch didn't even stutter while absolutely destroying the girl in front of everyone. Seems someone is getting cancelled soon. I smirked at the oversized lackey beside me, who didn't even react to my statement at all and just continued to stare ahead blankly like he couldn't even hear me. Bruce, could you demonstrate your own brand of archery? Ra's al Ghul suddenly requested, surprising both me and the girl, who had been silenced by his heavy insults. Sure. I didn't try to extend the conversation more than I needed to and just took the bow up in my hands, feeling it as comfortable as any other piece of homemade bow you could get your hands on. I, however, didn't take 2 arrows from the quiver in front of me, instead I took 3. What can I say, I was feeling like showing off a little. Also, not being a simp here, but when you show off in front of people, especially a beautiful girl like this one, you tend to do your best to make an impression, and that was exactly what I was doing, making a damn good impression. Bows and arrows aren't my favorite set of weapons, so forgive me for lacking the class that is required to use them, I said calmly as I fired all 3 arrows into the target before me. Each one of them, courtesy of my really good aim and mastery in the craft due to my cheat, ended up striking the human-shaped target in its heart, navel, and head, making the girl watching me almost gasp in surprise at my skills. Wow, I feel like a secretly OP anime protagonist right now. How the hell did you make that shot? It should be impossible. No, it is impossible. You almost curved the arrows in their paths while they were in midair. The girl complained as I could detect a hint of anger and impatience from her voice, making it clear that she was not at all happy at seeing someone perform better than her. Stop complaining and focus on polishing your skills and abilities. You are weak, utterly powerless, and possess much lower talent than him right now, even in the very skill that you supposedly excel in. If you don't like that, then change it. Practice harder and work smarter. Don't expect people to just move out of your way to let you go ahead. Ra's al Ghul strictly said, shutting her up. You are dismissed. He then ordered her in a no-nonsense tone, bringing an end to the conversation. So, do you like hate women or something? Because that was just excessively rude. I asked Ra's al Ghul a couple of minutes after the girl left. No, I don't hate girls. I hate weakness, and right now all she has is weakness. A weak body, a weak mind, and most of all a weak heart. And I intend to change that by forcing her to get rid of her weaknesses. He explained. I see, I guess that makes sense, sort of, I mumbled while nodding at his not-so-believable explanation. Nevertheless, I called you here because I have a task for you, a mission I need you to do. Something that can give you the experience that you so very much lack while testing the abilities and skills that you have developed till now. If you succeed in this, then we will advance to the next phase of your training, the final phase that is. If you do not succeed, well, then you won't be returning here. So take this as seriously as you can, because even the tiniest misstep can lead you down the path of failure, a path that has no return in the League of Assassins. Ra's al Ghul warned, not mincing his words at all. I am ready, Sensei. Tell me what to do and it will be done. I slightly bent my head in acceptance. As you know, the League of Assassins is a very old organization that has been contributing to the progress of the world for hundreds of years. But it is not the only one out there. There have been many such organizations throughout history, some of them protecting the forces of good, some of them wanting nothing but to follow their own twisted and selfish desires. One such nefarious organization is the Untitled. A clan of immortal siblings whose only desire is achieving true immortality and the death and destruction of everything and everyone around them with their dark arts. Until now, the League of Assassins and another group called the Allcast have been repelling the Untitled, resisting their evil actions, and protecting the world against their threats, but recently the Untitled have grown a lot stronger. They have almost destroyed the entirety of Allcast and now seek to destroy the League as well, to make sure that no one powerful enough remains to stop them. That is why we must act now to eradicate them once and for all while we still have time, and you, Bruce, are chosen for this mission. Wait, this Untitled, you said they are immortal and no dark magic. Doesn't that mean they are out of my league? Because I don't see how I can fight against immortal sorcerers without knowing any magic myself. Even the chi lessons you have taught me are just basic fundamental lessons, only useful enough to resist possessions and spirit attacks. How do you possibly expect me to fight, much less win against them? I asked with a straight face, wondering if the old man had already realized my plans and was just trying to get rid of me in the most efficient way possible. However, that would be really hard for him to do, since I still have a couple of tricks in my bag to make sure that I don't die a useless death. I don't. Not like how you are now. But you will have everything you need for the job. The Untitled, despite how strong they are, is composed of only 9 people. They might seem immortal, but always remember everyone can be killed, even immortals. As for how you will do it, you will have help. I will not only give you command of a small group of my own assassins, but you will also be aided by the Allcast as well. They will help you destroy the Untitled and make sure that they remain dead forever. After all, the Untitled are their biggest enemy, and they can do anything to get rid of them, even if that means teaching their secret techniques to others. That will be your true mission, to make sure that the Allcast teaches you everything they know before the organization perishes. So, I will be taking advantage of a dying faction to get all their knowledge and maybe even their resources to kill a common enemy while still getting to keep all the best things they have to offer, for myself, and the League, of course. Cunning. I like it. I answered, truly impressed with his strategy. Yes, now go and prepare. Ubu will get you anything that you might need for this quest. You will leave tomorrow. Just remember that there is no room for failure or weakness here. I will start selecting the ones who will accompany you on this mission. he commented offhandedly, turning his back on me, making his intention of not continuing this conversation clear. I also didn't want to indulge in a needless chat with him any longer to avoid giving him any excessive information about me that could potentially incriminate me in front of him, so I too silently left. "You new here?" A husky female voice suddenly stopped me in my tracks outside the dojo as I was leaving. "I thought he told you to go and train your skills. It seems you are quite a rebellious daughter, aren't you?" I smirked. "What? How did you know?" "Observation and deduction. Something I picked up from reading Sherlock Holmes." I answered with a straight face, not giving her a chance to express her doubts further. "Whatever. I just wanted to know how you did it. The 3-arrow shot. It shouldn't be physically possible. I don't think even my father can do it with that precision. So it makes no sense for you, a new student of his, to do it without a single error." She protested, sounding like it was really my fault that she wasn't as good. "Deep-rooted inferiority complex and daddy issues, huh? Interesting. I wonder if I'll be able to use Ra's al Ghul's uncaring attitude toward his daughter against him," I thought without letting my thoughts leak onto my face. "Well, I don't personally prefer archery, so how about this? I will train you and teach you everything I know about shooting arrows, and in return, you give me a tour of this place and show me around. It's a good deal and we will both profit from it. You will teach me the inner workings of the League and I'll teach you what I know about shooting multiple arrows all at once." I threw the bait, knowing that she was already caught in it from how greedy she looked at the sound of free training. I guess she is as much a training junkie as me. "So, do we have a deal, miss?" I asked as I stretched forward my hand for a shake. Nissa al Ghul. "And yes, it's a deal. But don't think we are friends or anything now." She huffed before lightly touching my hand in what seemed like a really awkward handshake. "I think we would have to first work on your social cues a little, because that was by far the worst handshake I have ever experienced in my life." I chuckled, which also prompted a small smile to appear on her lips as well, a smile that she very much tried to hide but failed spectacularly. "Give me power stones, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Pat Rayon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 54, Undead on the Horizon. Justice will prevail, you say. But of course, it will. Whoever wins this war becomes justice. Doflamingo, One Piece. Himalayan Mountains, India. Bruce Wayne POV. When I first heard about this trip, I really thought that we would be going to someplace different, someplace that's not an extremely cold mountain covered with snow. But every sacred or mystical martial arts institution seems to be obsessed with snow-covered cold mountains. And the worst thing is that Ra's al Ghul didn't allow me to do another skydive this time. I grumbled while climbing up the mountain using traditional mountain trekking equipment. It would have given away our position to the enemy. The Untitled is more inhuman than you can imagine. I have heard stories about them, of their ruthlessness from my father, but even those stories pale in front of their real cold-blooded malevolence. We need every advantage we can get over them, and that includes the element of surprise as well, Nissa al Ghul stated as she climbed up the same rope I was climbing above me. Well, I understand that, but what I don't understand is why the hell did your father let you come with me under my command? I mean, doesn't he know that any responsible father should never let handsome billionaires near their young daughters? He is practically inviting me to try to ban. Don't complete that sentence or I will cut the rope. She threatened, not caring about the half a dozen League members who were also climbing the same rope below me immediately freezing in their place in fear of their boss's daughter actually following through with her threat. I guess League ninjas aren't exactly as fearless as advertised, I thought while feeling a little bad for them. Yeah, but look at the bright side, we now have ample time for training, which means that you can now perfect your archery while you are here and give a surprise to your daddy dearest after going back. I teased. I knew I should have said no when my father ordered me to join you as your subordinate. I would have preferred seppuku rather than this, she said in an annoyed voice as she increased her speed of climbing. Huh. But I thought we were friends now. That was the deal we agreed on, wasn't it? You are breaking my little gold-studded heart, you know. I also increased my climbing speed to keep up with her. It seems that Nissa was far more physically fit than any normal human, because any normal human would have blacked out from the extreme cold and lack of oxygen by now, but she was soldiering through like this was nothing to her. If I had to make a rough estimate, I would say her physical capabilities were something close to the level of the Winter Soldier from Marvel. At least that's what I calculated from my observations of her body through the transparent world ability of my golden finger. It was probably some sort of mutation caused by her father's repeated exposure to the mystical Lazarus pits before she was born, making her a born super soldier. The deal was that I would give you a tour of the city and teach you about the League, not become your friend or something. In fact, if I knew that you would somehow convince my father to send me with you as your underling, I would have never agreed to it even in my worst nightmare. She huffed, her pride seemingly hurt by the fact that she, despite being the daughter of the leader of the organization, not only was inferior to me, a newbie in a particular skill, but also that she had to listen to me in this mission. Believe me, I have no part in convincing your father of anything. In fact, I am as surprised as you that he made this decision. Your father has been doing this for far longer than either of us can imagine. So, it would not be a stretch if we get easily manipulated by him without even realizing it happening. I muttered softly, making sure that nobody else could hear me but her. As a matter of fact, I already had a couple of reasons in my mind why her father might have done this, and one of them made perfect sense strategically speaking. But that would only be possible if he was one of the worst fathers in the world who didn't care about his daughter at all, which also might be true in this case, except the fact that I had no proof of it, and therefore my hunch was only that, a possible hunch, one that I wouldn't be able to convince Nissa with. So currently, I had no other choice than to just keep my theories to myself and try to collect as much proof as possible. Nissa heard my mumbling, evident by a small change in her facial expressions, but she quickly went back to normal and continued climbing while ignoring me. I also understood that any further comments would be pushing it right now, so I too continued climbing behind her silently without making any more comments. The climb was as much tiring, for the other nameless ninjas behind me at least, as it was difficult. None of us died because none of us were ordinary civilians, but that didn't mean anybody liked it. After reaching our destination, the assassins, covered in complete white clothing with a small bag on each of their backs, were barely able to stand straight and were wheezing loudly from their lack of stamina, despite their ninja training. The All-Caste lives around here at this side of the mountain, so all we need to do is just find their hidden cave called the Chamber of All, and... Nissa tried to determine our location on an old-looking map as she tried to find which direction to go to. Hey N, how common are mirages and phantasms on high cold snowy mountains? I asked, looking in a certain direction a little away from us. Don't call me that, it makes us seem really close, which we are not. Also, mirages occur in deserts, idiot. Why? Did you finally see your face reflected somewhere? She sneered, clearly proud of her sarcastic retort at my question. No, but I did see a couple of zombies walking towards us from that direction. Also, they seem to be coming from the cave behind them, the same place that you have been searching for the last few minutes without any hope of success. I replied calmly. Wait, what? Nissa exclaimed as she also looked at the way I was pointing with squinting eyes. There was about a score of walking dead slowly marching towards us. All of them seemed to be the corpses of some kind of monks or saints wearing long orange robes with disfigured faces and limbs that looked like they were broken in a scuffle. Holy shit. I heard one of the masked ninjas, a female one, mutter behind me under her breath, making me wonder if Raz Al Ghul had assigned me the runts of the litter as my group. What do we do? Nissa asked me as she took her position beside me with her bow drawn in her hands. She might not be happy with this situation overall, but that didn't seem to reduce her sense of responsibility for this mission. She didn't try to act like the leader or someone of a higher position than me at all, and completely left the leadership and decision-making part to me as her father originally wanted. There only seems to be about 24 of them. Also, they seem to be extremely slow and blunt. We can take them. All we have to make sure is that we do not let them overwhelm us. Use long-range weaponry like bows and arrows, kunai, or shuriken. Try to target their heads. Destroying their brains should do the trick. I commanded with a no-nonsense voice, as I guessed the last part from my years of experience in watching zombie films. As soon as I gave the order, everyone under my command started their assault on the White Walkers according to my instructions. Besides Nissa, who used her arrows, everyone else used their standard kunai and shuriken. Only the female ninja, yes, I am guessing her gender from her body structure, Sumi, used throwing knives and poison darts. The coordinated attack was immensely successful, and most of the undead were dead even before they reached near us. The few that did were either decapitated by Nissa using her bow, which could be separated into a pair of sharp hunting daggers, or got their skull punched in by me since I was too lazy to use an actual weapon. That wasn't hard. I guess I can slash fighting a horde of undead off from my bucket list now. I murmured as I cleaned the brain matter from my gloves using the snow and started to check the dead bodies. There were no bite or scratch marks on them. So, it didn't look like a zombie virus-caused event. Instead, it seemed like they had been killed by a group of people through either the use of brute force or something sharp. There were even whip marks on a few of their bodies. My guess would be that they had been killed and then raised from the dead by some bullshit necromancy spell. I had heard of a few that could do this sort of thing while training under Giovanni, but the weird thing is that no matter what spell is used, the cost of replicating this effect would be huge. So why would anyone use such a spell to raise a bunch of monks from the dead? They could have just killed them and left. Why show off, unless they are powerful enough to afford to flaunt uselessly? Or do they have access to something equally as powerful? Ah, it seems that you have already taken care of them. You have my thanks, traveler. However, your presence here makes me wonder why exactly the League is here in our territory. Does Raz Al Ghul plan to finish us off while we are struggling to battle the Untitled? A short old woman asked calmly with a blank visage as she appeared out of nowhere, standing beside where I was currently kneeling to examine the unmoving bodies of the undead. Image. What the? Nissa was startled as she aimed her now drawn bow at the short granny who just stared back at her with a dull face. Even the other ninjas were surprised as no one had sensed her coming. They were all trained assassins who were trained to be invisible when they needed to be as well as sense even the tiniest of danger around them, but not being able to sense an old frail-looking woman with a walking stick in her hand was greatly insulting for them. If you were aiming to shock me, then I should tell you that I have been able to sense you from the moment we reached here. I sensed how you were observing us from the top of the cliff, how you were the one who attracted the undead towards us probably to test our combat skills, and even how you silently walked toward us after we were done putting down these walking dead. So to me, you trying to walk silently with muted breath and hushed steps just seemed silly, not surprising. I said, not really exaggerating anything. Everyone was quiet for a couple of seconds as it seemed like everyone else was wondering how to react to my statement until the old granny ultimately opened her mouth. Yes, you are perfect indeed, child of Wayne. Now, follow me. We have much to do. A/N, wow, writing this chapter was really fun. I just wish that you guys have equal fun reading it. By the way, I finally decided on how to end the Ra's al Ghul arc, and let's just say the arc will end with a bang with something none of you will see coming. I'll both stick to the main source material as well as go far and beyond in giving the legendary Demon's Head the ending he deserves at the hands of none other than the Batman. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 55, Balance of Chi. I must study lots of things or I won't become a great person. Katomi Ichinos, Clannad. Bruce Wayne POV. Continue to stay in that stance as long as possible without moving or dropping the buckets in your hands. Now, focus on creating ripples in the water inside your buckets with the help of only your chi, Dukra, the old short female monk said as she stood with a stick in her hands and a strict expression on her face. God damn it. How the hell did I even reach this current situation? I thought I was here to read a few manuscripts or something and then fight off some immortal siblings. I never even in my worst dreams thought that I would be forced to be a part of 36th Chamber of Shaolin here. I muttered sarcastically as I did my best not to fall into the dark ominous pit below me. Yes, you heard right, there was a bottomless pit below me. I was currently balancing myself on a string-thin rope using just one leg with two extremely heavy buckets filled with water in both of my hands. The weight normally would have been quite light for me due to my current superhuman characteristics, but strangely the buckets were as heavy as dozens of tons of metal, making this entire thing needlessly more difficult for me than it should have been. Also, I had been continuously standing like this for the last 6 hours. At least you are part of some supposed prophecy concerning the All-Caste and the Untitled. But, what about me? Why the hell am I training like this? I don't think I can feel anything in my hands any longer. Nissa al Ghul mournfully said as she did her best to manipulate her chi to create ripples in her bucket, something which she was surprisingly really good at. She was doing the same balancing exercise as me, only the weight of her buckets, although the same size as me, was nowhere near as heavy as mine. They were very heavy and enough to make her sweat severely to hold them up when compared to her physiology, but they didn't weigh tons like mine, which was probably somehow done with some sort of bullshit magic or mystic art. You shouldn't complain too much. Your elder sister never did. What both of you are doing right now is laying the groundwork for your future progress in the mystic martial arts. You yourself said that you were sent here by Ra's al Ghul to kill all the Untitled, right? So, this should be something trivia for you. Once you comprehend how to manipulate the chi inside your body expertly as well as affect other objects with it, then you will be ready to start learning the true power of chi, a small display of the true might of the mystic arts. Dukra said, her voice slightly shaking due to her progressing age. Wait, what do you mean by my sister? Is she here? Did you train her as well? Nissa got excited at the mention of the fact that her sibling might be here as well. I did train her long ago when she came to me with the same request as yours, yes. She was quite a talented assassin, but at the time that was all she was, a talented and brainwashed killer to serve her father. Dukra answered. Maybe, you could just show some of the techniques to me. I tend to learn things pretty quickly if I see them. I tried to trick her into showing me some of the mystic martial arts she wanted to teach me, but unfortunately, she remained as unmoving as a piece of rock as she just shook her head in a brutal rejection. Copying everything is not the best solution to learn everything. Sometimes, you have to use your own comprehensive abilities to figure things out. Dukra said with a knowing look on her face, signifying that she had some sort of knowledge about my photographic reflexes cheat. I frowned at her statement but didn't retort to it and just focused on my own task. As much as I wanted to know about the so-called prophecy and how she came to know about it, I didn't want to take a chance and do it in front of Nissa. I couldn't be sure that the old woman was not an idiot and wouldn't reveal anything of importance in front of the daughter of one of the most shrewd villains in this world. They are weak, mother. They cannot defeat them. They don't have enough power and they won't be ready when the time comes. We are just wasting our time here. Instead, we should march against them right now while the Untitled are still enjoying their previous victory and strike while the iron is hot. That is the way we will be able to take revenge against them for killing so many of our people and for committing the grave sin of turning them into those despicable undead. Essence, the daughter of Dukra, protested as she entered the training area with teenage anger visible on her face. Truthfully, I did not blame the girl for thinking like this. Calling me weak might be over the top, but I knew just how much powerful the white-haired young girl truly was. She had been trained by monks from birth, and considering that I could feel the thick remnants of chi emanating from her without her even trying to intimidate me, I could confidently say that defeating her at my current level of strength would probably cost me some slight injuries before I win the battle, which was really amazing for her considering that I had access to not only my own breathing style but also chi on top of my superhuman physiology. Also, she had the right to be angry here. After all, the undead that we fought a few days ago after arriving here were actually the monks that used to live with them. They were part of the Allcast, part of her family which she lost when the Untitled killed them in a surprise attack and turned them into the Walking Dead. Revenge is a dark emotion, daughter. An emotion that leads us astray into the world of hatred. Taking revenge only makes you feel good for the first few seconds, but after that, the emptiness inside you will only increase until it consumes you. Revenge is never the answer, it's the path the weak takes because they hope that it will make them feel better. Dukra spoke in a slow yet serious tone as she said the last part while looking directly at me. Why the hell are you looking at me while saying all that? Your daughter is the one who is hell-bent on revenge. I am just here to do my duty and kill the 9 Untitled siblings, not for revenge mind you, but because it's my quest. Aren't you training me for the same reason, because I am in your prophecy where I am supposed to destroy the Untitled? I helplessly shrugged. No, I am not training you to fulfill your prophecy of killing a bunch of nameless immortals, son of Wayne. I am training you to help you fulfill your destiny of bringing balance, true balance. Because that is what destiny dictates. Oh, and as for the Untitled, they aren't 9 siblings. They were once, but one of their siblings left them 3,000 years ago and adopted a name after she could no longer bear their desire for endless death and destruction. She now fights against them in a desperate bid to uphold balance. Dukra revealed. Mother, we aren't supposed to talk about that. Essence complained as she looked at her mother with a complicated gaze which Dukra completely ignored by keeping her eyes closed like she was reminiscing about something from her life. Oh, really? Do you know where this person might be? Maybe they can help us fight off the Untitled. Nissa quickly spoke up at the chance of gaining more allies to complete the quest as efficiently as possible. I think she is talking about herself, Anne. You should learn to read between the lines. But again, what can we expect from a sheltered daddy's ninja? I couldn't help but tease. Don't call me that. Also, if you are really one of them, then does it mean that you too are immortal as well? Indeed we are. The day that those selfish animals reached and tried to manipulate the waters of absolute evil, we were there. The water changed us just like it changed them. It gave us access to powerful but dark magic, made us immortal, but also took away something extremely valuable from us. It took away our happiness and our humanity. It took away our lives and tied us to this place, this mountain forever. But the others still weren't satisfied. They wanted more. They wanted to get into the Chamber of All, hidden somewhere in this cave, and use the chamber's secrets to boost their dark powers to the extreme so that they could take over the entire world. That's why we have been protecting this cave all our lives from their wicked hands as the Allcast. That's why they want us gone so desperately. Essence admitted as tears slowly leaked from her dark eyes. The entire room was silent for a couple of minutes at the revelation. Now, that's enough. Essence, go to your chambers. As for you two, you should focus on completing your training. After all, that rope you two are standing on will break on its own in about 1 more hour, so you should finish the test within that time. But don't worry, that's still plenty of time for you to master chi manipulation. Dukra said with a straight face like she was just stating normal facts. What? Is this even worth it? The League already trains us in mystic martial arts and chi, but they never go this far. No martial arts, no matter how magical, is worth training if it's as difficult and risk-inducing as this. Practicing archery would have been much better compared to this. Nissa wasn't able to complete her words as Dukra had slightly tapped a wall of the cave with her chi-enhanced fist that was enveloped in a slightly green hue, resulting in half of the wall immediately collapsing like pieces of loose Legos. Mystic Fist. A basic move and a small example of what you would be able to do once you master the mystic martial arts that you would be learning when you complete your current task. Okay, maybe this is slightly cooler than regular archery, Nissa admitted. No doubt, I chortled with my eyes shining as I comprehended what I had just seen, my cheat working at full power to find out the workings behind the move. I had the front seat view of what had just happened because of my transparent world ability, and it was beautiful. But the most important thing of all was that I just realized how broken this mystic martial arts really was. After all, this might just be the thing I needed to make my Hammond dream an actual reality. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 56, Chapter 56, A Pivotal Decision, Immortality or Blades. I am the hope of the universe. I am the answer to all living things that cry out for peace. I am the protector of the innocent. I am the light in the darkness. I am the truth. Ally to good. Nightmare to you. Emer, Attack on Titan. Bruce Wayne POV. So may I ask where we are going and why I am not training with Nissa like usual today? I asked as I followed after Dukra deeper into the cave wondering where exactly we were going. She needs more time to master her powers and her chi, but you don't have the same privilege that she has. For you, it's either do or die. And that's why I am upping the ante in your training, so to speak. The speed at which you are improving won't be enough. You need to be able to do more than just jump high and punch hard. That's why we are going into the real chamber of all. She revealed with a chuckle as I couldn't help but groan. I had recently learned as much about chi and mystical martial arts as possible from the few of the all-caste monks who were still alive, and even though I haven't yet made a breakthrough in unlocking something like Nen or Hammon, I have however learned how to augment and manipulate my chi to an absurd level, a level where even the invisible energy of life becomes so concentrated that it actually gains visibility in the form of a slightly shining colored aura. But the reason why Dukra was poking fun at me was that despite having practiced so much and even being labeled as a fucking genius by Essence, I still, instead of learning every mystical martial art move in their libraries, had only concentrated on perfecting two. One was the mystical punch, which by the way needed a better name. The move was really similar to Iron Fist's Dragon Chi empowered punch and was mainly useful to knock people's teeth out even if the ones in question are intangible spirits or untouchable demons. My second move, however, was a little more unique than the first one. The second move was basically me using enough of my chi in a specific manner to jump up in midair using the chi's energy as a boost, and by constructing a mini platform made purely and entirely of chi, making it possible for me to jump around in thin air like some sort of video game character. Maybe, if you had tried to train me better and showed me all the techniques you know, then we wouldn't have been facing this situation right now, would we? Perhaps, you are not the wise and amazing mystic art teacher that you think you are. I grumbled at the short ancient one copycat, annoyed by her savage comments. Maybe. But again, as I have said before, everyone has their own part to play in the grand scheme of life. You do too, and regrettably, it's not being an expert martial arts monk. So, it doesn't matter how much of this you learn because, at the end of the day, this is going to be only a small part of your actual destiny. She replied calmly, not showing any anger towards my comments at all. After this, we didn't talk much as we both descended deeper and deeper into the cave in comfortable silence until we came across a huge door with inscribed runes all over it deep into the ancient cave. Welcome, Bruce, to the true chamber of all, where good meets evil, where life meets death, and where creation unites with destruction, Dukra announced in a voice filled with wonder like an expert professional tour guide giving a tour of the main attraction of the place. Was that supposed to wow me or something? Maybe. Anyway, you are supposed to enter the chamber alone now, that is if you aren't afraid, of course. Inside you will find everything you would need in this war against the Untitled as well as everything you need to know. All you have to do is just keep your heart and mind clear and embrace the truth. She advised. Fine. I'll enter the chamber just like you want me to, but I have a very important question before I do that. I said as I examined the huge door. Yes. How the hell do I open the door? I asked, laughing nervously as I looked at the huge pair of doors which looked like they were the heaviest and most unmovable things in the world. Also, they looked like forcing open the doors might bring this whole place down. Don't worry about damaging the entrance. People much stronger than you have used their full strength on them and yet have failed to move them even a single inch. Moving them depends on how strong your will is, not your muscles. So, it measures the power of will. Interestingly, I always wondered how strong my willpower is. I mean, I don't intend to ever wear a normal Green Lantern ring since I don't want to work for some intergalactic army or any weird short know-it-all group of ancient aliens, but this should give me a rough idea of how strong my willpower is in reality. I didn't spend any more time in useless monologuing and just pushed the door with both of my hands. But what happened after the very next moment shocked me to my core. This isn't possible, I mumbled aloud to myself. Huh, what? Even Dukra appeared somewhat surprised, being affected by my own astonishment and shock. The door opened with the slightest push, there was no resistance at all. Does it mean that I have infinite willpower of the highest quality, or maybe am I the very incarnation of the entity of will? I asked as I looked at my own hands in wonder. Dukra didn't say anything and instead just continued staring at me with a straight face, waiting for me to go inside. Okay, don't guilt trip me, old woman. I am going inside. I said as I walked into the room. Oh, and try not to insult him. He is as childish and dangerous as he is playful. He can be really moody and grudgeful at times. Dukra cryptically warned just before the door closed on its own behind me with a heavy bam sound. Great, another cryptic advice. I thought aloud with a sigh. The room didn't look anything special at all. It was large, no doubt, but it didn't look magical or anything. However, one thing unique inside was the small pool of water in the middle of the chamber, which was an ominous dark green in color. I wanted to get close to the pool, but the water was continuously releasing small amounts sort of green mist which felt toxic as soon as it came in contact with my enhanced super skin, so I made sure to keep my distance from it. The entire room looked like some sort of treasure room with gold, silver, and diamonds lying on the floor like useless trash. Books were scattered like cheap magazines. There were even a few high-tech futuristic-looking blasters and guns lying around, proving the fact that this place was weirder than I thought it was. So you are the chosen one, huh? You don't look that special to me. I wonder what's so special about you. Your sense of style, maybe. A childish voice surprised me, prompting my eyes to quickly begin to search for where the voice came from. After looking around more carefully, I finally saw what had been evading my senses. It was a boy in his mid-teens who was the same age as me, sitting on a giant golden throne like he owned the place. Image. Gilgamesh. What? Don't compare me to that arrogant little punk. I never did like him. Huff, he stole too many of the treasures I liked and wanted for myself. I am the great, amazing, supreme, all-powerful, hugely popular and handsome Lord Sorrow. However, I allow my friends to just call me Sorrow. The boy whined like the little kid he was. The young boy was well-built with traces of muscle spread all around his well-defined body. He wasn't wearing any clothes on his upper body and also had a cleanly shaven head, giving him a spiritual look. Sorry, I thought you were him. Your handsome face and the huge collection of treasures you have accumulated also confused me. I am sorry if I offended you, Lord Sorrow. Dukra actually sent me here to you to find a way to defeat the Untitled. Can you help me out with that, Your Holiness? It would be a huge help. I tried to get on his good side, hoping that he would be as gullible as a real kid. Even if he isn't and understands that I am just playing around, it still wouldn't incriminate me since I am also a kid. In fact, I am more of a kid than he is, since going by how he talks, he should be as old or even older than Gilgamesh of Babylon. Yeah, I know who you are, that's why I called you the Chosen One. I guess that old wench just dumped your ass onto me. Talk of being irresponsible. I am a god, for God's sake, not some babysitter. She should treat me with the appropriate respect and dignity someone like me deserves. Sigh, everyone takes advantage of the little guy. He said while wiping away a mock tear from his face. It was awkward because I now understood why Dukra hadn't followed me inside. This little kid who was supposedly a god was batshit crazy. He had a very short span of attention and talked like he was in a sugar rush. Dealing with him was going to be incredibly difficult. Why are you still here? I thought you would have left by now. Do you want something? By the way, I am not fighting you if that's what you are here for. I don't do mock practice fights after my last Thor and Odin debacle. Believe me, those damn overprotective Sky Fathers are a bunch of arrogant fatsos, TCH. You shouldn't let your children fight someone if you are gonna be bitching about it later if he gets defeated. That's not called team spirit. It's called being a wussy. He mocked. Worry not, oh, great Lord Sorrow, I am not here to fight you. Dukra told me that you might have some answers for me as well as a way for me to defeat the Untitled. Also, it would be great to know why you are calling me the Chosen One. I questioned. Good questions, but unfortunately I won't answer them. So you may leave. What? Why not? Is it supposed to be some sort of a great secret or something that could affect my future? Well, I was actually going to say that I just wasn't in the mood, but yeah, sure, that too if it makes you feel better. Sorrow shrugged like he didn't care at all. I wonder if I have any chances of successfully killing a god, because that's the only thing I want to do at this point, strangling this little godling until I feel the last breath of his annoying life leaving him. I thought while keeping a straight and stoic face. Hey, what is with that death glare? That would have made even me nervous if I had met you a couple of millennia ago. Chicks might dig it, but that doesn't give you the right to start scaring little vulnerable children like me. He suddenly stopped as he looked at the corner of the chamber with frowned brows, his previous visage of playfulness and humor completely disappearing like it was never there and being replaced by pure sobriety. Another attack by the Untitled, and this time it seems that they brought the entire cavalry. A final effort to wipe the entire all-caste together, it seems. He muttered. You know what, on second thought I will provide you with some much-needed aid. In fact, I will even let you choose what type of aid you need. What do you say? I am generous, aren't I? He giggled like he was really pleased with himself. And what are my choices? I asked, hoping that this won't be a prank or something. Let's see, I can give you that, but that is junk. Maybe that would be better, but again compared to that, that's nothing. So the best would be that and that. Yeah, I think that's brilliant. He nodded to himself as he began to study all his treasures like he was wondering which one he had to throw away while floating all around the room, still in the same sitting position he was in before. Yep, I have decided, Your choices are either to have a truly immortal and indestructible body by drinking this super amazing green drink that is absolutely not suspicious in any way, or to have a pair of swords that can cut apart anything that's magic or mystical. Or you may also take the third option and ask me a single question which I swear I will answer as truthfully as I can. Cool, right? So, what do you choose? He asked as a shining golden goblet filled with the same dark green water that the pool in the middle of the room was filled with appeared in his left hand, while a pair of flaming swords that seemed to burn the very air around them while raising the surrounding temperature floated above his right. Come on, you should quickly make up your mind, Bruce Wayne, unless you don't care that everyone outside is gonna get killed and turned into zombies soon, in which case, you may take as much time as you want. Living is overrated anyway. He said with pure childish excitement in his voice, like he was genuinely curious about what I would do. Yep, that does it. I don't think that I am ever going to have children of my own, at least not in the next few centuries. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 57, A Demon's Deception. Sometimes the hardest choices in life are the ones that seem the easiest on the surface. Lisa Kleypas, Sugar Daddy. Bruce Wayne POV. That isn't fair. Rewards shouldn't be given based on choices but on achievements. Instead of making me choose between the three, why not just give me a task and reward me according to my performance? If I excel at the task, give me all the rewards, and if I fail, don't give me anything. How about it? You are not going to lose anything. Nope. Nada. None. Neen. Nahi. You may fool anybody else with that challenge but not me, little boy. You either take my offer and make a choice, or you can just walk out of this room and fight the horde of undead outside on your own. I am sure that you will survive even without my help, but the question is, will you be able to save the others as well? Even with your bag of tricks and unnatural body, I still highly doubt so. The kid god Sarah giggled like it had just caught me cheating red-handed. So in a way, this is my test, isn't it? You are going to judge me by what I choose? I asked, raising one of my brows at the floating bald-headed teen god. Not everything is a test, you know. Sometimes, it's just a god giving you a choice among two free gifts to choose from. Sarah sighed as he looked like he wanted to be anywhere but here. Shit. Wait, will you give me the true answer to any question I ask you? Even if I ask you stuff like how to become the strongest being on Earth in 1 week. What do you think, genius? Of course, I won't. Even I am nowhere close to the strongest beings. I mean, I am definitely in the top 100 but surely not in the top 50. So how the hell can I help you? God, kids these days. Give them an inch and they will ask for the palace. No, I will only answer your question if I myself know the answer to it. The kid god grumbled childishly. Oh. Ugh, then I guess his knowledge isn't exactly going to be useful for me, since I doubt you can tell me anything truly important that I either don't know or can't figure out myself. Also, I am damn sure I can make myself immortal through multiple methods without his help. Even the version of Extremis that I have been working on can give a sort of physical immortality along with eternal youth. So the weird suspiciously green liquid is also out. That just leaves those. I said as my eyes landed on the pair of burning swords which looked like they could burn me with just a single touch. Good choice, little Bruce. As people say, offense is the best defense. And believe me, knowledge is so overrated anyway. A couple of swords might go a long way in cutting off some wise and knowledgeable heads if they were to ever go against you. Saru gave his version of wise advice as he began to float towards me, both the goblet and the twin swords disappearing from his hands. Now time to pass on to you the real inheritance of the Allcast. Oh, and you should clench your teeth because, as people nowadays say it, this is going to hurt like a bitch. He smiled innocently while grabbing my hands, which immediately made me feel like my hands were being burnt to a crisp through slow roasting while millions of needles were piercing through the burnt flesh. Oh goddamn, I should have chosen the question, I yelled, feeling true mind-breaking pain for the first time ever since I came into this world without any sort of nerve suppressant. Nissa Al Ghul POV. Number 198, did you secure our exit? We need to get out of here ASAP. There are too many undead here. We are swarmed. A retreat is the only option. I yelled through the handheld transceiver while battling the hordes of zombies that had suddenly attacked us out of nowhere. Image. They had waited for the perfect time to attack and hit us when we were our weakest. Most of the remaining Allcast members were either resting or in the praying chamber, while Bruce himself was in the supposedly magical room titled Chamber of All, trying to find out a method to effectively defeat the threat of this bloodthirsty undead for once and all. But, why the hell is he taking so long? He was supposed to be here to lead the team during times like this. Did he run away or something? But again, as much as I understood from observing him, his personality shouldn't be the type to run away this easily. I hope he is alright. Even though he is an ass sometimes, at some corner, some deep corner of his heart, he is still a good person. But, unfortunately, I currently don't have the luxury to worry about him. I need to save my own skin for now. That's what surviving means, that's what being in the League of Assassins means, I thought as I forcefully dispersed thoughts about him from my head. Negative. All exits are blocked, miss. The all-caste leader Dukra and her daughter Essence are currently battling two of the cloaked Untitled members as we are trying to plow through the undead, but we doubt we will be successful in securing an exit way. You should leave if you get the chance, mistress. Don't wait for us. Rather, we will try our best to rescue the captain. The voice of the nameless ninja on the other side sounded as he spoke out in a flat tone like he wouldn't care even if he died. The ninjas of the League were more strictly trained than any other military organization in the world. Taking a bullet for their superior is the least of what they are prepared for. Giving their life for the slightest chance of the League's growth was all they could think about. Both their lives and their deaths were meant for the League and the person leading it. They were all orphans handpicked by existing League members at an early age and groomed constantly to be loyal and useful. Among the hundreds picked, only a select few, the best of the best, are chosen to be actual League assassins once their training period ends. The rest mostly die out due to not being able to endure the constant struggle. However, the ones who do survive excel in stealth, combat, sabotage, and intelligence gathering. They are the pinnacle of loyalty and efficiency. So much so, that they even throw away their original names given in their childhood and take up a number as their new name that gives them recognition in the League. The smaller the rank of the number, the higher the position of the member. Right now, there are about 200 League members in the Nanda Parbat branch. But the only ones allowed to hold a name or a title are the ones from 0 to 20. Raz Al Ghul himself was 0, Ubu was 2, my elder sister held the rank 3 and I myself ranked at about 11 currently. Of course, as one can already guess, the people my father sent with me were the last rankers of the Nanda Parbat beach, the bottom rookies as one can say. But that didn't mean I was gonna treat them badly. Master or rookie, they were loyal nonetheless and I respected them for it. Fine. I'll see if I can find any escape. I replied through the transceiver while putting it away and shooting another arrow at the nearest undead's head, putting him down even before he could charge at me. I should have run away when I had the chance. I was an idiot to think that my father would actually care for me. Who am I kidding? He probably knew what we were going to face here. I am sure that this is one of the fight or die tests he loves to put me and Talia through. Even if I die here today, he most probably won't even visit my grave. He never wanted us in the first place anyway, all he ever wanted was just better soldiers and a worthy successor. I so want to kill him and bash his face in to show him how hard I can hit despite being a girl. If only he wasn't my father. My fists clenched as I shot 3 arrows at once, hitting 3 different undead at the same time, courtesy of the lessons from Bruce. I still remember what he said to me when he selected me for the journey. He told me to either be the best archer on the team or to get pregnant by someone worthy and give him an heir to fulfill my responsibility as his daughter. TSK, and he calls himself a father, that piece of shit, after torturing both of us sisters for years in the name of training, taking away everything we loved and replacing it with hatred, he still behaves like he can be our father, like he has authority on our lives. Damn you. My, what anger. It seems that the daughter of Raz Al Ghul has some severe issues. Like father like daughter, I guess. One of the hooded figures, probably a female if one were to go by her body structure, dressed in a black hooded cloak with bandages wrapped around the visible parts of her body, whispered in an ominous voice as she walked towards me in a slow pace. Oh come on Crimson, I have been waiting for a chance to add her to my collection. I always wanted to see an Al Ghul undead. Just imagine how amazing it will be for Raz Al Ghul to see his daughter in an undead state. It will be amazing. Ha 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 ha. Another one of the hooded maniacs, a male this time, said as he hung from the nearby cave wall like a demon of some sort. Image. No chance, Dark, all of you guys got dibs on our little niece and sister. But I was the only one who called dibs on her. I knew that the demon's head would definitely send one of his daughters here. He did promise us after all to give us a prize if we were successful in completely taking over the all-caste. We are free to do anything and kill anyone except the dark-haired blue-eyed boy, he said, as much as I remember. She laughed viciously like a witch, under the demon-like white skull mask on her face. Wait, what did you say? I muttered, now in a trance, barely hearing what they just uttered from their rotten mouths. It didn't make sense. Why would father ally with them? I can understand him trying to make us stronger by making us suffer, but why would he ally with them and tell them that they could kill us, kill me but still spare Bruce, someone he barely met a year ago? Why would he prefer him over his own daughter? Oh, it seems you still don't have any clue about the deal that your father made with us. All this that we have achieved in the last few weeks is because of your dear father. A few weeks ago, he contacted us out of nowhere and gave us a method to make the darkness in us stronger. He even gave us the exact location of the Chamber of All so that we could achieve our full potential and gain the ultimate power with the water from the immortal lake of absolute evil. All for the small price of completely eliminating the all-caste and giving him everything else we find here while leaving the boy alive. Truly a finger-licking good deal. The male Untitled this time sneered as he made a disgusting licking sound from his mouth. So, my father was the one who started all this. He began this entire farce to get rid of his enemies in the most efficient way while getting a worthy successor out of it. I thought as redness affected my vision and tears began to drop from my face, tears made of red blood, all the while I heard a constant ringing sound in my ears making me want to rip everything up. Are you crying? Ha 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 ha. Wow, that is funny, little girl. But don't worry, once we stitch up your dead body as our perfect doll, you won't be crying anymore. You will forever be happy. The woman said as the crimson fire began to light up in her left palm. You know what? Fuck my father, fuck his league, fuck his empire, and fuck you. I uttered in unrestrained anger as I took 3 of my special arrows out of my quiver and shot at the sibling duo. The 2 Untitled were standing close to each other at this moment. So the 3 arrows were targeted at both of them. The male one dodged the first and second arrows while the female one caught the third one effortlessly with her fingers. Arrows? We are old, but come on. Even we know that there are better weapons out there. The woman chuckled in glee as she twirled the arrow in her fingers trying to tease me. Look again, I said as they both noticed a small part section of the arrowheads releasing a minute trace of fresh smoke. Ah! Boom! An explosion rattled the entire cave as pieces of their rotten flesh and bandages along with the remains of their cloaks scattered like tattered trash, painting a gruesome picture on the cave walls. As I said fuck you, I sniggered as I picked up a few of my previously shot arrows and prepared to go into another section of the cave. Most of the undead had already left this region of the cave after the 2 Untitled came here. They would be returning soon now that their masters are dead. That was smart. Risky but smart. I like you. I think I am going to make quite a special little undead doll out of you. The same female voice from before echoed as their flesh from all around me began to turn into shadows and merge together, forming the twisted figures of the 2 Untitled again like they had never died. I quickly tried to draw more arrows, this time supplying chi to them to make them stronger than ordinary arrows, but some of the tattered pieces of bandage around me began to tie me up, making me unable to load my bow. Don't bother, little ghoul. Even if you were able to attack us again, you still wouldn't be able to kill us. Our immortality isn't exactly for show, you know. The male Untitled broke out in a blood-curdling sneer as his eyes searched for desperation on my face while mocking me. But there wasn't any. I didn't show a single bit of fear in front of these monsters. I felt nothing while looking at their corpse-like bodies, no fear, no panic, just utter disgust, although I also felt a little sad at not being able to experience my life to the fullest before my death. Maybe I should have gotten a boyfriend or something, a boyfriend who doesn't want a kid at all. I am sure that would piss off my father. Yeah, that would be funny. A smirk came to my face as I saw a crimson sphere of flame being tossed towards me by the female Untitled. Maybe next time in a better life. I closed my eyes as I activated the remote-controlled exploding device hidden in my quiver through a secret regulator on my bracelet, a last resort for the top-level League members when all hope is lost in a battle. However, I didn't do it for the League. I did it in the hopes that my sacrifice might help the rest of the all-caste members to survive, and maybe even buy Bruce some time, if he still hasn't escaped yet. Maybe my sacrifice might save him. As Ra's al Ghul used to say, a life for a life. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 58, Fury of the All-Blades. I reject my humanity, Jojo. Dio, Jojo's Bizarre Adventure, Phantom Blood. Omniscient POV. Silence, absolute silence. That was what Nissa was experiencing right now. She didn't feel a hint of pain or burn anywhere in her body from the fire thrown by the Untitled female as she waited with her eyes closed, kneeling in an awkward position while being partially ensnared by multiple rotten bands of bandages. There wasn't even any explosion from the suicide bombing quiver on her back. Did it fail? Nissa thought as she opened one of her eyes and looked at herself to see if she was still alive or not. To her utter amazement, she was still alive in the same situation she was in a couple of seconds ago. Yar, I reached just in time, I guess. Who? Such cool words and yet such a stupid action. Your daddy dearest should have taught you better, princess. A handsome middle-aged teen flicked his non-existent sweat as he chuckled nervously, the screen of his watch displaying just 2 words, detonation deactivated. Bruce, what are you doing here? Why in the 7 hells are you here? You should have run away. You could have gotten out using me and the explosion as a distraction. Nissa yelled in worry and anger at her failure to save Bruce and his choice of not running away when he still had the chance. Eh? Run away? I think you severely misunderstand how I do stuff, princess. I don't run away and hide. No, I might exploit and cheat, maybe even a strategic retreat or two if things are really dire, but never run away like a coward. He scoffed as he lazily stretched his arms in preparation for the fight to come. The blue-eyed dark-haired boy. You are the one called Bruce Wayne. Interesting, you used a chi-infused kunai to forcibly change the direction of my flame attack. It was so fast that even I almost didn't see it. I guess you are a long-distance fighter, aren't you? Making you one of my dolls wouldn't have been so bad, but unfortunately for me and fortunately for you, it's your lucky day. Ra's al Ghul made it clear to leave you alive. So, you are free to go, little lamb, even though you just disturbed my playtime. The female Untitled said with a snarl behind her mask. Talk of a creep. You remind me of those anime and manga villains for some reason. You and your siblings should come to Gotham to get a crash course and learn how to act like a first-rate criminal before trying this entire dark magic pedo shenanigan you have got going on here for yourself. He said with a small smirk as he walked closer to Nyssa to check up on her. Hey Scarlet, we were told to leave him alive, but what if he somehow died accidentally and his body disappears? That's not our fault, right? There are too many wild animals and dangers in the forest for us to keep track of every one of them. Maybe after he dies, we will even find a body that looks similar to him but is missing the face to identify properly. In that case, we can even keep his body as part of our own collection. What do you say, dear sister? The Untitled named Dark asked as he released a disgusting sound that sounded like a sloppy lick from under his mask. Well, I guess that can happen. Ra's al Ghul can't blame us in that case. And even if he does, we will be too powerful after gaining access to the Chamber of All for him to oppose us. The female Untitled completed in a grave and threatening voice, making it clear where her loyalties lay. Then it seems we have all reached an impasse, ladies and Orochimaru. I guess we have no other civilized way to discuss this anymore. So, let's become a little uncivilized now. You wanted to play, right? So let's play. Bruce said with a calm and confident smile as two small, and almost unnoticeable tattoos in the shape of a yin-yang symbol began to glow on both of his hands. With all blades summoned, gleaming bright, in the darkness deep, to vanquish night. Magical, immortal, evil's plight, they'll cleave them all, with righteous might. He uttered with a big excited smile as the tattoos shone with much more intensity and soon turned into what looked like pure red heat and materialized in his hands as two fully formed light swords enveloped in golden fire. Image. With just a single swing, it cut apart the bandages tying up Nyssa like a hot knife through butter, freeing her in the process. Do you need to say the entire poem every single time you summon those mystical blades, because that was the cringiest thing I had ever heard? Nyssa asked in a whisper, immediately taking a combat position beside me with her bow drawn. No, I didn't even need to say it once. It's not even a thing. I did it because I always wanted to try out saying something like that. I whispered back with a straight face, not removing my eyes from the enemy. Also, if she thought that was cringe, I would like to see her face when she hears the Green Lantern oath in the future. Let's add them to our dead collection, Scarlet said with the creepiest laugh possible as she and her brother charged at Bruce like some wild animals. This was their second biggest mistake. Which was not using their mystic powers and failing to play on their strengths by not maintaining a safe distance from Bruce. The biggest mistake was making the extremely ill-advised decision to even fight Bruce in the first place. The two Untitled had almost superhuman capabilities and could move with the agility of jackals, but Bruce was always faster with his evolved body. He sensed their moves even before they moved in the first place, his cheat enabling him to know everything that they were going to do just from the way their muscles bent. As he dodged Dark's claw slash, Scarlet tried to use magic in combat and coated her bandaged fists with scarlet fire, which miraculously somehow didn't burn her own bandages or her cloak. Bruce, who was only defending currently to get a taste of real life and death combat instead of attacking with his immortal slaying sword, was pissed. He was having fun in a pure close combat situation, but the moment they started using magic he knew that he would have to curb his enjoyment and start taking this seriously, because he was clear on one thing in his new life: magic can't be underestimated ever, no matter what. Nyssa, it seems that the siblings called a horde of walking dead to overpower us. You take care of the horde, I'll take care of the creepy duo. Bruce said as he signaled her in a particular direction. He had already sensed the approaching horde with his super senses and didn't want to be distracted by them from his first real fight. Nyssa had been trying to help Bruce fight the Untitled by battling beside him with a pair of hunting daggers while channeling chi in them. The chi-infused daggers were better suited against the Untitled when compared to normal weaponry and slowed down their rate of healing, but still were no match for their immortality. So, she wasn't really important to that particular battle and would be more useful in blocking the other undead from disturbing their battle. After receiving Bruce's order as team captain, Nyssa didn't complain at all. She was competent and experienced enough as an assassin to know that she could not argue with him in the middle of a battle or go against his command even if she didn't want to leave him alone in the fight. So, she quickly nodded with slight hesitation and dashed toward the direction the undead horde was coming from, according to Bruce. Now that she is gone. Let's end this quickly. I have 6 more of your siblings to slaughter after this. Bruce tightened his muscles as he began to increase channeling his own chi into the twin swords. After Saru had entrusted the All Blades to him, he knew of almost all the advantages and limitations of the sword. The mystical swords were actually much like Marvel's Ghost Rider. They could not hurt the truly innocent no matter what. But for those who have sinned, for those who were evil, they became sharper and sharper, the more evil their targets were. And they could slaughter anything, even immortals and gods, at least theoretically they could, because Bruce doubted that the blades would be able to do anything against fifth-dimensional reality-altering imps or all-powerful archangels. However, besides not being able to hurt innocents, there was also one more limitation of the All Blades. Continuously materializing them was goddamn hard. They gobbled up the user's chi like a wildfire, burning it up like gasoline. The only reason Bruce had been able to maintain them for so long was his huge life force and chi, which was a result of his superhuman body and thousands of hours of meditation and chi training he had been practicing for the last half-decade. Rise, my beautiful dogs. Kill him. The male Untitled yelled in a fervor as dark magical light shone in his palms. Immediately a couple of dozen black-colored skeletons with sharp bone weapons in their hands emerged from the ground and faced Bruce. Even Scarlet, the female Untitled, began to chant some kind of spell as balls of scarlet fire appeared behind her. A final struggle. Good, that would save me some time. Also, I wanted to test something. You two are perfect for that. Darkness breathing, Form 1, Midnight Stance. Bruce muttered to himself as he crouched low and focused on being as unnoticeable as he could, reducing any excessive movements to the minimum. It almost seemed like darkness surrounded him as he almost became invisible to all 5 human senses. The female Untitled didn't waste any more time and released all the balls of fire she had conjured behind her towards him in the hopes of roasting him alive, but unfortunately for her, his first form was an excellent defensive position that could lead to lightning-fast counterattacks. And counterattack he did as he slashed and blocked all the fireballs with the All Blades as not even a single tinge of fire touched him. Form 2, Shadow Strike, Bruce uttered next as he dashed forward and almost seemed to disappear into the shadows and reappeared behind Scarlet, delivering a surprise attack on her with incredible speed and precision, aiming to kill the ranged mage-type enemy first to maximize his chances of victory. Aya, a shrill female scream resounded through the cave as the attack completely separated the Untitled female into two, the burnt portion of her body where she was slashed shining golden red due to the heat from the All Blades, making her healing back to her original self impossible. Soon, the heat burned up the entire body of the female Untitled as the once immortal dead body collector turned into ashes without even being able to utter a single word. Sister. You aren't even worthy to be in my collection. You deserve only to be. The other male Untitled started, but Bruce interrupted him before he could finish. Form 3, Eclipsing Crescents, he mumbled once again as he jumped forward and slashed a crescent-shaped arc with all his power in a fluid motion, getting rid of half of the summoned skeletons in one move. Form 5, Abyssal Serpent Dance, Bruce moved fluidly and unpredictably, mimicking the movements of a serpent in the dark, confusing the other remaining mindless undead skeleton minions as he suddenly swung his blades at an awkward angle, delivering a devastating attack on the rest of the undead like the bite of a snake, destroying all of them with just a single move. And last but not least, Form 7, Eclipse Shatter, he yelled in excitement as he concentrated 70% of his remaining chi into his blade, which made them light up like never before, casting a shadow in some parts of the cave while lighting up others. It looked magnificent as he prepared to deliver a devastating slashing attack like no other. No. I won't die this easy. I'll be truly immortal after I kill you and destroy that sword. I'll even bring my sister back. I won't lose. I am Dark, the Untitled ruler of darkness. The Untitled screamed as his cloak transformed into a shield of pure shadows to protect him from Bruce's attack. However, unfortunately for him, this was a move Bruce had been perfecting in his mindscape, something he had been working on for years both in simulation and actual training to make sure that no threat, no matter how durable or tough they were, could stand against him after this one move, that even the toughest shield would shatter against this one technique. Swish, a sharp cutting sound was heard as Bruce landed on his legs a few meters away from the male Untitled, slightly panting from his low chi level, his powerful muscles aching from the strength he had used against the immortal monster. You should have never come out of your hiding place, Untitled scum. Bats are the true rulers of darkness, not some rotting skeleton. Bruce smirked after he steadied himself as he walked towards the direction Nissa had left, and without giving Dark even a single more look, the All Blades disappearing from Bruce's hands due to the low amount of chi remaining in his reserves. I hate bats. The Untitled only managed to mutter 3 words as he slowly burned up into embers of fire that began to disperse in the air, all the while he could not even move from his standing position. Not only his newly created cloak shield had been completely ripped apart by the attack, but the entire position of the cave was also damaged beyond repair as the floor and the wall behind the Untitled had a 6-meter-long clean slash that was still burning red from the heat of the All Blades, a mark that was the evidence of the short yet epic battle that had just taken place in the Himalayan cave. Give me power stones, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page as well to read ahead or just to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 59, A Moment of Respite. To realize my dream, I will perch on top of their corpses. Griffith, Berserk. Omniscient POV. Take that, you undead fucker. Let's see you recover from this. Essence, Dukra's daughter mocked as one of her hands clad in crimson-colored aura of chi mercilessly crushed the heart of the untitled sibling in front of her. How? This is impossible. I am a true immortal. I can't be killed. The female untitled uttered with a voice of disbelief as he felt the clutch of death on him getting strong while failing to heal himself. An immortal can kill another immortal even without any special immortal-slaying magical weapons. You should have studied more about how the supernatural world works instead of always trying to show off your mystical powers and chi sorcery. Could have saved your life. Essence smirked as she nursed the injury on her stomach while walking toward the direction where she last saw her mother fighting one of the other untitled siblings, all while the dead untitled slowly turned into black specks of dust and evaporated away into the wind. Are you finally done, daughter? You took quite a while. I thought I taught you better than that. Dukra snarkily commented as she calmly stood in front of dozens of destroyed undead bodies that were no longer moving or twitching. I am guessing that you took care of the one you were fighting then. Essence said with an ugly expression on her face, making it clear that she didn't at all like her mother questioning her abilities. I did. I sealed the brother whom I was fighting before. He is now forever imprisoned in the fiery pits of the inner circle of hell with no chance to ever escape, never to return again. Dukra answered with a slight undertone of resignation lingering in her otherwise impassive voice. I see. I guess that counts as a victory as well. Now, let's go. We have 6 more rotting monsters to kill. Let's kill the rest of the untitled and end this war forever, only then can we have peace. No, we don't. We have done our part, we have defeated the ones whom we were destined to defeat. Now, it's time for us to lay down our weapons and keep our trust in the Knight of Vengeance. His fate is the one overshadowing the fate of my other immortal siblings. Dukra mysteriously said as she took out a small smoking pipe from inside her cloak and began to smoke it in a relaxed manner like she didn't have anything to do with this entire thing at all. Do you mean Bruce by your needlessly jumbled up words, mother? Have you finally gone mad? You are placing your trust in fate, of all things. And a little boy whom you hadn't even met a month ago. Have you finally gone crazy from all the centuries of pent-up frustration? Essence wore a scowl on her face as she looked at her mother with eyes full of disbelief and confusion. Maybe I have grown a little crazy, yes. I guess we will see soon just how much crazy I have become. After all, his battle should be over by now as well. Let's go and see if he is still alive. Who knows, maybe that kid will give us a surprise. Dukra smiled as she began to walk slowly in a certain direction while making a small gesture at her daughter to follow after her. Essence had no idea about what her mother was talking about. All she knew was that she wanted this entire ordeal to be over. She wanted the untitled dead no matter what. She had always thought that she could sacrifice anything to achieve that. Yet when it came to actually defeating the evil group, she hesitated in involving others in it. Unlike her mother, she didn't want to drag others into a problem that was basically theirs. Even though she really wanted revenge for all the all-caste monks who had died in this war against the untitled, she didn't want to do it at the risk of the lives of Bruce and Nissa. The two might not be the most social and warmest of persons, but they definitely had good hearts in them. However, most important of all was the fact that even though Essence would never admit it in public, she still considered the two of them her friends, allies that she trusted. And she didn't want to be the person to bury her friends. As Bruce had once said to her, those who break the rules are scum, that's true. But those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. What? How did this happen? We were supposed to be the future conquerors of this realm. So, how come are we all being slaughtered like animals? An untitled male, the last of his creed, groaned in pain as he felt the all blades penetrate his soft darkness-filled heart. Weakly looking all around him, he saw all that was left of his siblings was just lifeless black dust. He knew that they had lost the battle the moment the monster in front of him had hunted one of his sisters effortlessly while treating it like some sort of practice game, but in his utter arrogance and pride, all of the untitled had denied the obvious and continued waging war instead of fleeing. If he had fled the scene in time, he would have at least kept his life, but alas, he wasn't so fortunate. In his utter anger, while being drunk in power, he and the other living members of his clan had tried to kill the boy who had dared to attack them. However, what he hadn't known at that time was that the boy was not at all a human. He was a monster, a demon in human skin who only treated them as practice dummies. You, who are you, you bastard? He painfully groaned, probably his last words as he could feel his body quickly burning up under the heat of the all blades. The untitled leader was not at all proud of his choice of last words, but he wanted to know the name of the one who killed him, the identity of the being who slaughtered him, as well as the reason why such a scary monster like this boy had targeted their clan. He wouldn't be able to be at peace if he didn't know at least that. You really want to know, don't you? Well, I could tell you, but guess what? I am not in the mood to talk right now. So, just die. The boy bared his teeth in a twisted cruel smile as he twisted his sword inside the Untitled slightly, lighting up the mystical sword in a brilliant glow that immediately burned up what remained of the immortal necromancer. And that brings the count to 6. These guys really are like cockroaches. No matter how many I kill, there are still some of them remaining. Ah. Are you done as well, Nissa? Bruce asked as he looked at the assassin slowly approaching him with steady yet silent steps. Yes, I am. I killed the entire undead horde they had awakened from the dead. I even found our assassin team. Quite amazingly, they are all still alive. A miracle truly, since they were supposed to be the litter of the runt. Nissa informed in a nonchalant tone, seemingly not caring about them at all. He was incredibly fortunate to not lose even a single person from the team assigned to him. The attack by the Untitled was so merciless that the single attack had wiped out more than 90% of the surviving all-caste members, leaving only a few monks alive. This alone could show the severity of the battle that had just taken place here on the mountain between the two supernatural organizations. Are they all right? Do they need any emergency medical attention? Bruce asked with a frown, feeling somewhat responsible for not helping them in time and instead just focusing on trying out his new pair of swords. No, but they definitely need some motivation. They looked like they wanted to kill themselves in shame at not being able to perform as well as they expected themselves to perform. Nissa joked. Well, I think I can help with that. We should also find Dukra and Essence as well. I sure hope that they are still alive. Let's go. Oh shit, Bruce had fallen down with the first step he took. His body was deprived of any chi or energy to move, even the twin blades in his hands disappeared from a lack of chi necessary enough to maintain them. What happened? Are you all right? Are you hurt or something, or did you get some internal injuries? Nissa asked, worried about him. No, it is just that I think I used too much chi playing around with my new toys. Maybe, I should first learn the basics of chi management or something. Bruce weakly chuckled as he felt the heavy exhaustion kicking in his body, something that happened for the first time since he went through the entire body enhancement procedure. I guess I don't have the infinite amount of chi hack, do I? He thought to himself as he felt his eyelids getting heavier. Never could I ever even in my wildest dreams imagine that I would one day be losing my consciousness like this after pushing myself so hard in a battle like some shonen protagonist. He chuckled to himself as he silently continued to lie on the ground, waiting for his chi reserves to regenerate from meditation. He did not even have enough energy to try to regenerate his chi using his breathing techniques. He had heard of Dukra and Essence fighting with two of the Untitled. He could only hope that the mother-daughter duo succeeded in defeating them, because he knew it as a fact that he would not be able to get his sword up and working again for the next couple of days. That's how much drained he was from constantly using it at such a huge power while performing extremely fancy moves and maneuvers. The only reason he was so brave at sleeping in the open while still having possible enemies close was because of the fact that he knew Cortana was always active on his watch and listening to everything. She could protect him using the various little yet deadly tools hidden all over his body if she ever sensed that he was in some sort of danger. For example, a small EM wave-based force field that could be generated by the belt he was currently wearing alone could protect him from a full-powered missile strike from an army. Bruce, can I ask you something? Nissa asked with some minor hesitation in her voice as she also laid down beside him to rest, not caring about the team that was loyally waiting for her. Yeah, sure. He answered in a lazy voice, barely being able to keep himself awake. At that time before you rescued me there, for a few seconds I thought I was gonna die. I looked back into my life but I did not find anything that I had ever done in my life that truly made me happy. Whatever I had done for my father. I never even had a boyfriend or anything. So, I promised myself that if I survived, I would at least try to date someone, to experience how it feels like to have someone who cares for you and to care for him in return. But, I don't really know anyone worthy enough to be with me. But then I thought about you. So, will you, can you be like, do you want go out on maybe some sort of Do you want to go out with me, Bruce? Nissa finally asked with a light red blush spreading on her cheeks. Yeah, sure. Bruce muttered almost incomprehensively, his mind befuddled with exhaustion and desire to just let go and get some sleep, something that Nissa failed to realize and attributed to shyness instead. Oh. Wow, thanks, I guess. That was easy. I was afraid that you would reject me or say something like you already have a girlfriend or something like that. I guess I was thinking too much into it. Nissa happily remarked, glad at not having to face rejection at the very first proposal in her life. Bruce, however, didn't reply. He had already fallen asleep due to a serious lack of chi and was in no position to continue the conversation or even realize how deep a hole he had just dug for himself, something that would severely drain both his physical and mental energies than the pair of mystical swords ever could. Give me power stones, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Pat Rayon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 60, Deadly Connections. Even if we forget the faces of our friends, we will never forget the bonds that were carved into our souls. Otanashi Yuzuru, Angel Beats. Top of Wayne Solutions HQ Skyscraper. Selena Kyle POV. I suddenly feel annoyed for some reason, like something just happened that should not happen at all. I wonder what. I tiredly thought to myself, panting as I took deep breaths to calm my rapidly beating heart while I tightly gripped the whip in my hands. What happened, little pussy? Are you out of juice so soon? I thought you were supposed to be one of Richard's most prized students. Turns out you are just a little scared cat. The Asian woman who previously identified herself as Lady Shiva taunted me with an annoying grin directed at me. You think you are beating me, you muscle-brained gym addict? The only reason you were able to land a few hits on me is because of your experience and your fully developed adult body. So, don't get ahead of yourself. I said while clenching my teeth in anger, forcing my tired body to move again. Oh, it seems you still have a little flair left in you, don't you, my cute little kitty cat? I guess you are really motivated to improve yourself for your little boyfriend. To protect and help him better, as you said, right? But sadly I barely see the required potential in you. But I have to admit, he does look tasty with that chiseled body of his. Maybe I should fuck him in front of you when he returns, pumping his seed out of him all the while you pathetically watch being restrained like a little pet with my underwear clogged inside your mouth. A second child after I give birth to this one doesn't really sound that bad, I think. The woman mocked as she rubbed her tiny baby bump indicating her recent pregnancy. You evil bitch. I was trying my best to hold myself back and not to hurt you too much since you were pregnant, but now I am gonna go all out on your old ass. I yelled in blind rage as I channeled my chi inside the whip and began to attack the old hag with everything I had. Anger is quite useful in a war, but in a battle, it's useless, foolish, and the crucible of you being a rookie warrior, Shiva said as she effortlessly dodged the repeated strikes of the whip and took slow and steady steps toward me. God damn it, you. Why the hell can't I hit you? This isn't fair. I muttered through my teeth as I tried harder and swung my whip faster with much more force behind it. You will never be able to hit me. That's the reason why I am the teacher here and you are the student. If you were good enough to fight me one-on-one and possess the potential to win, you would have been fighting me to the death, not learning from me. She snorted as she rapidly closed the distance while dodging my blows, and once she was close enough, she hit my hand hard, forcing me to drop my whip. An amateur to the use of chi, an expert gymnast, and pretty much okay in armed and unarmed combat. Those are qualities I can find in thousands of girls, but I didn't select you because of them or because of your relationship with your rich boyfriend. What I selected you for is your will, your desire to grow strong and to attain more and more power, no matter how, for the sake of the one you love. That is the reason why I decided to train you. She said while narrowing her eyes at me. And maybe when I am done with you and you have gathered enough experience, you perhaps one day will provide quite a challenge as I battle you to death to find out who the better warrior is. TCH, don't overestimate yourself, old lady. The only reason I am even here humoring you is that you said that you are also from the same secret organization that Bruce joined, and a very high-ranking member at that too, and that you could teach me everything I needed to know to not fall behind Bruce too much. I huffed as I refused to acknowledge her superiority in her combat abilities. She, despite her amazing combat skills, was an absolute maniac and a slut who, in her own words, had banged a lower-ranking member only so that she could give birth to a child who could one day be able to fight her on an equal footing. Whatever you tell yourself to sleep at night, darling. But that doesn't change the fact that you will be learning from me as my student, and when I am done with you, your entire life view will have changed and you will realize how important true power is. That I can assure you. Lady Shiva stated like it was a hard fact with a cold, nefarious smile as confidence oozed from her. We will see, I said, equally as confident, determined to never place power as the top priority in my life. This lavish life that I currently enjoy, the loving parent I have in the form of Alfred, my new lovely pet that I adopted, Whiskers, and even the friends I have made like Zatanna, Helena, Vicky, and Lola, everything is because of Bruce. He was the person who had always stood by me and given me everything in my life till this point. He is the reason I am even alive today and not lying dead in a dark alley somewhere. And most important of all, he is the person I love most in the world after my mother, who died back when I was just a little kid. So he will always be the most important thing in my heart, and having a life with him is the dream that I strive for every day. And I will achieve it no matter how many hours a day I have to train or how many bodes I have to bury. Omniscient POV. Bang. A dead body dressed in complete black clothing and mask dropped to the ground after the gunshot, and a puddle of blood began to form around the body without any sign of the person lying on the ground moving or twitching. These attacks seem to be getting more and more frequent every day. Now, they are trying to target me, probably because they think that I have taken over Master Bruce's entire fortune in his absence. Maybe they are getting greedy for Master Bruce's rapidly increasing fortune, or maybe afraid of it. I guess officially being the largest electronics company and the fastest growing bank in the country does attract a lot of attention. What do you think, Ace? What should we do about the people who keep sending them? Alfred wondered aloud curiously with a smoking Glock 19 in his hands. He didn't like to use guns anymore, but desperate times call for desperate measures, not that the situation was ever really that desperate since he knew that there were at least 2 armed combat drones in stealth mode made by Bruce and controlled by Cortana that always accompanied everyone that Bruce truly cared for 24/7 including Alfred himself. But he still took the shot himself because he didn't want to grow too soft and fail to protect or serve Master Bruce when the time came. After all, Cortana might be the perfect protege for him who could serve the young master in his absence since he wouldn't be able to be there for Master Bruce forever, but even machines had their limitations, and he wanted to be ready for the dire time if Cortana ever faced such a limitation. Asterisk woof 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 asterisk should shoot their greedy asses, Ace barked excitedly as his collar translated his barks into actual English, all while he was standing proudly on another dead intruder, a big deep and bloody bite mark visible on this one's neck. Yep, that's definitely right, you have gotten smarter over the years, Ace. That's exactly what I am gonna do. Alfred smiled kindly as he rubbed the dog's head affectionately, at which Ace happily wagged his tail. However, clearing the bodies is always a headache, and we will even have to call in the sweep team to get rid of any DNA evidence as well. The butler muttered to himself as he sighed and got his new Wayne Tech branded phone out of his pocket. Send some men to the new Wayne Park for a thorough cleanup. There was a little accident here. Alfred ordered the new security division of Wayne Solutions, a newly opened division, most of whose employees were hired and vetted by Slade Wilson himself. Now, it's time to permanently take care of the problem by ripping this thing out at its roots, Alfred murmured as he looked at a particular name on his call list. It was a certain name he had recently come across with the help of Cortana while navigating the dark side of doing business in Gotham. He was someone who specialized in making problems go away forever, especially when these problems were living people. He would have asked this as a favor to Slade, but lately, the men had been quite busy. Between the birth of his newborn daughter and his suddenly becoming a philanthropist with regularly scheduled visits to orphanages, the men barely had the time to breathe. Master Bruce was definitely working the men to his bones for the fat paycheck that he was giving Slade. Alfred didn't want to give him more work on top of that. His family needed him right now. That is why this particular person in his contact list would have to be enough to make this little hiccup go away. He already suspected who had been sending these men to try to off him. It was someone who had the required motive, someone who would benefit from both Bruce's and his absence, in which case the Wayne Solutions Company could in theory be grabbed essentially for free by Wayne International. I didn't want to do this, but I guess luck is not on their side. Only when a few of those backstabbing board members are dead, will they finally get the warning not to mess with us. Alfred mumbled as he prepared to make another call. Hello. A distorted voice came from the other side of the phone as Alfred made the call. Is this Deadshot? I have a job for you if you are interested. Alfred talked in his classic British accent with a cold hard determination oozing from his voice. A/N, this is a chapter that primarily gives a sneak peek into what has been happening inside the lives of the people that Bruce knows and loves. They too are growing and changing into better or maybe worse versions of themselves as they navigate a life and a city without Bruce Wayne waiting for the Prince of Gotham to return once again with all his glory. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Pat Rayon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Replace the A with A. Chapter 61, Reunion and Revelations. As long as you laugh at people suffering, your goal will always be out of reach. If you never want to be defeated, you must first learn your own weakness, and always be kind. Urza Scarlet, Fairy Tale. Bruce Wayne POV. God, that was some adventure. Even the most classic spice-filled novels would probably fail at what I just had to experience in the last few weeks. I mean, a lot of people have fought zombies before in fiction, but can anyone else claim to have fought an army of the Walking Dead as well as a clan of dark undead sorcerers in the Himalayas with the help of a small group of professional assassins and a bunch of chi-wielding monks? I can bet $1 billion not. I feel bad leaving them like this when they are at their weakest. Dukra might not have been the sweetest old woman I know, but she was still a good person. Even Essence, despite her lack of manners and rude disposition, still cared for us in her heart. And also the fact remains that all of this happened because of my bastard of an evil father. He not only betrayed my trust in him as his daughter, but he was also the one who set up this entire thing, only so that he could profit from the battle among his enemies and weaken them altogether. He didn't even care if I or the others would be able to survive the ordeal. To me, he is the most disgusting person on the entire planet. Nyssa spat out with venom as she openly expressed her feelings for the first time in front of me. Huh, that's weird. When did she become that friendly? I thought she was supposed to always hide her emotions from other people according to her father's teachings. Is this because she is trying to defy his lessons or something? I thought confusedly as I blankly stared at her face, an action that embarrassed her and forced a slight blush out of her cheeks. Well, somebody sounds angry at her daddy. But don't worry, Nyssa. What goes around, comes around. And as for the Allcast, I don't think it's the end for them. It is merely a small halt. But as the saying goes, what doesn't kill someone only makes them stronger. I believe that the Allcast can rise out of its ashes stronger than ever from this. I believe that they can become a much bigger organization after this if they play their cards right. Imagine a secret organization that has the capability of protecting the world from most small and medium-scale mystical threats. It would be quite interesting, wouldn't it? I muttered the last part to myself as I stared outside the moving truck in a daze. Yeah, but they need huge amounts of resources for that, and I doubt if they would ever get that much from donations or the few small-scale farming work they do. And then there is also my father, who would most probably march against them soon and end them completely before they could even recover a fraction of their power. According to my estimates, unless some other outside variable interferes and helps them, the remaining part of the organization would be wiped out by the end of this year. Nissa concluded, trying to hide the sorrow in her heart by showing an impassive face on the outside. Her words might have been crude and cold, but they were the truth nonetheless, the cold hard absolute truth of this world. The bigger fish always eats the smaller ones, and Ras Al Ghul was one of the biggest fish there was. He was a goddamn shark. Maybe. I murmured as I failed to stop a small smile from spilling out of my lips, or maybe not. After all, even sharks could only do so much against killer whales. Omniscient POV. Excuse me, but do you know where I could find anyone from the religious organization, Allcast? A young man in his early 20s dressed in tight combat gear asked as he approached Essence, who had come out of the base to find out the source of disturbance in the otherwise calm neighborhood and was cautiously standing a little further away from him, ready to attack at a moment's notice. He was yelling to make sure that she could hear his voice over the large amount of noise the chopper behind him was making. What do you want from them? Essence didn't yell, yet her slightly nervous voice was easily audible by the men. We were sent by the Martha Wayne Foundation to deliver a few things to the leaders of the Allcast organization. According to the coordinates on our map, their base should be here. The men continued to yell as he gestured to the chopper. It was then that Essence finally noticed the Wayne Foundation logo on the chopper, as well as Wayne Solutions Security written on the man's combat uniform. Bruce. Essence, confused, muttered to herself, wondering if the newest friend that she had made in the last few days was somehow responsible for this entire surprise. Oh, so you know the young master. I guess that would explain the sudden order we were given to deliver $100 million worth of resources here out of nowhere, the man excitedly replied as he looked like he was happy that he would be able to complete his quest so soon. I am Essence, one of the current leaders from Allcast. What resources do you exactly have that you need to deliver? Essence asked curiously as she looked at the chopper hovering a few feet above the ground from where she was standing. She wasn't going to say no to free aid, especially since at the moment they desperately needed any and all help they could get. A lot of things, actually. Alpha 30A copy, we got the confirmation. Bring them all in, over. The man yelled the last part into the wireless transmitter in his hands as immediately the chopper behind him began to slowly descend. But then out of nowhere, 6 more choppers suddenly appeared, and they too began to land in succession, one after the other, all branded with the same familiar Wayne logo. The food and medicines rations are in the first 3 choppers, while the clothes and other essentials are in the other 3. It was too much weight for us to bring in by a single vehicle, so we had to bring in 7 of them. Oh, and also please keep these financial documents. We were given instructions about opening a bank account in the new Wayne Merchant Bank by the name of Allcast Foundation using about $500 million. I was also ordered to let you know that this amount should be used to increase Allcast as an organization and add more members from around the world. Of course, the Martha Wayne Foundation will offer its team of experts along with its connections to make that happen as well. The man informed as he handed over a bundle of documents to Essence. 500 million. Even I know that is supposed to be a big amount. But what is Bruce going to get from this? Is he just giving away free money or something, because I thought businessmen weren't supposed to be that charitable? Also, aren't these food, medicines, and clothes too expensive to be worth $100 million? Sorry, but I do not have the information to your first question. As far as I know, the Martha Wayne Foundation will be the official sponsor of the Allcast, but I don't know anything beyond that. Also, there are only about $5 million worth of rations and essential products here. As for the rest of the $95 million worth of merchandise, they are in the 7th helicopter. But they are not exactly essential products. At his signal, the 7th helicopter also landed. This one was the biggest of all of them and also looked the heaviest. Soon, its doors slowly opened and dozens of boxes were carried out by multiple armed people in combat clothes, all having the same Wayne Security logo on their attire. As they all began to unlock the heavily sealed boxes and display the contents inside, Essence finally understood that Bruce truly wanted to help them out, and help them he had. Because inside the dozens of boxes were the state-of-the-art newest generation weapons and military technology that could give any army of ninjas a run for their money. These weapons were enough to put the fear of God into the centuries-old Dracula wannabe. Omniscient POV. I never liked you, but at least I used to respect you before this. But now. How could you do this to your own daughter? Didn't you even feel sorry for her for a single moment before you decided to sacrifice her for something as trivial as testing one of your disciples and getting rid of 2 potential enemies? A female who looked like she was in her late teens or early 20s yelled at Ra's al Ghul in anger as she looked like she wanted to spit venom at him. No, I didn't. Because that's not what I am meant to do. My duty is to be the machine that keeps the cogs of this world running, the one that keeps the balance. And if I have to sacrifice a daughter or 2 for that, I'll be glad to do so. Also, even though I was ready to sacrifice her, I knew that she would survive. I believed that the kid was a worthy heir and I was right. He proved himself and didn't even let a single one of the League members die, including Nissa. So, I was not only successful in testing him but even got rid of 2 of the League's biggest mystical threats. Ra's al Ghul proudly explained. And what if he had failed? What if the Untitled had changed their minds and killed your student before taking everything in the All-Cast's Chamber of All for themselves, including the water that would have given them absolute immortality? How would you have fought them then? I wouldn't have fought them. I wouldn't need to. It doesn't matter if the All-Cast had been wiped out or not, the Chamber of All was never in any danger to begin with. It had Saru, quite a powerful being of an ancient member of a supposed pantheon of gods, as its protector. Even if the Untitled had killed everyone and reached inside the chamber, they would have still failed because they would have to face Saru inside, a being much more powerful than they could ever hope to meet. The only reason that those undead idiots weren't annihilated the moment they stepped into the cave was because Saru could not get out of the chamber even if he wanted to. The mystical chamber is both his eternal resting place as well as his prison. But now that the Untitled are all dead, all I have to do is slaughter the few remaining members of the All-Cast while keeping away from the chamber, and I would have killed 2 birds with a single stone. You wanted to hear the truth, right? So, here it is. I was always the winner in this little gamble of mine, and Nissa was only a chip that I had to risk to achieve the victory that I needed, a victory that I succeeded in achieving just like I planned, just like it was fated to be. The demon's head said as he looked at the female in front of him with cold eyes devoid of any emotion, making it evident that he was speaking the truth. You are a fucking monster, the girl mumbled in a whisper as her voice seemed to break in tears. My lord, they are back. The voice of Ubu sounded as if he seemed to come out of nowhere. I see. That is good timing indeed. Come daughter, let's meet your sister. I am sure that you miss her quite a lot since you just wasted so much of my time in her defense, an action that will earn you quite a harsh discipline tomorrow. But for today, you can celebrate your little sister's return alive. After all, what type of a father would I be if I can't even allow my daughters to meet once in a while? Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there. Chapter 62, A Change of Heart. You're speechless, I see. A fine quality in a wife. Jafar, Aladdin. Bruce Wayne POV. There always comes a time in a man's life when he meets someone he wishes he would have never met. It may be a teacher, a girlfriend, a relative, a friend, a boss, or just a toxic gym girl. But no matter who this person one wishes to have never met is, his life is completely changed nonetheless. The original Bruce Wayne also had one such person in his life. A single person who, even though not a direct enemy of his, still caused him immense pain and headache all his life, someone who made his life more complicated than it should have been in the first place in not just one but almost every single mainstream DC universe. And that person was quite unsurprisingly a girl. Even I, despite not having been an avid fan of DC or Batman, knew that from all the movies and the few shows I had watched in my previous life about this certain girl. But I had still severely underestimated just how much of an effect it would have on me when I met her myself for the first time. Your face looks really weird, Bruce. Are you still angry about my father not even apologizing after practically betraying us? Because I know I am. And he had fucking galls to throw a feast at our return pretending like he even cared in the first place. The only good outcome from all this was that at least I got to meet my elder sister after so many years. She is the only real family I have left, at least the only one who cares. Nissa stated with a low voice filled with sorrow. It seemed that it was painful for her to even talk about her own family. No, I knew that your father was heartless from the very start. He himself told me that the League doesn't have any place for failures before we even left for the mission. So, the fact that your father betrayed our trust doesn't even bother me. As for your elder sister, well, she did seem really interesting, especially how she was keeping an eye on me the entire time in the feast. I wanted to call her sister nice, but no matter how much I tried I could not utter the words in good faith. Even calling her interesting was stretching it. Her sister was not at all nice, period. But her attitude, which was the same as a cold hard killer hating her little sister's crush, was not the thing that irked me, nor did the top-level seductive skills that she had employed to test my character by giving me the "fuck me if you can" eyes every once in a while. What surprised me was how she looked. Because she for some weird reason looked very much like Scarlett Johansson from my previous life, and not just her normal version but how the actress looked as the incarnation of Black Widow in the MCU. Image. Yeah, I know, right? She was very happy for me, especially when I told her that you are now my boyfriend and how amazing you are as a warrior. She seemed really interested in you too, especially when I said that you might even be a better warrior than her. Nissa happily exclaimed. The fact that she genuinely cared for and loved her elder sister was very much evident in her cheery voice. Nissa Al Ghul might have been trained to be a cold and calculating killer all her life by her father, but that didn't change the fact that she was still a teenage girl in her heart, someone who just wanted to have a fun and fulfilling life, to experience everything that any other girl her age experiences. It was only recently that I found out that I had become her boyfriend somehow and that I had accepted her proposal sometime during our mission against the Untitled, probably after the main battle when I was too tired to comprehend anything anyone was saying. I originally wanted to make it clear that I already had a girlfriend, well, sort of a girlfriend, but, after looking at her excited and happy face, I could not bring myself to do it. So, now I have got myself in a very complicated situation, a situation where even Cortana using her vast processing power failed to find an effective way to bring me out of it without breaking anyone's heart. Also, the interest in her sister's eyes that she was mentioning was in reality more akin to annoyance and slight curiosity. Talia Al Ghul wasn't at all like Nissa. She was colder, more calculating, and truthfully even slightly seemed like a bitch. She hadn't directly spoken to me during the feast even once, but I could feel her gaze on me the entire time. But even then, when I knew it as a fact that she was most probably plotting against me or thinking about how to carry out her dear daddy's plans in the most efficient way possible, it still seemed like I was somehow attracted to her, like fate itself wanted to bring us together. It was a weird feeling, but strangely it was comforting as well for some weird-ass reason. I thought to myself as I looked at Nissa happily lying beside me in the open snow. We were currently stargazing under the open night sky on top of Mount Nandaparbhat, a sort of date that she had arranged herself to, in her own words, spend some quality alone time together with me, although I doubted she actually knew what she was doing. She was not even nearly as good as her elder sister in the art of seduction despite having been trained for it. I mean, she was definitely hot hands down, but she couldn't turn someone on just by giving him a look, something that her elder sister could very easily, believe me, I know. In fact, currently, she was even more awkward than me because for the last hour, we were lying here, she had been continuously blushing like a shy young maiden, not at all showing the visage of the trained young assassin that she was supposed to be. Thanks. She suddenly mumbled out of nowhere, breaking my chain of thoughts. For what? For giving me a chance at this. I don't think I have ever felt this peaceful ever since my mother died. I had always thought myself to be just a weapon for my father, a tool for the League just like my sister, but you changed that thought in just a few days. You made me realize that life was much more than archery skills and a kill count. Thanks for that. She explained. Ah. You are welcome. It was my pleasure to corrupt a princess. Maybe I could go after your elder sister next. I tried to joke but immediately realized that the joke might not sound that funny to a woman you were currently dating. You are joking, aren't you? Nissa asked while frowning, her voice sounding really serious all of a sudden. What do you think, genius? Of course, I am. Also, I have strict criteria for dating and stuff. I don't just sleep with anyone. What do you even take for a man-whore? I snorted while going back to my Tony Stark persona and pretending to be hurt. Ah, of course not. I didn't mean it like that. You know what, I am already late, so I should go home. I don't want anyone to see us like this. Bye. She quickly stood up, her entire face going red in shame. Oh, and thanks again for coming on a date with me, moi. She gave me a small kiss on my cheeks before running away like an innocent lass. Went on a date with a hot assassin, gained a kiss from her, and even got her to thank me for it. It's good to be young, huh? I wonder what the others are doing right now back at home. Sigh, I guess I already miss them. I muttered silently as I contently stared at the clear sky. After a few more minutes of continuing to lie down, I stretched my body and got up after deciding to head back to my room as well. My evolved physique could definitely bear the cold, but even I wasn't immune to loneliness, and believe me, there is nothing that feels more lonely than staring at the sky while lying down alone on a snowy mountain. You are Bruce, right? Bruce Wayne, the supposed Prince of Gotham. A husky female voice interrupted my walk back to my living quarters as I stopped in my tracks and looked behind me. And you are Talia Al Ghul, the supposed elder sister of Nissa. But I fail to see how our identities are of any relevance here unless, of course, you want a bite of my fortune by marrying me, in which case you are out of luck because your sister is quite ahead of you in that race. Why are you dating my sister? Talia asked, completely ignoring my joke. She is hot, smart, sort of kind, has a good heart, oh, and also she really knows how to shoot an arrow. I shrugged as I honestly listed the top qualities I found attractive in her. You are speaking the truth. Interesting. I thought you were using her to get closer to my father, in which case it would have been useless because he doesn't care much for either of us. She furrowed her eyebrows as she concluded. I never lie when it comes to relationships. I find lying complicates them a lot. Also, your father doesn't have a good enough personality for me to want to get close to. I am currently a student of his, but that doesn't mean I have to be some loyal minion of his as well. But how can you tell I am not lying? Some kind of dark magic trick? No, I can conclude that you are not lying by analyzing the way your pupils are dilating, something I assume that you still haven't been trained in by the League. The femme fatale answered with a straight face, making it really hard for me to conclude if she was speaking the truth or not. That's definitely a useful skill, I mumbled to myself, believing her words. Anyway, you need to run away from here as soon as possible, preferably before your training concludes. Run away? And why do you think I will do that? I chuckled while asking. Was she trying to threaten me here or something, because that was a really weak-ass threat? Because there is a good possibility that you are going to die soon after your training ends. She answered. And who is going to kill me? You. I dropped the easygoing smile on my lips and asked her seriously. Hot seductress with a rocking body or not, I do not take kindly to threats. No, but my father will. He has found you a worthy heir, and so he is going to make you go through the shade initiation ritual, which basically means that he is going to brainwash you into servitude by forcefully instilling loyalty into you with the help of psychological manipulation and some of the clan's forbidden dark arts. But that's only if you pass the last test and agree to lead the League. However, if you fail in the last test, he will then instead take over your body, forever destroying your soul in the process. She explained. Okay, I have to admit, I definitely didn't expect that, I confessed. Give me power stones, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Also, you can check out my Patreon page to read ahead or to support your fantastic author. Right now I have about 12 chapters in advance there.